Chapter 1. How could a Saiyan ever submit to a woman? As the final bell rang for the last class of the morning, Ailan yawned and awakened from his slumber, his biological clock impeccably precise. The moment the class bell sounded, drowsiness enveloped him. On days when there were no classes taught by a certain aging single woman, he could easily sleep until noon. Stretching languidly, Ailan rubbed his belly and smacked his lips. It was time for a meal. Life was indeed splendid at this moment. Free from the toil of demolishing structures in the vast cosmos, laboring for the heartless real estate mogul Frisia was truly a grim fate. Forget about wages and benefits. If one displeased that boss, the very next moment, an entire planet could be obliterated. His former superior, King Vegeta, had incurred the wrath of certain powerful figures, resulting in their home planet, Vegeta, being reduced to mere cosmic dust amidst Frisia's maniacal laughter. The thought of that colossal energy sphere sent a shiver down Ailan's spine. He could not help but exclaim, "Though this life may be mundane, having such peaceful days occasionally is quite delightful." In truth, Ailan was a reincarnator, having traversed worlds not once but twice. In his previous life, he was an ordinary recluse who, after being struck by a massive truck, found himself inexplicably transported to the Dragon Ball universe. Perhaps due to a scarcity of individuals in Japan, the trucking industry for transporting people to other realms had been failing to meet its quotas, leading them to cross the ocean to China to recruit souls. Thus, Ailan was born on planet Vegeta as a high-ranking warrior. However, he did not regain his past memories until after Frisia had laid waste to planet Vegeta. Instead, he underwent the most authentic Saiyan education, learning, for instance, the 108 methods to eliminate foes and how to cleanse a planet of its indigenous inhabitants without annihilating the entire celestial body. He also learned how to transform into a great ape without succumbing to madness and destroying his comrades. In this manner, Ailan spent the initial 16 years of his life in a realm filled with both enrichment and bloodshed. Until one fateful day, after a mission with several Saiyans to cleanse a planet, they received an order from Frisia's army mandating all Saiyans to return to planet Vegeta immediately. Unbeknownst to Ailan, he unwittingly walked into a trap of death. It was only at the moment the energy sphere from Frisia was about to strike planet Vegeta that Ailan regained his memories of his previous life. Yet, in such dire circumstances, what could he do with this newfound knowledge? He was merely a Saiyan with a battle power of 5,000. Thus, Ailan resolved that if he were to perish, he would do so with dignity. He raised his middle finger to the sky and bellowed, "Curse you, Frisia!" That was all he could manage at the time. Even now, Ailan remains uncertain of his thoughts in that moment. Perhaps such a death was more dignified. Ultimately, Ailan, along with planet Vegeta, transformed into cosmic dust. Due to certain extraordinary circumstances, he found himself reincarnated into this slice-of-life world. His current mission was to locate the tainted Dragon Balls within this world and purify them. Of course, as a reward, Ailan would be granted one wish upon the successful purification of all 7 Dragon Balls. Initially, Ailan was exceedingly reluctant to accept this task. Just one wish? How utterly paltry! Did they think he was unaware that the Dragon Balls could grant 3 wishes at a time? Regrettably, his new employer was even more tyrannical than Frisia. If Ailan disobeyed, he would be reduced to ashes without a chance to even reach the afterlife. Even Saiyans would bow to such conditions. With resignation, Ailan strolled leisurely towards the classroom exit. For Saiyan, eating and fighting were the most significant pursuits in life. At that moment, a cool, feminine voice resonated from behind him. Ailan, are you once again searching for an excuse to skip the club activities today? Upon hearing that voice, Ailan's body stiffened slightly, and the lazy smile that adorned his face vanished instantly. With a sense of defeat, he turned to face the strikingly beautiful and academically gifted young woman, responding with exasperation. "Yukino Shida-san, what a coincidence. I just finished class, and here you are. But I have no intention of skipping the club activities, surely. You must allow me to grab a meal at the cafeteria before heading to the clubroom." After speaking, Ailan circumvented the girl and hurried towards the back door of the classroom. However, Yukino was no longer convinced by his fabricated excuses, trailing closely behind him, as he had used the same excuse 3 times prior. Sensing the girl still following him, AI Ran sighed in resignation. Ever since he had been coerced by a certain aging single woman to join the club, known as the Service Club, AI Ran had not experienced a single peaceful day. As a reincarnator, AI Ran was well aware of Yukino, she was none other than his former live's two-dimensional wife. Yet, whether it was due to his lengthy engagement with violence after becoming a Saiyan or the Saiyan genes that favored strong women, he found himself feeling only annoyance and a sense of stubbornness in the presence of Yukino. As for participating in club activities, AI Ran had absolutely no interest whatsoever. This was the 4th time Yukino had ambushed him. Though he had evaded her in the previous 3 instances, the absolutely correct Yukino, having accepted the request from teacher Hiratsuka, would undoubtedly fulfill her duty with diligence. Chapter 2. Yukino always speaks her mind. Yukino followed AI Ran closely, silently observing the man adorned with a gray hemp rope around his waist, and let out a sigh. AI Ran, I feel it is necessary to remind you once more. In the recent assessments, your deviation score was the lowest in the entire school. Aside from a few science subjects, your scores in other disciplines were all single digits. It is precisely for this reason that teacher Hiratsuka assigned you to the service club, so I could guide you at any time. I hope you do not disappoint her kindness. Moreover, you must take responsibility for your own future. AI Ran ignored Yukino, maintaining his pace as he continued towards the cafeteria. Yet, he could not suppress his inner thoughts. Learning? What a load of nonsense. He had not comprehended the lessons of his past life, and now he was expected to learn anew after being reincarnated. In his previous 16 years, he had diligently studied numerous subjects, such as murder, arson, and planetary annihilation. In the astonishment of the cafeteria staff, AI Ran purchased 30 servings of bread and bento in one go. As Yukino observed this, she furrowed her brow and gently poked his back with her finger, saying, AI Ran, if you have made plans to have lunch with someone, please enjoy your meal and come to the activity room alone afterward. Confused, AI Ran replied, I haven't made plans with anyone. Then why did you buy so much food? Can you finish it all by yourself? Wastefulness is a shameful act. Yukino gazed up at AI Ran, emphasizing the last few words. Not all this is merely enough for me to feel half full. However, it is unwise to eat too much for lunch. Since you are here, why not do me a favor? AI Ran flashed her a neighborly smile. Help me carry some of this, I can't manage it all alone. Minutes later, AI Ran and Yukino emerged from the cafeteria, carrying their spoils of the day. Yukino gazed at the 2 plastic bags filled with bento in her hands, somewhat bewildered. Was this lunch? In the mind of an ordinary person, such a quantity was far too much for a single individual to consume. Even those renowned for their large appetites could not possibly finish 30 servings in one sitting. Moreover, AI Ran had just claimed that this was merely enough to leave him half full. After leading AI Ran to the activity room, Yukino took her seat by the window and addressed AI Ran seriously. AI Ran, I understand your intentions. AI Ran looked at Yukino in utter confusion. What intentions did she think he had? As the student with the lowest grades in the school, and with an adorably charming girl like me tutoring you, it is natural for a boy in his adolescence to engage in peculiar behaviors to attract my attention. I can comprehend that, she continued in a flat tone. AI Ran was even more bewildered. Yukino continued to elucidate her thoughts in the most mundane of tones. While I understand your intentions, this is absolutely no justification for your wastefulness. Point 1 must harbor a fundamental respect for food. There are still countless individuals in the world who endure hunger. Therefore, I implore you to cease your foolish and ridiculous behavior, for it only serves to deepen my disdain for you. Yukino's voice carried no warmth as she fixed her gaze upon Aaron, unabashedly revealing her aversion to his actions. Aaron could not suppress a laugh. His interest piqued as he observed the girl before him. Although Aaron had known in his previous life that Yukino was a kind-hearted girl, lacking in social skills and utterly transparent about her thoughts. Her sharp tongue directed at him was still exceedingly amusing. I did not expect your imagination to be so vivid. This is the first time I have encountered someone who praises their own cuteness with such self-evidence, he remarked. It is a fact that I am indeed cute, Yukino Shida replied nonchalantly. If you were to receive countless love letters each day since elementary school, you would eventually find yourself ostracized by the female students of your entire school. My indoor shoes have been hidden 60 times, with 50 of those instances being orchestrated by girls, 5 by teachers, and 5 by a dog. After experiencing this, one can grasp the essence of their own excellence. Moreover, one becomes aware of the kind of exclusion that exceptional individuals encounter in this society. No one is perfect, hence, I resolved to establish this club. The service club was founded with the intention of aiding others in their transformation, thereby altering the world. Thus, there is no need for you to engage in those antics. I will undoubtedly save you, Aaron. As sunlight streamed through the window, illuminating Yukino Shida, Aaron perceived a hint of sanctity in her presence. However, the audible protests of Aaron's stomach, growling incessantly, shattered the atmosphere. Aaron shrugged. I find it difficult to explain my appetite, but I am quite famished at the moment. Regardless, I shall address my lunch in the activity room today. If you doubt me, you may observe from the sidelines. As for any interest in you, to be frank, you're not my type. If you were to seek a partner, Aaron preferred those with a more voluptuous figure. After all, one must not let hardship befall the children. With that, Aaron opened the first food container, casting a regretful glance at Yukino Shida's chest. Noticing Aaron's gaze, Yukino Shida crossed her arms and took a cautious step back. Huh, Aaron chuckled again. After a few bites of his meal, Aaron suddenly recalled a question he had long wished to ask. By the way, Yukino Shida, you mentioned that 5 times a dog hit your shoes. Pray, do elaborate. I find that quite intriguing. Yukino Shida remained silent. Chapter 3. Aaron, have you truly not fully evolved? The digestive system of a Saiyan resembles a large-capacity shredder. In a state of hunger, a Saiyan transforms into a veritable eating machine. The first bento vanished into Aaron's stomach within mere seconds, followed by the second and third. Yukino Shida Yukino, seated nearby, was utterly astounded. While it is true that the stomach possesses a certain elasticity and varies in capacity among individuals, even some competitive eaters can consume dozens of servings in one sitting. Those instances are confined to videos. In reality, who would eat in such a manner? It is not difficult to surmise that such a practice would undoubtedly harm one's health. What manner of creature is this boy? Or is it simply that I have had little interaction with boys, and thus remain unaware of the extent to which they have evolved? Yukino Shida gazed blankly at the boy across from her. For a full 20 minutes, Aaron ate incessantly, his empty bento boxes accumulating before him, towering to the extent that they obstructed Yukino Shida's view. Typically, one would first check if the food is at an appropriate temperature, blow on it, and then savor each bite before swallowing. But what on earth is happening with this man? He could devour a loaf of bread in a single bite, and 2 mouthfuls suffice to obliterate a bento. Did he even chew? Can he truly taste the food? Finally, after Aaron polished off the last morsel, he nodded in satisfaction. Though I'm only half full, the flavor of this food is quite delightful. During his previous 16 years on planet Vegeta, Aaron had scarcely tasted any decent food. After all, one cannot expect a band of bloodthirsty warriors to produce anything resembling proper cuisine. The Saiyan diet has always been exceedingly simple, encapsulated in 2 words: meat and fill me up. The cooking process is inconsequential, for raw food suffices. The type of meat is of little importance, as there are Saiyans who enjoy consuming aliens directly. However, quantity is paramount. It must be plentiful. As Aaron recovered the memories of his past life, he often felt an involuntary wave of nausea wash over him when reflecting on the previous 16 years. With this thought in mind, Aaron silently expressed his gratitude to his new employer. Though she may be a ruthless capitalist who exploits him to the bone, at the very least, she had brought him to Earth. Rather than continuing to linger on planet Vegeta, it would be preferable to descend directly into the underworld. At this moment, Yukino Shida. Yukino's voice interrupted AI Rant's musings. I apologize. I previously thought you were merely trying to show off and were prepared to waste food. I never expected. Mid-sentence, Yukino Shida faltered. Despite being a prodigious young lady, she found herself at a loss for words to describe AI Rand's earlier dining habits. Sensing her embarrassment, AI Rand nonchalantly replied, "There's no need for you to apologize. After all, my appetite is indeed rather extravagant. To avoid drawing attention, I used to eat alone on the rooftop during lunch. Is that so?" Suddenly, Yukino Shida's expression turned serious as she gazed intently at AI Rand. "I recall the rooftop door has always been locked. How did you manage to get up there?" "You mean that rusty lock?" "I simply tugged on it lightly, and it fell off. The dean even called me in to discuss it afterwards. However, after I explained, he forgave me and even granted me permission to use the rooftop freely from now on." Witnessing the disbelief on Yukino Shida's face, AI Rand recounted the details of that day in the office. Just a few days prior, AI Rand had been summoned to the dean's office for questioning. The dean pointed at the remnants of the rooftop door lock on the desk and demanded that he demonstrate once more how he had vandalized school property. Consequently, AI Rand twisted the iron rod sitting on the desk into a spiral. Upon witnessing this, the dean and the nearby teacher transformed from fearsome dragons into timid chicks. Although AI Rand has consistently ranked last in the school, he has never committed any wrongdoing. That I suppose his visit to the rooftop yesterday was merely an attempt to alleviate the recent academic pressures he has been facing. Sleeping in class? No problem. Our esteemed SBU high prioritizes students' mental health, and such behavior is entirely understandable. With this, AI Rand packed up the empty meal box he had just finished and prepared to dispose of it. He then turned to Yukino Shida and continued, "They said it was sufficient to just pay for the damages. They did not impose any further punishment on me." While he had long been aware of the unreliability of the teachers, he had not anticipated it would reach such a degree. That it seemed the name of SBU High had indeed fallen from grace. After witnessing the female teacher smoking, drinking, and physically assaulting students, and now allowing a modern-day gorilla to rampage through the school, Miss Yukino Shida felt exasperated. A once respectable school was rapidly becoming a zoo. If it continues like this, perhaps transferring schools would be the best option. With a sigh, Yukino Shida rose and inquired, "Have you been eating this much every day?" "Well, although I can only manage to eat until I'm half full, it's just enough to get me through until school is over." It appeared that AI Rand was indeed suffering from a significant ailment. Please remember, humans cannot consume such quantities at once. At this point, Yukino Shida hesitated. Was AI Rand truly human? Or was he a bipedal gorilla or some modern-day primate? A creature capable of devouring 30 portions of bento boxes and bread, yet only managing to feel half full. Was such a being still deserving of the title human? This topic certainly warranted further investigation. AI Rand gazed at the beautiful girl before him, a look of gratitude on his face. "That you've truly been a tremendous help today, Minister. How about joining me for lunch again tomorrow? My time is quite precious, and I cannot constantly squander it on replenishing the gorilla's food supply." Yukino Shida. Yukino tucked a strand of her black hair behind her ear, her gaze shifting away. "However, if you can consistently participate in club activities with sincerity, I might consider it." Chapter 4. Does purifying Dragon Balls require romance? Regarding Yukino Shida's request, AI Rand found it hard to object. After school, he continued on his path, heading directly to his apartment. It was now April 15th. On Monday, he had been here for exactly 15 days since his arrival, and had attended classes at SBU High for 10 days, yet he still had not managed to integrate into his surroundings. Observing the people and objects around him elicited a sensation that was both familiar and alien. The more vibrant the environment, the more pronounced this discord became. In his previous life, he had already surpassed 20 years of age. Wandering aimlessly through existence, after being struck by a large truck, it felt as though he had merely taken a nap, only to awaken as a monstrous killer. Memories from the past several years remained firmly etched in his mind. No matter how he tried to explain it away, he could not deny that the person in those memories was indeed himself. At 7 years old, he first accompanied a team to invade a planet with a population exceeding 100 billion. In just a few days, AI Rand, alongside several Saiyans, annihilated all living beings on that planet. Regardless of age or species, they exterminated every creature in their path. The thrill of slaughter ignited a fervor within him, and the exhilaration of battle coursed through his veins. The warrior's spirit and malevolence were ingrained in the Saiyan DNA, and from that moment on, AI Rand's lineage was irrevocably awakened. Even now, with the memories of his past life restored, Ailan found it impossible to resist the emotions inscribed in his genes. He had always yearned for combat and bloodshed. From the ages of 7 to 16, Ailan undertook countless missions, and the lives he had claimed numbered in the tens of billions. By 16, he possessed a combat power of 5,000, marking him as a prodigy even among Saiyans. Vegeta had once extended an olive branch to him. Yet, due to the pride and reserve characteristic of Saiyans, he had declined. Fortunately, Ailan had rejected Vegeta. Otherwise, he would not have had the chance to return to this world, which bore a remarkable resemblance to 99 of his previous life. Now, Ailan relished the sensation of walking alone on the street. With a mere tenth of the gravity of planet Vegeta, he felt as though he were treading upon clouds. The cherry blossoms lining the path perpetually cleansed his spirit, and the lingering scent of blood that had clung to his senses seemed to fade significantly. It must be acknowledged that while the scenery did not possess the beauty of the anime from his previous life, it still held a certain charm. Whenever cherry blossoms graced the screen in the anime, even the most lackluster visuals would instantly transform into high definition, if not ultra-high definition quality. Ailan couldn't help but ponder whether this was a mandatory standard here. Lost in thought, he had unwittingly wandered far, only to realize he had returned to his apartment. This was a high-end residence, consisting of 25 floors. Upon first arriving, Ailan had found the building strangely familiar. He had to admit, although the unscrupulous landlord continually exploited his labor, the accommodation and meals were quite satisfactory, far superior to the conditions under Frisia's regime. During his time in Frisia's army, Saiyans were required to bring their own rations when heading into battle. "I am back." Ailan pushed open the door to room 1508, calling out as per the landlord's instructions. After closing the door, a swirling mass of purple light appeared in the room, swiftly transforming into a girl with pink skin. The girl greeted Ailan enthusiastically. Hi, little Ran. You're back so early today." Ailan walked through the ethereal figure produced by the light, completely ignoring her peculiar nickname for him, unfazed by his disregard. The girl continued, "Did you find any contaminated Dragon Balls today?" Seated on the sofa, Ailan fell silent at her words and protested. "Lord Kaioshin of Time, how could I possibly find them so quickly? Moreover, you have yet to send me the Dragon Ball radar I requested. Even if you wish to assess my KPI, you must provide me with the necessary tools to accomplish the task." "Oh no, little Ran." The Kaioshin of Time's apparition floated before Ailan, adopting a playful tone as she replied, "The contaminated Dragon Balls have already found their hosts, so the radar is unable to locate them. However, I can confirm that all 7 Dragon Balls are indeed on this planet. Furthermore, peculiar occurrences will surely manifest around the hosts of the Dragon Balls. If you remain vigilant and attuned to your ki, you will undoubtedly uncover them." Hee. Ailan scoffed quietly. After all, she was a being several billion years old, yet she still acted like a young girl. This deity certainly possessed a peculiar sense of humor. "Little Ran, are you secretly calling me an old hag in your heart? Defaming a god incurs severe consequences. You know, for instance, one might end up as mere ashes, unable to reach even the depths of hell after death." The Kaioshin's voice, which was excessively adorable, conveyed chilling threats, prompting Ailan to promptly concede. "I apologize. I was wrong to speak ill of a deity in my thoughts." He then continued to inquire, "Lord Kaioshin of Time, if I locate the host of the Dragon Balls, what steps should I take to purify them? Should I annihilate them with a single energy blast, along with the host? Even though I have learned to sense energy from you, my fighting power is merely over 5,000. If an enemy like a 1-star dragon were to appear, it is likely that I would be reduced to ashes without you even needing to intervene. Fear not, Saiyanian. This is your first mission as a time patrol officer. Thus, I shall not require you to engage in battle. It suffices to purify the Dragon Balls using the positive energy generated by love." Is that not exceedingly simple? Love? Ailan already felt that something was amiss. What love? Romantic love, perhaps? Indeed, Saiyanian, you are quite astute. Based on my observations throughout the River of Time, Saiyans generate sufficient positive energy once they experience love. Upon hearing the Kaioshin of Time's explanation, Ailan instinctively protested, "Impossible, absolutely impossible. I am a Saiyan, the mightiest warrior race in the universe. How could I possibly engage in romance with a human? However, according to my observations, your race, the Saiyans, not only possesses a remarkable propensity for combat, but also seems to have an innate talent for living off others. Who informed you of that? Be cautious, for I may accuse you of slander." Chapter 5. The sins committed must be shouldered alone in the face of AI Rand's protests. The Kaishin of Time chose to disregard them entirely. She abandoned her previously demure demeanor and looked at AI Rand with solemnity, stating, Xyranian, there is something I must remind you of. You do not have the option to refuse my mission. If you truly wish to abstain from execution, you will have no choice but to return to the underworld to atone for your sins, ultimately erasing your memories and reincarnating. What kind of heartless employer would impose such an oppressive labor contract? To refuse work is to face death. This is akin to the treatment of those unfortunate souls deceived into servitude in northern Myanmar in a past life. AI Rand, filled with indignation, questioned, then why did you save me before? Is the position of Time Patrol officer so vacant? Not at all. In the original timeline, you were destined to perish at the hands of Frisia. I was near planet Vegeta to ascertain the safety of a Saiyan infant who had fled to the North Galaxy. He is the key to the future world. However, before planet Vegeta's complete annihilation, I suddenly noticed a significant reduction in the malevolent energy surrounding you. While you still harbor an evil heart, a glimmer of light emerged amidst the darkness. Thus, this mission is not solely to purify the Dragon Balls. It is also to cleanse your own heart. You must live in this world as an ordinary human. The sins you have committed, regardless of when, must ultimately be shouldered by you alone. Upon hearing the Kaishin of Time's profound words, Ailan fell silent. In truth, over the past decade, he merely lacked the memories of his previous life. Moreover, Ailan was certain that he was still himself back then. The one who committed murder and arson was himself. The one who blindly trusted in power was also himself. The one who lost his humanity was undeniably himself. Even now, having regained his memories, Ailan felt no discomfort for having taken so many lives. Each day continued as it always had, with meals and drinks as per usual. This is the way of the Saiyan. None felt anything amiss. The survival law of the universe is a simple one. The weak are devoured by the strong. What is wrong with the strong annihilating the weak? Even the Saiyans themselves were nearly exterminated by Frisia in an instant. Prior to this moment, Ailan had always thought this way. Therefore, upon arriving in this peaceful world, he felt a profound sense of dissonance. Suddenly, Ailan was struck by a chilling realization. Why was he able to so naturally regard slaughter and death? Why did he feel no remorse after taking so many lives? He sank into profound self-doubt, questioning whether he was now Saiyan Ailan or merely the reclusive earthling Ailan. Time passed, and he suddenly felt a wave of dizziness wash over him. Struggling against the urge to vomit, Ailan looked towards the Kaishin of Time, rasping, I accept this mission. Seeing Ailan no longer resist the task, the Kaishin of Time nodded approvingly, her demeanor returning to that of a cheerful young girl. In a lively tone, she proclaimed, Excellent, Xyranian. I believe you will surely accomplish this mission. However, I must remind you of a few more things. First, you must not kill indiscriminately as you did before. Second, do not sever your tail simply out of convenience. I have stored some divine energy within it, and our communication is possible because of that energy. Of course, that is merely one of its purposes. It has even greater significance in critical moments. Well then, we have discussed enough for today. Xyranian, be sure to fulfill your mission and live as an ordinary human during this time. Farewell. With that, the illusion vanished from the room. Once the Kaishin departed, Ailan collapsed onto the sofa like a lifeless fish, burying himself deep into the cushions as he murmured, Must I bear my own sins alone? Gurgle, gurgle, gurgle. Ailan's stomach voiced a loud protest. Forget it. I should eat first. A hungry Saiyan cannot think clearly. The next day, Ailan, as usual, dozed off at his desk at school. Just as he was lost in slumber, a loud knocking echoed on the table. Bang, bang, bang. Dazed, Ailan lifted his head to find an irate older girl standing before him. Hey, you little brat, how was your rest? Sleeping until the afternoon dismissal. You certainly have some nerve. Hiratsuka Shizen clenched her fists, ready to deliver a punch of annihilation to awaken this little brat if he failed to provide a satisfactory explanation. Sorry, I've been a bit preoccupied these past couple of nights that I'll pay more attention next time. Ailan's response was somewhat dismissive, yet it was the truth. The Kaishin of Time had declared the dragon radar useless and lacking a detector. Ailan had to start from scratch in learning to sense energy. Although Saiyans are naturally adept at using energy, they cannot sense it without systematic training. Observing Ailan's nonchalant demeanor, Hiratsuka Shizen sighed in exasperation. You little brat, come with me. All right. Ailan slowly rose to his feet. only to realize he was not the only one being summoned to the office. The classmate with dead fish eyes stood behind Hiratsuka Shizun, looking utterly despondent. Chapter 6. Hikigaya Hachiman has arrived. Youth is a deceit, a sin. In short, may all the happy-go-lucky individuals explode. In the office, Hiratsuka Shizun, donned in a white coat with a cigarette dangling from her lips, was loudly reading aloud from a piece of paper. Upon finishing the last word, a dangerous glint flickered in her eyes. Hey, Hikigaya, can you tell me what this is? Reflecting on high school life. Hikigaya Hachiman, the despondent student standing before Hiratsuka Shizun, weakly replied. His disheveled hair trembled with fear, yet despite his trepidation, he mustered the courage to say, I believe this closely reflects my own high school experience. However, midway through his statement, Hikigaya Hachiman abruptly halted as Hiratsuka Shizun's fist hovered mere centimeters from his abdomen. Ailan watched with keen interest. He had only seen such scenes in anime before. Now, witnessing the live-action version was exhilarating. Yet, he couldn't remain a bystander for long. As trouble soon approached, Hiratsuka Shizun managed to suppress her anger momentarily and turned her gaze toward Ailan. I can understand why a slacker like Hikigaya would be this way. But Ailan, why haven't you written anything? Since transferring here, you haven't submitted a single assignment. I also inquired with Yukino yesterday, and it turns out you haven't participated in any club activities. Do you have some objection to me? Hikigaya's dead fish eyes subtly scrutinized the transfer student who had joined after him. Though they wore the same school uniform, this guy's attire was rather peculiar. What kind of person uses a coarse gray rope as a belt? The white shirt barely concealed his muscular build, and he bore an exceptionally fierce expression. This fellow must be a notorious delinquent. Upon this realization, Hikigaya unconsciously took a step back. Upon hearing Hiratsuka's inquiry, Ailan instinctively uttered the standard response of a Saiyan when confronted with such matters. Humph, as if I would squander my time on such trivialities. After speaking, Ailan was taken aback. Habits can truly be perilous. The god of time had sent him to this school not only to seek the Dragon Balls, but also to reintegrate into human society. However, he had no time to ponder further, as Hiratsuka's iron fist was already hurtling toward his abdomen. What a feeble attack. Ailan silently scoffed. He then enveloped Hiratsuka's fist with his hand. It must be said. By human standards, this punch was not bad at all. Holding Hiratsuka's hand, Ailan nonchalantly remarked, Apologies, I'm just accustomed to speaking this way. I will complete this assignment for you later, and as for the club activities, I shall participate soon. Hiratsuka sighed. Well, I suppose. She could see that Ailan seemed not to have had enough rest. At 16, boys are often overflowing with hormones and difficult to manage, and it would not do to press the issue. After a moment's thought, she extinguished her cigarette and stood up, saying, You too, follow me. At that moment, Hikigaya appeared to be as meek as a chick, yet internally, he was in turmoil. What did I just witness? A delinquent student clashing with a delinquent teacher. Should I follow them? Am I at risk of being silenced? Ailan glanced at Hikigaya and smiled, patting his shoulder. Let us go. You wouldn't want to bear Hiratsuka-sensei's iron fist. Would you, big teacher? Big teacher. My name is Hikigaya Hachiman. Ailan shrugged. My apologies. It's just that the teacher just read your masterpiece and found it quite interesting. Hence, this is my term of endearment for you. Hikigaya Hachiman. Hiratsuka led the two to the door of the service club classroom. The door was closed but unlocked. With a swift motion, she opened it, announcing loudly, Hey, Yukino-shida. Inside the classroom, a sigh echoed. Hiratsuka-sensei, I believe I mentioned that you should knock before entering. Hiratsuka dismissed this with a wave. Well, you were just too slow. Do take note next time. Haha, not only did I bring Ailan here, but I also brought you a new club member. Upon hearing Hiratsuka's words, Yukino-shida shifted her gaze to Ailan, who obediently entered the classroom and sat across from her, pulling out several books whose characters he could barely recognize. Although it was unclear why Ailan was being so well-behaved today, Yukino-shida, already prepared for her fifth attempt to capture Ailan, nodded in satisfaction. So, the somewhat daft man standing beside Hiratsuka is our new club member? Hikigaya, who was staring blankly at Yukino-shida, suddenly jolted. A club? He asked, puzzled. Hey, when did I say I wanted to join this club? Hiratsuka raised her fist, smiling at Hikigaya, her friendly demeanor concealing an ominous aura. Oh, do you have any objections? And no? Hikigaya averted his gaze, having already succumbed to Hiratsuka's intimidating presence. As you can see, this fellow's personality is as dreadful as his gaze. and correcting his twisted character is my task. Yukino Shida crossed her arms, eyeing Hikigaya warily. I must decline. Being stared at with such lewd eyes makes me feel utterly uncomfortable. Besides, our club already has one underdeveloped primate. We cannot afford to add another lecher. It would place me in significant danger. Underdeveloped primate. Hiratsuka looked at AI Ran with curiosity at that moment. AI Ran was scratching his head in frustration, unable to comprehend the unfamiliar characters before him. Suddenly hearing Yukino Shida's remark, he protested, "Hey, can you not involve me in this?" Chapter 7. The first Dragon Ball on Yukino Shida. So, Yukino Shida, as you can see, your service club now has 2 members. Hikigaya has some issues with his mindset. While AI Ran, Hiratsuka trailed off, finding it difficult to assess AI Ran. After observing him for half a month, she realized that he had numerous problems that were hard to critique. Orphaned and lacking basic life knowledge. It was unclear from which mountain he had descended. He ate voraciously, possessed great strength, and yet his intellect seemed lacking, all the while exhibiting an air of condescension that it was hard to imagine how AI Ran would genuinely integrate into society in the future. However, to her surprise, Yukino Shida did not seem to reject him outright and appeared quite determined to assist AI Ran. They would likely get along splendidly, Hiratsuka mused, only to see Yukino Shida, with a troubled expression, say, "Hiratsuka-sensei, that Hikigaya's lecherous gaze makes me feel that admitting him to the club would be very risky. Do not worry," Hiratsuka replied with complete assurance. Hikigaya has a decent grasp of risk assessment and would not act inappropriately. Besides, AI Ran will be there to help, right? Since Hiratsuka-sensei had said so, Yukino Shida hesitated a moment before continuing. Very well, I will take on this task. Upon receiving her affirmative reply, Hiratsuka waved her hand. Then I entrust them to you. Do ensure you get along well. With that, she turned and departed. The classroom fell into silence at this point. AI Ran had already laid his head on the desk. The books were utterly unreadable to him. He had managed to stay awake for 5 minutes this time, which he considered a monumental achievement. He squinted his eyes, continuing to hone his senses. In his perception, Hikigaya's aura was dispirited yet gentle, while the presence of Hiratsuka lurking outside was notably stronger and more intense than that of an average person. Suddenly, AI Ran frowned. Yukino Shida's aura was as pure and white as her name, subtly radiating warmth. However, as his perception deepened, he detected a hint of malevolence within her aura that it seemed he must participate in more club activities. This sensation likely stemmed from the tainted aura of the Dragon Balls. Hikigaya pulled up a chair, distancing himself from AI Ran and Yukino Shida, twisting slightly in search of comfort. May I inquire what kind of club this is? The service club, Yukino Shida replied, her tone as cold and detached as ever. The service club. Hikigaya's expression soured slightly. The name sounded rather suggestive. Seemingly reading Hikigaya's thoughts, Yukino Shida cast him a sidelong glance, coolly stating, "Is that the only kind of thought that occupies your mind? Such a base interest, dead fish-eyed boy. Well, considering the name is indeed." Hikigaya rubbed the back of his head, not particularly bothered by Yukino Shida's sharp tongue. So, Yukino-shisan, what is the main activity of this service club? You might want to take a guess, she offered. What we are currently doing is a club activity. Hikigaya immediately replied, sitting and reading? A study club? Yukino Shida sighed. That's my fault. I should not have held any expectations for you. At this moment, AI Ran, resting on the desk, began to groan. The affluent extend their benevolence to the impoverished. This is what is termed philanthropy. Of course, these were the words of the former president to me. My understanding of the club is that it serves as a pro bono multi-service agency. Yet despite not charging any fees, we still have no clients. Your understanding is simply too superficial, AI Ranka. Given your underdeveloped brain, it's quite commendable that you grasp this much, Yukino Shida remarked, unknowingly rising to her feet, her arms crossed as she looked down at Hikigaya. Welcome to the service club, and welcome aboard. Hikigaya-kun. Aaron slightly tilted her face, which was originally buried between her arms, revealing one eye as she gazed at Yukino Shida and Hikigaya. Although Yukino Shida uttered words of welcome, the tone was undeniably suspect. Was it genuine or feigned? Since Hiratsuka-sensei has entrusted you to me, I shall diligently rectify Hikigaya's errors while also endeavoring to enhance Aaron's academic performance. You may thank me for that. Hikigaya rolled his eyes, feeling quite displeased. You. Of all people, I know it sounds odd, but I am quite exceptional. In the school's mock exams, I ranked second in the humanities, and my appearance is not too shabby either. Aside from lacking a girlfriend and friends, I am fundamentally outstanding. Meanwhile, Aaron, overhearing Hikaya's words, buried his face once more. He felt he had no qualification to partake in such a conversation among top students, deeming it far more crucial to contemplate the aura emanating from Yukinoshita. How could he coax the Dragon Ball from her? And how does one generate positive energy? Perhaps he should consult the King of Time upon his return. Yukinoshita's expression turned cold. What is so commendable about being second in school? I understand now. It's precisely your awkward disposition that has left you friendless. Yukinoshita, if I recall correctly, you've been solitary as well. Haven TU, the illustrious flower of SBU High, the flawless and correct Yukinoshita Yukino. A paragon of multifaceted genius with boundless charm and an icy demeanor. Even if Hikigaya was oblivious to the matters concerning girls, rumors about her continued to reach his ears. Such an exceptional individual. Never befriending anyone within SBU High piqued his curiosity immensely. It is because I am too outstanding, Yukinoshita replied matter-of-factly, gradually approaching the window. Yet, the world is peculiar. The more exceptional one is, the more one faces exclusion. Such a phenomenon seems rather unreasonable. Hence, I aspire to establish this club, to initiate change within each individual, ultimately transforming this world. She lifted her gaze towards the window, tucking a strand of hair behind her ear. At that moment, Aaron's eyes coincidentally met hers. Sunlight illuminated the girl's face, momentarily halting even the breath of a straightforward young man like him. Chapter 8. Change is the first step to self-redemption with Hikaya's involvement. The narrative appeared to be falling into place. Yukinoshita and Hikigaya began to argue vehemently. Outside the door, Hiratsuka Shizuka was likely eavesdropping with a smile on her face. Aaron, however, had no interest in such matters. He squinted his eyes, attuning himself to Yukinoshita's aura. It had become increasingly evident that the tainted Dragon Ball resided within her. That malevolent energy was not something a human could possess. And as Yukinoshita's emotions fluctuated, that aura constantly shifted as well. Yukinoshita Yukino remained as haughty as ever. Although her face was not visible, Aaron could envision her expression. To converse with a girl like me means you can converse with most people. Hasn't that been slightly adjusted? How confident can you be? Hikigaya retorted, speechless. Just as their argument reached a stalemate, Hiratsuka Shizuka pushed the door open and entered. Yukinoshita, I must interrupt. It seems the prospects for correcting Hikigaya's behavior are not looking too bright. Upon hearing this, Hikigaya expressed his discontent. Correcting? I merely wish to avoid others prying into my true nature. That is distinctly avoidance, Yukinoshita countered. Isn't change merely a form of evasion from the present state? Why can't one affirm their present and past selves? Such a stance resolves nothing, and no one can find salvation. After listening to their debate, Hiratsuka Shizuka raised her hand to interject. Now, both of you should calm down. Since time immemorial, when the righteousness of both parties clashes, it has become a convention in shonen manga to settle matters through competition. Aaron quipped from the side. Do they really need to compete to determine superiority? Isn't it obvious? Shooting a sharp glare at Aaron, Hiratsuka Shizuka continued. Thus, let us hold a contest within this club. Whoever can best serve others shall win, and the victor may issue any command to the other. Yukinoshita crossed her arms and stepped back. I refused. I feel a significant danger in facing this man. That is prejudice. Sophomores aren't fixated on lewd thoughts all the time. Indeed. And let us not forget the unfortunate salarymen who are perpetually burdened with work. Aaron quietly echoed in his mind. Hiratsuka Shizuka adeptly interrupted the two. Yukinoshita, you're not afraid of losing, are you? It was a blatant provocation, but I accept it. With that, Yukinoshita turned to Aaron and inquired, will you participate? Aaron, without raising his head, lazily replied, I'd rather not. That I'm quite busy and want to partake in such trivial matters. That's not permissible. The Servitude Club must foster team spirit, and everyone must participate. Hiratsuka Shizuka interjected. Fine. If I have the time, I'll join, but I have some matters to attend to today, so I'll take my leave. See you tomorrow. With that, Aaron rose, slung his backpack over his shoulder, and headed for the door. Watching Aaron's retreating figure, Hiratsuka Shizuka sighed. Compared to Hikigaya, Aaron's personality issues were far more complex, though his demeanor seemed to have changed significantly during this period. Hiratsuka Shizuka, drawing from her life experience, sensed that he had not truly transformed at all. His current attitude was merely a reflection of his desire to avoid social interaction. Hiratsuka Shizuka involuntarily recalled their first meeting. His gaze then was entirely devoid of humanity. Upon leaving the school, Aaron sought an isolated corner and took flight, propelling himself at full speed towards his residence back. Upon returning home, Aaron recited the agreement made with the King of Time, as expected. No sooner had he spoken than the apparition of the king appeared within the room. "Little Aaron, you've come to find me so soon? Do you miss me?" "Not at all." Aaron seated himself upon the sofa, addressing the King of Time. "Today, I discovered the trace of a Dragon Ball. What must I do to extract and purify it from a human body?" "Ah, you truly are remarkable, having detected the first Dragon Ball so swiftly." The King of Time playfully feigned innocence. Observing this, Aaron rolled his eyes. "Your Majesty, could we skip the pleasantries? I need a concrete method to purify that Dragon Ball." "Do I really need to fall in love to purify the 7 Dragon Balls?" Abandoning her playful demeanor, the King of Time pondered for a moment before responding earnestly. "At present, little Aaron, you are not yet capable. Extracting the Dragon Ball from within a human body, as well as the subsequent purification, necessitates sufficient positive energy. These require a kind heart. However, given your current circumstances, it is utterly unattainable." Aaron was left stunned. "What shall I do then? Even upon finding it, I cannot extract or purify it. This task is exceedingly burdensome. Do not fret, little Aaron. First, you must live well as a human. Of course, love is the sole means through which Saiyans can generate positive energy. However, you must also remain vigilant regarding those hosts. The tainted Dragon Ball's presence may lead to undesirable consequences." Aaron sighed, waving his hand at the King of Time. "All right, I understand. You may take your leave now." The King of Time muttered in displeasure. "Honestly, do you treat me as a mere convenient tool?" With that, she vanished from the room. After a while, Aaron slowly approached the window, gazing at the scenery outside, murmuring to himself, "Without change, no problem can be resolved, and no one can attain salvation." Chapter 9. The sudden anomaly. Ailan sat cross-legged on her bed. Her eyes closed as she attuned herself to the world, seeking any signs of unusual energy. Yet, her efforts proved futile. No matter how she looked at it, this was nothing more than an ordinary day in a commonplace world. Suddenly, Ailan seemed to sense something, opening her eyes and scratching her head. "No wonder this building feels familiar. Yukino lives right across from me. It truly is the case of the darkness beneath the lamp. My proximity blinded me to it. Clearly, my training still has much room for improvement." With that, Ailan shifted her entire focus onto Yukino, who was now the host of the Dragon Ball, and she could not afford any mishaps. This was crucial for whether she could make a wish in the end. With that thought, Ailan found herself lost in imagination. What would she wish for if given the chance? Just past 8 o'clock. In room 1507 of the same building, Yukino had finished her evening routine and changed into her pajamas. The white spaghetti-strap nightgown had one strap slipping down her shoulder, revealing a large expanse of her smooth skin. However, she paid it no mind, as she was alone and felt secure in her surroundings. Sitting on the sofa, she held a cat magazine, while a pre-recorded anime featuring Mr. Pan played on the television. This was her nth time watching that particular series. A devoted cat lover, she adored all creatures bearing the name cat. So, was it accurate to say that a panda is merely an oversized cat? As time passed, the indoor temperature gradually began to drop. The cold caused Yukino to shiver involuntarily. She wrapped herself in a blanket and muttered, "It's already April. Is winter not over yet?" Yet, the temperature continued to decline, plummeting below 10 degrees within just a few minutes. Unable to endure the chill any longer in her thin attire, Yukino stood up to turn on the air conditioning. Suddenly, a portal-like light curtain materialized in the living room of the apartment. The moment the curtain appeared, it radiated a bone-chilling cold, instantly freezing the room, and it unleashed a powerful gravitational pull toward Yukino, threatening to consume her entirely. At that moment, Yukino's face turned pale as the cold slowed her thoughts to a crawl, rendering her unable to move or make a sound. In just a matter of seconds, she could no longer hold on and teetered on the brink of unconsciousness. In her final moment of despair, as she closed her eyes, the door to room 1507 was kicked open by a tremendous force, and Ailan burst in. "Yukino!" Ailan exclaimed as she scooped her into an embrace. "So warm." Yukino murmured softly before succumbing to unconsciousness, in a small world filled with ice and snow. "Ugh, Yukino let out a soft groan as she slowly awakened from her stupor. Bewildered, she gazed at the sky. Feeling disoriented, just moments ago, she had been in her apartment. How had she ended up here? At that moment, a voice reached her ears. Well, you're awake. To be frozen to the point of unconsciousness yet wake up after merely 2 hours. Minister, your constitution is quite impressive. Upon hearing that voice, Yukino bolted upright, tightening her black coat, warily scanning the direction of the sound. Only when she recognized AI Ran did she relax slightly, though anxiety quickly returned. AI Ran, where are we? What just happened? Dressed only in a white shirt, AI Ran sat beside Yukino and replied, I can't say for certain, but we can now confirm that we are no longer on Earth. After all, there are no ice tundras filled with malevolent energy on Earth. Yukino? AI Ran's words had surpassed her understanding. What did it mean to be not on Earth? And what was this malevolent energy? Ignoring Yukino's expression, AI Ran continued. To manifest something akin to a portal is truly bizarre for a Dragon Ball. Recalling the light curtain that had appeared in her apartment, Yukino inquired, AI Ran, what exactly was that glowing circle? At that moment, a gust of cold wind swept through, causing Yukino's voice to tremble slightly. Although she was a delicate flower, suddenly facing such a situation made it impossible for her not to feel fear. Observing her state, AI Ran felt a sense of helplessness. Humans on Earth were far too fragile that it seemed imperative to find a way back quickly, as the environment posed a significant danger to Yukino. In the midst of Yukino's astonished gaze, AI Ran released the tail that had been coiled around her waist, cradling it in her arms as she began to chant, Lord Kai of Time. Can you hear my voice? The power you bestowed upon me should be useful now. Beside her, Yukino was utterly stunned, though she had previously asked AI Ran whether she had yet to fully evolve. Witnessing AI Ran produce a tail left her completely flabbergasted. So, the Great Monkey King actually has a tail. AI Ran, what are you doing now? Perhaps due to the incredible experiences of the day. Yukino's capacity for acceptance had dramatically increased. With a serious expression, AI Ran held the tail tightly, calmly responding to Yukino, summoning, Yukino? In that moment, Yukino felt as though her worldview, meticulously built over the past decade, had crumbled entirely. Chapter 10, must stay for a year before leaving. AI Ran held her tail and prayed for over 10 minutes. However, there was no response. Yukino, meanwhile, was at a loss for words. Had it not been for the extraordinary events of the day, she would surely have thought AI Ran was suffering from delusions. Moreover, her physical state was deteriorating, clad in a thin nightgown and draped in AI Ran's school uniform. She was ill-equipped to withstand the frigid temperatures plunging below -10 degrees. As time wore on, AI Ran began to grow impatient. Where was the divine power that the third-rate deity promised to have stored in my tail for emergencies? Why was there not a single reaction? As soon as AI Ran voiced her complaint, a pink light orb emerged from her tail, rapidly coalescing into the form of the Kai of Time. Little AI Ran, I can't hear you. Were you speaking ill of the deities behind my back? At this rate, you will inevitably face divine retribution. You shall descend into hell. The Kai of Time began her comedic tirade upon appearing. But AI Ran decisively interrupted her, gesturing toward Yukino, Lord Kai of Time. This is Yukino, the host of the Dragon Ball. A few hours ago, an anomaly appeared beside her, and we were transported to this world by a portal. Is there any way for us to return? The Kai of Time leaned forward, giving Yukino a cursory examination. Hi. Hello. I am Kai of Time. I sense that you possess a kind heart. Hello, Lord Kai of Time. Yukino replied, offering a slight nod. Yet, her mind was in turmoil. She had just encountered a new term, host of the Dragon Ball. What did that mean? Furthermore, the girl before her was a genuine deity. Yukino had far too many questions. But she felt this was not the right moment to inquire. All right, let's skip the unnecessary pleasantries. Lord Kai of Time, please find a way to send us back to Earth. Humans cannot endure for long in such an environment. Noticing the urgency in AI Ran's tone, Kane smiled knowingly. Oh, little AI Ran is showing concern for humans now. What monumental progress. AI Ran turned her head away. TCH, the polluted Dragon Ball is lodged within her. She must not encounter any mishaps before the mission is complete. Very well, Kane replied, her enigmatic smile reappearing as she ceased to argue with AI Ran and began to survey the icy tundra surrounding them. Transitioning into a professional demeanor, the Kai of Time's expression turned serious. After a while, Kane addressed AI Ran. This is an alternate space, akin to the hyperbolic time chamber used by deities, based on my experience. The entity residing within Yukino is a tainted 3-star ball that if you wish to exit, there are only 2 options. Upon hearing that there was a way to leave, AI Ran eagerly questioned, "What are the options?" Kane cast a glance at AI Ran, who had interrupted him, and continued, "The first method involves forcibly extracting the 3-star ball from Yukino Yukinoshida's body. Once you defeat the 3-star dragon, you can leave immediately. However, the combat power of the 3-star dragon is likely to surpass that of the Super Saiyan 3 I mentioned earlier." As he spoke, Kane paused momentarily, making a face of disdain as if looking at trash. Before glancing at AI Ran, the implication of his unfinished sentence was clear. Someone with a mere combat power of 5,000 had no right to stand before such a formidable opponent. At that moment, AI Ran's face flushed with embarrassment. How could a third-rate deity, devoid of any combat prowess, look down upon him? Yet, he remained as meek as a quail, not only because he was currently in need of assistance, but also due to his own frustration at his powerlessness. Listening to AI Ran's thoughts and observing his expression, Kane nodded. Despite the fact that this Saiyan often displayed an arrogant demeanor towards him, ever since he had rescued AI Ran on planet Vegeta, AI Ran's malevolent heart had gradually begun to wane. Things were developing in a positive direction. Without keeping AI Ran in suspense any longer, Kane revealed the second method. The alternative is to remain here quietly for a year. Once the time is fulfilled, a portal will reappear, allowing you to return. What? Stay for a whole year? Given Yukino's current condition, surviving even a single day seemed like an insurmountable challenge. How could that be possible? At this moment, Yukino's eyes dimmed as despair washed over her. Not only could she hardly endure the present, but the thought of her parents and sister worrying about her disappearance for an entire year was unbearable. She could not dare to contemplate it further. Kane, who could read minds, gazed gently at Yukino and softly reassured her, "Do not worry. AI Ran will find a way to ensure your survival. Though my abilities are limited, I will assist in any way I can. Moreover, this place resembles a spiritual time chamber. Although the flow of time here is unstable, a year spent within will only equate to a few hours outside. Certainly not exceeding a day." Hearing the Supreme Kai's comforting words, Yukino's previously despondent mood began to shift, albeit her anxiety about the future remained. Nonetheless, a glimmer of hope for restoring normalcy emerged. Xiao Ranran. "I am the deity of time. Due to certain rules, I cannot interfere significantly during the purification of the Dragon Balls. Therefore, shortly, I can only provide you with some warm clothing and a senza bean. I apologize for being able to offer so little at this moment." Observing Kane's apologetic expression, AI Ran waved his hand dismissively, saying, "This is already sufficient. Thank you, Supreme Kai." Chapter 11. The beginning of a year of solitude in a cave sheltered from the wind in the icy tundra. AI Ran and Yukino would spend the night. Rather than a cave, it was more akin to a larger recess in the stone wall, barely accommodating 2 individuals, mere minutes after the apparition of the Kai of Time had vanished. Yukino's clothing and the senza bean were transported. Indeed, the garments were originally Yukino's winter attire, though how Kane managed to procure them remained a mystery when the clothes and senza bean first arrived. AI Ran could not help but murmur a sarcastic remark about the third-rate deity that it was worth noting that the Dragon Ball universe possessed the miraculous capsule technology. A few storage capsules could have resolved their predicament instantly. Clearly, the Supreme Kai of Time could not exert much influence over the purification of the Dragon Balls. As Yukino carefully laid down some dried moss and soft grass on the cave's rocky interior, creating a small separation, she felt a twinge of oddity. Why was she inexplicably cohabiting with a man in a cave tonight? Though AI Ran did not appear to be a peculiar individual, she still felt a sense of unease. Wait, could AI Ran even be considered human? The Saiyans, while resembling humans in nearly every aspect aside from their tails, had demonstrated capabilities such as flight and the ability to unleash devastating energy blasts. This made Yukino uncertain about whether AI Ran could still be classified as a carbon-based life form. As she worked, Yukino's mind wandered through thoughts of deities, extraterrestrials, and the Dragon Balls, concepts that indeed required considerable time to comprehend and digest. "The barrier has been set," AI Ran. Yukino's tone, although still frosty, betrayed a hint of warmth beneath the moonlight, causing her ears to flush slightly. This scene resembled a wife urging her husband to retire for the night. Shaking off her bewildering thoughts, Yukino attempted to maintain a calm demeanor as she addressed AI Ran outside. "You should rest early. There is much to be done tomorrow, building a shelter, searching for food. All right, you sleep inside, and I'll take the entrance. If anything seems amiss during the night, just call my name. Ailan fixed his gaze on the fire burning at the cave's mouth, which he had conjured using his key blast. Watching the solitary figure of his companion, who would share a year of solitude with him, Yukino found her sleep elusive as she lay upon the soft grass. Thank you for today. Had I arrived in this world alone, I might have met a silent demise. There is no need to thank me. My mission is to purify the Dragon Ball within you. Until that task is complete, I will ensure your safety. Upon hearing Ailan's straightforward rejection of her gratitude, Yukino's brows furrowed slightly. This man consistently pushed others away, instinctively isolating himself. Looking at Ailan, Yukino couldn't help but liken him to an untrained stray cat, perpetually wary and resistant to the people and circumstances around him. She unconsciously asked, "Could you tell me about your past?" "My past is of little consequence," Ailan replied calmly. He was reluctant to revisit the last several years of his life, having merely existed as a reclusive individual in a peaceful world, only to now find himself transformed into a ruthless overlord. He felt as though he were experiencing a form of identity crisis. The brutality coursing through his veins urged him to revel in destruction. Yet his former worldview constantly reminded him of the horror of such actions. Observing Yukino's puzzled expression, Ailan decided to shift the conversation. "Director, I noticed you, like me, tended to be solitary at school. It seems you must not have many friends there." The moment the words left his mouth, Ailan realized he had misspoken. At this stage, how could Yukino possibly have friends? After a moment of silence, Yukino responded, as Ailan had anticipated, "Friends. First, one must define what constitutes a friend." But Ailan suddenly sensed an endearing quality emanating from Yukino. "What is so amusing?" Yukino's expression grew increasingly stiff. "Nothing. It's just that your insistence on defining your lack of friends struck me as somewhat adorable. However, I must admit to being curious. Based solely on appearances, you certainly do not resemble someone without friends." Ailan stretched and opened up the conversation. "Indeed, I have been rather cute since childhood. But this has also meant that all the boys who approached me did so out of mere infatuation, not genuine affection." Yukino recalled her childhood experiences of being bullied and felt her demeanor cool once more. Ailan chuckled. "Yukino, you really are something else." Yet, her matter-of-fact declaration of her own cuteness suggested a rather intense level of self-absorption. Yukino huffed in defiance. "Humph. Ailan has no right to call me awkward. You, who never interact with others at school and merely sleep all the time." With that, she turned her back, indicating a disinterest in continuing the conversation. "Have you fallen asleep?" Ailan mumbled to himself a question, but upon receiving no response, he lay down on the soft moss he had prepared beneath the snow. The cold wind howled fiercely outside the cave. Thus began the year-long solitude for the two of them. Chapter 12. An unreliable beginning. In a haze between sleep and wakefulness, Ailan felt a warm body entwining him like an octopus. He slightly opened one eye. Indeed, even though they were sheltered in this windbreak cave, it had been quite cold last night. It was only natural for the girl to instinctively cling to him for warmth, especially since the cave entrance was closer to the fire. However, upon closer inspection, Yukino was genuinely adorable. Observing this girl who had used his chest as a pillow, Ailan couldn't help but smile at her peaceful sleeping face. Glancing outside, he noted that dawn had fully arrived. He then cleared his throat gently, startling the girl resting on him, and promptly shut his eyes again, feigning sleep. With his eyes closed, Ailan felt that while Yukino was indeed thin, she was surprisingly soft. Upon awakening, Yukino realized she had been tightly hugging Ailan. She gasped and hurriedly retreated deeper into the cave. Yet, the confined space did not allow for much movement. Ouch! She accidentally bumped into the stone wall. It hurt. Tears welled up in Yukino's eyes from the pain as she gently rubbed the back of her head. Noticing that the man before her showed no signs of waking, she quickly lowered her voice and movements, carefully crawling out of the cave. Although the previous incident was quite embarrassing, Ailan's continued slumber suggested it might not be so bad after all. As Yukino stealthily slipped out of the cave like a thief, Ailan suppressed a chuckle. Though he was tempted to wake up and tease her, he decided against it, considering her delicate sensibilities. "Ailan, you are finally awake." Yukino sat quietly on a rock not far from the cave entrance, casting a glance at Ailan as he emerged. That moment, the memory of last night's accidental embrace flooded back. causing her cheeks to flush slightly. It must be because I always slept hugging Mr. Pan at home. Yes, AI Ran must have been mistaken for Pan. In a rush, Yukino concocted the most reasonable explanation for her behavior from the previous night. Today's weather was significantly better than yesterday, with a gentle breeze blowing through. AI Ran stretched, casually remarking, I stayed up late keeping watch last night. The weather is nice today. We should quickly find food and set up our shelter. Yukino Shida, gazing at the vast tundra, instinctively nodded. After the events of yesterday, she had completely come to regard AI Ran as her pillar of support in this unfamiliar land. Next, AI Ran stroked his chin, deep in thought that he had sensed that there were no powerful creatures in this area. This was both a blessing and a curse. The absence of formidable foes meant safety, yet it could also imply a lack of sufficient food. His understanding of the aura was still rudimentary, leaving him uncertain about this matter. Saiyans required a substantial amount of sustenance. Yukino Shida, if I may intrude. Saying this, AI Ran suddenly embraced Yukino Shida and swiftly flew toward the lake he had discovered the day before. Moments later, a piercing scream echoed through the air. Hundreds of meters above ground, Yukino Shida instinctively buried her head in AI Ran's chest, trembling uncontrollably, though she did not wish to be held by him. She felt powerless, her mind racing as she was suddenly airborne. Yukino Shida tightly shut her eyes, the rush of wind howling in her ears. This wasn't her first time aloft. After all, she had flown numerous times in an airplane. Yet, the experience of flying without any windows was truly terrifying. At that moment, she cared not whose arms she was hiding in. All she wished for was to find a safe corner to calm her racing heart. Thus, she clung tighter to AI Ran, her face pressed against his chest. Observing the frightened Yukino Shida in his embrace, AI Ran felt a mix of amusement and concern. It dawned on him that she seemed to have a fear of heights. He slowed his flight, looking down at her. I apologize. Hearing AI Ran's voice, although terrified, Yukino Shida timidly raised her head. Tears glistened in the corners of her eyes, making her appear particularly endearing. Nevertheless, even in this moment, Yukino Shida was determined not to show weakness. She glared fiercely at AI Ran, unwilling to look away from him, fearing to glance in any other direction. The relentless wind rushing past her constantly reminded her of their altitude. Seeing Yukino Shida's reaction, AI Ran sheepishly rubbed his nose. However, a decision formed in his mind. If they were to survive a year here, Yukino Shida would need to confront her fear of heights. After all, if danger arose, he would be responsible for carrying her. Moreover, if she couldn't overcome this fear in such an environment, the likelihood of her ever doing so would be slim. With that, he shifted his hand from her shoulder to her waist. Yukino Shida felt a rush of warmth and shyness as she suddenly found herself spun around in a counterclockwise motion. What are you doing? Yukino Shida's voice quivered, abruptly released from AI Ran's safe embrace. She quickly shut her eyes, unable to ascertain the surroundings due to her fear of heights. At this moment, AI Ran's hands were firmly secured around her waist, uncertain of what was about to happen. Yukino Shida felt a flutter of anxiety. AI Ran leaned down, whispering in her ear, Yukino Shida, do not be afraid. I am right behind you. Slowly opened your eyes. Above them stretched a boundless sky, while below lay a breathtaking landscape. The vista before her was perhaps unlike anything she had ever experienced before. Did she not wish to add this unique memory to her life as recollections? Upon hearing AI Ran's words, Yukino Shida trembled slightly. She felt a stirring within her. Ultimately, she gradually opened her eyes. The ground, composed of verdant moss and snow-capped mountains, mirrored the azure sky, while in the distance, a tranquil lake nestled within a coniferous forest reflected the serene surroundings. What do you think? The view is quite splendid, I assent it. In truth, flying at this altitude isn't so frightening. Awestruck, Yukino Shida nodded. AI Ran smiled. Continuing toward the lake, he had already resolved that it would serve as their campsite for the coming year. Chapter 13. The gradual erosion of power. AI Ran crouched by the lake, exhaling a sigh before dipping his tail into the water, patiently awaiting a bite. Yukino busied herself nearby, searching for dry wood. Seeing AI Ran's peculiar actions, she couldn't help but stifle a laugh with her hand over her mouth. Hearing her laughter, AI Ran's face flushed crimson. Avoid startling any fish that might be lurking beneath the surface. He murmured, humph, what's so funny? If it weren't for the need to protect this water source, I do want to blast it sky high. That would make catching fish so much easier. That is not acceptable. AI Ran, destruction is wrong. No matter where you are. Humph. AI Ran grumbled, turning his head away and closing his eyes, focusing intently on the water below. Are there fish coming? He suddenly opened his eyes wide, intensifying the movement of his tail. Quick, bite. This is your favorite, the great worm. Suddenly, from beneath the water's surface, a fish weighing dozens of kilograms clamped down on AI Ran's tail. In an instant, AI Ran felt as though she had been electrocuted, her entire body beginning to numb. This is impossible. I perfected my tail training years ago. How could this happen? There was no time to ponder, as the immense force dragged AI Ran beneath the water. AI Ran. Upon witnessing this scene, Yukino Shida discarded the firewood in her hands and desperately called out AI Ran's name, rushing toward the edge of the lake. Yet, by the time Yukino Shida reached the lakeside, the tumultuous water had returned to a state of utter calm. She knelt by the lake, tears streaming down her cheeks as she murmured in self-reproach, "It's all my fault. If it weren't for me, AI Ran wouldn't have come here." Suddenly, something unusual began to occur on the water's surface. First, it was merely a few scattered bubbles rising from the depths. However, it quickly escalated as the entire surface erupted. The massive fish was flung out of the water by a tremendous force, and AI Ran surged up alongside it, delivering a swift kick that sent the fish crashing toward the shore. After accomplishing this feat, AI Ran gradually descended beside Yukino Shida, wiping the water from her face and exhaling a sigh of relief. Phew, that was close. I nearly perished at the hands of that beast. AI Ran. Yukino Shida suddenly sprang to her feet, disregarding the fact that AI Ran was drenched, and tightly embraced his neck. Upon feeling AI Ran's warmth, she finally broke down into tears. "I thought you were dead." Cough, cough. "Hey, release me at once. I wasn't dead to begin with, but if you keep choking me like this, I might actually die." After a considerable time, Yukino Shida gradually calmed her emotions. Her face flushed as she released AI Ran, who was on the verge of suffocation. She began to inquire about what had just happened. "So, you're saying your strength is rapidly depleting?" "Of course. Otherwise, how could I have nearly been choked to death by you?" AI Ran rolled her eyes at Yukino Shida and continued, "The tail is the source of a Saiyan's power, and it is also our only weakness. However, I fully overcame that weakness years ago, when that beast bit my tail. I instantly lost my strength. Even without that limitation, I've realized that my power is fading fast." As she spoke, AI Ran faced her palm toward the firewood that Yukino Shida had just collected, preparing to unleash a ki blast. A puff of green smoke emerged from her palm, then vanished. Nearby, a fish rolled over, clearly possessing a modicum of intelligence, as it gazed at AI Ran with a look of incredulity, though it was on the verge of being eaten. It found some amusement in watching such a captivating display. "Just wait, I'll get you next." Perceiving the fish's mockery, AI Ran's expression darkened. Unwilling to accept this humiliation, he summoned all his energy, veins bulging on his forehead. This time, a small energy sphere emerged from his palm, traveling at an exasperatingly slow pace toward the pile of firewood, igniting it. This was the last of AI Ran's ki blasts. That was satisfying. AI Ran contentedly patted his belly. Yukino Shida gently wiped the grease from her mouth, glancing at the fish skeleton before addressing AI Ran. "No matter how many times I see it, your appetite is truly astonishing. That's just how Saiyans are. To sustain this body built for battle, a substantial amount of food is essential." Yukino Shida looked at AI Ran and nodded gently. "I actually envy your physique and strength. If only I had such power, I could make the world a better place." Make the world a better place. If you possess such power, you might indeed try, but Saiyans generally do not. Why not? Yukino Shida inquired, puzzled. The AI Ran lay on the ground, gazing at the sky in silence for a moment before responding. "Because our purpose is to plunder. The price of this power is that our race is devoid of compassion. We pursue strength and disdain the weak. Reckless plunder and destruction define our existence, deeply etched in our genes until the day of our extinction." At this moment, Yukino Shida, with a serious expression, interrupted AI Ran's words. "The AI Ran I know is not like that." With a self-deprecating smile, AI Ran turned to Yukino Shida. "Is that so? Perhaps you misjudged me." Yukino Shida gently shook her head. "No, my instincts are never wrong." Seeing the determination in Yukino Shida's eyes, AI Ran, feeling a bit shy, turned away. "My strength is fading rapidly. While I still have some power left, you should maintain the fire while I go gather some larger trees that we need to finish building the house today. You cannot sleep out in the wilderness with your small frame." With that, AI Ran strode into the forest. Chapter 14. The slowly approaching distance bang. With a resounding crash, Ailan placed the final large log in the position designated by Yukinoshita. Although most of his energy had vanished, as a Saiyan, even moving such heavy objects weighing hundreds of kilograms only left him slightly breathless. Ailan stood bare-chested, hands on his hips, nodding in satisfaction at the wooden structure before him. Though lacking tools, the cabin was low and small, barely accommodating 2 people, and it lacked aesthetic appeal. Ailan sensed its sturdiness. Deeming it adequate as a long-term shelter, he turned to Yukinoshita, praising her. "Yukinoshita, you're amazing. You managed to design a house reliant solely on mortise and tenon joints. My family is in construction that I've always wanted to help at home like my sister, so I learned a bit in my spare time." As she mentioned her sister, a noticeable shadow fell over Yukinoshita's eyes. She had tirelessly endeavored, hoping to surpass her sister and gain her family's approval, yet that person was simply too flawless. No matter how hard she tried, her sister always managed to excel beyond her. Suddenly, Yukinoshita felt a warm hand resting atop her head, causing her to momentarily lose herself. Ailan's voice reached her ears. "Until now, my only strengths have been in combat and destruction. This is the first time in my life I've built something myself. Without you, I could never have accomplished this. Though our ways of demonstrating strength differ, Yukinoshita, you are undoubtedly the strongest person I know inside." Hearing Ailan's affirmation stirred something within Yukinoshita's heart. She turned to glance at the man beside her, who was smiling at her. It struck her that this was the first time she had seen Ailan smile, and she found herself momentarily entranced by his expression. A subtle, ambiguous atmosphere enveloped them. But before long, Yukinoshita suddenly realized something, her cheeks flushing as she lowered her head, forcefully suppressing her shyness. In a voice barely loud enough for Ailan to hear, she exclaimed, "Hurry and put on a shirt. To be bare-chested in front of a lady. It seems the great ape has yet to fully evolve." Apologies. Ailan hastily withdrew her hand and swiftly donned her clothing. A gentle breeze swept by, instantly dissipating the enchanting atmosphere that had just enveloped them. As nightfall approached rapidly, the fire was moved into the quaint wooden cabin, illuminating the interior and significantly raising the temperature. Ailan comfortably sat cross-legged before the fire, her tail joyfully swaying behind her. Beside her, Yukino was diligently preparing dinner for the evening. Before darkness fell, she had found a stone slab, cleaned it thoroughly, and transformed it into their sole cooking utensil. Heating the stone, she placed upon it the game Ailan had hunted earlier and the mushrooms and wild vegetables Yukinoshita had gathered, despite the rudimentary conditions. Yukinoshita was earnest in her efforts to prepare this meal. "Rin, it's ready to eat," Ailan announced, blowing on a piece of meat before placing it in her mouth, then mumbled, "I never imagined a stone slab could be used for cooking. You're truly remarkable, Yukinoshita. I thought I would have to subsist on charred food for an entire year." Yukinoshita shot Ailan a disapproving glance, leisurely finishing her own morsel before responding, "Rin, please refrain from speaking while food is still in your mouth. Cooking on a stone slab is not an uncommon method. This technique is preserved in various cultures across the globe. If only you would apply yourself to learning, you wouldn't be so astonished." Ailan paused, taken aback that even in this place, Yukinoshita still reminded her to study. Such dedication was astonishing. Swallowing her meat, Ailan replied dismissively, Yes. Once we leave here, I will diligently study within the club." "I hope that's the case." Having only been in this world for 2 days, the sudden mention of studies and clubs gave Yukinoshita a surreal sensation, stealing a glance at the diligent eater beside her. Her expression softened considerably. In truth, I am not exceptional at all. If you were not here, I would struggle to manage even the basics of survival. This warmth is a gift you have bestowed upon me." After finishing her last bite, Ailan suddenly remarked, "Yukinoshita, I noticed that tonight's arrival was a few minutes earlier than last night. A few minutes earlier." Yukinoshita, having lost her sense of time, was momentarily taken aback by Ailan's observation. Suddenly, realization dawned upon her, and she hurriedly inquired, "Are you suggesting that there might be polar nights in this world?" "Indeed, I am merely speculating, but we must quickly stockpile some food. After all, I can barely fly now, and my combat abilities have diminished to their limits. If polar nights truly exist, it will be impossible to forage for food." "Understood. Tomorrow, I will also make an effort to gather edible plants. Then let us retire early. There is much to be done tomorrow." With that, Ailan lay down on the plush grass mat Yukinoshita had prepared and soon drifted into slumber. In truth, ever since they built the house that afternoon. Ailan had realized that not only had his combat prowess waned, but his stamina also recovered at a much slower rate than usual. The god of time had mentioned that this place is akin to a spiritual time chamber. A known counterpart of such a chamber is a training ground with tenfold gravity. This place, too, possesses its own unique characteristics as a training ground. Seeing Ailan fall asleep so swiftly, Yukino Shida was abruptly reminded of that morning when she awoke in Ailan's embrace. Her ears turning crimson with embarrassment. After a moment's hesitation, she gently bit her lower lip and stealthily approached the plush grass mat, lying down just shy of a meter away from Ailan. In the latter half of the night, soft snow began to fall outside the wooden cabin. Meanwhile, the two slumbering figures within unconsciously inched closer together. Chapter 15. The Talking Cat. The following morning, Yukino Shida was the first to awaken from her dreams. Upon opening her eyes, she realized she was resting on Ailan's arm. Just like the day before, had she again unconsciously embraced this man in her sleep? At that moment, Ailan's tail was also wrapped around Yukino Shida's waist, drawing them tightly together. She could even feel the warmth of his breath. What struck her as peculiar was her lack of resistance to this intimate proximity with Ailan. Yukino Shida could ascertain that had it been any other man, she would have reacted explosively, yet all she felt now was warmth and security. This unusual sentiment left her feeling somewhat flustered. Perhaps it is because Ren behaves so much like a monkey that I do not perceive him as a man. Finding a quick rationale to convince herself, Yukino Shida recalled the contrasting images of Ailan's stern exterior and his various clumsy antics, eliciting a faint smile. She gently shifted her position, but the movement stirred Ailan, who abruptly opened his eyes. Thus, they found themselves locked in a close gaze. Gazing at Yukino Shida's flushed cheeks, Ailan awkwardly rubbed his nose and stammered, Yukino Shida, my arm is a bit numb, with remarkable speed. He sat up, and Yukino Shida, adjusting her clothing, shot him a sidelong glance. Don't misunderstand. I am simply accustomed to hugging a plush toy while I sleep, and I have yet to adjust to this. I will rectify this habit as swiftly as possible. Ailan slowly rose to his feet, looking at Yukino Shida with confusion. I thought you merely felt cold while sleeping. Today, I will see if I can find an opportunity to procure some fur. Your current condition cannot withstand polar nights. Indeed, I do not possess your extraordinarily robust constitution. However, I am quite surprised that you, Ailan, could think of such things. Hey, even I can contemplate these matters. What kind of image do you have of me in your mind? Yukino Shida pondered for a moment before uncertainly replying. Impolite, perhaps? Just a muscle-bound humanoid? Teske, a woman devoid of insight. Ailan raised his head proudly, striking a pose of superiority, before circumventing Yukino Shida and exiting the wooden cabin. Though he sought to project the image of a gentleman who does not bicker with women, in truth, he understood that in a verbal spar, he could never match Yukino Shida's prowess. Recognizing this, he chose to retreat strategically. Watching Ailan's demeanor, Yukino Shida could not help but stifle a laugh, covering her mouth with her hands. After finishing breakfast, Yukino Shida meticulously wrapped a bento in leaves and handed it to Ailan. Her expression one of concern as she admonished, be careful on your way. You have lost your strength now. That if you sense danger, do not engage, and be sure to return before nightfall. Ailan turned his head away. Accepting the bento, feeling oddly uncomfortable with this sudden concern directed towards him that in all his 16 years, and even in his past life, he had never experienced such a sentiment. Teske, there's no need to worry. I am still quite capable, and you, do not stray too far from the cabin while foraging for edible plants. Wait for my return. With that, he dashed into the forest, quickly disappearing from Yukino Shida's view. Watching Ailan depart, Yukino Shida clasped her hands together, silently praying for his safety. After a while, she began her own tasks for the day. Meanwhile, Ailan was racing at an astonishing speed deeper into the forest. He sensed a formidable presence ahead, though his powers had been compressed to their limits, and he could not utilize flight or energy blasts. He was still stronger than a certain lower-tier warrior encountering his brother for the first time. Deep within the forest lay a giant bear, one eye blind, sprawled upon the ground in slumber. Suddenly, the bear's ears twitched, as if sensing something. It stood up, sniffing the air, drool dripping from its maw. What luck! Both meat and fur await. Ailan's figure suddenly appeared before the colossal bear, gazing at it with keen interest. The giant bear was utterly oblivious to how Ailan had materialized in front of it. Yet this diminutive creature dared to provoke it. As the sovereign of this forest, such insolence could not be tolerated. Rising to its full height of over 6 meters, its exaggerated muscles rippled with power. Roar! Bang! At the moment the bear unleashed its furious roar towards Ailan, a resounding impact echoed through the air to in an instant. The bear's vitality was extinguished. Just moments ago, Ailan had shattered the bear's heart with a single punch. Wrinkling her nose in disdain, Ailan could not help but remark, "This fellow has a truly atrocious breath." At that moment, a voice suddenly emerged from behind Ailan. "Roar, human, you possess some skills. But might I request that you relinquish this prey to me?" Startled by the voice, Ailan swiftly turned around, and before her stood a massive tiger, towering 3 stories high, squinting at her with scrutiny. A talking tiger? How is it that I cannot sense its presence? Ailan's heart raced, and she instinctively assumed a combat stance. "Oh, you wish to fight me? Should you relinquish this prey now, I might allow you to leave." The tiger bared its fangs at Ailan, yet curiously, it made no further aggressive moves. Despite its threatening words, beads of cold sweat began to form on its forehead. Chapter 16. The Cat Servant. "Purely there's no killing intent, its aura is weak, and it isn't initiating an attack. This scene feels oddly familiar," Ailan mused. Having navigated the cosmos for an extended period, she had encountered numerous species that feigned strength through transformation. After making a swift mental assessment, she leaped forward, tempering her strength, and struck at the tiger's head. Indeed, upon receiving Ailan's assault, the tiger let out a pained howl, rolling on the ground, its forepaws clutching the swollen bump on its head. With her arms crossed, Ailan looked at the so-called mighty tiger with mockery. "What is this? So feeble, yet you wish to seize my prey? You must not know how to spell death. Allow me to send you to hell." "Ah, I was mistaken. Please, don't kill me." The tiger, sensing its peril, quickly knelt in supplication. In the next instant, a loud bang echoed, enveloping it in a cloud of smoke. As the mist dissipated, a blue feline floated into view before Ailan. Upon seeing the true form of the cat, Ailan instinctively exclaimed, "Purelu! Isn't this the shape-shifting cat that accompanies Yamucha?" The blue cat also gasped in surprise. "No, I do not know your son. The name simply came to mind upon seeing you. What is your name, and how did you arrive in this world?" "I am Purelu, residing in the south. Just a few days ago, I sent my son to a transformation kindergarten in the south, and was subsequently drawn into a portal. Before I could react, I found myself in this world." Purelu continued to recount his recent tribulations with a pitiful demeanor, but Ailan was too bewildered to pay attention. How could a creature from the Dragon Ball universe appear here? Was it influenced by the tainted Dragon Balls? That third-rate deity had given me a task, but had divulged nothing else. As Ailan struggled to process this with her limited intellect, her thigh was suddenly embraced by the cat. "Please, big brother, let me be your little brother. I can do laundry, cook, and warm your bed." Looking at the pitiable Purelu, Ailan was speechless. Did their kind always seek to be subservient? What utility could a shape-shifting cat provide? Emergency rations. Just as she was about to decline, a vision of a cat servant flashed through her mind. After some deliberation, she nodded and said, "Very well, my companion and I will reside here for a year. During that time, you may accompany us. After a year, we shall part ways." With that, Ailan lifted the bear's corpse and headed towards the wooden cabin. "Thank you immensely." Purela bowed politely to Ailan. When it raised its head, it noticed Ailan had already moved far ahead and hurriedly chased after her. "Wait for me, big brother. I don't know your name." "Do not call me big brother any longer. My name is Ailan." "Understood, big brother Ailan. I comprehend." Ailan. As night fell, the evening seemed to arrive earlier than the previous day. Yukino leaned against the railing, lost in thought as she gazed in the direction of the forest. Suddenly, she seemed to hear some commotion emanating from that direction. Hurriedly, she exited the cabin and peered towards the source of the noise. After a while, she spotted Ailan emerging from the forest, burdened with a hefty haul of meat. That a sigh of relief escaped her lips, and her earlier worry dissipated entirely. The sense of inexplicable joy washed over her. However, she quickly regained her composure. As Ailan approached her, Yukino coolly inquired, "Did I not instruct you to return before nightfall? I apologize. I took a bit longer than anticipated." With that, Ailan set the meat down and presented the already roasted bear skin to Yukino. Dissecting an animal can be quite gruesome, I figured you might not be able to stomach it, so I processed the entire catch before returning. Upon hearing AI Rant's explanation, a hint of gentleness flickered in Yukino's eyes. Accepting the bare skin, she gently remarked, "Do not do this again. In our current circumstances, we must face whatever happens together. I am not as fragile as you might think." AI Ran prepared to respond. A sudden, urgent voice broke through the forest. AI Ran, "Why didn't you wait for me? What's the rush?" Startled by the voice, Yukino peered around AI Ran to see what lay behind. In the dim light, she spotted a cat-like creature flying towards them at great speed. Upon reaching AI Ran, Purila gasped for breath, complaining, "AI Ran, you're running too fast. I can't keep up." Yukino was utterly taken aback upon seeing Purilu. Unable to restrain herself, she reached out and scooped Purilu into her arms. Meow. A delightful sound escaped Yukino's lips. Suddenly captured, Purilu struggled vigorously, calling out to AI Ran, "Help! This woman is going to smother me." Yet, AI Ran remained motionless, seemingly oblivious to Purilu's cries. The meow from Yukino echoed incessantly in her mind, and she found her heartbeat inexplicably quickening. Chapter 17. The Harbinger of Winter. Outside the small wooden cabin by the lakeside, AI Ran began the process of smoking the bear meat, following Yukino's suggestion. In the absence of sufficient salt, transforming the bear meat into jerky would prove advantageous for preservation. After completing all the necessary steps, he turned to observe a certain individual entranced by her feline companion. Yukino held Purilu in her embrace, gazing down at it with an expression of pure adoration. Meow. Purilu looked up, exasperated. "Miss Yukino, I can speak. Can we please converse in human language?" Yukino softly nodded, her tone imbued with warmth. "Yes, I understand, but I feel like I can appreciate your cuteness even more when you remain silent." Although she had encountered extraordinary beings such as aliens and deities during this period, Yukishita believed that she still needed some time to come to terms with the appearance of a talking cat. At that moment, Ailan, sitting beside her, curiously inquired, "It seems you truly have a fondness for cats, but if you adore them so much, why not keep one in your apartment?" Yukino shot him a glare, slightly annoyed that he had interrupted her precious cat petting time. "Pets are not permitted in the apartment. Only dogs are allowed. Hasn't the esteemed human ape noticed the management regulations after all this time?" Ailan scratched his head sheepishly. "I'm not particularly fond of reading textual materials, so I haven't looked at the documents the Community Management Committee provided. Oh, human ape, that simply won't do. Did that deity not wish for you to integrate into human society? The instinct for knowledge is one of the most fundamental distinctions between humans and apes," she continued. "Therefore, when we return, I shall strictly supervise your studies." Upon hearing the word studies, Ailan felt a shiver run down his spine and quickly changed the subject. "Did you just say that only dogs are allowed in the apartment? Indeed, it is an utterly unreasonable regulation. It should be the other way around. Cats are simply adorable." Yukino sighed, unabashedly expressing her affection for cats. With that, she lowered her gaze and resumed stroking the blue-haired creature, her eyes gradually narrowing in contentment. Ailan, witnessing this scene, couldn't help but smile. Feeling a long-lost sense of tranquility wash over him, he quickly relaxed and unknowingly drifted off to sleep. In his drowsiness, he unconsciously leaned his head against Yukino's shoulder. The moment his head rested on her shoulder, Yukishita froze momentarily, but soon noticed Ainan's state. Choosing not to wake him, she slowed her hand's movements as she caressed the cat. Slightly tilting her head, she gazed at Ainan's face. The arrogance that usually adorned his countenance and the vigilance that surfaced unintentionally were nowhere to be seen. Through the flickering firelight, she noticed faint dark circles under his eyes. Unable to restrain herself, she gently stroked his hair, murmuring, "Indeed, you resemble a stray cat. Only when utterly exhausted do you lower your guard, revealing your vulnerability." "Thank you, Ailan," Yukino whispered softly, tilting her head to rest against him as well. The next morning, outside the wooden cabin, the plaintive cries of the blue-haired cat echoed. "No, boss, don't leave me behind. Take me with you." "Enough?" Ailan retorted disdainfully, grabbing the cat by the scruff and tossing it aside. "You stay with Yukino and protect her. If anything happens to her, you'll be on tonight's menu." Hearing the commotion, Yukino rushed over and scooped the cat into her arms, glaring fiercely at Ailan. "Why are you scaring Pururu?" Faced with Yukino's protective demeanor, Ailan turned his head away in frustration. "Humph, I'm leaving. You need to be careful and not stray too far from the cabin." Since the morning, Ailan had sensed a tinge of unease. The malevolent aura in this space seemed to have thickened. Even though Yukino was merely searching for food nearby, Ailan couldn't shake off his worries. While Pururu lacked combat abilities, it could at least buy some time by pretending to be fierce if danger arose. Additionally, another matter weighed heavily on Ainan's mind. The polar night might truly be approaching. At this rate, the days of daylight would likely dwindle to less than 2 months. One must prepare for the worst. If the polar night lasted for 10 months, food would indeed become a pressing issue. Regardless, he had to ensure Yukino's safety. Pururu, remember my words. Protect Yukino. With that, Ailan strapped his provisions to his waist and dashed into the forest. After Ainan's departure, Pururu drooped its ears, appearing forlorn. This scene stirred a hint of jealousy in Yukino. Although Ailan treated it harshly, she had been so gentle. Collecting her thoughts, Yukino spoke tenderly. Don't worry. Ailan will definitely return before nightfall. Pururu nodded, then suddenly looked at Yukino with curiosity. Miss Yukino, are you and the boss married? Should I call you sister-in-law? Upon hearing Pururu's words, Yukino's face flushed crimson, her speech faltering. Why you? How could you say such a thing? Ailan and I are merely classmates, but you clearly slept together last night. I even saw you both embracing in your sleep. That moment. Yukino felt her mind nearing overload. Chapter 18. The suddenly appearing evil dragon deep within the forest. After bathing in a small river, Ailan hummed a cheerful tune as he leisurely dragged a large reindeer back to the campsite. Today marked his final hunting expedition. He and Yukino had spent 2 months in this icy realm. In recent days, daylight had dwindled to less than 2 hours, and once night fell, the weather turned exceptionally harsh. The hurricane swept through, accompanied by heavy snowfall, plunging temperatures to a bone-chilling -30 degrees. Under such conditions, even if Ailan ventured out to hunt, he would find no prey. Fortunately, he and Yukino had already stockpiled ample food. For the time being, they could remain peacefully at the campsite over these 2 months. Besides hunting, Ailan had also made significant improvements to the campsite. That he not only reinforced the original cabin, but also erected a wooden fence around the entire area. Additionally, he constructed 2 more rooms, one for food storage and the other for cooking and bathing. Yes, even with 3 wooden cabins now, the 2 continued to share the same space, while Pururu was relegated to the storage room each night. Its only purpose now was to guard against rodents. Strangely enough, Yukino, the devoted cat lover, did not oppose Ainan's decision this time. Ailan trudged slowly, burdened by the reindeer as he navigated through over a meter of accumulated snow, making it impossible to move quickly. Suddenly, Pururu's anxious voice echoed from afar. Boss Ailan, where are you? Miss Yukino is in trouble. Upon hearing the distress call, Ainan's heart sank. He dropped the reindeer and sprinted towards Pururu's direction. Soon, he found Pururu, its face streaked with tears. Hurry and tell me, what happened? Ailan demanded loudly. Just now, a blue-skinned creature with wings appeared at the campsite and attacked us. It has encased Miss Yukino in ice. Upon hearing Pururu's words, Ainan's expression darkened instantly. Anger surged within him, veins bulging on his forehead as the fur on his tail bristled. That creature must be a 3-star dragon. How could it appear at this stage? There was no time for further contemplation. Ailan propelled himself towards the campsite at full speed. Within the campsite, Yukino had fallen into a dire predicament, her body encased in ice, leaving only her head and hands free. Her complexion was pallid, and her limbs completely numb. Though she could do nothing, she refused to yield, glaring fiercely at the blue-skinned creature before her. Humph, still not in despair. Is it ignorance that breeds fearlessness? Human, the 3-star dragon sneered at Yukino. In your current state, you will lose consciousness in just 15 minutes and perish in an hour. Hurry, let me witness your despair. Yukino gritted her teeth, enunciating each word. I will not yield. You pervert. Ha ha ha. No matter. You shall find despair. After your demise, I will traverse to that previous world and bring an end to all humanity therein. The wails of your kind are, to me, the most exquisite of hymns in this existence. The Samsung dragon licked his lips, revealing a cruel smile. The Dragon Ball still resided within Yukino's body, preventing the Samsung dragon from slaying her, for such an act would only lead to mutual destruction. However, as long as he refrained from killing her, he could guide Yukino toward utter despair, generating sufficient negative energy to escape from this so-called host. The Samsung dragon circled Yukino slowly, finally drawing closer to the girl before him, and ominously whispered, "Tell me, there must be numerous individuals in that world whom you hold dear. Yes, your parents, your sister. What a pity it is that you shall not hear their cries." Ha. With each word uttered by him, Yukino's complexion paled further. Who among normal humans does not fear death, especially at the moment when the Samsung dragon invoked thoughts of her parents and sister? Yukino began to succumb to despair. Suddenly, the image of Ailan surfaced in her mind, dispelling all despair and fear in an instant. That man had declared he would protect me. Noticing Yukino's previously despondent gaze transformed into one of determination. The Samsung dragon felt an undercurrent of impatience rising within him. Yet, he maintained his facade, hoping to continue provoking her. "Are you relying on that Saiyan? Futile. He is merely an unfinished monkey, easily crushed by my hand. If your only hope meets its end before your eyes, what kind of despair will you offer me? Truly, I await it with bated breath. You should be the one to despair. Perish, you wretch." At that moment, Ailan finally arrived. Without uttering a word, Ailan launched a kick directly at the Samsung dragon. However, the strike did not land, passing straight through his form. Ailan's heart tightened. Is it an afterimage? He quickly began to sense the Samsung dragon's location. "Roar, are you searching for me, trash?" The Samsung dragon's voice suddenly echoed behind Ailan. Bang! Ailan was struck in the back, his body propelled forward, crashing to the ground. Immediately afterward, the Samsung dragon appeared beside Ailan, delivering a kick that sent him flying. The force of the blow hurled Ailan against the camp's fence, where he was subsequently buried beneath splintered wood. Silence reigned. Ailan, witnessing this scene, Yukino cried out Ailan's name in anguish, yet received no response. I sense it. This is the negative energy born of despair. The Samsung dragon rejoiced internally, for soon he would have the opportunity to escape from this host. Chapter 19. The Saiyans' Ultimate Technique. Feeling the incessant flow of negative energy, the Samsung dragon was elated. Continue to fear, continue to despair. The Samsung dragon silently exclaimed, in that previous world, he had lacked the opportunity to siphon sufficient power. Thus, he devised a plan to draw the host of the Dragon Ball into this icy realm. This world, shrouded in darkness for 10 months of the year, undoubtedly harbored enough malevolent energy to thoroughly corrupt the Dragon Ball and manifest his form. His plan had succeeded halfway. Indeed, there was enough malevolence here to allow him to materialize. Yet for some inexplicable reason, the monkey beside Yukino continuously radiated positive energy, compressing his own power to its limits. Finally, he could no longer contain himself. If this continued, the Dragon Ball would surely be purified. As he absorbed the negative energy, the Samsung dragon burst into triumphant laughter. "Is this your last glimmer of hope?" Ha ha ha. The sensation of personally obliterating humanity's hope is absolutely exquisite. Yukino could no longer comprehend the repugnant creature's words. Tears blurred her vision. Nevertheless, she strained to gaze toward the place where Ailan lay buried. Suddenly, a flicker of hope appeared in her eyes as she thought she saw the pile of wood that had buried Ailan's shift. From within the pile came Ailan's furious roar, followed by beams of white light bursting forth. In an instant, all the wooden debris disintegrated into dust. Ailan, his clothes tattered, sprang forth from the wreckage. He tore away the remnants of his garment, clenched his left fist, and assessed his condition. His left arm had been broken, 2 ribs fractured, and his internal organs sustained varying degrees of injury from the shock. Yet, bolstered by the Saiyans' indomitable vitality, he should be able to continue fighting for a while longer. Spitting out the blood that had pooled in his mouth, Ailan first turned his gaze to Yukino. "Why are you crying? These are mere trifles. Once I recover, I shall rescue you at once." After saying this, he shifted his focus to the Samsung dragon. He had realized that this malevolent dragon was far from his prime. Otherwise, that previous blow would have been enough to obliterate him. The King of Time had stated that the Samsung dragon's power could rival that of a Super Saiyan 3. If he were still at his peak, extinguishing Ailan would be as effortless as crushing an ant. Though he could not sense his energy, there remained hope. First, he would gauge the disparity in their battle powers. If necessary, he still had one final ace up his sleeve, suppressing his concern for Yukino. Ailan took a deep breath. "I'm going in." With that, he vanished from his position. The evil dragon watched Ailan's display with a leisurely demeanor, having noticed that Ailan's presence could directly influence the host's emotions. If that were the case, he must employ the most brutal methods to dismantle this monkey piece by piece. If Yukino were to confront such a hellscape, her despair and fear would surely multiply. He grinned maliciously, his eyes darting quickly until he spotted Ailan. Oh, high-speed movement. Child's play. The Samsung Dragon then accelerated to match Ailan's speed. To Yukino. It appeared as though both figures had simultaneously vanished. Yet soon, a resounding crash echoed from above. She struggled to lift her head, seeing nothing but the sonic booms generated by their clash. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of their battle struck the ground like a torrential downpour. Gradually, Yukino found herself unable to bear the sound and could no longer look toward the sky where the fight raged. Meanwhile, Ailan, amidst his relentless assault on the Samsung Dragon, was quietly assessing his opponent's power. Indeed, even though this Samsung Dragon was not at full strength, he was still far from Ailan's match. The disparity in physical resilience was too great. In a mere span of seconds, several of Ailan's bones had fractured once more. What had initially been mere shock to his internal organs was now dangerously close to rupture. Yet, if he unleashed his ultimate technique, he could surely defeat him. With this calculation in mind, Ailan quickly distanced himself from the Samsung Dragon. The Samsung Dragon did not pursue, instead crossing his arms with a mocking expression. What's wrong? Are you, monkey, preparing to surrender? Unfortunately, I shall not grant you a swift end. I intend to tear you apart piece by piece. The Samsung Dragon sneered as he unleashed a wave of frost, instantly forming a scythe of ice in his hand. Purulu, you must protect Yukino. Get her far from here and find a way to thaw her. Ailan suddenly shouted. He had sensed Purulu's presence as the latter approached the camp. At that moment, Purula stealthily reached Yukino. Yes, boss. Transform. A plume of smoke enveloped him, and Purula transformed into a hovering small vehicle, placing Yukino upon it as they fled the camp. However, the Samsung Dragon raised his hand, conjuring an ice wall before Purulu and Yukino, trying to escape, just as he prepared to seize them. Ailan appeared in front of Purulu, blocking the Samsung Dragon's advance, tossing a small pouch onto the vehicle, seized the opportunity to leave, thaw Yukino, and give her the contents of this pouch, beneath the snow-covered vehicle. Yukino beheld the dire plight of Ailan, tears cascading uncontrollably down her cheeks. You must be careful. If you die, I shall follow you into the abyss. Humph, such trifles could never bring about my demise. You all should flee at once. With that, Ailan strode purposefully towards the three-star dragon without so much as a glance back. Let us continue our battle, he bellowed, as a white orb of light materialized in his hand, which he promptly hurled skyward. Phew! Thank goodness. Although my power has waned, the artificial moon remains at my disposal. The artificial moon ascended, casting its radiant glow across the entire forest, while Ailan observed its tail flicking rapidly, his breath quickening in tandem. Thump! His heart resonated loudly, its rhythm accelerating with each beat. Thump! 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 At last, the transformation of the Saiyan commenced. Chapter 20. The temporarily receding nightmare. Oh no! A shiver ran through the three-star dragon as he sensed Ailan's rapidly expanding power. With no time to spare for Yukino and Pururu, he darted straight towards Ailan, swinging his scythe towards Ailan's neck. However, the anticipated sight of severed limbs did not materialize. Ailan's swiftly growing hair absorbed the blow, and his enlarging form rendered the scythe's strike little more than a minor scratch. A superior warrior, Ailan, though unable to maintain full awareness like Vegeta in his great ape form, was still capable of discerning friend from foe. Roar! The giant ape that Ailan had become let out a furious roar, unleashing a red energy blast from his mouth. The three-star dragon barely managed to evade it, the energy beam soaring deep into the forest, where it detonated like a nuclear explosion. The three-star dragon glanced back, cold sweat trickling down his brow. He was not at his peak, and the ferocity of such an attack left him feeling unsettled. In truth, even without utilizing his full strength, the three-star dragon's combat prowess still surpassed Ailan's by a considerable margin, yet he was no warrior, an evil dragon. His very nature was treacherous, cowardly, and self-preserving. Any hint of danger could render him paralyzed with fear. Nonetheless, Ailan's onslaught showed no signs of abating, as his enormous hands continued to strike down upon the three-star dragon, forcing him to retreat step by step. Before long, their battlefield shifted to the frozen surface of a lake. Seizing the opportunity, Pururu made his way towards the camp's outskirts. Yukino, who was in the vehicle, struggled to turn and glance at Ailan, who was engaged in battle, her expression laden with worry. You must be safe. If possible, I would rather you not risk yourself to protect me today as long as you return unharmed. That is all that matters. Yukino, we must hurry to the forest. I will find a way to break the ice binding you there. Yukino shook her head vehemently. No, we cannot stray too far that I want to remain in sight of Ailan. Even if I lack such power, I will not allow him to bear everything alone. Very well, but we must find a place where we won't be caught in the crossfire. Besides, you are gravely frostbitten. If we do not break this ice soon, even if you survive, you may be left crippled. With a sense of urgency, Pururu hastened his pace. The battle between Ailan and the three-star dragon raged on. Caught off guard, the three-star dragon was slammed to the ground by Ailan's might, enduring a barrage of relentless blows. Enough, you filthy monkey. The three-star dragon unleashed a freezing beam, encasing one of the giant ape's arms in ice. Ailan could not suppress a cry of pain, staggering back a couple of steps, while the three-star dragon took advantage of the moment to flap his wings and descend into the sky. The prior blows had inflicted serious damage upon him, and as he gasped for breath, he glared menacingly at Ailan. To hell with you, monkey. The freezing aura coalesced around him, forming a colossal orb of ice and snow that hurtled towards Ailan. Roar! Upon witnessing the icy projectile approach, the giant ape unleashed a furious roar, swiftly channeling his energy into a destructive beam aimed at the ice and the three-star dragon. The two forces collided midair. You damned monkey! The three-star dragon cursed vehemently as he struggled to maintain control over his energy sphere, pressing it relentlessly towards Ailan. Veins bulged on his forehead as he felt his life threatened. Prompting Ailan to exert every ounce of strength he possessed, he wagered it all on this destructive beam, his power surging anew. For a brief moment, the three-star dragon, now at a disadvantage, began to falter in resolve. I can't die. I have yet to inflict suffering upon all of humanity. Such thoughts plagued his mind, but in such a critical moment, how could he hope to triumph over Ailan, who was fighting with everything he had? Finally, Ailan seized his opportunity. Even transformed into a giant ape, a singular thought consumed him. He would risk his very life to crush this wretched creature's skull. Roar! Blood poured from the corners of the giant ape's mouth. Yet the intensity of the destructive beam surged even further. The ice and snow orb was gradually forced back towards the three-star dragon. At that moment, the three-star dragon's composure shattered. He decisively abandoned his energy sphere and fled into the sky in a panic. However, the uncontrolled energy orb was swiftly shattered by Ailan's charge, its remnants consuming the three-star dragon whole. The three-star dragon's anguished cries echoed. I shall not vanish. As long as the Dragon Balls remain unpurified, I shall have my chance to resurrect. When I return, I will crush you, monkey. His struggles did not last long, as the three-star dragon was engulfed by a cloud of black smoke, completely obliterated by the destructive beam. After the three-star dragon's disappearance, Ailan's giant ape form crumpled to the ground. Utterly spent at that moment, he regained a flicker of consciousness. Overexerting oneself was no trifling matter. Ailan was left with barely a shred of life. Yet one task remained. He lifted his gaze towards the artificial moon, channeling his last vestiges of strength. As the moon faded from view, Ailan gradually reverted from his giant ape form, collapsing onto the frozen lake. Unconscious on the other side, Pururu had managed to break the ice binding Yukino at this juncture. Yukino's limbs had succumbed to frostbite. Lying motionless on the ground, Pururu retrieved a pouch entrusted to him by Ailan. Extracting the soul Senza being contained within. Miss Yukino, this was entrusted to me by Ailan. Quickly, consume it. Upon hearing it was Ailan's directive, Yukino instinctively opened her mouth. As the Senza bean entered her stomach, the necrotic tissue rapidly began to revive. In mere moments, Yukino regained her vigor, seizing Pururu's hand and urgently imploring, hurry, the sounds of battle have ceased. We must find Ailan at once. Originally, Pururu had intended to dissuade Yukino from rushing off. But upon witnessing the desperate plea in her eyes, he nodded in agreement and transformed into a hovering vehicle, carrying Yukino towards the lakeshore where the battle had recently transpired. Chapter 21. The Challenge of Naming in the Dim Light. Yukino and Pururu frantically searched for Ailan. Suddenly, Pururu exclaimed excitedly, Miss Yukino, I see the boss. Hurry, let us make haste. Upon hearing his voice, Yukino dashed towards the direction Pururu indicated. Before long, they discovered Ailan, unconscious and bloodied upon the frozen lake. At the sight of Ailan, tears streamed uncontrollably down Yukino's face. Why did it come to this? She sprinted to Ailan's side, shedding her outer garment to drape it over him. In her haste, Yukino's long hair became disheveled. and her snow-white hands were stained with Aaron's blood, emanating an unsettling scent. Biting her lower lip, Yukino fought to suppress her trembling as she addressed Pururu. "We must return to the camp swiftly." "Ah, Miss Yukinoshita," Pururu responded and transformed into a van, racing towards the camp after dragging Ainara into the vehicle. Inside, Yukino held Ainara tightly in her arms, her vacant gaze filled solely with anxiety and guilt. Instinctively raising her hand, she watched as blood dripped from her fingertips onto the ground. Yukino struggled to swallow her tears, her throat constricted as she fought against silent sobs. "If it weren't for saving me, Ainara wouldn't have had to fight so desperately." Noticing the unusual atmosphere in the vehicle, Pururu voiced his concern. "Miss Yukinoshita, you must remain calm. The boss still needs us to tend to his wounds." Upon hearing Ainara's name, a flicker of light returned to Yukino's otherwise dulled eyes. After wiping away her tears, she nodded. The eternal night had begun, and to escape the biting cold, all creatures retreated into their nests. The world fell silent, save for the roaring sound of Pururu, transformed into a van, speeding onward. Days later, a sudden wail erupted from the cabin in the camp. "Damn it, I'm in excruciating pain." Startled by the sound, Yukino and Pururu hurriedly rushed inside. "You're finally awake," Yukino exclaimed with joy, her voice trembling with emotion as she approached Ainara's bedside. Ainara struggled to open his heavy eyelids, and the first sight that greeted him was the faces of two individuals, each bearing different expressions yet strangely aligned in concern. It took a few moments for his sluggish mind to sift through the memories of what had transpired. Ainara parted his lips, his voice dry and parched like a long, thirsty desert. "I'm sorry, Yukinoshita. I'm so hungry. Could you please get me something to eat? It's a relief that you're awake." "Just a relief," Yukino repeated, her words infused with the purest of sentiments. She gazed deeply at Ainara before saying, "Please wait a moment. I will prepare a meal for you right away." With that, she made her way to the adjacent cabin. At that moment, Pururu flew in front of Ainara, sobbing, "Whoa, boss, you were so gravely injured. I thought you were done for. What luck you had. It was a close call." Ainara glanced at the bandages adorning his body, fashioned from strips of Yukino's own clothing. Without any tools, he wondered how she managed it, especially considering that her lack of physical strength was her only weakness. Contemplating this, a gentle smile slowly graced Ainara's face as he turned to Pururu and softly said, "Pururu, you did well this time." Pururu ceased his weeping, grinning widely. "Of course, I'm the boss's little brother." Ainara chuckled and began to assess his injuries. This was undoubtedly the most severe injury he had ever sustained in his life. Multiple fractures, internal bleeding, and his energy reserves were utterly depleted. "Lord Kaioshin, you truly have given me a daunting task," Ainara mused with a wry smile. Suddenly, a pink light burst forth within the cabin, and the projection of Kaioshin reappeared before Ainara. "Sharan, have you been speaking of me again?" Ainara blinked in surprise at the sudden appearance of Kaioshin. "Why is it that whenever I mention you, you show up right on cue? You aren't peeping on me, are you?" "Of course not. Gods do not spy on others. I observe with utmost transparency." Ainara stared at Kaioshin, taken aback by her brazen declaration. Ignoring Ainara's incredulous gaze, Kaioshin proudly tilted her head and said, "I sensed your immense power through the divine energy in your tail. Which is how I noticed you. I am a deity, after all, and I'm quite busy. Yes, if there's nothing urgent, you may return. After all, deities are quite occupied." Ainara trailed off. "What nonsense. I also worry about you." "You are my very first employee," Kaioshin muttered, slightly offended by Ainara's dismissive tone. "This time, you've sustained what could be considered work-related injuries that I assure you. This is not a heartless enterprise. Shortly, I will send you a Senzabine. And you can fulfill one wish. You have something in mind? Such a generous offer?" Ainara replied uncertainly. "Then can you hurry and send us back?" Upon hearing this request, Kaioshin lowered her head in embarrassment. Stammering, "To leave, you must stay for a year. That exceeds my capabilities. Perhaps you could wish for something else." Ainara sighed, realizing he should not have held any expectations of this second-rate deity. After some contemplation, he looked at Kaioshin and articulated his wish. Chapter 22. The awkwardness of unspoken truths. When Yukino brought the food, she noticed a flash of pink light inside the cabin, sitting beside Ainara. She fed him a piece of meat and inquired, "Did that divine being visit just now?" "Yes," Ainara replied. barely chewing as he hastily swallowed the meat, signaling Yukino to hasten her feeding. Yes, she offered him another piece. A glimmer of unease flickered in Yukino's eyes. Is something else about to happen? Nothing significant. I suppose she came to commend my performance and offer some employee benefits. That's her sole purpose. Ainara said with a resigned smile. Yukino looked puzzled. Employee benefits? You'll find out soon enough. Ainara replied mysteriously, urging, Yukino, can we skip the chatter for now? I've missed 15 meals after being unconscious for 3 days. Yukino rolled her eyes. Your mind seems particularly sharp when it comes to food, calculated as if you were eating 5 meals a day. With that, she focused intently on feeding Ainara. Meanwhile, Pururu wisely excused himself. As he still had the important duty of a warehouse manager, the cabin gradually fell into a tranquil silence. After the events they had endured, Yukino found herself relishing this moment of calm. If only it could last forever. After finishing the last morsel of meat, Ainara contentedly burped. Suddenly, another burst of pink light illuminated the room. The dazzling glow instinctively made Yukino close her eyes. At that moment, Ainara's voice reached her ears. Finally, it's here. Though that second-rate deity isn't much good at anything, her logistic speed is truly commendable. When she opened her eyes, several boxes appeared within the cabin. Yukino looked at Ainara in confusion and asked, What is this? Gifts I requested from the King of Time. Open them and see. Yukino opened a box, atop which lay a small pouch. Beneath it were her winter garments meant to ward off the cold. Picking up the small pouch, Yukino gazed at the celestial beings within, momentarily lost in thought. She recognized this little being. It was the very one that Ailan had instructed Purulu to feed her, the sole celestial being that had been given to her. Yet he himself had suffered such grievous injuries. Yukino breathed slowly, calming her emotions before opening 2 more boxes. Inside were numerous books and a dozen cans of cat food. That third-rate deity even claimed to fulfill a wish of mine. However, her abilities seemed limited to merely transporting these items. So I pondered for a moment and requested her to send something for you, and Purulu's winter night descended. Having books to read should alleviate your boredom. Purulu had performed admirably this time. Thus I had the Supreme Kai send some cat food as a reward for him. Aaron's voice floated in from behind, and Yukino clutched the celestial being in her hand, pressing it to her chest, murmuring in a voice only she could hear. Even at this moment, you are still thinking of us. But what about yourself? Truly a fool. What are you mumbling about over there? Yukino shook her head and sat down beside Ailan, feeding the celestial being into his mouth. In an instant, after the bean was swallowed, Aaron's injuries completely healed. He sprang up with a vigorous leap. Feeling the surge of power coursing through him, Ailan felt a sense of joy. Indeed, after recovering from injuries, one's strength would experience a significant enhancement. His combat power must now exceed 10,000. Seeing Ailan restored to health, Yukino's anxieties finally subsided. Next time, do not push yourself so hard. I am not worth such sacrifices. Ailan lowered his head in contemplation and replied earnestly, Because purifying the Dragon Balls is my duty. Protecting you is part of that responsibility. Yukino. Clearly, this response left her feeling somewhat uncomfortable. She stubbornly pressed on with her inquiry. Is it merely because of that? Of course, it seems I am the only surviving Saiyan who is diligently fulfilling his duties. That third-rate deity has nothing to say about it. Ailan laughed heartily, hands on his hips, reveling in his own pride. Suddenly, his laughter ceased abruptly, as he sensed a murderous intent looming behind him. The temperature within the wooden cabin dropped significantly. At that moment, Yukino was glaring at him with a fierce expression. So it was merely to fulfill your duty. The girl's icy voice sent a shiver down Aaron's spine. Well, it's not entirely that. He stammered, his face flushing. During the time spent with Yukino, Ailan had indeed found himself developing feelings for this adorable yet strong girl. After all, Saiyans are inherently attracted to powerful women, whether that strength manifests physically or mentally. Most importantly, Yukino was an excellent cook. Yet, Ailan felt embarrassed to express his emotions. That's so. Observing Aaron's hesitance, Yukino suddenly felt flustered. She hurriedly tidied up the utensils and made her way towards the door. However, this time, her steps were considerably lighter, and a smile unconsciously graced her lips. Chapter 23, The Promised Land 2998. 2999, 3000, in the camp's courtyard. Aaron performed push-ups while balancing on one hand. The emergence of the evil dragon had made him acutely aware of his own frailty. A degraded version of a 3-star dragon had nearly cost him his life. If he did not intensify his training, he could hardly fathom how to face the foes that lay ahead. Yukino sat on the railing, engrossed in a book, occasionally stealing glances at Aaron. Being in the perpetual night, she could not discern how much time had passed. Nevertheless, life had returned to a semblance of tranquility. After completing today's regimen, Aaron slumped to the ground, gasping for breath. Yukino approached him, offering a towel. No matter how many times I see it, your stamina is nothing short of astonishing. After accepting the towel and wiping his face, Aaron smiled. My training is still far from sufficient. Seeing Aaron smile, Yukino found herself momentarily entranced, feeling her cheeks warm. She had realized that she had been unwittingly captivated by this guy. Now, merely his smile could render her flushed and her heart racing. They slept together every night. What's wrong? Standing there in a daze. Nothing, just pondering how long we've been here. It's always night. And I've lost all sense of time. Yukino casually turned away, crossing her arms over her chest, taking a gentle breath. Aaron remained oblivious to Yukino's peculiar demeanor, scratching his head as he calculated. It should be nearly a year now. Counting the times we've eaten, I think we can return soon to I can't even begin to comment. Why do you measure time by the number of meals? Yukino shot him a glare. Though her heart was tinged with melancholy, once they returned, would their relationship remain as it was? Would it gradually revert to that of a leader and subordinate? Unease filled her heart. They were so close to returning to familiar routines. Yet Yukino could not shake off her feelings of uncertainty at that moment. Aaron's voice broke through her thoughts. By the way, we are neighbors, right? After we return, can I still come over to your place for meals? I've become so accustomed to your cooking that I can no longer bear my own culinary disasters. That depends on my schedule and your performance. Yukino offered a faint smile. Indeed, having shared so much, there's no need to worry. Didn't he promise to protect me always? This guy has a way of making me feel secure without even trying. My performance? Aaron was bewildered. Yes, once we return, you shall have to study diligently under my guidance. I expect no subject to yield scores below double digits. Though I won't hold out too much hope, you must at least manage to graduate. Upon hearing Yukino's words, Aaron's expression instantly soured. Sensing that the time for parting was drawing near, Puraloo clutched a can of cat food, eating while crying. Wah, boss, are you leaving? This can is so delicious. Yukino gently stroked Puraloo's sleek fur, her face filled with reluctance. After a moment's hesitation, she turned to Aaron and said, Can we really not take Puraloo with us? No, Puraloo does not belong to our world. Moreover, in another world, it has children waiting for it. Upon hearing Aaron's words, Yukino sighed and cradled Puraloo in her arms. Enjoying the final moments of petting the cat, she said to Puraloo, Thank you for saving me before. I have no way to repay your life-saving grace, so I can only express my gratitude in these meager words if fate allows. Our parting is merely a temporary divergence towards different paths in life. And eventually, we shall reunite in Rome. If we are not fated to meet again, then I wish you a swift return to your promised land. As she spoke, Yukino cast a glance at Ailan. It seems I have finally found my promised land. Without further intruding upon the tender farewell between the girl and her cat, Ailan strolled alone into the courtyard, gazing up at the sky, which was tinged with a faint whiteness. He felt ill at ease in this scene of parting. After a long 10 months, the sun's rays once again illuminated this land. His pupils slightly constricted as Ailan quickly acclimated to the daylight. Parting, it seems I have no one I would truly miss in the face of separation. Suddenly, he felt a hand clasping his. Turning his head, he found Yukino standing beside him, vibrant and full of life. I have bid a proper farewell to Puraloo. Ailan nodded, instinctively tightening his grip on Yukino's hand. Feeling Ailan's warmth, Yukino gently remarked, Having spent a year here, though the conditions were harsh, I find myself a bit reluctant to leave. Until the purification of the Dragon Balls is complete, I shall remain by your side. Yukino smiled and nodded. After spending a considerable amount of time together, she had gradually come to understand Ailan's awkward personality. The words she had just spoken might very well be the extent of what Ayn Rand could express at this moment. At that instant, the portal that had transported them reappeared, sharing a knowing smile. They stepped into it together. On the other side, a portal also emerged beside Peru, and a dazzling light enveloped it, drawing it in. Time passed, though how long it was, Peru could not tell. Eventually, the transportation concluded. This time, it found itself in a narrow alley between two tall buildings. Peru anxiously surveyed its surroundings. Where is this? I Haven T returned to the south. Suddenly, a voice reached Peru's ears that, no. This is Tokyo. By the way, can cats actually talk? A ghost. Boss, save me. Peru crouched in the corner, cradling its head, utterly convinced that the area had been deserted moments ago. So where did this voice come from? The voice belonged to a young girl, who stood quietly not far from Peru. Though her face bore no expression, the tone of her words conveyed a palpable sense of helplessness. Mr. Cat, I am Kato K, not a ghost. Honestly, I was startled to see a cat speaking too. Chapter 24. The return to daily life within Yukino's apartment. A beam of light suddenly appeared. Ayn Rand stepped through the luminous veil, holding Yukino's hand. After surveying the surroundings, Ayn Rand exhaled in relief. I am finally back. I can feel the essence of modernity once more. Picking up the phone resting on the coffee table, Yukino glanced at the time, which still read 3 a.m. A year had passed in the icy realm. Yet only 7 hours had elapsed in reality. Ayn Rand was now observing the interior of Yukino's abode. Should one say that a house reflects its owner? Although the space was ample, it lacked any extravagant decorations or embellishments, appearing quite desolate. However, there were numerous books strewn across the table in front of the sofa. He casually picked one up. The titles mirrored those that Yukino perused daily in the service club. Their covers obscured. Without peeling them back, one could hardly discern their contents. The 30 Habits of Cats. Forget it. Let us look at something else. How to be a responsible pet owner. The story behind Mr. Pan's IP. The differences between cats and pandas. A literary maiden spends her time on such trifles. What of Lu Sun and Shakespeare? Alas, Yukino had been thoroughly brainwashed by her feline companion. Thankfully, she had parted ways with Peru this time. Speaking of which, Peru should have returned to the Dragon Ball world by now. Suddenly, Yukino, blushing, poked Ayn Rand, feeling a tinge of embarrassment at her privacy being unintentionally exposed. Although, by now, there was hardly any secrecy left between her and Ayn Rand. You should head back to your own room to rest now, Mr. Ayn Rand, Yukino urged, gently pushing Ayn Rand toward the door. The Kaishin of time had indeed proven reliable, having repaired the security door that Ayn Rand had previously damaged. Standing in her apartment, Yukino watched Ayn Rand at the door and softly said, "Get some rest. See you tomorrow." Ayn Rand opened his door, leaving those words before stepping inside. Tomorrow, you say? Closing the apartment door, Yukino placed a hand over her heart, her lips involuntarily curling into a smile. Indeed, even upon returning, some things would remain unchanged. Tomorrow truly held promise. 7 a.m. in front of the apartment elevator, Ayn Rand leaned against the wall, awaiting Yukino's arrival. Good morning, Yukino. Despite having lived in the icy realm for a year, Yukino's routine remained steadfast. Upon spotting Ayn Rand at the elevator, she approached him slowly. Good morning, Mr. Ayn Rand. Hearing the familiar greeting that graced every day, Yukino responded in kind. Pressing the triangular button to summon the elevator, the doors chimed open. The two entered, one after the other. Today marks the resumption of school life, as they walked side by side along the path. The traffic was sparse, with only a handful of early risers visible. Inhaling the fresh air, Ayn Rand mused. Walking this path occasionally feels quite pleasant. How did you get to school before, Mr. Ayn Rand? I flew, of course, with the window open. I'd be at school in just 5 minutes. That way, I could get a bit more sleep. You mustn't do that anymore. Why not? Ayn Rand looked at Yukino in confusion. That deity said you should integrate into human life. How can such cheating be considered integration? Yukino said earnestly, though in truth, she was concerned that if Ayn Rand always flew to school, they would have far less time together. True, after all, I still need to protect you. Yet, he lamented the recent discovery of a Dragon Ball's location and pondered where the others might be scattered. Reflecting on his responsibilities, Ayn Rand felt a pang of melancholy. inwardly cursing that troublesome third-rate deity. From now on, if you plan to do anything dangerous, please inform me in advance, although I may not be able to assist much. As she spoke, Yukino's body trembled slightly. Noticing her unease, Ayn Rand took her hand. Rest assured. It's really not that dangerous, and I'm much stronger now than before. Ayn Rand suddenly paused. For Yukino was staring at him with a serious expression. Fine, I will inform you if I discover any other Dragon Balls. That's more like it. Yukino nodded in satisfaction. At that moment, she realized Ayn Rand was still holding her hand, causing her to panic slightly. With a gentle tug, she freed her hand. Her cheeks flushed as she softly said, "We almost at school." Ayn Rand, now aware, awkwardly tucked his hand behind him. "My apologies." The two walked in silence until they reached the second floor of the classroom building, where they parted ways. Upon arriving at the back door of Class 2F, Ayn Rand walked straight in and took his seat in the back row by the window, the homeland of kings, feeling the warmth of the sun. Ayn Rand couldn't help but yawn and then lay his head down. Indeed, he still cherished this peaceful existence that on the other side of the classroom, a certain high school student with dead fish eyes regarded Ayn Rand with suspicion. Hadn't he just seen Ayn Rand and Yukino holding hands on their way to school? Were they perhaps a couple? If that were the case, wouldn't he be forced to endure a barrage of romantic gestures in the club? After much contemplation, Hachiman Hikigaya reached a decision. Perhaps it would be best to quietly slip back home after school. It seems that joining a club is simply not suited for him. Chapter 25. Saiyans are actually just fat tigers after school. Yukino Shida opened the door to the service club's classroom. Ayn Rand was already seated at her desk, burying her head in the crook of her arm, resembling a sleeping ostrich, which was amusing in an inexplicable way. Treading lightly, Yukino slowly walked past Ayn Rand, who suddenly lifted her head. "Despite my careful movements, you still noticed? I caught a whiff of your scent. Perhaps it's jasmine, or maybe lavender." Ayn Rand was uncertain. Yet this fragrance was etched in her mind. She believed it to be a distinctive scent that belonged solely to Yukino Shida. "Hentai." Yukino shot Ayn Rand a disapproving glance, her cheeks slightly flushed. "What? I merely remembered it unconsciously." Ayn Rand sat up, her gaze occasionally drifting to Yukino's face while also surveying the surroundings of the clubroom. "Speaking of which, I haven't truly taken a good look at this classroom. What are you sneaking around for?" "No, it just feels a bit empty. Have you ever considered adding some daily necessities? Perhaps a teapot and cups?" In this icy realm, even under harsh conditions, Yukino had managed to find some wild tea leaves for consumption. "Is that so? Then let us go buy some tea sets together, and perhaps some disposable cups to entertain any clients that may come." "Clients? Huh? I wonder when they actually show up. That Hikigaya fellow hasn't come by either." Ayn Rand, feeling rather bored, rested her head on the table, in her past life of watching anime. She had never realized that this so-called service club hardly received any requests throughout the year. This leisurely state might be tolerable for a day or two, but over time, it became unbearable for a Saiyan's restless nature. Seated beside Ayn Rand, Yukino took out a textbook and said lightly, "Who says there are no requests? Aren't you one? Teacher Hiratsuka has entrusted me with ensuring that you at least pass one subject in the next exam. Take out your book. You promised me. All right then, I suppose it's time for me to study again." Ayn Rand displayed a vigorous spirit as she pulled out her textbook, which was entirely pristine, lacking even her name. 5 minutes later, Ayn Rand had laid her head sideways on Yukino's shoulder, drifting off to sleep. Watching Ayn Rand, Yukino rested her forehead on her hand, letting out a sigh of resignation. "Sigh, I really shouldn't have held any expectations for you." That said, Yukino did not wake Ayn Rand. Instead, she took out a collection of essays to read. For now, she would let Ayn Rand sleep on her shoulder. Yukino took a deep breath, attempting to calm her emotions. She simply hoped that the slumbering Saiyan wouldn't disturb her reading once he awakened, as that was not the enjoyment she sought from such close proximity. "I'm coming in, Yukino." The service club's classroom was once again rudely interrupted as Shizuka Hiratsuka barged in, dragging Hikigaya along. Upon witnessing Ayn Rand and Yukino's state, Shizuka's mouth fell agape. "What on earth are you two doing?" Beside her, Hikigaya wore a look of resignation. It was indeed wise to escape. Coming here would only mean being forced to witness these two's affectionate antics. The abrupt entrance of Shizuka and Hikigaya startled Yukino momentarily, but she quickly regained her composure. Gently shaking Ayn Rand awake, Yukino stood up and approached Shizuka. crossing her arms and coldly stating, "Didn't Ti mention that one should knock before entering?" Teacher Hiratsukata Yukino's imposing demeanor caused Shizuka to instinctively take a step back, awkwardly rubbing her nose. Haha, I'll be more mindful next time. But what is going on between you and AI Ran? What's the matter? At this moment, AI Ran had awoken but was still somewhat bewildered by the current situation. Nothing much, just reminding teacher Hiratsuka of basic etiquette. Having answered AI Ran's query, Yukino turned her gaze back to Shizuka, her tone regaining its icy composure. "So, are you here to retrieve the runaway club member?" Noticing Yukino's avoidance of the subject regarding AI Ran, Shizuka opted not to pursue the matter further. Feeling a pang of heartache at the sight of these young ones. 27 years old, she still hadn't resolved her own issues, yet these two had seemingly bonded overnight. She raised her fist in Hikagaya's direction. "Yes. Hikagaya, you better make good use of your time here. Otherwise, I won't let you off easily." With that, Shizuka strode out of the classroom, followed by a chorus of lamentations echoing in the hallway. Yukino glanced at the apprehensive Hikagaya and remarked, "Stop standing there like a fool. Find a place to sit." After seeing Hikagaya settle into a seat near the classroom door, Yukino returned to her own seat and continued to actively face life. One must possess a resilient heart, participating earnestly in all endeavors, including club activities. I hope you will fully engage in club activities moving forward, Hikagaya. However, to Hikagaya, Yukino and AI Ran had already become embodiments of the so-called richly fulfilled. This man, Hikagaya, resolutely refused to associate with any semblance of fulfillment. Nonetheless, recalling Shizuka's iron fist, Hikagaya decided to acquiesce. He did not rebut Yukino's words, but instead pulled out a novel to read. At this moment, AI Ran began to comprehend the unfolding situation. She cast a peculiar glance at Hikagaya, realizing her presence might have disrupted the established dynamics of these two lives. Yet, she felt not a shred of guilt. For a Saiyan, much like a tiger, once something is desired, it must be claimed as one's own. With this thought, AI Ran averted her gaze and resumed perusing the textbook that seemed to induce instant sleepiness. Chapter 26. At last, a request has arrived. The classroom returned to its usual atmosphere. AI Ran appeared to be reading the textbook, yet her head bobbed incessantly, as if she were about to drift off at any moment. The other two were engrossed in their own reading, creating a serene ambience. Suddenly, a soft knocking broke the stillness, resonating distinctly in the tranquil environment. As Yukino marked her place in the book, she calmly called out, "Please come in." "Excuse me for interrupting." That a delicate voice accompanied a timid figure who entered the classroom. Then, as if realizing she had been noticed, she cautiously closed the door behind her. Her shoulder-length chestnut hair swayed gently as she moved, her gaze flitting about nervously. Upon making eye contact with Hikagaya, who was nearest to the door, she exclaimed in surprise, "Why are AI Ran and you here, Hikagaya?" I suppose I can be considered a member here. But why do you refer to me as you instead?" Hikagaya responded, then immediately shot back with a question. At this moment, he had taken the opportunity to observe the girl before him, mentally categorizing her. A girl who embodies youthful exuberance, dressed in a shortened skirt, with 3 buttons of her blouse undone, adorned with a heart-shaped accessory at her chest, an embodiment of the contemporary high school girl who disregards school regulations. Of course, all of this was Hikagaya's perspective. AI Ran tilted her head, catching only a glimpse of the girl's profile. However, after a brief glance, she instinctively shifted her focus back to Yukino, who was engrossed in her studies. Indeed, Yukinoshita had a distinctive charm. "Shall we sit down first?" Yukinoshita beckoned her to take a seat opposite her. After the girl settled down, Yukinoshita called out her name, Yuabin Yui, a second-year student from Class F. Alongside Aaron and Hikagaya Hachiman, Yuabin Yui gazed at Yukino in astonishment. "Wow, you actually know my name. This fellow must have memorized the names of everyone in the school," she thought. Hikagaya Hachiman internally scoffed at this and continued to immerse himself in his novel, ignoring the conversation between the two girls. "Well, I suppose I know a few." Yukino replied with a slight nod. "Now, please state the purpose of your visit." Yuobin-san. I heard from Hiratsuka-sensei that wishes can be granted here. "Is that true?" Yuobin Yui asked uncertainly. "That we are merely providing assistance. Whether wishes can be fulfilled depends on you. Teaching someone to fish is better than giving them a fish. Do you understand?" Yuobin's eyes sparkled with admiration as she responded. I would like to make cookies." After a brief utterance, She glanced at Hikigaya Hachiman and Aaron, feeling somewhat embarrassed to continue with the two boys present. Sensing her discomfort, Yukino Shida Yukino turned to Aaron and said, "Please fetch me a drink. You know my favorite flavor, right?" "Of course," Aaron replied as he stood and headed toward the corridor. Upon witnessing this, Hikigaya Hachiman instinctively rose to follow. Along the way, Aaron broached a topic with a hint of intrigue. "You really don't know Yuobin Yui, do you? When she called your name earlier, you looked quite puzzled. At first, I didn't know, but after thinking it over, I realized she must be our classmate. I think I've heard that name in class." Hikigaya explained. "Just how little do you care about your own class?" After exchanging a few words, Hikigaya began to sense that Aaron was not as troublesome as he initially thought, and he relaxed somewhat. He shot Aaron a glance and retorted, "Someone who only knows how to sleep has no right to judge me." Pausing for a moment, he continued, "Collectives don't require my concern, as long as my actions do not incur any loss." That's sufficient. Hikigaya, in his own way, expressed that without a collective, he only needed to focus on himself, dismissing the need to think about those who belong to one. Your words are rather obscure. However, I suggest you pay more attention to that Yuobin-san," Aaron advised. "Why?" Hikigaya inquired, puzzled. "Just a feeling," Aaron replied. Upon returning to the classroom, Yukino Shida and Yuobin had concluded their discussion regarding the request. Aaron casually placed 2 boxes of drinks in front of the 2 girls. "Here, enjoy your drinks. I hope they suit your taste," he said before returning to his seat. Yukino Shida glanced at the yogurt before her, a slight smile gracing her lips. "Thank you. This is my favorite flavor." "Ah, you're treating me. Thank you, Aaron-san," Yuobin replied shyly. "No need for thanks. Have you finished your discussion? What was the outcome?" Hikigaya asked from the side. "Thanks to you, our conversation went remarkably smoothly. I appreciate it," Yukino Shida replied. Unabashed. "That's the worst thank you I've ever received. Truly, I can't thank you enough. You're welcome." After taking another sip, Yukino Shida began tidying up the table. "Shall we head to the home economics classroom together?" "What for?" For Hikigaya, that was one of the 3 places that could inflict psychological trauma upon him. He preferred to avoid it whenever possible and felt the need to clarify. Yuobin-san's request requires us to go to the home economics room. Perhaps feeling she had stated this clearly enough, Yukino Shida refrained from elaborating further. She gently nudged Aaron and set off toward the home economics room. Aaron, already aware of what was to transpire, shrugged and followed suit. "Let us see if there are any materials there. I'd like to have some cake or something," he remarked at Hikigaya. "We're going to assist others in fulfilling their requests. Could you please refrain from focusing solely on food at this moment?" Yuobin, resembling a devoted follower, trailed behind. Hikigaya Hachiman sighed in resignation and left his seat to follow. Chapter 27 Success in the First Request. In the culinary room, Yukino Shida Yukino had already tied her hair back, donned her apron, and prepared the ingredients to commence their work, while Yuobin, in her clumsy haste, struggled to tie her own apron. With a sigh, Yukino Shida approached and assisted Yuobin in fastening her apron. "May I ask you something?" Yuobin, her cheeks flushed, inquired, "What do you think of girls who are home-oriented?" "I don't dislike them," Hikigaya replied nonchalantly, completely oblivious to Yuobin's underlying implications, adding that boys, to some extent, would likely wish to date such girls. Yuobin giggled foolishly, brimming with energy and enthusiasm. As Yukino Shida listened to their exchange, she cast a puzzled look at Aaron. Understanding Yukino Shida's expression, Aaron leaned in and whispered, "Saiyans tend to prefer independent and assertive women." What Hikigaya mentioned is merely his personal standard for choosing a partner. After hearing Aaron's response, Yukino Shida nodded in satisfaction, only to realize something, flushing with embarrassment as she quickly turned away, taking a deep breath. She instructed Yuobin, "I will demonstrate once, you follow along." Yuobin nodded eagerly, akin to a chick pecking at rice, and rolled up her sleeves alongside Yukino Shida. They mixed flour, warm water, and sugar, then proceeded to crack the eggs. To be precise, I mean the eggshells. As she inadvertently tossed the shells into the flour, they added cream, but it failed to dissolve. Right. The sugar that should have been added was mistakenly replaced with salt. Adding various seasonings indiscriminately. Perhaps this is Yuobin's unique recipe. The final result was painfully evident, I must say. Aaron mused, now believing his own culinary skills to be rather impressive. "Yuobin, what exactly are you making? Is it a viral conglomerate? Or perhaps a mutant fried cockroach?" Yukino Shida Yukino, standing beside him with a pale face, held her forehead in disbelief, looking thoroughly devastated. Why? Why is this happening? It seemed to be her first time facing such a disastrous outcome. What is going on? Yuobin asked, bewildered. Shouldn't you be asking yourself that? She pushed the plate containing the black, unidentifiable concoction toward Hikigaya. Perhaps it might be unexpectedly delicious. That may be true, Aaron replied as he pulled over a plate of cookies made by Yukinoshita, popped one into his mouth, and squinted in delight. Hurry up, Hikigaya. It might actually be quite tasty. What right do you have to say that while munching on Yukinoshita's cookies? Hikigaya felt as if he were on the brink of despair. This isn't tasting. It's akin to a poison test. Yuobin puffed out her cheeks like a pufferfish, exclaiming, "That's so mean." Yukino crossed her arms and stated coolly, "Hikigaya-kun, you must not disregard others' goodwill. This is part of our club activities." Hikigaya Hachiman, catching sight of Yuobin's hopeful gaze, turned his head away, but ultimately, with trembling hands, picked up a piece of the charcoal-like creation without a glance and swallowed it whole. Regrettably, the horrendous taste lingered ominously in his mouth and throat. Gulp, gulp, gulp. Hikigaya gulped down his beloved Max coffee, collapsing his upper body onto the table, his eyes vacant. "I've finally survived." Aaron stared at the plate of cookies as if he had seen a ghost. "Yuobin, are you perhaps a master of the dark culinary arts?" He then sampled another cookie made by Yukinoshita before reluctantly picking up one of Yuobin's cookies, taking a small lick. This flavor reminds me of burnt vegetables after they've been exploded." Hikigaya Hachiman looked at Aaron in astonishment. "Hey, did that guy just say something terrifying? What does he mean by burnt vegetables? Is he a Chinibu?" Yukino discreetly pinched Aaron's waist, confirming that Sarigami-kun indeed speaks without engaging his intellect. However, Yuahama did not pay much attention to Aaron's earlier words. She lowered her head in disappointment, lamenting, "It seems I truly lack culinary skills. Is there any talent? The only solution is to put in effort." Yukino remarked calmly. "Yuahama-san, you just claimed that you lack talent, correct? Change that perception. Those who haven't even made the minimum effort have no right to envy those who are talented. Failures often overlook the tremendous effort that successful individuals have invested behind the scenes." "But everyone has been saying that cooking is unnecessary." Yuahama unconsciously echoed the sentiment of the masses. Engaging in such an activity feels disconnected from everyone else. Yukinoshita organized the flour, placing the small bowl containing it with a thud on the table. An aura of chill emanated from her, akin to a piercing cold wind, unabashedly expressing her disdain for Yuahama's previous remarks. "Could you perhaps reconsider your habit of conforming to those around you? It is rather discomforting to attribute your own incompetence and foolishness to others. Do you not find that shameful and revolting?" Aaron silently stood behind Yukinoshita, gently placing a hand on her back. He sensed a bit of the sinister aura from the three-star dragon resurfacing. Feeling a warm current flow into her, Yukinoshita paused, realizing that her earlier words had been somewhat excessive. Yuahama, clad in an apron, lowered her face, obscuring her expression. Hikigaya felt a twinge of sympathy, wanting to say something, but was taken aback by an unexpected declaration. So cool." Yukinoshita stared at her in astonishment. "I apologize. My previous words may have been too harsh." "Yes, I understand. Although it was indeed excessive, I appreciate your candor. Unlike me, who tends to conform to others, I'm sorry. I will strive to do better moving forward." The chill surrounding Yukinoshita dissipated without her noticing. It was the first time she had encountered someone like Yuahama. "In any case, continue on, and I shall be by your side to guide you." Thus, a scene unfolded in the kitchen. "This is salt, not sugar. Yuahama-san, could you please taste it before adding sugar? Why so much vanilla extract? While everyone has different tastes, surely no one possesses a palate so drastically divergent from humanity. What purpose does adding coffee powder to the cookies serve? Is it for personality? What does personality even mean? Are we to create food that is toxic? Or is the aim to poison Hikigaya?" Yuahama's flurry of actions was akin to a tiger on the prowl, only to realize that she had made mistakes 85% of the time. Yukinoshita felt drained from correcting her. Fortunately, after Yukinoshita's meticulous guidance, Yuahama finally produced cookies that could be classified as food rather than charcoal. Hikigaya sampled a piece, declaring, "For gifting, this is already acceptable." Yuahama blinked in surprise. When it comes to gifts, it's primarily the thought that counts," Hikigaya explained. "You see, as long as a guy receives a gift from a girl, he is already quite pleased. The taste is not the pivotal factor. As long as it is edible, then let's leave it at that." Thank you, Yukino Shida-san, Iron-san. And a special thank you to you, Juin. Hey, why are you whispering when it comes to me? Hikigaya protested with a scowl. I risked my life to taste test. Chapter 28. Anri Midori Yuhama-san. Are you certain you wish to proceed as is? Will you continue with the commission work later? Yukino remained concerned about Yuhama's commission. Turning around, Yuhama smiled. Well, I think this is fine for now. I'll practice at home later. Thank you, Yukino Shida-san. Observing Yuhama preparing to leave, Iron kindly inquired, Are you sure you want to leave wearing the apron? Ah. Yuhama hastily removed the apron, thanked them, and waved goodbye. See you. Let us tidy up here as well, Yukino Shida suggested as she placed the used utensils into the sink. In truth, there wasn't much to clean, and with Iron's assistance, Yukino Shida washed while Iron dried the clean items and returned them to their original places. The two had lived together for quite some time, and their synergy was evident. After tidying up, they waited for a short while until Hikigaya returned after disposing of the trash, and the three exited the home economics classroom just as the bell signaling the end of club activities rang. Upon leaving the school, Iron and Yukino Shida walked side by side along a path adorned with cherry blossoms. Gazing at the falling petals, Yukino Shida mused, It feels like a long-lost campus life. Indeed, while I still prefer battling, this peaceful life is also quite pleasant. Iron had spoken halfway when he suddenly closed his eyes, standing motionless. Noticing Iron's unusual behavior, Yukino Shida inquired with curiosity, What's wrong? I sense a malevolent aura coming from that direction. It resembles a tainted Dragon Ball. Iron's expression turned serious as he pointed towards Tokyo. Are you planning to go there immediately? Yukino Shida grasped Iron's wrist, her brow furrowed. The earlier emergence of the three-star dragon had left her with a significant psychological scar, one she had yet to overcome. Yes, I must go. The evil dragon poses too great a danger to this world. Any one of them could utterly annihilate it. Seeing the worried look on Yukino Shida's face, Iron forced a light-hearted smile. Do not worry. I won't act recklessly. Did you not once mention that your dream is to change this world? Until you realize that dream, I will protect this place. It's not merely my duty. I occasionally wish to be a partner in justice. Then I shall wait for you at the apartment. Did you not say you would come over for a meal? I will prepare dinner for your return. While saying this, Yukino Shida showed no signs of relinquishing her grip on Iron's hand. She looked at him expectantly, hoping to hear a satisfactory response from his lips. Iron gave Yukino Shida a thumbs up and calmly replied, Sure, I want a lot of meat. With that, he released her hand from his wrist and dashed into a secluded alley, racing towards Tokyo with all his might. In a certain CAF in Tokyo, 3 girls and 1 boy, along with a cat, were engaged in a discussion. The handsome youth wearing black-framed glasses was fervently making a presentation. Thus, with Iri as the illustrator and Kashiwa Shiyu as the main writer. This Kanado classmate will surely transform from an ordinary passerby into the perfect heroine. My name is Kato, not Kanado, Kato Megumi corrected, addressing Anri. Kashiwa Shiyu briefly glanced at Kato Megumi before returning her attention to her notebook. The proposal for the Shining Girl project was one that Anri had put forth a few days prior. Since it was a dating simulation game, it certainly required a charming main character. She and Irie had been waiting in this CAF for nearly half an hour when Anri finally brought the main character over. The truly inconspicuous heroine perfectly matched the original intent of the Shining Girl concept. Had it not been for the blue cat, Kashiwa Shiyu would not have noticed the additional person at her side. Faced with the small farce unfolding before her, Kashiwa Shiyu chose silence, preferring not to analyze Kato Megumi. Having just met this reticent and expressionless heroine, she found it more worthwhile to engage in banter with Irie, as at least the latter could lift her spirits. I'm so tired. Kashiwa Shiyu stifled a small yawn, her eyes revealing her exhaustion. The previous night had been spent sleeplessly pondering the plots for Romantic Metronome and Shining Girl, leaving her severely sleep-deprived ethical kin. If you don't get to the point soon, I'm going to fall asleep. Anri Runa had intended to elaborate on Kata Megumi's lack of presence. Yet upon noticing Kasa no Oka, Shiyu nearly dozing off at the table, he hastily placed the crumpled project proposal before her. Gradually mustering his composure, Irie glanced at the proposal and then handed it back to Kasa no Oka Shiyu, exclaiming, Runa, are you serious about this proposal? Just a single page with a few hundred words? I mean, ethic-kun. Turning to Kasa no Oka Shiyu, Anri Runa felt an indescribable horror wash over him, his body tensing to the point of knocking over his chair. Shiyu-senpai, Do you have anything to say? I wish to know the purpose of my being here. Kasa no Okashiyu began to tap rapidly on her notebook, the frantic and irregular sound somehow making Anri Runa feel as though he were facing a fully armed machine gun. 2 days ago, I heard about the ideas erupting from your mind like a volcanic explosion. Once you've spewed out the lava, will you then release the volcanic ash? The ash can be ground down and used as a cement additive. Yet all I see before me is a damp dream of a recluse. Or do you intend to mix your saliva with volcanic ash to construct an apartment, inviting 17 or 18 beautiful maidens to immerse themselves in your soggy aspirations? Shiyu-senpai, Anri Runa faltered, retreating until he collided with the table behind him. I thought if we all worked together, we could. Kasa no Okashiyu showed no sign of relenting. Are they not merely enduring the torment inflicted by Ethic-kun? Joining the club out of pity? Furthermore, Kasa no Okashiyu slightly lifted her gaze, fixing her eyes on the bewildered Iri Riri. Is it truly acceptable for someone who appears perfect on the outside, but is utterly inept within, to illustrate the artwork? As expected, the tightly clenched fists of Zamura Iri Riri sprang to life as she slammed her hands on the table, trembling with indignation, revealing her 2 adorable fangs. Who are you calling inept? I can't fathom why Runa would recruit someone like you, a shadowy girl, to write the script. Anri Runa felt as though he might spew blood, as this newly formed club appeared on the verge of disintegration. He swiftly replied, Iri Riri, my personality is indeed dark. Kasa no Okashiyu interrupted Anri Runa, addressing Iri Riri. However, I believe I am far more candid than you. Her expression remained unshaken by Zamura Iri Riri's retort. Her gaze calm yet turbulent as it bore into Anri Runa. Ethic-kun, your proposal is not merely used, but is a pitifully yellowed piece of paper. Another piercing blow struck Anri Runa, leaving him incapacitated and gasping for breath. At the entrance of the CAF, AI Ran watched with great interest as the scene unfolded, initially only observing the movements of the Dragon Balls, yet unexpectedly witnessing such a captivating performance. Moreover, that fellow Peru was also present. He stroked his chin, contemplating Anri Runa, Kasa no Okashiyu, Zawamura Iri Riri, and Katame Gumi, each of them imbued with a hint of malevolence. Who, then, was the host of the Dragon Ball? Chapter 29. Who does the 2-star dragon inhabit? AI Ran furrowed his brow, observing the performances of the 4 individuals before him. The current situation was entirely different from that of Yukino Shida Yukino. The malevolent energy was distributed among them, making it impossible to discern who the host was. Lord Kaioshin, it's me, AI Ran. Can you hear me? Helpless, AI Ran called out to Kane to this moment. He still required the intervention of that third-rate deity. After several calls, the voice of the time Kaioshin echoed in his mind. I'm here. What prompted you to contact me? AI Ran. I've discovered another Dragon Ball, but its energy is dispersed among 4 individuals, and I cannot distinguish it. Can you help me find a solution? Wait a moment. Let me check. After a brief pause, Kane's voice returned. This energy belongs to the 2-star dragon. You're quite lucky. This is the 2nd weakest among the evil dragons, and if you devise a plan, you should be able to defeat it. Oh, in that case, please confirm the host quickly. The sooner we finish, the sooner I can conclude my work. Overtime pay will be calculated separately. AI Ran's words were tinged with urgency, as someone awaited him in Chiba. Wow. All your expenses in the human realm are covered by me. One should not be too greedy, you know. Don't think I don't know. You can simply clap your hands and conjure countless amounts of money from Earthlings. And this is my hard-earned money. Humph. Kane huffed in displeasure before reluctantly continuing. I can't discern it either. Although the 2-star dragon is weak, it possesses strong self-preservation abilities. Its power lies in emitting toxic mist, which can drain the energy of humans upon contact. However, it has not yet fully awakened, so it can only absorb the spiritual strength of those around it by enticing its host's greed. The gradual absorption leaves a trace of its presence, which is why you can sense it in all 4 individuals. Kane kept explaining, yet AI Rant's expression grew increasingly grim. This third-rate deity was utterly useless. So, what should we do now? AI Ran exclaimed in frustration. We can only wait for it to regain its strength. Once awakened, you will naturally be able to identify it. After all, the 2-star dragon is quite weak. And you will certainly be able to defeat it. Hey, is that something a deity should say? Won't these humans die from this? No worries. Only after the 2-star dragon is fully revived will it possess the ability to truly kill humans. AI Ran sighed in resignation. Fine then, You go about your business, and I'll figure something out here. You. Kane's complaints were left unspoken as AI Ran abruptly cut off the mental connection. Faced with such a boss, AI Ran feared that if the conversation continued, he might lose his resolve to remain employed. Meanwhile, the theatrical exchange among Anri Runa's group continued. Kata Megumi observed the ongoing debate between Kasa no Okashiyu and Zomura Iririri with an expression devoid of emotion. Her delicate pink lips barely moving to as if oblivious to Anri Runa's severe distress. She slowly raised her hand, signaling that she wished to speak. Upon witnessing this, Kasa no Okashiyu and Iririri simultaneously scoffed, bringing their argument to a halt. Anri Runa felt as though he had glimpsed a lifeline, swiftly reaching out towards the girl who had serendipitously crossed his path in spring, yearning for a glimmer of hope. Why had I never noticed? Katu is quite adorable. Yet, Kata Megumi's subsequent words sent him plummeting back into despair. Anri-kun, I believe you found me cute at a specific moment rather than appreciating my existence as a whole. Which is why you invited me to the Dojinshi Club? That should be the correct term. Hearing this, Anri Runa's face flushed with embarrassment. He wished to clarify, but felt utterly drained, especially after mistakenly calling Kata Megumi by the wrong name only moments ago. Just as the atmosphere grew awkward, a voice rang out, "T.O. Anri Runa." It felt as though an angel had bestowed blessings upon him. So, you are here. Purui Ran approached Kata Megumi, casting a knowing glance at Pururu. Meow. Pururu suddenly erupted with excitement. Could it be that its prayers had been answered? A miracle had occurred. The boss had truly descended. It broke free from Kata Megumi's grasp and rushed to embrace AI Ran's leg. In that moment, AI Ran felt as though he had become the center of attention. 3 gazes from the seats ahead simultaneously fixating on him. One was icy and piercing. Another exuded unrestrained fiery resentment. And the last held a somewhat profound glint from the seemingly indifferent girl. Except for Kata Megumi, the other 2 girls appeared disgruntled by AI Ran's abrupt interruption of their conversation. Yet, this had no bearing on AI Ran whatsoever. Were it not for the Dragon Balls, he wouldn't have even considered approaching these so-called reincarnated paper doll wives. He held no interest in individuals who were entirely irrelevant to him, biologically speaking. They were not even of the same species. Of course, Yukino remained the sole exception. At least, for now. Ignoring the others, AI Ran approached Kata Megumi's side, expressing gratitude. Thank you for taking care of my pet during this time. No need for thanks. Pururu is inherently adorable, and having it by my side has brought me much joy, she replied. Kato Megumi cast a pointed glance at Purulu. It seemed she had already discerned Purulu's abilities. TSK, why does this cat always bring me trouble? Although Aaron promptly grasped the girl's insinuation, it did not seem to concern him greatly. After all, even if she were to tell others about a talking cat, who would believe her? Since he could not yet ascertain who the Dragon Ball was temporarily attached to, perhaps it would be prudent to find a way to infiltrate this group. Aaron pondered for a moment. But contemplation had never been his strong suit. He could only take it one step at a time. This child has caused you trouble. I apologized. I overheard you discussing game development. Is there any way I can assist? Consider it my gratitude for your care of Purulu during this time. Kato Megumi did not respond to Aaron, but instead turned her attention to Akironi. After all, this was his team. Akironi was currently gazing at Aaron with an expression of excitement. What was that strange rope wrapped around his waist? A new cosplay, perhaps? He strolled down the street unabashedly, showing no signs of embarrassment. Was this what they referred to as camaraderie? Adjusting his glasses, Akironi cleared his throat. That sounds splendid. We could certainly use more people. Let us create the most exquisite Bishujo game together. Wait, Kasa no Okashiyu interrupted Akironi, casting a wary glance at the peculiar man. What skills do you possess? Programming? Or music? Although the ethics club resembled a child's playgroup, I would prefer not to have just anyone involved. Aaron was momentarily taken aback. What were programming and music? His only expertise lay in destruction. How could he possibly possess such sophisticated skills? Suddenly, an idea struck him, and he said to Akironi, I lack those talents. But I have heard that game development can be quite costly. Are you in need of an investor? Chapter 30. A chaotic first meeting investment. The 4 individuals present regarded Aaron with a mix of expressions. Kasa no Okashiyu's initial wariness gradually dissipated, replaced by a look of pity directed at Aaron. Who was this foolish son of a landlord that had seemingly sprung from nowhere? to propose investing in such an unreliable club simply because he saved his cat. When did money become so easily acquired in this world? Indeed, there are always those who are less astute. Irie muttered quietly, stealing glances at Casa no Okashiud. I certainly do not wish to be associated with someone as haughty as you, who willingly accepted the invitation yet refuses to acknowledge it. I am not. Just as Irie stood up with a flushed face, Aaron interjected, how about this? I will invest 1 million yen to start. If additional funding is needed later, you can let me know. As for the venue, I have an apartment where I currently live alone. You are free to use it on weekends. This student, Akironi exclaimed, seizing Aaron's hand. You are now a member of our club. Together, we shall create the most moving Bishujo game. By the way, what is your name? Aaron discreetly withdrew his hand, disliking such familiarity with males. I am Aaron, a second-year student at Chiba City SBU High School. Not to mention 1 million. Even 1 billion could be conjured with a mere snap of the fingers by that third-rate deity. Moreover, in a country like Japan, where cash is predominantly used, there is little concern about audits regarding the source of funds. Quite an impressive ability, indeed. However, such matters held no significance for Aaron. The Saiyans' sole pursuit was combat, and the pursuit of ultimate strength. He had no interest in the wealth of humans, who lacked powerful guardians. During his time working for Frisia, Aaron had witnessed civilizations being utterly erased from existence in the blink of an eye, many of which he had played a part. As dusk settled, he pondered whether today would yield no progress. Although Aaron Kuhn had joined this club due to my influence, what was Aki Kuhn's motive for inviting me? I am merely an inconspicuous passerby. Faced with Kato Megumi's inquiry, Akironi initially appeared somewhat awkward, but his voice soon rose an octave. Kano-san, you are not inconspicuous. Wait, what just happened? And my name is Kato Megumi. Do not belittle yourself. Aaron paid no heed to their exchanges and took a seat on the chair Akironi had just moved for him. As soon as he sat down, he felt his energy slowly depleting. Although the rate was negligible, he was now certain that the two-star dragon was undoubtedly among these 4 individuals. Yet, faced with 4 identical auras, Aaron could not ascertain which one housed the Dragon Ball. It seemed he could only passively await the awakening of the evil dragon and then send him off to the afterlife with a Kamehameha. However, having devised such an excellent plan to infiltrate this club, I must commend myself. Aaron contentedly lifted the coffee before him, gently blowing on it before taking a sip. Indeed, it was quite bitter. This was hardly to his liking, were it not for the absence of snacks. He would have preferred red tea. Nevertheless, while seeking the two-star dragon, observing this live-action anime was not entirely unpleasing. Meanwhile, Akironi had already engaged in a debate regarding Kato Megumi's attributes, entering an entirely different dimension. Kato Megumi resembled a mirror made of water, effortlessly absorbing Akironi's high-pitched voice and exaggerated gestures. However, Akironi's subsequent remarks revealed to Aaron that even a seemingly indifferent girl could exhibit significant emotional shifts. Kano, you are not inconspicuous. Rather, you are a character that has been abandoned midway through development and thus lacks presence. Silence enveloped the room. In Aaron's eyes, Kato Megumi's daisy-like gaze dimmed as she gently bit her lower lip. Unsure if she mourned the loss of her character's development or was simply displeased. May I say something? Before Kato Megumi could speak, Irie swiftly stepped forward and gave Akironi a light smack on the head. You idiot, Roni. Isn't that even worse than being inconspicuous? Do not underestimate the significance of inconspicuous characters. Irie. Akironi protested loudly. Irie clenched her small fist, resembling a fierce little tiger, as she had long wished to interject into the conversation her childhood friend was having with these 2 girls she had only recently met. This is utterly ridiculous, Ethics Club. Not at all. A character who is entirely devoid of characteristics yet somehow stands out is quite rare. Shiyu-senpai. Aaron stared at these individuals in bewilderment, completely at a loss as to what was worth arguing about. How he longed to return home. He felt a bit hungry. Suddenly, he noticed that all eyes had turned toward him once more. That it seemed their internal squabble had yielded no resolution, and they now required Aaron, the outsider, to act as a mediator. With a resigned shake of his head, Aaron remarked, I do not fully comprehend the nature of your debate. I am merely an investor. However, if you all wish to collaborate on developing a game, it would be wise to seek common ground. Ultimately, what could be termed the most chaotic club meeting in history concluded as the sun fully set. Specifically, no consensus was reached. Thus, Akironi proposed holding another retreat at Aaron's apartment on Saturday. Determined to finalize the plot this time, Aaron stood at the CAF's entrance. Kasa no Okashiyu and Iri had already departed, exchanging glances filled with unresolved resentment. Akironi also took his leave. Wearing a satisfied expression, with funding and personnel issues settled, he was certain he could lead the development of the most perfect Bishujo game in history. Aaron cradled Purulu in his arms, stroking its fur. That was quite a tedious gathering, wouldn't you agree? Indeed, boss. Purulu had been asleep throughout the meeting and was entirely unaware of Aaron's comments. However, since the boss deemed it boring, it was only fitting for him to nod in agreement. Ah, Aaron-kun, you truly knew Purulu could speak, came a voice that made Aaron's heart race. Kato Megumi had not left. Moreover, he had not sensed her presence earlier. Incorrect that I sensed it, but subconsciously did not pay attention to her. AI Ran let out a gentle sigh, concentrating her thoughts. Yes, Kato-san, thank you once again for saving Pulalu.it is my important companion. Is at you. The host of the second star. After all, didn't the Supreme Kai mention that while the second star dragon possesses weak combat abilities, it excels at hiding itself? No need for thanks. Pulalu is quite adorable. However, AI Ran-san, could you tell me who exactly you are? The Three-No girl gazed at AI Ran, awaiting his response. Chapter 31. Yano has arrived. Who exactly is AI Ran-san? Kato K looked at AI Ran with confusion, her gaze inadvertently drifting towards the tail at his waist. This shouldn't be some decorative rope, but rather a tail, right? I had heard Pulalu describe AI Ran's appearance before. Kato-san, who I am is not important. You only need to know that I harbor no ill intentions towards you. Let us meet again this weekend. With that, AI Ran embraced Pulalu and departed, for he was nearly starving. The thought of the delicious food prepared by Yukino Shida, Yukino made AI Ran unconsciously quicken his pace. Kato K pondered as she watched AI Ran's silhouette gradually fade into the crowd. And after a while, she turned toward her home on another side. Yukino Shida Yukino had already prepared dinner and sat quietly on the sofa, awaiting his return. Suddenly, a knock echoed through the AI Ran back. A faint smile appeared on Yukino's face. However, upon seeing the visitor, her smile slowly faded, reverting to her usual cool demeanor. Sister, what brings you here? I have been missing my little sister, you know. What? Am I not welcome? Yukino Shida Yano spoke teasingly, but her gaze continuously wandered into the house. Earlier this afternoon, she had indirectly pried an astonishing piece of news from Hayazaki Shizen. Could it be that her own sister had possibly fallen in love? Who exactly is this pig that dares to court the precious cabbage of the Yukino Shida household? Upon receiving the news, Yukino Shida Yano immediately canceled her plans for the evening and rushed over here. In their childhood, they shared an innocent relationship with no secrets, but as they grew older, troubles and secrets began to emerge. Communication dwindled, and their sisterly bond deteriorated. Nevertheless, as the elder sister, Yukino Shida Yano felt it necessary to come and ascertain the reliability of this boy. Observing her sister's demeanor, Yukino Shida Yukino sighed softly, her body slightly turning. Come in, sister. Pardon my intrusion. Yano smiled as she entered, her gaze falling upon the table laden with food. Did Yukino invite someone else over? Why is there so much food prepared? Well, it's just one of my subordinates, who happens to be my neighbor living across the street. Just a subordinate. Yukino Shida Yano's lips curled into a teasing smile. Not a boyfriend, or anything. Yukino Shida Yukino fell silent for a moment. Not yet a boyfriend. Not yet, you say? It seems little Yukino is quite fond of this boy, not outright denying it. Can you introduce him to me? Not denying Yano's words, Yukino Shida Yukino shook her head. He has gone out for some errands, and I don't know when he will return. As she trailed off, Yukino's thoughts turned to the monsters AI Ran had to face. And her heart couldn't help but feel anxious. Meanwhile, Yukino Shida Yano noticed her sister's unusual demeanor, a myriad of questions swirling in her mind. What kind of boy could elicit such a reaction from her typically icy sister? Just then, another knock resonated through the air. I'll get it. Yukino Shida Yano quickly made her way to the door. Upon seeing AI Ran, who stood there with a large snow-white Yukino Shida and a single strap bag, she was momentarily taken aback. Hi there. I'm Yukino's sister, Yukino Shida Yano. You look rather dashing. Yano swiftly transitioned into her social mode, enthusiastically greeting AI Ran. Hello. I'm AI Ran merely offered a simple greeting to Yano before turning his gaze back to Yukino Shida Yukino. Upon seeing AI Rant's condition, she let out a gentle sigh of relief. But given Yano's presence, her voice remained cool. Don't just stand outside. Come in and eat. Am I interrupting? Should I come back later? AI Ran appeared quite troubled for some reason. Little AI Ran, that's not acceptable. Yukino has prepared a feast just for you. It would be quite rude not to partake. Saying this, Yukino Shida Yano attempted to poke AI Rant's face with her finger. However, AI Ran quickly evaded, coldly stating, "Sorry, I'm not accustomed to physical contact with strangers." Though Yano's smile seemed cheerful, AI Ran felt a deep discomfort, as if her grin was merely a mask. While AI Ran typically preferred to avoid social interactions, the chilling aura emanating from her was unmistakable. Yano acted as if she hadn't heard AI Rant's earlier comment, maintaining her cheerful demeanor. Oh. Yano elongated the syllable, feigning great interest in AI, or AN.I in this situation. AI Ran felt he had no choice but to stay. Then I shall intrude, for I truly am quite famished. With that, he sidestepped Yano and proceeded into the room. One more bowl, please. Yukino Shida Yukino calmly took the bowl from AI Rant's hands and returned to the kitchen to refill it, despite having purchased a particularly large bowl to accommodate AI Rant's appetite. This marked the third time she had served him. Meanwhile, Yano stared in astonishment at AI Ran, who continued to shovel food into his mouth. Little AI Ran certainly exhibits an impressive appetite. Huh? Really? Perhaps I am just too hungry, but I generally only eat until I'm about 70% full in the evenings. Is that so? Yano chuckled lightly. This doesn't seem like 70%. You've consumed enough for dozens. Where are you from? Little AI Ran. Not forgetting her purpose for visiting, Yano began to extract information. I am from abroad. AI Ran casually tossed a piece of sushi into his mouth, his eyes squinting with delight as his tail instinctively began to wag. This sushi is absolutely delicious. No wonder it's from Yukino. Yukino Shida Yukino, who had been observing the dining table, finally felt at ease. She was well aware of her sister's social tactics, which is why she had initially resisted AI Ran engaging with Yano. Matters relating to Saiyans and Dragon Balls were still a topic she struggled to explain to her sister. However, as she prepared to serve AI Ran another helping, her gaze abruptly became dazed. Reminiscent of the moments in the icy world when the great ape would uncontrollably wag his tail upon tasting delicious food, Yukino Shida Yano caught sight of something moving out of the corner of her eye and curiously shifted her gaze. There, she beheld the tail, and she was momentarily stunned. She had previously seen the tail wrapped around AI Ran's waist, but at that time, she assumed it was merely a cosplay accessory. Why was it suddenly wagging now? Curiosity piqued, she asked AI Ran. Little AI Ran, what is this? Lost in the deliciousness, AI Ran instinctively replied, it's a tail. Upon realizing what he had just said, AI Ran felt a wave of shock wash over him. Did I just reveal something significant? Yukino Shida Yano blinked in disbelief. Do foreigners really have tails? At that moment, AI Ran's bag suddenly burst open with a loud noise, transforming into a cloud of smoke. Puyulu plopped onto the ground, gasping for breath. Sorry, boss, but I exceeded the transformation time of 30 minutes. I simply couldn't hold on any longer. Yukino Shida Yano. What on earth is this? Chapter 32. Yui Yugahama's gift. Yukino Shida Yona departed, her expression one of utter bewilderment. Upon her arrival, she had intended to probe into the background of the boy suspected to be her sister's boyfriend, but now she found herself engulfed in confusion. Yukino Shida Yukino had just shared with her the entirety of recent events, which had far exceeded her understanding. However, the sight of a shape-shifting, speaking cat alongside a tail-wielding Saiyan standing before her left no room for disbelief. The concept of Dragon Balls and deities had utterly shattered her previous notions as she sat in the back seat of the car on her way home. Yukino Shida Yona remained lost in thought for an extended period. Visiting Yukino today was indeed significant. At the very least, I discovered that the boy she fancies seems to be quite decent, she reassured herself. Yet, her mind quickly returned to the notion that Yukino harbored within her the so-called Dragon Balls. Igniting a fresh wave of concern, perhaps it would be best not to mention this to Mother just yet. I shall keep a watchful eye on the situation with Yukino. After a moment of contemplation, Yukino Shida Yona resolved to maintain her silence. Suddenly, a small orange flame materialized within the car, yet neither she nor the driver reacted. Everything appeared normal within their line of sight. Ultimately, the flame merged into Yukino Shida Yona's very being. While the vehicle continued its journey toward the university she attended, as if nothing had transpired, Meanwhile, within the apartment, Ayn Rand stood side by side with Yukino Shida Yukino at the window. Your sister's expression just now clearly indicated she has begun to question her existence. Ayn Rand remarked with a knowing look. Yukino Shida Yukino shot her a sidelong glance and softly replied, given that so much has unfolded before her eyes, I believe it was the right choice to reveal the truth to her. A faint smile graced her lips. Tonight served as a precious opportunity. It had been far too long since she and her sister engaged in such heartfelt conversation. After opening up to one another, Yukino Shida Yukino realized that her sister still cared for her as much as ever. Did I apologize for being careless today? Ayn Rand said, her expression one of regret as she gazed at Yukino Shida Yukino. Each time she became overly pleased, she couldn't help but wag her tail, particularly in Yukino's presence, where this tendency intensified. It's not entirely your fault. I hadn't anticipated that my sister would visit tonight. And as long as you are unharmed, that is what truly matters. Summoning her courage, Yukino Shida Yukino gently leaned against Ayn Rand's shoulder. The simple act of being together in tranquil silence brought her immense comfort. Ayn Rand trembled slightly, her body instinctively tensing up due to nerves. Perura glanced at the hapless Saiyan, sighed in resignation, and curled up on the sofa to sleep. The following day after school, all members of the service club arrived punctually at the activity room. Another day without any requests. Ayn Rand groaned as she rested her head on the table. Tea that moment. Yukino Shida Yukino placed a cup of red tea before her. The service club is dedicated to accepting students' requests to assist them in resolving their issues. Yet its existence remains undisclosed to the public. Currently, all requests are introduced by teacher Hiratsuka. Bringing someone in for discussion inherently exposes one's inner vulnerabilities. Hikigaya Hachiman commented dryly. Ayn Rand was aware of the club's founding purpose. According to Hiratsuka's explanation, Sasuke's Lion's Barrage technique was inspired by Rock Lee, while Naruto's Raisin Ringan was learned from Sasuke. She would undoubtedly use manga narratives as illustrations. Thus, the members of the service club also glean knowledge or insights while helping others. Nevertheless, Ayn Rand found herself in agreement with Hikigaya Hachiman's sentiments. He certainly would not easily expose his innermost thoughts to others. She glanced at the sky-blue cup before her, and then at Yukino Shida Yukino's white one. These two cups must be a couple set. Noticing Ayn Rand's puzzled expression, Yukino Shida Yukino blushed slightly as she explained, when I went grocery shopping yesterday, these were the last two available, and I thought they looked nice. So I bought them. Seated furthest away, Hikigaya Hachiman picked up his disposable cup with a sour expression. What have I done to deserve this? To witness this pair of lovebirds flaunting their affection. Yukino Shida Yukino attempted to steer the conversation away from yesterday's request, pondering the importance of the outcome of these requests. Hikigaya raised an eyebrow. That request was clearly concluded, so why bring it up now? I believe that to enhance oneself, one must dare to challenge their limits. Ultimately, it is for Yugahama's benefit, she replied. Effort will not betray one, yet it may betray one's dreams, even with hard work. Achieving dreams is not guaranteed. In fact, most people fail to realize them, but the fact of having tried can serve as a consolation. Hikigaya casually shared his philosophy. Upon hearing this, Yukino Shida sighed. That is merely self-satisfaction. How distasteful. With that, she turned her gaze back to Ayn Rand, her previously icy demeanor gradually softening. Previously, in the icy realm, she observed Ayn Rand engaging in inhuman training every day. Out of curiosity, Yukino Shida Yukino had asked Ayn Rand why she subjected herself to such torment. Ayn Rand had replied, first and foremost, I enjoy training and combat. They are the fundamental sources of motivation for all actions. Moreover, I believe that a version of myself that surpasses my limits today will undoubtedly be stronger than the version of yesterday. I have always held this belief, especially when I have something precious to protect. At that moment, a sudden knock resounded at the door, and Yugahama breezily pushed it open. Yahalo. What a peculiar greeting, Hikigaya mused to himself. Casting a glance at Yugahama before returning to his novel. Meanwhile, Yukino Shida and Yugahama had already begun conversing. A token of my gratitude. I brought you some baked cookies. Yukino Shida Yukino's expression turned pale. It was evident that Yugahama's culinary experiments had left a lasting impression on her. Meanwhile, Hikigaya seemed to recall that flavor, growing slightly uneasy. Only Ayn Rand shrugged indifferently. After all, what was a taste reminiscent of slightly burnt vegetables? It wasn't that unbearable, after all. How overly sensitive humans could be. I'm not very hungry right now. I appreciate your kindness. Yukino stated bluntly. However, in response to her resolute refusal, Yugahama remained unfazed, humming a tune as she retrieved a small bag of cookies from her bag. Although the bag was pink, its contents were distinctly dark within. Here you go, Yukino. No, thank you. Under the relentless pressure from Yugahama, Yukino had no choice but to accept the gift. Yukino, where do you usually have lunch? Let us dine together next time. I in the activity room with Ayn Rand. She began, but quickly added, no, please don't do that. I'm not accustomed to eating with strangers. Also, Yukino is somewhat nauseating. Please refrain from calling me that. Is that so? So, are you and Ayn Rand a couple? Not quite yet. Under Yugahama's formidable persistence, Yukino's resistance appeared feeble and lacking in strength. Well done, Yugahama. Your arrival not only dissipated the stench of romance, but also provided me with a chance to escape. Upon closing the novel, Hikigaya Hachiman rose from his seat and, in an almost inaudible voice, uttered a farewell before departing the activity room. Yugahama, noticing this, hastily set aside Yukino and retrieved a new bag of slightly different cookies from her bag, promptly chasing after him. But it seemed he had not managed to escape after all. Observing this scene, Ailan could not help but smile silently. Chapter 33. The first training camp of the game club. With the addition of Yugahama, the service club gradually became more vibrant. After resolving the incident involving Zaimokuza Yoshihida's novel, Saturday arrived. Today marked the first training camp of the game club, held at Ainan's apartment. You need not participate in the upcoming camp. The ability of the two-star dragon is to absorb the strength of those around him. And I am somewhat concerned about your physical condition. Upon hearing Ainan's words, Yukino shook her head. I am not as feeble as you imagine, and I have my own concerns about you. Rest assured, if I feel unwell, I shall return home. Relenting to Yukino, Ailan had no choice but to acquiesce. That moment, the doorbell rang. Upon answering, the voice of Aki Akiyama came through. Ainan-san, we have arrived at your apartment's lobby. Yes, please come up. I am in room 1507, waiting for you. Before long, a knock echoed at the apartment door. As Ainan arranged the snacks, Yukino sighed in resignation. Allow me to open the door. Oh, I appreciate it. As a competent investor, Ainan covered all expenses for the club's 2-day activities, which naturally included snacks. After all, one should not hesitate to utilize the funds generated by the King of Time. Upon opening the door, Yukino took a cursory glance at the initial quartet of the game club. Aki Akiyama was momentarily taken aback. Although he was a staunch advocate of the two-dimensional world, he was still slightly awed by Yukino's beauty. Particularly her cool demeanor made him feel as though he had stepped into a two-dimensional realm. Behind her, Kasumiga Kakashiyu furrowed her brows at Aki Akiyama's lack of composure, while Sawamura Spencer Eri covered her mouth. Sighing at Yukino's elegance, only Kata Megumi maintained her trademark inscrutable expression, leaving her thoughts shrouded in mystery. Soon, Aki Akiyama regained his composure. Hello, we are here for the club training camp. Is Ainan present? Yes, please come in. Ainan-kun has prepared food for you. Yukino slightly stepped aside, harboring no significant aversion toward this group upon their first encounter, although Aki Akiyama had seemed a bit dazed upon seeing her. Who could blame him for being captivated by such charm? Yukino was ever so confident. Upon seeing the members of the game club, Ainan nodded slightly. Good morning, everyone. Good morning. Please, have a seat, and let us converse. Ainan positioned Yukino at the edge of the sofa, while he took a seat in the middle, aiming to create a slight distance between her and the other members of the game club. The ability to absorb energy was no trivial matter. Even if the rate of energy depletion was exceedingly slow, he was unwilling to let Yukino take any risks. Aki Akiyama settled across from the coffee table. With Sawamura Eri on his left and Kasumiga Kakashiyu on his right. As for Kata Megumi, a sudden alarm jolted Ainan. Where had Kata gone? Ainan-san, are you looking for something? A calm voice unexpectedly emanated from his left. Kata Megumi had somehow taken a seat on the sofa, unnoticed by Ainan. Furrowing his brow slightly, Ainan was astonished by Kata Megumi's stealth. It seemed a pity for someone with such potential not to pursue a career as an assassin or ninja. Nothing much. Ainan shook his head and continued. Let us commence the discussion about the game. Do not mind Yukino and me. With that, Ainan entered a state of heightened awareness, ready to summon Cain should he detect the presence of the two-star dragon. As for the game discussion, He had utterly lost interest. Moreover, as a recluse who had only been transported here after being struck by a truck in 2022, he had seen more than enough games. He was a seasoned veteran. After all, Aki-kun, is the new proposal ready? Oh, yes. Aki Akiyama hastily devoured a cookie, surprised that Kata would inquire about the progress. Ainan's brow furrowed slightly. Upon the initiation of Aki Akiyama and Kata's dialogue, energy fluctuations began to manifest. For the moment, he sensed nothing alarming, which relieved him slightly, as Yukino exhibited no signs of abnormality. Since we are creating a narrative-driven romance game, I referenced the majority of existing works on the market for the text boxes and interface design, and subsequently drafted a new proposal. Perhaps spurred by the availability of funds and personnel, Aki Akiyama had indeed exerted considerable effort into this plan. Kasumigakaka Shiyu took the document, glanced it over, and nodded in acknowledgement. Sawamura, since your work on the ethics module has commenced, what is your progress? Sawamura Eri was taken aback. Aki Akiyama had not procrastinated this time. She had not anticipated him to be so swift. Last night, she had spent the entire night in bed engrossed in manga, completely forgetting about shining girls. Her purpose for joining the game club was not solely to create romance games. She had ulterior motives as well. I am contemplating. Do you think the style and color scheme comes so easily? It's not like making popcorn. This requires inspiration, while Sawamura Eri could find a work online to suffice. Her dignity as a doujinshi artist prevented her from producing anything subpar to placate Aki Akiyama. And you, Kasumigakaka, surely, you have not written a single line of the plot. That will disappoint you. Sawamura. Kasumigakaka produced her notebook, prompting Aki Akiyama to lean closer. With a hint of anticipation, Kasumigakaka Shiyu inquired, Aki-kun, what do you think? Well, Aki Akiyama read through the entire document. It feels a bit lacking. Lacking in what? Kasumigakaka Shiyu pressed further. Aki Akiyama continuously scrolled the mouse, his furrowed brow remaining tense. He found it difficult to articulate, sensing an absence of the impact that romance games he had played previously had on him. His response was vague, yet Kasumigakaka Shiyu did not pursue the matter any further, as she did not expect the script to pass muster in one go. I will revise it and make the plot more detailed. Kasumigakaka Shiyu turned her gaze to Ailan. Ainan-san, could you please pass me that dark chocolate over there? Ailan looked at Kasumigakaka in surprise. This was chocolate with a 99 cocoa content, something he had randomly picked up at the supermarket. After tasting it once, he could hardly bear to eat it again. In his view, it was far more unpalatable than burnt vegetable man. That someone would actively request such a bitter treat was beyond his comprehension. Before he could act, Sawamura Eri snatched the chocolate. Kasumigakaka, this is 99 dark chocolate, I am aware. Kasumigakaka Shiyu replied indifferently. Since Kasumigakaka was insistent, Ainan could only offer a cautionary reminder that it is truly bitter. Thank you. The corners of Kasumigakaka Shiyu's mouth turned up slightly as she placed the chocolate in her mouth. Instantly, her brow furrowed, but she quickly returned to her usual calm, slightly somber demeanor, as if the previous change had merely been an illusion. The bitterness of chocolate pales in comparison to the turmoil within my heart. Chapter 34. Speculations regarding the host. The second volume of Romantic Metronome, having received Aki Akiyama's strong recommendation, became a popular work, propelling Kasumigakaka Shiyu into the limelight as a favored author. Thus, she felt her creative motivation had transformed. Changes were embraced. She was willing to alter herself for the sake of Aki-kun. However, Aki-kun had since ceased to provide any feedback on the third volume of Romantic Metronome, stating, "What I wish to see is a work that emanates from your heart, Shiyu-senpai." Now, the third volume lay dormant, and each night she turned restlessly, unable to rediscover her original passion and drive for writing. Ainan observed Kasumigakaka Shiyu's expressions, alternating between gritted teeth and a somber visage, sensing the flow of energy intensifying. The host of the two-star dragon, Ailan had always believed that the second star was most likely to be associated with Kato Megumi, due to her exceedingly peculiar abilities. Despite Ailan's combat power now exceeding 15,000, he often found it difficult to perceive her presence. Yet, to his astonishment, the emotional fluctuations of Kasumigakaka Shiyu could directly influence the speed of energy transmission. What on earth was happening? Noticing Ailan's brow furrowed in concentration, Yukino placed her hand gently atop his desk. Ailan felt the warmth radiating from Yukino's hand. His restless heart gradually began to calm. He offered her a faint smile and continued his observations that Senpai is truly putting in a tremendous effort. Kato Megumi murmured softly, just loud enough for her to hear. Meanwhile, Sawamura Spencer Arari glanced toward AI Ran and Yukinoshita Yukino. Have you two heard of the love metronome? She inquired. No, I detest anything that involves written words. AI Ran replied decisively, partly as a means to further probe Kasumigakaka. He wished to see if expressing Shiyu's aversion would accelerate the flow of energy, potentially leading him to the host. Unfortunately, Shiyu remained silent, her gaze fixed on her computer, and nothing transpired. Yukinoshita Yukino also shook her head. I don't usually read light novels, though. I see, Arari remarked, noticing the hands of Yukino and AI Ran resting together. And she curiously asked, are you two a couple? You seem to have a wonderful bond. Yukinoshita Yukino smiled faintly, choosing not to respond to Arari's question. To be precise, she and AI Ran were not yet a couple, as neither had confessed their feelings. But did it truly matter? Although AI Ran felt a tinge of fear regarding discussions of romance for various reasons, Yukinoshita understood that he faced danger at every turn, hesitating to make promises lightly. This state of affairs was perfectly fine. A naturally evolving relationship did not require a formal confession to strengthen their bond. Arari's words had also captured the attention of the other three. At that moment, Shiyu displayed a hint of envy. The discussion continued in a relatively light-hearted atmosphere, save for Shiyu, who had fallen silent after her script was dismissed by Aki. She remained fixated on her computer, writing something. Well then, let us wrap it up for today, Aki announced as midday approached, exhaling a sigh of relief. Today has been quite fruitful. You all take a rest here. Yukino and I will prepare some food for you. With that, AI Ran took Yukinoshita's hand and headed toward her apartment, realizing that his own place was devoid of any ingredients. Though he could eat, he was utterly inept at cooking to in Yukinoshita's apartment. AI Ran assisted Yukino in the kitchen. With so many people dining and a certain eating machine present, the workload was considerable. Observing AI Ran lost in thought, Yukinoshita asked, are you still pondering about the Dragon Balls? Yes, the ability of the second star dragon is to enhance its power by absorbing human desires and emotions. Just now, Shiyu's emotional fluctuations intensified the malevolence. However, I can't shake the feeling that she doesn't quite resemble a host. AI Ran confided in Yukinoshita, expressing his worries and hypotheses, noting that mental exertion had never been a Saiyans forte. Kato could also be the host. Have you heard the saying? Oddities attract one another. Pururu appeared before her immediately upon arriving in this world, and coupled with her elusive abilities, it raises suspicion. Although the second star dragon cannot harm humans until fully revived, I cannot ascertain whether prolonging this will have irreversible effects on these individuals. So it is imperative to locate and eliminate it promptly. After listening, Yukinoshita pondered for a moment before stating, AI Ran, you may have fallen into a cognitive trap. I believe the most likely candidate may not be either of them. Then who do you think it is? AI Ran asked, a hint of urgency in his voice that I can't tell you just yet, lest you form preconceived notions based on my thoughts. Yukinoshita gently tapped AI Ran's forehead and shot him a playful glare. All right, now let's focus on cooking, as our workload has increased due to a certain someone. Ano, do you need my assistance? I'm quite adept at cooking. Kato Megumi's voice suddenly chimed in, startling both AI Ran and Yukinoshita. When did Kato arrive? AI Ran chuckled nervously, questioning her that I came along with you too, but it seems you both didn't notice me. Kato replied, feigning exasperation, though to AI Ran and Yukinoshita, her expression remained unchanged. Oh, from the beginning? That means, indeed, I heard everything about malevolence, Dragon Balls, and oddities to AI Ran. Could you elaborate? She pressed further. Also, who are you and Pururu? What exactly are we experiencing? Yukinoshita sighed, rubbing her forehead. AI Ran, your clumsiness here won't be of much help. Perhaps you should step outside for a moment. Kato, could you assist me in preparing lunch? I will explain everything to you thoroughly. Well, all right then, Kato consented, and AI Ran nodded, stepping into Yukinoshita's living room to watch Mr. Pan. In the kitchen, Yukinoshita and Kato began their bustling preparations. Although she hadn't urged Yukinoshita, Kato's puzzled gaze lingered. After a brief silence, Yukinoshita organized her thoughts. Kato, here's the situation. Chapter 35. The plot takes a wild turn as Kato had asserted. Her culinary skills were indeed impressive. AI Ran savored a piece of meat, relishing its flavor. While it may not have been as astonishing as Yukino Shida's cooking, it was certainly a commendable home-cooked meal. Despite being ordinary, one could sense the care she had put into it. Not bad, Kato. You will undoubtedly make a wonderful wife one day. The moment AI Rand spoke, the previously harmonious dining atmosphere abruptly halted. With everyone regarding him with a mix of bewilderment, Kato blinked in surprise before regaining her composure and murmuring a polite thank you. Aki lowered his head, a shadow flickering in his gaze. Kato was the heroine he had discovered. An eerie silence enveloped the room, broken only by AI Rand's enthusiastic eating. Yukino Shida continued her meal at a leisurely pace, unfazed by AI Rand's lack of common sense. However, she still cautioned, AI Rand, such comments should not be made so casually to a girl. That's so? My apologies. I'll be more mindful next time. AI Rand replied, his mouth full of food, his words muffled. Arari leaned closer to Kasumigakaka Shiyu, whispering, black stockings. What a glutton. I had thought the amount of food prepared would be excessive for AI Rand, Arari remarked. Shiyu, initially absorbed in contemplating how to revise the script for Shining Girl, lifted her gaze upon hearing Arari's words, uncertainly responding, boys tend to have larger appetites during puberty, right? Hearing this, Arari stared at Shiyu in disbelief, astonished that this glutton lacked basic common knowledge. What boy in puberty could consume several portions of food at once? Showing no signs of stopping, suddenly, Aki suggested, how about we play some games this afternoon? I noticed AI Rand's place is well equipped. Sure, feel free to use whatever you like. I bought quite a few games that I haven't played yet. Upon arriving in this world, he had scoured the market for all available games. After all, in his previous life, he was quite the dedicated otaku. However, after trying them out, he found them rather dull. Fantastic, Aki exclaimed. Elated, as he had been preoccupied with writing proposals and had neither watched any anime nor played games recently, he felt as though he might go through withdrawal. You shall not play. Arari interjected fiercely, baring her two fangs. Why not? Your proposal is merely 3 pages long. Even 3 sheets of paper remain unwritten. Is that truly reasonable? Aniki Ryo was rendered speechless, collapsing onto the table in despair, exclaiming, why is it like this? I just want to play games and watch anime. Upon witnessing Aniki Ryo's plight, Lily's heart softened slightly. All right, but only for a little while, she conceded. Aniki Ryo gazed at his childhood friend with gratitude, while she, in a haughty manner, let out a soft hum, her cheeks tinged with a hint of crimson at tea that moment. AI Rand slowed his eating pace, casually scanning the faces of the gaming club members, noticing that the rate of his energy depletion had accelerated significantly once again. Even Yukino Shida seemed to be affected to some extent. After the meal, Yukino Shida and Kata Megumi began to tidy the table, while AI Rand led the others back to his apartment. Once the gaming equipment was set up, he casually inquired, what do you all want to play? After a moment of thought, Aniki Ryo responded, how about a gal game? It could provide us with some inspiration for our own game. What do you think, Lily? Don't ask me. Ryo, then let's play gal game.to make it more interesting. Let us compete to see who can reach the perfect ending in the shortest time. AI Rand, as the host, can we start with you? I think I'll sit this one out. I'm not particularly skilled at visual novels. AI Rand decisively shook his head. Please, I really want AI Rand to experience the charm of gal game. I highly recommend this game. With that, Aniki Ryo produced a game disc, gazing at it with a fervent expression, radiating the aura of a devoted evangelist. Observing Aniki Ryo's zealous demeanor, AI Rand instinctively took a step back and reluctantly nodded in agreement. Settling onto the sofa, AI Rand began his journey through the game, where the female protagonist was characterized as an older, upperclassman type. An hour later, a large bed flashed across the screen, leaving Aniki Ryo and the others utterly stunned and speechless. AI Rand, too, was engulfed in profound doubt. Despite having considerable experience in gaming, he questioned why this had occurred. Lily wore a look of disbelief, exclaiming that achieving a perfect avoidance of all correct choices in such a game was beyond the capabilities of an ordinary person. Why did you refuse the upperclassman's offer to rest your head on her lap? Lily felt her worldview had been severely shaken. AI Rand replied nonchalantly, the act of resting one's head on someone's lap is inherently peculiar. Maintaining that position would surely cause discomfort for the girl. If the male protagonist truly had feelings for the upperclassman, such an action would be unthinkable. Kaza no Okashiyu, with a glimmer of curiosity in her eyes, interjected, then what about the scene in the changing room? Simply choosing to enter would have triggered the hidden accidental intrusion storyline, especially since there was already a prompt indicating it. That was a rare opportunity for a beneficial plot twist. Why did you opt to leave? Isn't it common sense to knock before entering a changing room? If you did go in, that would be an act of intentional misconduct, wouldn't it, at this moment? Aniki Ryo, feeling a sense of injustice, pressed, then why did you choose the options of being fed by the female protagonist and the accidental fall in the stairwell? Ailan reflected briefly on his thoughts during gameplay, stating, the game is quite well crafted. During those scenes, I immersed myself in the experience. However, if a girl is feeding me, I'd certainly eat faster on my own. It complicates matters that I asked for the stairwell incident. If the upperclassman were to fall, naturally, one should assist her, but if, after helping, the protagonist only thinks of taking advantage, that's a despicable act, isn't it? Is that really the case? Aniki Ryo crouched down, cradling his head in his hands, beginning to question his existence. Rationally, he acknowledged that Ailan's points were valid, yet the realms of two-dimensional and three-dimensional experiences were fundamentally different. After pondering for a moment, Aniki Ryo concluded, indeed, the three-dimensional world is a wretched game devoid of common sense and progression. Ailan scratched his head, looking at the trio before him, and asked, what's wrong? Did I say something incorrect? Chapter 36. Interaction with Kata Megumi. The illogical nature of the three-dimensional world is indeed a dreadful game. Aniki Ryo sat on the sofa, his expression vacant as he mumbled to himself. Clearly, he had previously believed that Ailan was also part of his community, but Ailan's recent remarks had shattered his perceptions entirely. Observing Aniki Ryo's disheartened state, Ailan hesitated for a moment before placing a reassuring hand on his shoulder, saying, Aniki, while I cannot comprehend how you arrived at that conclusion, many matters cannot be judged solely through subjective imagination. Is the two-dimensional world truly perfect? I cannot say, but distinguishing between ideals and reality is crucial. Whether as a creator or simply as a person, the people and scenarios conjured by imagination will never be flawless. They are merely reflections of your own thoughts. In his previous life, as an otaku, Ailan had perceived the two-dimensional realm as a beautiful escape filled with handsome men, beautiful women, princes, and princesses embarking on thrilling adventures. However, reality had swiftly delivered a harsh slap to his face. Despite being reborn into a race with immense potential, his previous experiences had been marred by slaughter, destruction, and annihilation. All dreams of beauty were crushed beneath the weight of reality. Had it not been for the time god, he would likely still be atoning for his sins in the underworld. Sitting nearby, Kaza no Okashiyu paused in her typing, silently mulling over Ailan's final words. Was the image of Ritsuka merely a figment of her imagination? Had she overly identified with the character of Sayuki? Shouldn't romance encompass both bitterness and sweetness? However, such thoughts were swiftly suppressed. Yet, she instinctively turned her gaze towards Aniki Ryo. On the other side, Aniki Ryo's emotional turmoil intensified in response to Ailan's statements, which seemed to negate his very existence. Nevertheless, he refrained from lashing out, as Ailan was an investor, and it was unwise to offend someone in that position. He adjusted his glasses and spoke. I understand what Ailan is saying. Now it's my turn for the next round. I choose the classmate character. With that, he picked up the controller, directing all his attention to the game. At this moment, Kaza no Okashiyu furrowed her brow even deeper. Ritsuka had not contested the argument, but had chosen to concede. Was this a strategic move to avoid offending the investor in pursuit of the game's success? Her gaze shifted to Ailan. Their eyes meeting, Ailan offered a slight nod before preparing to head to Yukino's apartment. At this stage, it remained uncertain who the host was, and leaving her alone with Kata Megumi for an extended period made Ailan uneasy. However, just as he reached the door, he abruptly halted. The rate of energy depletion surged inexplicably. This state must surely have an impact on ordinary humans, Ailan thought, glancing back at the three inside. Lily stood behind Aniki Ryo, animatedly gesturing as if narrating a grand tale, essentially spoiling the plot. Kaza no Okashiyu was staring intently at her notebook. Though she was not writing, she appeared lost in thought. Even now, they remained oblivious. Sighing internally, Ailan stepped outside the apartment. As Ailan turned to leave, a green light materialized within his apartment, vanishing swiftly before anyone could react. Upon arriving at Yukino's apartment, AI Rand discovered the two of them engaged in playful antics with their cat, Purilu. The feline was enjoying its peak existence, sprawled across Yukino's lap, while Kata Megumi was massaging its paws. Yukino was amusing herself by teasing its chin. Purilu, half closing its eyes, emitted a contented purr. AI Rand stepped forward, grasped Purilu by the scruff of its neck, and playfully tossed it aside, declaring, as a Saiyan subordinate, "How can you allow yourself to become so complacent? Quick, fetch me some tea." "Yes, boss." Pururu possesses remarkable potential as a subordinate, hastily making his way to the kitchen upon hearing Aaron's command. Yukino stifled a laugh, covering her mouth delicately. Was the recent behavior of the Monkey King driven by jealousy over Pururu resting on my lap? It is evident from his expression. He is utterly unable to conceal his inner thoughts. Aaron settled not far from Yukino, massaging her temples, lamenting yet another troublesome task, still devoid of any clues that moment. Kato Megumi's calm voice reached them. "Aaron, Miss Yukino just informed me about the situation concerning the second star, that I appreciate your efforts to protect us. That's merely my duty, a job for which I am compensated. So there is no need for gratitude," Aaron replied, pausing to scrutinize Kato Megumi, whom he deemed the most likely host of the second star. "Kato, have you experienced any unusual occurrences lately, or do you feel unwell in any way?" Kato Megumi reflected for a moment before shaking her head. "Not at all. Aside from encountering Pururu and you, my life remains unchanged. The only difference is my involvement in this gaming club that I see." Aaron nodded instinctively. The legendary Saint Megumi, even in the face of unknown dangers, displayed no hint of worry on her countenance, unlike Yukino or Yoshino, who struggled for a considerable time to accept these truths. Kato Megumi's unwavering demeanor garnered Aaron's admiration. "Kato, you needn't be overly concerned. With my current strength, I can easily protect you from this malevolent dragon. So please trust me. And should anything unusual arise, reach out to me promptly." Kato Megumi nodded slightly. Yet, every time Aaron accurately pronounced her name, an unusual glimmer would manifest in her eyes. It seemed that only her family had ever managed to achieve such familiarity. The feeling of being insignificant truly vexed her. Just then, a voice echoed from outside Yukino's apartment. "Kana, are you there?" "I'm here." Kato rose and walked towards the door. "We're playing a game, and I thought you might want to join us. Come, experience the allure of Gal game with us." "Ayanami, my name is Kato. Apologies, I'll pay more attention next time. This has happened so many times." With that, their voices gradually faded away. Chapter 37. How to Handle Delinquents in a Slice of Life World. On a Sunday afternoon, Aaron accompanied the 4 members of the gaming club to Chiba Station as they prepared to return to Tokyo. This weekend retreat had not yielded any substantial progress regarding their game since Saturday afternoon. Ayanami and Arari had been completely engrossed in gaming. Even Kashiwa and Kato Megumi, who usually did not partake in gaming, eventually joined in. Even Ayanami, a seasoned otaku, had to concede that while Aaron's gaming skills were lacking, his collection of games and equipment was truly impressive. Almost everything available on the market could be found at his home, and even if something was missing, Aaron promised to acquire it by their next visit. Such a generous benefactor was indeed a rarity these days. "Everyone, see you next Saturday. If any spontaneous events arise, just notify me in the line group, and I'll arrive promptly." As the train approached, Aaron waved goodbye to the 4 through the ticket barrier. Yet, his smile bore a hint of reluctance. After 2 full days, his apartment had nearly transformed into a gaming haven for this group. However, despite this, Aaron had failed to uncover any leads that seemed they would have to wait patiently for the second star to revive on its own. Hoping that no lives would be lost by then, Arari raised her tiny fist and exclaimed, "Aaron, next time you come over, you must model for me. You have to keep your promise. I absolutely won't strike such embarrassing poses again." Aaron turned and scoffed, recalling the events of the previous night. After everyone had retired for the evening, he had begun his shower, and once finished, he stepped out shirtless, intending to find a suitable place to train. Just as he exited the bathroom, he collided with a startled Arari, who had been making her way to the restroom. The sudden appearance of a bare-chested man caused her to instinctively scream. Her voice attracted the attention of Kashiwa and Kato Megumi, while Ayanami seemed to be absent for reasons unknown. "I never realized Aaron's physique was so impressive," Kashiwa remarked, licking her lips teasingly before retreating to her room. Kato Megumi remained composed, attempting to console the still frightened Airy. Given that it was merely an accident and it was already late, after Ailan offered a brief explanation, they all returned to their respective rooms. However, the following morning, upon his return from training, Airy confronted Ailan, demanding compensation for the previous night's incident, such as posing shirtless for her artistic endeavors. Unable to resist her insistence, Ailan was dragged into the bedroom, posing in various ways while bare from the waist up. Throughout the morning, he endured the sounds of Airy's delighted laughter as she entered her creative zone. Wasn't she supposed to be shy? Truly, she was deserving of her reputation as an artist. Waving goodbye to the gaming club members, Ailan turned to leave, feeling deeply traumatized by the morning's events. Now, reflecting on it, he wished to distance himself from this group entirely. Not far along his path, Shiyu's voice called out. Who would have thought Ailan-kun was quite innocent? This makes him much better than that certain arrogant blonde artist. Who are you talking about? You, the black-stockinged, chubby girl. Whoever jumps out, I'll name. Ailan quickened his pace, eager to evade their company for a while. Today, Ayanami appeared particularly quiet, standing alone on the platform with her head bowed, lost in thought. Separation line Ichino's Sari, a first-year student at Subu High School. To fit in, she often plays the role of the airheaded girl, which has garnered her popularity among the boys. However, this comes at a cost. Mere pretense is insufficient. Initiative is also essential. To maintain her popularity, she resolved to make the most popular boy, Hyan, her boyfriend, and decisively joined the soccer club as a manager. Likewise, in her quest to uphold her status, she was dragged into a completely meaningless mixer by her classmates. After the mixer concluded, she was cornered by a delinquent high school student who had taken a fancy to her during the event. The flamboyantly dressed delinquent pressed her against a wall, leering as he said, Ichino's-chan, let us go have some fun. How about KTV? Well, what should I do? I would love to, but my family has a curfew. So maybe next time. Ichino's Sari gaze flitted nervously, struggling to maintain her facade. Despite the throngs of passers-by, none seemed to notice the unfolding scene. Hastily walking past as if oblivious, Ichino's Sari felt a surge of dread. This was a situation she had never encountered before. In her anxiety, tears began to glimmer in her eyes. Don't say that. We'll have you back before your curfew, please. Though he uttered the words please, the young man nonetheless took another step forward, drawing himself closer to the girl before him. That moment, a friend who had accompanied him suddenly jabbed him in the side, signaling that there seemed to be trouble across the street. The young man, visibly irritated, followed his friend's pointed gaze. Ailan stood on the opposite side of the road, staring intently at the group of individuals. Without any extraneous movements, Ailan simply gazed, yet the palpable aura of menace he exuded was entirely directed at the young man. Merely being subjected to such a stare caused beads of cold sweat to trickle down the young man's brow. Thus, he made what might be the wisest choice of his life. Perhaps we should reschedule our meeting. I seem to have suddenly remembered that I have other matters to attend to. So, let's leave it at that. Ace-chan. Having said this, he swiftly fled the scene with his companions, observing the gang disperse. Ailan shrugged and continued in the direction of his apartment. What a cold world we live in. Injustice unfolds right before us, yet not a single soul is willing to pause. There was no necessity for Ailan to know who needed saving. He held no interest in the lives of those unconnected to him. Moreover, there was no need to prove anything through violence. These individuals were far too weak to ignite any desire for combat within him. Yet, waiting for his return in the apartment was Yukino, whose dream was to see the world become a better place, and she must surely be hoping he could be a partner for justice. Ace-ko had just been surrounded by ruffians and had not clearly seen who had come to her aid. She had only vaguely noticed that the person wore the same school uniform as hers. After calming her emotions, she gazed in the direction Ailan had departed. He had already walked quite a distance, and she could only discern a silhouette, along with Ailan's distinctive feature, the tail wrapped around his waist. Chapter 38. The man appears. A new day dawned, and Ailan strolled leisurely towards the service club. Although they were classmates, Ailan and Hikigaya Hachiman were not the type to enjoy each other's company. Aside from their club activities, they had hardly exchanged a word. From a certain perspective, Ailan and Hikigaya Hachiman possessed entirely opposite personalities, though both were undeniably peculiar. One appeared somewhat muddled, yet could display clarity in critical moments. The other seemed perpetually alert, but would hesitate when confronted with challenges. Such was the case at present. Upon entering the service club, AI ran found that Yui Yugahama had yet to arrive. Only Hikigaya Hachiman and Yukino Shida Yukino occupied the classroom, the atmosphere unusually tense, as though they had just had a quarrel. What is going on today? AI ran queried, puzzled by the two. Although they were often at odds, AI ran's presence usually kept their animosity in check. Yukino Shida Yukino cast a glance at Hikigaya Hachiman and coldly remarked, "Our club's treasurer wishes to withdraw and join the tennis club." Huh, what is that about? Wasn't everything fine before? Furthermore, Yugahama has been coming around often since last week, and the club was just beginning to gain some popularity. Yukino Shida Yukino added, "I do not believe you possess the ability to participate in group activities. Your transformation is far from complete, Hikigaya." She placed great importance on commitments. Hikigaya Hachiman looked disgruntled at the two of them. "I merely accepted someone else's request." So, his words trailed off, rather than endured daily doses of unrequited affection and the whims of Yugahama's eccentric personality. He would prefer to join the tennis club at that moment. Hikigaya Hachiman recalled the visage of a certain angel, and his face flushed a deep crimson. AI Ran scrutinized Hikigaya Hachiman. The tennis club? A request? Could it be that the man who nearly turned the teacher gay has emerged? Yahalo. I brought the requester. Just as the atmosphere reached an impasse, Yugahama Yui burst through the door, brimming with energy. Followed closely by a charming boy, Hachiman. "Tezuka, what brings you here?" Hearing Tezuka Aika address him directly by name caused Hikigaya Hachiman's face to redden even further. Goodness, this is truly a sign. AI Ran glanced at Tezuka Aika, noting that, in terms of appearance, he rivaled Yukino Shida Yukino, though regrettably, he was a boy. I noticed Aika seemed troubled, so I brought him along, thinking as a member of the club, I should lend a hand. Yugahama said, "It's all right, Yukino, you don't need to thank me. This is my duty as a member." Yukino Shida Yukino replied coolly, "Yugahama, you actually are not a member yet, aren't I?" Yugahama asked, looking adorably bewildered at Yukino Shida Yukino and AI Ran. "Well, since I have not received your application for membership and the advisor has not approved it, you are not yet a member." This revelation caused Yugahama to wail in despair, having grown accustomed to Yugahama's eccentricities. Yukino Shida Yukino chose to ignore her and turned her attention to Tezuka Aika. "So, Tezuka Aika, what is your request?" AI Ran dutifully poured a cup of tea for everyone, now assuming the role of vice president. Albeit self-appointed. At this moment, Yukino Shida Yukino had already listened to Tezuka Aika's request. "Very well, I shall accept your request. All we need to do is enhance your skills, correct?" "Yes, I believe that if I become stronger, everyone will begin to strive together, right? Perhaps, Angel?" Hikigaya mused inwardly, then asked Yukino Shida Yukino, "What do you plan to do? Run until you drop? Swing your racket until you can't anymore? Are you a devil? Are you serious?" AI Ran approached Tezuka Aika and began examining his limbs. AI Ran Kuin, "What are you doing?" Tezuka Aika exclaimed shyly, drawing the attention of both Yukino Shida Yukino and Hikigaya Hachiman. "Scoundrel, even with Yukino Shida around, you still wish to tarnish Tezuka?" Hikigaya glared fiercely at AI Ran, mentally berating him. Yukino Shida Yukino also stood up and lightly kicked AI Ran's calf. "That ain't you a savage? Have you lost control of your primal instincts, even towards boys? Am I really that kind of person?" AI Ran shot Yukino Shida Yukino a sidelong glance. Previously, when three beautiful girls from the gaming club stayed at his home, Yukino Shida displayed no signs of jealousy. Yet today, a mere boy triggered her feelings of threat. Was it truly necessary? AI Ran considered himself a staunch heterosexual. AI Rankin, "Are you finished?" Tezuka Aika gazed at AI Ran, her expression bashful and her voice slightly trembling. Upon hearing her voice, AI Ran looked up, his breath catching. His heart raced unexpectedly. My goodness, Tezuka is intoxicating. As AI Ran's hand rested on Tezuka Aika's neck and shoulder, brushing against her delicate skin, Hikigaya Hachiman looked on with a mixture of envy and jealousy. He indignantly declared, "Could you please release Tezuka? Why are you all staring at me? I'm merely feeling his bones." AI Ran replied helplessly. Yukino Shida Yukino, feeling possessive, interjected, "Did you discern anything?" AI Rankun? The address had shifted from savage back to AI Rankun, indicating that Yukino Shida's jealousy was nearing its boiling point. AI Ran took a step back, crossing his arms as he regarded Tezuka Aika. "I must say, while your body may not be particularly frail, if you wish to learn martial arts, oh no, I mean, engaging in a physically demanding sport like tennis, your aspirations may not be realized. Haven't you even put in the minimum effort yet? Yukino retorted. Slightly dissatisfied, AI Ran sighed. Yukino always compelled herself to exert effort, neglecting the importance of balance between work and rest. Previously, when helping Zaimokuza Yoshihiro review his novel, she had not stayed up too late. Yet her state of mind the following day remained poor. With this in mind, AI Ran approached Yukino and took her hand. Some things are simply innate, particularly in terms of our physical abilities. Study diligently, engage in physical activity, rest well, and enjoy yourself. Striking a balance between work and play is essential. That is my advice. Yukino nodded slightly. AI Ran's earlier words seemed directed at Tatsuka Saika. Yet they were equally meant for herself. Hikigaya and Yui Yugahama were unwittingly fed a mouthful of dog food, turning their gazes towards Tatsuka as the ultimate decision lay in his hands. Moments later, Tatsuka Saika took a deep breath and stubbornly declared, I still want to give it AT or Y.is that so? Then prepare to be rigorously trained by Yukino. Gazing at the radiant Tatsuka, Hikigaya appeared entranced. Behind him, Yugahama pouted, clearly displeased. What expression is that? She has never looked at him like that before. Chapter 39. I am Ichigo Saya, senpai. On the tennis court, Yugahama Yui and Tatsuka Saika were performing push-ups. Drawing Hikigaya's attention to a certain object, AI Ran sat at a distance, observing him with a look of exasperation. Has Yui been so overt in her feelings? How can this guy remain oblivious? If he truly disliked her, why steal glances? What a clumsy oaf. Tatsuka's physical condition was indeed poor. His feeble arms could barely manage 5 push-ups in one go. Even Yugahama fared slightly better. What a pity. This fellow is actually a boy. AI Ran muttered under his breath at that moment. Yukino's voice reached him. What a pity. Could you explain that to me, monkey? AI Ran stiffened involuntarily. There's no point in continuing the push-ups. Tatsuka's arm strength is too weak, and further attempts would be futile. AI Ran decisively opted to change the subject, unsure why Yukino seemed so wary of that fragile boy. Well, let me be his sparring partner. I am the most suitable here. Yukino picked up 2 rackets and strode towards the center of the court. AI Ran, feeling rather listless, watched the ants on the ground. It truly was not the right moment for him to step onto the court. A slight exertion might very well overturn the entire place. Since arriving in this world to study, AI Ran had never participated in any sports activities. The risks were too great, for others, that is. To help Tatsuka, Yukino intentionally tossed the ball to the sides, urging him to run, as only then could he retrieve it. However, such physically demanding tasks could easily lead to falls, especially for someone like Tatsuka, who lacked stamina. As anticipated, it wasn't long before he tumbled to the ground at AI Ran's side and retrieved the medical kit from behind him. This scenario had indeed come to pass. Would Yamayama and Miura Yumiko show up later? AI Ran speculated as he handed the medical kit to Tatsuka. Thank you, Tatsuka said softly, his face flushed. AI Ran awkwardly turned away, snorting as he made his way towards Yukino. Why is Monkey so astute today? Yukino regarded AI Ran with a puzzled expression, a hint of danger lurking in her gaze. Please, Tatsuka is a boy, all right? I am straight. Although he is rather adorable, AI Ran refrained from voicing this thought, instead shrugging helplessly. I consider myself an expert in sports. Can you keep up with the training? Your lack of stamina is your only weakness. If it proves too difficult, we could always swap in Hikigaya. He gestured towards Hikigaya, who wore a troubled expression. See, he would surely be willing. All right then, Yukino pondered for a moment before allowing Hikigaya to take over. Indeed, many things would not change simply because AI Ran was present. Shortly after Hikigaya took the reins, AI Ran noticed a group approaching the court, and he sighed. Had this group really come? Ah, tennis, exclaimed a cheerful blonde girl leading the pack. Since the tennis court had been reserved by Tatsuka, any outsiders needed his permission to enter. However, this group pushed open the iron gate without asking. Like a king and queen surveying their domain, the queen naturally seized the opportunity to speak, seeking to claim the court. Entirely disregarding Hikigaya, Yugahama, and Tatsuka's expressions, soon, a conflict arose between the two parties. Yamayama was also a notable figure at school, well-connected, and Miura Yumiko was a stunning beauty with an exotic allure. The handsome boys and beautiful girls attracted a crowd. As Miura's voice grew louder, the onlookers multiplied, surveying the scene. AI Ran saw that the tennis court was surrounded by spectators, like wolves drawn to a scent of blood, exuding an invisible pressure favoring Yamayama's side. Ah, mixed doubles sound great. I am truly brilliant. But who would want to team up with Hikigaya? How amusing. Miura's laughter rang sharp, and the nearby spectators joined in. Hikigaya, this could be trouble. Tatsuka expressed unease. Yet he mustered his courage to suggest. How about we do men's doubles? It would help me practice. What? I want to play tennis now. So you need a girl on your team, Miura interjected. Tatsuka, popular among his classmates and well-liked, faced Miura's dominance with trepidation. Glancing at Hikigaya, torn between wanting to refuse and fearing to do so. Sighing, AI Ran interjected, Yukino Shida, allow me to handle this. It's best I negotiate with our class's popular king. Be careful, Yukino Shida replied, her eyes narrowing. The AI Ran chuckled. What's there to worry about? Yukino Shida shot him a disapproving glance. I meant be cautious not to injure any classmates. You might face consequences later. At this moment, Monkey seems rather dim-witted. My apologies. I'll be mindful. AI Ran replied with a laugh as he approached the court. The dispute continued to escalate. Look, Tatsuka has tacitly agreed with my words, Hikigaya protested, his face flushed. Come now, let us all have fun together. No need for fighting, Yamayama played the mediator, yet his words subtly favored their side. I say, you all can leave. The court was reserved by Tatsuka, and if you wish to play, you must apply for it yourself. Do not cause a ruckus here. AI Ran had reached the center of the court. The previously noisy crowd fell silent. Ever since AI Ran emerged from the principal's office, tales of him bending steel barehanded spread throughout the campus. Coupled with his perpetually disdainful demeanor, everyone viewed him as a formidable presence. As AI Ran spoke, he commanded the attention of all. What? Is AI Ran really helping Hikigaya? Someone murmured, let us just play together. Miura Yumiko grumbled reluctantly, yet her fear of AI Ran's reputation restrained her from speaking further. AI Ran, you're here too. Yamayama greeted him with a smile. That AI Ran's status in Class F was comparable to Yukino Shida Yukino's in Class J. Both were aloof, yet commanded a certain respect. Moreover, Yukino Shida Haruno had specifically mentioned that AI Ran would be her brother in law. As the son of a lawyer from the Yukino Shida family, Yamayama had no desire to provoke AI Ran. Yamayama, if you want to play tennis, please apply first. Let us adhere to the rules. It's not amusing to argue here for the sake of other classes. AI Ran ushered Yamayama's group towards the exit. Let us find an opportunity to play together later. For now, let's disperse. This is an activity for our service club. Very well, Yamayama conceded, leading the unwilling Miura Yumiko away. Suddenly, a figure leaned in close to AI Ran and whispered. Senpai, my name is Ichigo Saya. Please don't forget AI Ran turned to look at Ichigo, but she had already blended into the departing crowd. Had we met before? What is there to remember? AI Ran shook his head in silence, and suddenly the temperature around him dropped significantly. Turning around, Yukino Shida Yukino was looking at him with an amused expression. Chapter 40. The malevolent aura surrounding Kasumiga Kakashiyu. Huh. The Monkey King actually knows a first-year junior. I never would have guessed. Yukino Shida Yukino stood close to AI Ran with her arms crossed, their bodies nearly touching. I don't know her. I've never seen her before. Raising a hand to support his chin, Yukino Shida murmured, I see. That makes sense. After all, the Monkey King has always been rather uncouth. Although he occasionally shows flashes of brilliance, it's probably not easy for him to win a girl's affection. Standing nearby, Hikigaya and Yugahama instinctively distanced themselves from the oblivious couple, feeling that remaining near them would inflict serious emotional harm. However, their synchronized actions caught each other's attention, and they instinctively glanced at one another. In that fleeting moment of eye contact, they hurriedly turned their heads away. I say, Hazuka, let us continue our training. Hikigaya stammered. He was still somewhat socially anxious, instinctively choosing to evade interactions with girls. Hazuka Aika smiled in response. Yes, Hachiman, let us proceed. Angel, Hikigaya sighed, his steps towards Hazuka noticeably lighter. The earlier awkwardness completely set aside, AI Ran looked at Hikigaya Hachiman with disdain, thinking to himself, you had your chance, and you squandered it. What are you looking at? Monkey King. AI Ran turned back. Realizing that he and Yukino Shida were nearly face to face, he quickly took a half step back, his voice somewhat unnatural. It's nothing. Well, AI Ran was a theoretical type of competitor. He was indeed incapable of taking action himself. Kasumiga Kakashiyu fell ill, That very night upon returning from Chiba, she began to suffer from a high fever. As time passed, her muscles also began to ache. With her parents away on business, no one was aware of her condition. Even at school, when it was noted that Kasumigakaka Shiyu was absent, there was little reaction, for even if she attended, she would merely be sleeping. Unlike Ailan, who, even in slumber, was perpetually the top student in the grade. Later, due to the release of the love meter, occasional absences from school would hardly raise any eyebrows. Lying alone in bed, she opened line, noticing that the message she sent to Rin the previous night, which subtly hinted at her distress, had yet to receive a reply. What could he be doing now? Playing games, working on plans, completing assignments. Even so, he should not ignore my messages. After coughing a few times, Kasumigakaka Shiyu set her phone aside, her gaze blankly fixed on the ceiling. Before long, she drifted back into slumber. At that moment, a faint green light reappeared in the room, and Kasumigakaka Shiyu's fever intensified. Time passed, and she awoke once more, unable to open her eyes due to the fever and pain. Although her eyes were shut, she could sense that night had fallen. Suddenly, the sound of her door opening reached her ears, causing her to tense involuntarily. Would her parents not return tonight? Who was it? Had a thief entered her home? And in her current state, despair once again enveloped her heart as she could feel someone standing by her bedside. Lord King of Time and Space, can you sense this malevolent aura? If this continues, it will undoubtedly inflict irreversible harm upon Kasumigakaka Shiyu. Did you not say that the two-star dragon would not cause any substantial harm to humans before its resurrection? How was I to know it would turn out like this? Shaoran, what are we to do now? Hey, you are the deity here. I am merely an intern. How can you ask me what to do? You third-rate deity. Why do you call me a third-rate deity again? My divine status is quite high, at least a dozen levels above a mere god. The conversation between the two reached Kasumigakaka Shiyu's ears, and she felt she might be starting to hallucinate. What was this talk of a two-star dragon and deities? It appeared her penchant for reading novels had led to such auditory illusions during her illness. She was unsure whether to laugh or cry at the absurdity of it all. The dialogue continued. Should we take her to the hospital? The Senza beings can't heal her, can they? Ailan asked Kane. Uncertain. In 2 lifetimes. I've been injured many times, but I've never been sick. Perhaps it's because I've been a fool for 2 consecutive lifetimes. Fools rarely fall ill. What nonsense are you spouting, Shaoran? This is a phenomenon caused by the two-star dragon absorbing too much life energy. How can a human doctor treat it? Ailan looked at Kane. Speechless. Then what do you suggest? I absolutely cannot accept any casualties occurring within my purview. Sharon's words were increasingly reminiscent of a corporate drone. Kane scoffed, noting Ailan's grim expression, quickly adding, actually, it's not without a solution. Sharon has already accumulated quite a bit of positive energy. A bit of reinforcement would suffice, just as you do with Yukino Shida Yukino. What nonsense! Ailan exclaimed, blushing as he retorted, what have I done with Yukino Shida Yukino? Ah, it's just physical contact. The energy will naturally flow from you to her. However, considering the amount of life energy she has lost, you'll need to continuously supply her with positive energy for several days. I dislike physical contact with unfamiliar humans. Ailan struggled, acknowledging the truth in Kane's words. Since arriving in this world, aside from Yukino Shida Yukino, with whom he had spent considerable time, he was resistant to engaging with anyone else. Shaoran, this one do. I want you to integrate into human society, not isolate yourself. I'll leave this to you. I have the demon realm to oversee, and as a high-ranking official, I'm quite busy. Truly, by the way, you must find the two-star dragon quickly. Otherwise, lives could be lost. With that, a flash of pink light illuminated the room, and Kane vanished from Kasumigakaka Shiyu's bedroom. Silence once again enveloped the space. Lying in bed, Kasumigakaka Shiyu felt somewhat dazed, now completely convinced that the earlier conversation was not a mere figment of her imagination. Was the person by the window Ailan? Had they just mentioned Yukino Shida Yukino? The high fever made it impossible for her to open her eyes, and her ability to discern who the man by her bed was had diminished considerably. Her thought processes slowed significantly. After a moment, she heard the person beside her sigh. Well, no matter what, I can't just watch you die before my eyes. Then she felt herself being lifted. Chapter 41. With the coming of night, Kasumigakaka Shiyu sensed herself being cradled. Ailan's arms wrapped around her waist, one hand supporting her lower back while the other encircled her supple thigh, lifting her entirely from the bed. Huh, she's so light. Who would have thought? AI Rant's voice reached Kasumigakaka Shiyu's ears. Curiosity, embarrassment, surprise, fear, a myriad of emotions surged within her. It was instinctual for a being to yearn for someone by their side during illness or injury. A warm current flowed through her heart, intertwining guilt, sadness, and pain, drifting through the darkness toward an unknown glimmer of light. Soon, a wave of warmth emanated from AI Rant's body, swiftly transferring to Kasumigakaka Shiyu. In an instant, she felt herself gradually recovering. Her once parched spirit began to rejuvenate under such warmth. In this moment, she felt as if she had finally broken free from the depths of despair, gasping for breath like a drowning soul. Huh? Why has he held me like this? You must not wake up now. Otherwise, I won't be able to explain anything. Instinctively, Kasumigakaka Shiyu wrapped her arms around AI Rant's neck. AI Rant struggled slightly, but considering her condition, his resistance was not vigorous. The rate of energy loss was incredibly slow. At this pace, he wouldn't be able to leave for at least an hour. AI Rant remarked. To think that on a Saturday, she could consume chocolate with a purity of 99. Suggests that this woman has begun to experience a loss of taste in food. I cannot believe I had not realized this before. It seems that her current condition is not solely due to excessive energy depletion. Apart from combat, AI Rant may excel in the art of physical conditioning, which is, of course, a complementary service for battle. The state of Sakazaki Shiyu is undoubtedly linked to her late nights and prolonged sitting. As time ticked away, AI Rant noticed that Sakazaki Shiyu's body could no longer absorb positive energy. After sensing her condition, AI Rant estimated that in about 3 or 4 days, she would likely make a complete recovery. Gently placing her on the bed and covering her with a blanket, AI Rant prepared to leave. However, as he reached the door, he hesitated. With a sigh, he turned back to Sakazaki Shiyu's desk and penned a note before finally departing from her home. With her eyes closed, Sakazaki Shiyu slowly rose after confirming that AI Rant had left. Remarkably, after being held for just an hour, her body felt significantly better. Stretching, she approached the desk and picked up the note AI Rant had just left behind. A series of poorly written characters appeared before her. Hello. After my observations, your body is severely overdrawn. Though you may not feel it in your youth, as you age, your physical condition will deteriorate. I hope you cultivate good habits and ensure sufficient sleep. Below is a dietary plan tailored to your physical condition. As long as you adhere to the prescribed regimen, your health will quickly recover. By the way, my name is Lei Foam. Sakazaki Shiyu stifled a laugh, covering her mouth in amusement. Lei Foam. Huh? Who would have thought that AI Rant is quite the interesting person? However, as laughter turned to tears, she found herself unable to hold back. So this is what it feels like to be cared for by someone. Opening her phone, she saw that an Ailan had replied to her message over an hour ago. Senior, I borrowed a new game from AI Rant yesterday and played too late, so I didn't notice your message. Is everything all right? Reading these words, Sakazaki Shiyu's smile turned into a sorrowful expression. Joy and disappointment intertwined, pain and happiness connected. Her tears flowed even more heavily. Eventually, she managed to calm her emotions and replied to an Ailan's message. I'm fine, Lun-kun. Please complete the project proposal as soon as possible. I plan to start the 3rd volume soon. I'm a bit pressed for time. Before that, I hope to help you finish the script for Shining Girl as quickly as possible. On the other side, an Ailan received Sakazaki Shiyu's message. His immediate response was excitement. The senior was finally starting the 3rd volume. He had been eagerly awaiting this as her first reader for quite some time. Yet, as he reread the message, he sensed that there was an underlying meaning. Never mind that, he thought, and after replying, he picked up his controller to embark on his journey through the virtual realms. Muttering to himself, I just need to submit the project proposal before Saturday. There's no need to rush. I need to find some inspiration in these games. At that moment, Sakazaki Shiyu, upon seeing the message, burst into tears while smiling. She came to terms with the fact that an Ailan might have feelings for her, yet he did not truly care for her. She had waited a day, and her message seemed to have vanished into the void, regardless of whether he had seen it or merely pretended not to understand. Since an Ailan was concerned only with her abilities and not her as a person, why should she attach irrelevant emotions to the notion of romance? Tossing her phone aside, she curled up under her blanket. That night, after shedding all her tears, she resolved not to cry over this matter again come dawn. As AI Rant flew through the air, he inwardly vented his frustrations. Thankfully, he had been training in a forest not far from Tokyo when he sensed the malevolent energy, allowing him to arrive on the scene in time. Otherwise, it might have truly resulted in a fatality. This job is incredibly frustrating. That third-rate deity is utterly useless. It is now nearly certain that Shakazaki Shiyu is not the host. A two-star dragon would not voluntarily eliminate its host before awakening. But whose host is it? Could it truly be Kato? As he pondered while flying back to his training location, many questions lingered. However, one thing was certain. Since the two-star dragon is no longer harmless as it once was, he must take the initiative. How can he draw it out? Damn it. Once I find you, I will scatter your ashes. In his bewilderment, Ailan could only curse vehemently. Yet, he remained unaware that during the purification of the 7 Dragon Balls, the 2 moments he came perilously close to death were both caused by this seemingly weakest two-star dragon. Of course, what he most desired at that moment was to continue his training. Ever since he began generating what he termed positive energy, his combat prowess had been escalating rapidly. His battle power now exceeded 18,000. Chapter 42. Chiba Specialties. On a new day, Ailan arrived early at the service club. But to his surprise, Hikigaya had beaten him there. What is going on? Ailan regarded Hikigaya with suspicion. This guy typically sauntered in just as the club bell rang. Did he take the wrong medicine today? I have a request from my sister's classmate, Hikigaya stated gravely, his eyes fixed on Yukino Shida Yukino. Given that this was also his sister's request, he was particularly serious. No wonder. I almost forgot that Hikigaya Hachiman can be considered a Chiba specialty. A sister complex, Ailan thought, sharing a tacit understanding with Yukino Shida Yukino, who wore a look of astonishment. Although we do not accept requests from students of other schools, knowing that your sister possesses the same deadfish eyes as you, I cannot help but feel sympathy for her. So, what is your sister's request? With her trademark sharp tongue, Yukino Shida Yukino began, maintaining her pristine demeanor. Hey, my sister is incredibly beautiful, arguably the most stunning in the world. And what is with that look on your faces? Ailan feigned deep thought before teasingly asking, I've been pondering love lately. Could you introduce me? Having spent considerable time with these club members, Ailan had also begun to joke around, increasingly resembling a typical 17-year-old boy. Bang! Yukino Shida Yukino kicked Ailan under the table. What kind of scum would target a fellow club member's sister? Narrowing her eyes, she exuded an aura of danger. Exactly. Besides, my sister is still in middle school. Don't even think about it. Kamachi is mine. Ailan grasped Yukino Shida Yukino's hand and smiled, asking, President, are we just going to ignore Hikigaya's perverted statement? He's beyond saving. Let us execute him. With outsiders present, Yukino Shida Yukino's face flushed when Ailan suddenly held her hand. However, she did not pull away, casting a reproachful glance at Ailan. Hey, don't arbitrarily accuse someone. My crime is not deserving of execution. Ailan squinted, quickly shifting his gaze to Hikigaya Hachiman. So, you do indeed feel guilty? Huh, you have an interest in your sister? Absolutely not. Hikigaya Hachiman felt utterly drained. Typically, he merely had to endure some dog food, but today he was faced with a couple's double assault. This club is unbearable. Yui, when will you finally come? His heart silently called out for Yugahama Yui. Yahalo, is sincerity truly powerful? As Hikigaya called out, Yugahama pushed open the door to the clubroom. What is going on? Noticing Hikigaya's despair as he slumped over the table, she cautiously surveyed the atmosphere in the room before inquiring. We are denouncing a certain pervert who wishes to take advantage of his own sister. Yukino Shida Yukino cast a fleeting glance at Hikigaya Hachiman, who in turn shot a pleading look towards Yui Yugahama. At that moment, Yugahama also directed a disdainful gaze at Hikigaya. Hachiman felt as though he had endured a final blow, leaving him utterly sunk. After a brief bout of playful banter, he finally revealed his sister's request. So, you want me to investigate why Kawasaki Saki from your class has been returning home late at night, and then persuade her? Yukino Shida rested her chin on her hand, summarizing Hikigaya's earlier statements. That's correct, Hachiman nodded. Initially, he intended to undertake this task alone, but as is well known, he suffers from social anxiety. Even now, he was uncertain of what Kawasaki Saki looked like. After pondering for a while, he concluded that it would require everyone's cooperation to accomplish the task. Yukino Shida shifted her gaze towards the dazed Irie, inquiring, What do you think? Oh, it's probably nothing serious. She might just be working part-time at night. But we should still investigate. Familiar with the situation, Irie expressed little concern, yet he decided to refrain from interfering too much. That Hachiman's line of thought was indeed correct. Through the act of assisting others, every member of the service club could learn something valuable. This included Irie himself, who, even while aware of the unfolding events, was gradually learning how to navigate life as an ordinary human being. After contemplating for a moment, Yukino Shida proposed, "Very well, Hikigaya-kun, why don't you arrange to meet with Kawasaki's brother tomorrow? Once we gather more specific information, we can devise a plan. Now, let us continue accompanying Hazuki for training." Yui cheerfully raised a hand. In the dead of night, Kashiwaoka Shiyu's room was enveloped in darkness. She lay on her side, resting her head on her hand, her legs interlaced, the hem of her nightgown revealing a flat abdomen devoid of any excess flesh. The partially open neckline hinted at her ample, fair bosom, while strands of silky hair cascaded down her face, partially obscuring her features, enhancing her smile with a touch of radiant beauty. After coming to terms with everything the previous night, many things had suddenly become clear. Even the love metronome, which she had long struggled to articulate, now seemed capable of flowing smoothly onto paper, though her body had yet to fully recover. The absence of pain and inner turmoil allowed the world to regain its former brightness for her. Suddenly, she heard a faint sound outside her window, prompting her to quickly pull the blanket over herself and curl up. That moment, a figure stealthily slipped into her bedroom through the window. It must be Irie, truly akin to a thief. A smile unconsciously graced Kashiwaoka Shiyu's lips as she imagined Irie's current demeanor, unlike the previous night when he had lifted her into his arms. Tonight he simply held her hand. Positive energy flowed steadily between them. The warmth reminiscent of the previous night enveloped her, and Kashiwaoka Shiyu could not suppress a soft moan. Irie glanced at her lying on the bed, uncertainty flickering in his eyes. After a while, noting that she showed no signs of waking, he let out a sigh of relief. Damn, working felt just like being a thief. Irie continued to channel his energy into Kashiwaoka Shiyu, exercising utmost caution, for human bodies are inherently fragile. Once the last vestige of energy was transferred, Irie exhaled deeply. Shiyu was recovering well. With another day, the energy absorbed by the two-star dragon would likely be fully restored. Moreover, having endured pure positive energy, her body would be in a much better state than before. Without lingering, Irie quietly closed Shiyu's window from the outside before departing. Inside the room, Kashiwaoka Shiyu suddenly threw off the covers. Gasping for breath, her face flushed as if it might bleed. "Hinty," she muttered softly, instinctively glancing at the hand Irie had just held. Chapter 43. What Hikigaya discovered. Hikigaya brought the members of the service club to the city library, where he had arranged to meet his sister Kamachi and Kawasaki Taisher. "Hello everyone, I am Hikigaya Hachiman's sister, Hikigaya Kamachi." In stark contrast to her brother, Kamachi exuded a lively and adorable demeanor, displaying no signs of shyness. A stark difference from her socially anxious elder sibling. The young boy beside her politely greeted everyone. "Hello, I am Kawasaki Taisher, a classmate of Hikigaya-kun." His voice was steady, and despite his youth, he left a positive first impression. Except for Hikigaya Hachiman, who awkwardly turned his head away in discontent during Taisher's self-introduction. Especially when Yukino Shida introduced him, Taisher's casual utterance of brother nearly sent Hachiman into a fit. Gritting his teeth, Hikigaya glowered at Taisher, grumbling, "I am not your brother." Irie cast a bemused gaze at the overly attached younger brother. Was this really necessary? At that moment, Kamachi eyed Yugahama Yui suspiciously. "Why does it feel like I've seen Yugahama-senpai somewhere before?" "Ah, haha, you must be mistaken." Yugahama chuckled, her gaze slightly evasive. Irie then interjected, fully aware of Hikigaya's sensitivity. Should he discover that Yugahama was the owner of the dog responsible for his accident, it would undoubtedly lead to further complications. More likely than not, he would distance himself from Yugahama entirely. After all, he had an aversion to gentle girls, as their kindness often led him to mistakenly believe they had feelings for him, a lesson learned from his middle school experiences. However, unbeknownst to him, Yugahama's gentle demeanor stemmed from genuine affection. The members of the service club were among the few individuals Irie was willing to engage with in this world, and he instinctively wished to avoid the narrative veering towards the original story. But that was a discussion for later. For now, it was vital to focus on introducing the circumstances surrounding Kawasaki Saki. Irie gently tapped the table, redirecting the conversation that my sister is also a student at Subu High. Named Kawasaki Saki. Recently, she has exhibited many unusual changes, seemingly turning delinquent, so I would like to request your assistance in investigating this matter. Up until now, Hikigaya had yet to recall who Kawasaki Saki was. Observing his bewildered expression, Yugahama pouted. "Well, really, Hikigaya-kun, You should pay more attention to your classmates, Hikigaya retorted. I have been paying attention since yesterday. I've been trying to recall, but I only find the names somewhat familiar. Besides, the only one in class who chats with me frequently is Ayaka. Mentioning Hazuki brought a smile to Hikigaya's face. Spending time helping her practice had brightened his otherwise dreary high school life considerably. Yukino Shida coldly remarked, Hikigaya-kun, please refrain from exposing your repulsive preferences in front of others. Hikigaya's mouth twitched. What are you imagining? My preferences are perfectly normal. I absolutely do not like men. At that moment, Yugahama stared at Hikigaya with a puzzled expression. Could it be that Hikigaya truly liked men? What would that mean for her? Just then, Kamachi stepped forward resolutely, declaring, my brother still likes girls. Well, if some things unexpectedly turn out to be true, then the Hikigaya household would surely be doomed. Cough, cough, aren't we discussing Kawasaki's situation? What are you all talking about? Irie cleared his throat, utterly speechless. Was everyone's thought process this disjointed? Sitting across from Irie, Kawasaki Taisher lowered his head dejectedly. I'm sorry for causing trouble for everyone, but I'm genuinely worried about my sister. Yukino Shida pondered for a moment before asserting, I can understand the concern for family. And since Kawasaki is a student at Subu High, we can consider his request as a customary interaction. Thus, we in the service club shall accept this request, although I have accepted this commission. It is rather too late today. Whatever I wish to accomplish must be postponed until tomorrow. As I observe the already distant Hikigaya siblings, I instinctively redirect my gaze towards Yui Hahama, who is currently engrossed in a cozy exchange with Yukino Shida Yukino. With a resigned sigh, I, as a Saiyan who is not particularly adept at social interactions, feel that I have done my utmost. I can only hope for a favorable outcome for them. Hikigaya Kamachi skips happily alongside her brother. Hey, brother, your club's Yukino Shida-san is truly beautiful, as if she has stepped right out of a painting. Kamachi feigns casual admiration, eager to see if her somewhat oblivious brother has had an epiphany. Well, she is indeed quite lovely, albeit a bit sharp-tongued. I'm surprised Ailan can tolerate her. Upon hearing her brother's response, Kamachi feels a tinge of disappointment but seeks confirmation. Are Ailan and Yukino Shida-san a couple? Though they often claim they are not in a romantic relationship yet, it's evident to any keen observer. And what about Yui-san? Kamachi recalls the way Yui Hahama looked at her brother moments ago and suddenly feels a glimmer of hope. The way she referred to her as Yui-san only adds to her anticipation as she gazes eagerly at Hikigaya Hachiman. For the sake of the Hikigaya family, Kamachi at her age bears burdens that should not be hers. It is all this hopeless brother's fault. At the mention of Yui Hahama's name, Hikigaya slows his pace slightly. After pondering for a while, he finally replies, well, I hardly communicate with Yui Hahama. I'm not particularly skilled at interacting with girls either. Upon hearing this, Kamachi sadly inquires, is my brother destined to live a lonely life? As long as I have Kamachi, that's enough. Ugh. Kamachi grimaces and sticks out her tongue, then adds, but even if you become a useless person, I won't abandon you. Yeah. Hikigaya replies weakly. Suddenly, Kamachi seems to remember something. Brother, I just recalled. Yui-san is the owner of that little dog. When you were hospitalized, she even sent you a care package. After your discharge, she visited our home to deliver gifts as well. It seems you and Yui-san truly have a connection. Upon hearing this, Hikigaya Hachiman abruptly halts. What's wrong, brother? Did Kamachi say something inappropriate? No, it's nothing. Hikigaya Hachiman forces a wry smile and resumes walking towards home. Indeed, I am not fond of gentle girls. Chapter 44. Enri Soryu is also quite busy. The group chat for the game club has been unusually quiet these past few days. Ailan has been silent, and Kato Megumi rarely speaks. Kazuki Shika has been unwell, which has significantly diminished her playful banter with Sawamura Spencer Uri at AS for Enri Soryu. After 3 days of continuous absence, he finally completed the game he borrowed from Ailan, all while neglecting his rest. Thus, the group has been rather devoid of messages this week. Suddenly, Enri Soryu drops a bombshell in the chat. Everyone, I want to be participating in Saturday's event. I have a sudden matter to attend to. Why? Kazuki Shika, upon seeing Enri Soryu's message on her phone, immediately rises from her bed. She has been increasingly eager for club activities, especially since she owes Enri a significant favor. If she repays him soon, she can extricate herself from this predicament. Providing Enri Soryu with a perfect script to help him complete his shining screenplay would suffice to clear her debt from the love meter. Kazuki Shika feels a surge of excitement. She has already completed part of the script and is determined to expedite the process. Meanwhile, Enri Soryu is scratching his head, pondering why he cannot attend the event. Now that he has finally completed the game he had been yearning for, what should he do next? Naturally, it's time for a review.as, a content creator with 100,000 followers. Isn't it a duty for him to release a game guide at the earliest opportunity? However, using this reasoning to excuse himself from Saturday's event is clearly untenable, considering he is the one who established the game club that I need to work on Saturday, so I want to be able to join this time. Everyone, please handle your responsibilities, and we can gather at school next week. Enri Soryu believes his excuse to be flawless and ensures it does not impede game progress. At this moment, Eri interjects. Soryu, are you really going to work? You haven't been slacking off from gaming, have you? What are you talking about, Eri? I have numerous jobs to attend to. I have no objections, although I was designated as the female lead. I still have no idea what I should be doing. Kato, you should focus on learning programming this week. The coding for Gal game is quite applicable and won't take too much time to grasp. Ailan, could you prepare a detailed textbook for Kato? Sure. Ailan replies succinctly as he flies towards Tokyo, quickly typing 2 characters before pocketing his phone again. With that said, I have no issues. Kato Megumi responds. Then I have no objections either. I still need Ailan for modeling references. You, a fake noblewoman who draws books, are already unabashedly revealing your intentions towards him. Haha, you black silk-clad woman. What are you saying? I was merely seeking references, claiming to be pure while drawing books. Since none of you have objections, shall we meet at the station on Saturday and head to Ailan Kuen's apartment together? Ailan Kuen. Enri Soryu clutches his phone. A flicker of unease crossing his mind at Kazuki Shika's address for Ailan. Perhaps I am overthinking it. Ailan is rather out of place with us. He knows nothing of the two-dimensional world and is only investing in us to repay Kato. Moreover, he has only met us twice. Kato, recalling Kato Megumi. Enri Soryu pushes Kazuki Shika from his thoughts. The heart-pounding encounter from that day still lingers in his memory. As a two-dimensional otaku, he lacks the courage to pursue Kato. So he concocts a plan to express those feelings entirely through a game. After all, reality is nothing but a dreadful game. On the other side, in a spacious villa, Eri is anxiously pacing back and forth. Frustrated that black silk-clad woman is once again maligning her in front of Soryu. What is this? She merely seeks references. After a few complaints, she buries herself back into her creation. Though the male protagonist in the doujinshi she is currently drawing bears a striking resemblance to Ailan, with more than 7 similarities, and he is completely unclothed. Ailan ponders in the sky above Kazuki Shika's residence, thinking that arriving at a girl's home in the middle of the night to hold her hand seems undeniably perverse. No matter how one examines it to avoid any awkwardness, Ailan can only choose to sneak into her room after midnight when Kazuki Shika is asleep. Yet, this is even more unsettling and verges on criminality. However, how can one label a rescue as a crime? Besides, today marks the final treatment session, Ailan reassures himself. Unfortunately, Kazuki Shika is nothing like the orderly Yukino Shida Yukino. She is a quintessential night owl. The night is when she truly comes alive, attending school merely to catch up on sleep. This aspect is quite similar to Ailan. Time ticks by, and soon it is past 1 in the morning. Ailan descends outside Kazuki Shika's window and quietly slips inside. Thankfully, this woman doesn't have the habit of locking her windows at night. Otherwise, I would have to devise another plan. In the darkness, Ailan expertly made her way to the bedside of Kasumiga Kakashiyu, gently taking her hand and commencing today's work. The moment Ailan grasped her hand, Kasumiga Kakashiyu's eyelids fluttered slightly. Today, she chose to feign sleep once more. After 2 consecutive days of this experience, how could someone as astute as she be unaware that Ailan was attempting to heal her? Thus, she opted to continue her charade. Allowing both of them to avoid any awkwardness. As Ailan's energy flowed into her body again, Kasumiga Kakashiyu let out a soft murmur, unsure if it was due to shyness, as she felt a warmth spreading through her being. In recent days, she often reflected on the events of the night before last. In a moment of despair and helplessness, Ailan had pulled her from the depths of an abyss. The warmth of Ailan's embrace was an experience Kasumiga Kakashiyu had never known. Leaving her somewhat ensnared by the memory, Ailan released a quiet sigh. This clandestine task had finally reached completion. He stood up and observed Kasumiga Kakashiyu. though he could barely make out her silhouette in the darkness. Her breath confirmed that she had fully recovered, reflecting on the narratives of passerby heroines he had encountered in his past life. AI Rand murmured, "From a certain perspective, humanity is indeed a remarkably resilient species. Though physically frail, their spirits are unyieldingly strong." With a sigh, he discreetly departed. The work for today had concluded, and that third-rate deity would not be paying for overtime. Was AI Rancoin just speaking about me? Strong? It seems I owe AI Rancoin a favor now. However, since he covertly came over, he likely wishes for me to remain unaware of this matter. How should I repay him? Kusumigakaka Shiyu mused to herself as she slowly rose from the bed, turned on the bedroom light, and approached her desk. The computer was merely in sleep mode, and with a gentle tap, a partially completed document appeared on the screen. The title at the top read Love Metronome. Chapter 45, Strategy for the Delinquent Girl. During Thursday's lunch break, suppressing the peculiar gaze of Hikigaya, Yui Yugahama finally reached her limit of endurance, blushing as she questioned him. "Hikigaya, what does that expression mean? Is something wrong with me?" Hikigaya quickly lowered his head. "No, nothing's wrong." Yukino snapped her book shut with a resounding clap. "Hikigaya, if you don't want to be taken away, I suggest you refrain from teasing my club members any further." "Am I not also your club member?" Hikigaya Hachiman muttered, directing all his focus back to the novel in his hands. This moment, AI Rand slowed his eating pace, based on Hikigaya's current demeanor. Even AI Rand could surmise a few things. However, he was unsure how to resolve the present issue. Having a Saiyan play matchmaker was hardly a reliable solution. Nevertheless, every issue must find a resolution eventually. With that thought, AI Rand chose to continue his meal. Just then, Yukino timely offered him a cup of black tea. "Thank you," AI Rand said softly after taking a sip, expressing his gratitude to Yukino. "It's nothing, considering your hard work these past few nights." "This is trivial," Yukino replied, shaking her head. Hikigaya Hachiman and Yui Yugahama exchanged incredulous glances at the two. Had Yukino just uttered something scandalous? What did she mean by the hardships of the night? Hikigaya didn't wish to ponder further. Knowing too much might lead to dire consequences from these two. Yugahama's face turned crimson as she furtively glanced at Hikigaya. This action did not escape Hikigaya's keen observation. Did Yui Yugahama treat him so kindly merely because he saved her dog? Hikigaya hoped it wasn't the case. He wished for Yui Yugahama to be like Yukino to AI Rand, a true friend rather than someone burdened by guilt or a sense of repayment. "Hey, Yui Yugahama." Anxiously, Hikigaya made a decision. He stood up and addressed her. "Yui, could you step outside for a moment? I have something to discuss." He did not want to evade the matter. He had to confirm his feelings, even if the outcome brought disappointment. Yui Yugahama froze. "Are you?" Hikigaya strode out of the club room, his voice carrying back. "Forget it. Just come with me." If Yui continued to hesitate, Hikigaya feared he might lose the courage to confront the situation, especially since Yukino was watching him with a disapproving expression. Yui Yugahama was Yukino-shida's only friend. She couldn't allow her to go out alone with Hikigaya. Observing this, AI Rand began to soothe Yukino, whispering, "It's all right. Hikigaya will take good care of Yui. Even if something happens, I can sense it from here." The warmth of AI Rand's breath brushed against Yukino-shida's earlobe, causing her to momentarily soften, casting him a reproachful glance before she nodded. Her face flushed. AI Rand felt reassured by Hikigaya's reaction. It seemed this fellow had changed significantly, at least no longer making rash judgments about others. After all, Yui Yugahama wasn't the haughty Arari who would speak insincerely if Hikigaya had communicated openly from the beginning. Yui Yugahama might not have said, "I like you," but she certainly wouldn't have sabotaged the situation either. He savored a sip of the delightful black tea brewed by Yukino. Delicious. Yukino, your skills are truly remarkable. By the way, have there been any leads regarding Kawasaki Saki? Yukino did not respond directly. Instead, she leaned against AI Rand's shoulder, narrowing her eyes. "Have you heard of animal therapy? When moved or filled with compassion, one often feels compelled to take home a pitiable little creature." AI Rand replied uncertainly. "While that may not be entirely accurate, it seems you've been diligently studying recently." Yukino gently explained, "If a delicate blue kitten were to appear before anyone, it would surely provide a sense of emotional healing." AI Rand smirked. "It seems only you would feel that way. I recall Kawasaki being allergic to cats. when Puru's first stuck to me. She started sneezing uncontrollably as she walked by, and it persisted for quite some time. Yukinoshita furrowed her brow, gazing at Ailan incredulously. Is there really such a person in this world, to be so excessively fond of cats? Have you perhaps been brainwashed by Puru? Just as they were deliberating the feline plan, Hikigaya and Yui Yugahama finally returned from their conversation outside. Yukinoshita sat up straight in surprise, resembling a startled cat. Yui Yugahama bore faint traces of tears on her cheeks, her eyes slightly reddened, yet her expression radiated joy, an unmistakable smile revealing her genuine happiness. Hikigaya appeared slightly uncomfortable, but overall calm. Ailan sensed his aura and concluded that his mental burdens seemed to have lifted. Clearly, this had turned into a happy ending, a resolution that seemed quite perfect. It appeared that the unfortunate outcome from last Saturday's gaming session was not his fault, but rather a flaw of the game developers, who claimed that Saiyans couldn't weave connections. Hikigaya returned to his seat, inquiring, "So, how did the discussion about Kawasaki Saki go?" "Currently, we have no solutions." Yui Yugahama raised her hand. "What about love?" Yukinoshita stared at her in confusion. "Love? Surely only love can change a girl." As she spoke, she cast a discreet glance at Hikigaya, then broke into a silly grin. Yukinoshita, too, instinctively glanced at Ailan, nodding thoughtfully. She found Yui Yugahama's words to be quite sensible. Ailan gazed at Yukino in astonishment, pondering, could it be? Has your intelligence been diminished by Yugahama? This plan is evidently unreliable. Ailan resolutely decided to intervene. She could not allow Yugahama to continue leading Yukinoshita astray. Ahem. Are you familiar with the establishment called Eagle Ladder? It's the bar near the apartment, though. Yukino shot a disapproving glance at Ailan, silently questioning how he knew about that bar. Where are you going with this? I meant that Kawasaki should be working there. Chapter 46. The bar with an ominous presence at 8:30 in the evening. At Angel's Ladder, Hikitani and Yugahama had been waiting on the first floor for nearly half an hour when Yukino and Ailan finally arrived. Hikitani remarked with a hint of surprise, "I can't believe the president is actually late today." Yukino calmly acknowledged her tardiness. "I apologize for making you wait." Ailan awkwardly added, "It was mainly my fault." Yukinoshita had told Ailan to dress formally after school, yet he returned wearing his battle attire, the Frisia Force Saiyan combat suit. That was the Saiyans' formal wear. The outcome was predictable. Could you please possess a modicum of common sense? You ape? Yukino sighed, shaking her head in exasperation, before leading Ailan to a clothing store to purchase a new outfit. This was the reason for their delayed arrival. It's all right, hee. Yugahama grinned, adjusting her posture. Since this was a formal adult venue, all manners had to conform to mature standards, as Yukinoshita had advised her. She glanced at Ailan and exclaimed, "Wow, today's Ailan is just as handsome as Hikitani." Umph. Ailan turned his head away in dissatisfaction, feeling that this attire was far from comfortable, completely inferior to his battle suit. "All right, let's head up." Yukinoshita chuckled lightly at Ailan's sulking demeanor, placing her hand on his arm. Let's Go. Angel's Ladder could be described as a highly upscale bar, renowned for its decor and service, among the finest in Chiba City. It served as an excellent venue for relaxation or business discussions. Frequented primarily by business elites, guests like Ailan and his companions were exceedingly rare, virtually non-existent. Due to her family's influence, Yukinoshita remained composed, while Ailan exuded an air of indifference. Yugahama, oblivious as ever, displayed no particular reaction. However, Hikitani appeared somewhat anxious. Ailan approached Yukinoshita, advising, "Relax, stand tall, keep your chin up, and don't gawk around as long as you don't act out of line. Others won't pay you any mind." Hikitani nodded, gradually easing his tension. "Look, Kawasaki is over there," Yugahama whispered in excitement. "Yukinoshita, you should go with them to meet Kawasaki. I have something to attend to." Ailan abruptly halted, scrutinizing the bar with a dubious expression. Another serious look? Yukino anxiously grasped Ailan's hand, asking, "What's wrong?" "Nothing. You all go ahead. I'll catch up shortly." "All right, be careful." After Yukinoshita departed, Ailan ventured into the bar's interior. He surveyed the establishment, but found no clues, although the atmosphere was laden with an ominous presence. The patrons appeared unaffected, as if shielded from its influence. Could it be that a host of Dragon Balls had visited this place? Ailan closed his eyes momentarily to sense the aura. It felt unfamiliar. something he had never encountered before. As of now, there were no signs of evil dragons within Chiba City, and the dark energy here was gradually dissipating. The issue with the 3-star ball on Yukinoshida's person remained unresolved, and the identity of the 2-star ball's host was still a mystery. Now, a new Dragon Ball with a foreign aura had emerged, leaving Aaron somewhat agitated. The Kaioshin of time had continually expressed that the concentration of positive energy within him was insufficient to purify the 3-star ball on Yukinoshita. Yet, Aaron remained perplexed about how to obtain this so-called positive energy that could not be acquired through training. All he had was the vague suggestion that falling in love and learning to live like an ordinary earthling would generate an endless supply of positive energy. Such ambiguous statements only added to Aaron's frustration. Was his degree of earthification still inadequate? Meanwhile, the servant club had begun conversing with Kawasaki Saki. Yukinoshita approached, greeting, "Good evening, Kawasaki." Kawasaki initially assumed they were customers, but upon looking up, recognized 2 classmates and the renowned Yukinoshita from school. Yugahama and Yukinoshita? Hikitani, with his deadpan expression, grumbled, "Hey, what about me?" Kawasaki Saki replied indifferently, "I don't recognize you. You seem to be in my class, but I don't know your name." Kawasaki tilted her head slightly, scrutinizing the trio with suspicion, asking, "So, what brings you all here?" As students from Sobu High, dressed in expensive formal attire, Kawasaki assumed they had come to seek her out. It turned out she was correct. "Your brother, Yukinoshita," Yukino stated casually. "Kawasaki Daichi informed us of your situation. So, according to Kawasaki, that sounds a bit odd. Let us just call him Daichi. As per Daichi's request, we hope to restore you to the gentle sister who wouldn't return home late, who cares about her studies and has no secrets." Kawasaki Saki. Kawasaki Saki sighed in resignation. Daichi has truly gone and done something unnecessary. Unnecessary? Yukinoshita softly echoed, not elaborating further, yet her expression conveyed her steadfast resolve. Kawasaki Saki, while polishing a glass, replied languidly, "In any case, I don't care what Daichi told you. It has nothing to do with you. You need not concern yourselves with me." Yukinoshita glanced at her watch. "Cinderella's magic wears off at midnight, yet your magic is about to expire. Mermaid Princess. Sobu High has a regulation regarding work hours, and it was nearly time." "You." Kawasaki Saki glared at Yukinoshita Yukino, who remained unfazed. The atmosphere grew tense. At that moment, Hikitani interjected, "You're working to save up for college tuition, right, Kawasaki?" At this juncture, Aaron had ascended to the rooftop of Angel's Ladder, aside from the bar. The rest of the building was devoid of any ominous energy. Furthermore, judging by the rate at which the negative energy was dissipating, the unidentified host must have visited the bar within the last 3 days. Coincidentally, Aaron had been in Tokyo each of those days, which explained his lack of awareness. He then noticed the servant club had brought Kawasaki Saki out onto the street. A faint smile crept onto his face. It seemed they had successfully completed their assignment. Suddenly, Aaron remembered something and swiftly leapt down from the building's corner, joining Kawasaki Saki and the servant club. "Good evening, Kawasaki." "Aaron, did you come with them?" Aaron nodded, inquiring, "Kawasaki, may I ask you something? Did any unusual individuals come to this bar in the past 3 days?" Kawasaki Saki pondered for a moment, uncertain. "Last night, a young lady arrived, accompanied by a blonde maid. They reserved the entire venue, apparently to retrieve her brother who had gotten drunk here. These individuals were among the few peculiar guests over the past few days." "I see," Aaron murmured, stroking his chin. "A young lady, a wealthy person, a blonde maid." Ultimately, he sighed, lamenting that such scant information was utterly insufficient. Chapter 47. Is it possible that the host of the 2-star dragon is male? In the absence of any leads, Ailan had no choice but to abandon the search for the whereabouts of the new Dragon Balls. Given the current circumstances, it would be wiser for him to prioritize matters concerning the 3-star and 2-star balls. Before long, Saturday arrived, marking the day of the gaming club meeting once again. Yukinoshita Yukino had returned to her family home the previous evening, as it was customary for her to report on her situation every weekend. As a prestigious family in the area, the Yukinoshita household maintained a strict upbringing, making last week an exception. With only 3 girls attending today, Ailan decided to meet them at the station. After all, they were all associated with the Dragon Balls, and any unforeseen incidents would be unfortunate. The apartment was not far from Chiba Station. A mere 20-minute walk would suffice. Along the way, Sawamura Eri could barely contain her excitement. Bouncing on her twin tails, that AI Ran's home is filled with so many wonderful things, and the food is plentiful. It's simply paradise. There's nothing left. At least the food is gone. If you wish to eat, you'll have to wait until I go shopping this afternoon. AI Ran shot a disapproving glance at Airy, her expression resembling that of a bandit entering a village. Was the game truly worth such exuberance? Unfazed, Sawamura Airy chuckled and patted AI Ran on the shoulder, saying, "One must fend for oneself." AI Ran, "You only need to provide the games. I've brought my own snacks." She proudly patted her bulging backpack. Meanwhile, Kasumiga Kakashiyu's attention was drawn to AI Ran and Airy, and she furrowed her brow slightly. Airy, don't get distracted. Where's your artwork? Don't worry, it's ready." Kato Megumi quietly walked behind them. AI Ran, "Why is Kinoshita here with you today?" Upon hearing this, Kasumiga Kakashiyu's frown deepened. Without turning around, AI Ran casually replied, "Yukinoshita went back home yesterday. I'm not quite sure about the specifics that I see." Kato murmured softly, her voice barely audible, failing to attract the attention of the others. Yet AI Ran sensed something was amiss. Today was indeed peculiar, since earlier, there had been no signs of any energy depletion. While he refrained from mentioning it, considering he had infused her with 3 days' worth of positive energy. He noticed that the malevolent aura surrounding Kato Megumi and Sawamura Airy had notably diminished as well. It seemed that these two were not the hosts of the Dragon Balls either. What a week it had been, with Rintaro not attending school at all, and every time he called, he was engrossed in games. He even skipping today's club meeting. Airy complained as she walked. "Oh, has Anki not been to school this week?" AI Ran caught a hint of information, eager to glean more from Airy, who could never conceal her thoughts. Yes, Rintaro often does this. Ts quite clever. Even with such absences, he manages to maintain decent grades. Airy rambled on about Anki Rintaro, while AI Ran filtered out the remarks that pierced his heart. What did she mean by maintaining decent grades despite frequent absences? "I attend school every day and have never ranked higher than second to last." The title of unyielding last place had already begun circulating within the school. He analyzed the information conveyed by Airy. AI Ran's heart grew heavier. Previously, Kane had mentioned that Saiyans required love to generate sufficient positive energy, subtly indicating that the hosts of the Dragon Balls were predominantly female. The subsequent appearances of Yukino, Kato Megumi, and Kasumiga Kakashiyu, along with the enigmatic young lady and the blonde maid, only deepened AI Ran's conviction that the hosts of the Dragon Balls were indeed women, leading him into a dead end. But could it be possible that the host of the Dragon Balls was actually male? Only love could purify the 7 Dragon Balls. Kane's words echoed in AI Ran's mind, and he suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. No way. While Hikigaya had yet to be swayed by Tsutsuka Kushiyaka, must I, AI Ran, bend myself for work? Even if I were to bend, I would want someone like Tsutsuka Kushiyaka. Coughing lightly, AI Ran hastily collected his scattered thoughts. AI Ran, are you feeling unwell? Kasumiga Kakashiyu's voice came from behind him. Yet, when he turned to look at her, she deliberately averted her gaze. Not dwelling on it, AI Ran calmly replied, "I'm fine. It's just a slight discomfort in my throat." After speaking, he hurried ahead, prioritizing the need to consult the god of time. Must the purification of the Dragon Balls truly necessitate romantic involvement? But what if the partner is a man? I refuse. AI Ran resolved that if there were no other options, he would rather return to hell and repent. Arriving at the apartment, AI Ran opened the door, and once everyone had entered, he produced several pairs of paper slippers. "Please, make yourselves comfortable. As for the game development, I shall refrain from participating for now. I need to change into some different clothes." Eagerly, AI Ran retreated to his room, softly murmuring, "I'm back," with the utterance of the secret phrase. A pink glow enveloped the bedroom. "Hello, little Ran." The god of time, Kane, appeared, and AI Ran fixed her with a stern gaze. If this third-rate deity failed to provide him with a satisfactory answer, AI Ran would certainly consider resigning. Kane, bewildered, stared at AI Ran before touching her fingertip to his forehead. Within seconds, she accessed AI Ran's thoughts. With a giggle, she withdrew her finger and burst into laughter. "Ha ha! Is it possible that the host of the 2-star dragon is male? Ha!" AI Ran, with a dark expression, replied solemnly, "Lord God of Time, I implore you to maintain the dignity befitting a deity. Your current demeanor reflects a complete lack of decorum." Kane continued to tease, yet upon witnessing AI Ran's palpable distress, She quickly added, "Young man, don't be so impulsive. You're currently an intern time patroller. Once you secure your position, a promising future awaits you. Please, don't entertain any dark thoughts. After all, AI Ran was the only warrior in this timeline, and Kane had no idea where to find a replacement if he quit. Your expression resembles that of a heartless employer manipulating their employee." AI Ran remarked impatiently. "Enough with the banter. Is there a solution? Once the two-star dragon revives, you simply need to eliminate it. It's that simple. By vanquishing the gathering of malevolent energy, purification will naturally follow." AI Ran-eyed Kane skeptically. Is it truly that simple? Then let me take you to find Anki Rintaru. You can extract the two-star dragon from his body. Ah, little Ran, that's not feasible at the moment. Not to mention you cannot even be certain if Anki Rintaru is the host. Even if we assume he is, I cannot interfere significantly during the purification process. You'll have to devise your own methods. I already overstepped my bounds during the Yukinoshita incident. AI Ran. This third-rate deity was indeed manipulating him, wasn't he? Chapter 48. The gaming club with hidden motives. AI Ran was quite vexed with Kane. What did she mean by "you must find a way to resolve it yourself"? I'm merely an intern. Is this approach not overly hasty? Taking a moment to compose himself, AI Ran returned to the living room. Clutching a handful of books, Ari was engaged in a discussion with Kasumigakaka Shiyu regarding the plot of Shining Girl. Kato Megumi sat quietly on the sofa, but for some reason, after AI Ran's arrival, her gaze flickered. It was now almost certain that the three young women before him were not the hosts of the Dragon Balls. AI Ran felt a sense of relaxation wash over him. Maintaining a heightened sense of awareness was indeed exhausting. "Kato, these are the current textbooks on the general templates for Gal games. Take a look. There are computers available in the room where you last rested, and you may use them freely. Oh, thank you." Aaron placed the books before Kato, and after giving her some instructions, she proceeded to the kitchen to prepare beverages for them. Meanwhile, Irie perked up immediately. The computer? She was aware that every boy's computer would contain some study materials. However, the quantity of such materials paled in comparison to the vast collection on her own device. Yet, having more materials was never a disadvantage. It could also serve as a means to understand what peculiar interests Aaron might possess. If she could uncover something intriguing, she would no longer have to worry about Aaron denying her access to resources. Haha, I truly am a little genius. With this thought in mind, she stood up and casually stretched, then sauntered towards Aaron's secondary bedroom. What scheme could that pretentious young lady be concocting this time? Kasumi no Oka Shiyu merely cast a glance at Irie before refocusing her attention on the script. Since the day she found Anki Ron, the preparation for the script of Shining Girls had been underway for nearly a month. A few weeks prior, Anki had yet to find a female lead, causing delays, and last week, he had been too preoccupied with gaming, resulting in only a rough discussion. This week, however, as the club president, Anki had outright canceled the activity. A skilled artisan cannot work without proper materials. Without a well-structured plan, how could they possibly write a script that would satisfy Anki? Taking out her phone, Kasumi no Oka Shiyu sent a message to the group chat. "Ronkoin, could you please send over your project proposal? I need it urgently." After a while, Anki's message arrived. "Sorry, senpai, I'm not quite satisfied with the current proposal. Can you draft the part for the female lead based on Kana's character?" In Tokyo, Anki had been holed up in his bedroom for 2 days without stepping outside. After replying to Kasumi no Oka Shiyu's message, he swiftly continued working on the script on his computer. His creative flames were burning fiercely. Of course, the subject of his creation was the guide for a game he had previously completed. He could already envision how, upon its release, his follower count would surge beyond its original 100,000. A profound sense of satisfaction filled his heart, to the point where he failed to notice that Kasumi no Oka Shiyu had started addressing him as Ron-kun instead of Ron.at that moment. His phone chimed again. Frowning, he glanced at it, only to find another message from Shiyu-senpai. "Ron-kun, I've posted a draft in the group. This is the latest storyline. Time is tight, and it's not detailed enough. But the outline is complete." Kasumi no Oka Shiyu knew that Anki had feelings for Kata K, or at least for his imagined version of her, and since Shining Girls was inspired by her, she might as well cater to his preferences. With this in mind, she sent another message. "I'll try to write more character storylines for you to choose from. This female lead is still a classmate of the male lead, and their meeting will be quite dramatic. Take a look." After quickly reviewing the draft, Anki's face lit up with surprise. Any lingering dissatisfaction dissipated, and he was filled with praise. This is quite good, Shiyu-senpai. I knew that Kasumi-sensei could craft a romantic metronome. How could she possibly fail to create compelling character storylines? I understand. I will enrich this portion of the plot. Once Kasumi no Oka Shiyu sent that message, she set her phone down, her expression neutral. As expected, right? Just then, Aaron emerged from the kitchen, balancing several cups of drinks, and placed one in front of Kasumi no Oka Shiyu. You've worked hard. Have some water, as Kasumi was about to express her gratitude. Aaron had already turned her attention towards Katake, muttering to herself as she walked. It's strange. Where has Sawamura gone? Katake took the cup from Aaron's hand, thanked her, and replied to Aaron's inquiry. Thank you. Sawamura just went to the bedroom. I see. This is the only drink we have at home right now, so make do with it for now. I'm going to buy today's ingredients and snacks. So you all keep up the good work. Aaron was now very clear about her role. Since the Dragon Balls were not in their possession, she could focus on her duties as an investor and ensure everything ran smoothly. Taking a sip of the drink Aaron had brought, Kasumi no Oka Shiyu gradually relaxed. Was this honey grapefruit? And had it been heated specially? She remembered that Aaron had left a note detailing a health regimen. For the past few days, Kasumi no Oka Shiyu had been adhering to that regimen, and honey grapefruit tea was known for its digestive benefits. Since Wednesday, Aaron had not appeared in the evenings. In the following days, Kasumi no Oka Shiyu had been anticipating that familiar silhouette that would sneak in through the window. She could not quite determine her feelings, but one thing was clear. She did not harbor romantic feelings for Aaron. If one could instantly transfer feelings from one relationship to another, then her emotions would indeed be too cheap. Yet, Kasumi still found herself longing for that embrace, that warmth, that sense of fulfillment it brought after healing all her inner wounds. Watching Aaron prepare to leave, Kasumi no Oka Shiyu impulsively said, Aaron-kun, why don't I join you? I have some things I want to buy too. Aaron looked at Kasumi no Oka Shiyu with confusion. Feeling an inexplicable sense of guilt when facing her that if possible, Aaron truly did not wish to be alone with her at that moment. Katake slowly closed the textbook in her hands and said calmly, Then I'll accompany you as well. Aaron-kun doesn't cook, right? Leave the choice of ingredients and lunch to me. With Katake joining, it should help avoid some unnecessary awkwardness, Aaron thought, nodding in agreement. All right then, let's go together. I'll inform Sumura no need. I'm going out too. Irie emerged from the room, eyeing Aaron with suspicion. How could there be nothing on the computer? That was impossible. How could a teenage boy not have something embarrassing hidden away? Could it be that Aaron was old-fashioned? Was he the type to read physical magazines and hide them under the bed after finishing? Chapter 49. The temporary male lead in a CAF near the apartment. Aaron looked helplessly at Irie and Kasumi no Oka Shiyu seated across from him. He lightly tapped the table and said to Irie, I ask you, weren't we supposed to go out to buy ingredients and snacks? Please enlighten me. Why are we here? Hentai Aaron. It's for research, you know. I want to draw Katu, but she always has that expressionless face. How could I possibly capture that? Sitting beside Aaron, Katake placed her coffee on the table and spoke in a flat tone. I apologize for not being able to express myself. Irie, seeing Katake apologize to her, hurriedly waved her hands in dismissal. Oh, there's no need to apologize. Everyone is different. But, why me? Aaron interrupted Irie's rambling. Giving her a disapproving look. I have absolutely no interest in playing the role of a male lead. It was evident that Irie's thoughts were far too erratic. They had merely intended to buy groceries. Yet she had managed to divert them into a CAF, insisting that Aaron take on the role of a temporary male lead. It's just research. It's not like I expect you to actually do anything. Irie argued back, though she had her own motives. Last week, Irie had spoken with Yukino, and when she mentioned whether Aaron was her boyfriend, Yukino had replied, not yet. That was their unspoken understanding. They would not truly be together until all the Dragon Balls were collected. Even if it was a silent promise, she was willing to wait. However, upon reaching Irie's ears, this was interpreted differently. She believed that Aaron and Yukino shared a childhood friendship or were particularly close neighbors. If that were the case, why not find a way to bring him and Katake together? Even though Irie is a proud blonde with a tsundere disposition, she nonetheless senses that Ryu also harbors feelings for Kato Megumi. If Ran were to become involved with Kato Megumi, her only rival would be that dark-haired, voluptuous woman. However, how could such a gloomy, stout woman possibly surpass her, who has been a childhood friend? The very notion of devising such an intricate scheme fills Iri with admiration for herself. Love is indeed a battlefield. Thus, I must apologize. Kazuki no Oka Shiyu remained silent, merely furrowing her brow as she stared at the milk before her. This matter was of no concern to her. Her current task was to refine the script and repay the favor owed to Anki Ryu. Ideally, she would find another opportunity to reciprocate AI Rand's kindness towards her. Kazuki no Oka Shiyu has always been someone who despises being in debt to others. Yet, beneath the table, her leg began to tremble involuntarily. Kato Megumi nodded and softly remarked, "If it can assist Zomura-san, I have no objections. However, it ultimately depends on AI Ran-san's wishes." Observing Zomura Iri's eager gaze, AI Ran let out a quiet sigh, conceding that this was merely childish play. "All right, just this once. What do I need to do?" Iri pondered for a moment, resting her chin on her hand. "You two should sit a little closer. After all, how can the male and female leads sit so far apart? Like this?" Kato Megumi leaned closer to AI Ran, who caught a faint whiff of her fragrance. It was entirely different from the scent of Yukino Shida Yukino. Kato's aroma was reminiscent of the delicate fragrance of locust blossoms. "Yes, that's much better," AI Ran. "You should smile a bit to set an example for Kato. You are portraying a couple, so why the grimace?" "Is this so?" AI Ran forced a grimace, gritting his teeth as he looked at Iri. "Such a smile lacks any sense of happiness. It's almost menacing. Be more natural." Even now, this expression wouldn't do. It resembled a prelude to a fight. Under Iri's direction, AI Ran was compelled to make a variety of smiles. Suddenly, a burst of laughter erupted from beside him. Kato Megumi, surprisingly, had been amused by the comedic exchange between AI Ran and Iri. "That's the expression." Iri quickly captured the moment with her phone. "Kato, you look truly beautiful when you smile," she exclaimed, then eagerly handed her phone to Kato Megumi, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. "How do you feel about this? May I create a painting inspired by it?" AI Ran leaned in closer, intrigued. In the photograph, Kato Megumi's lips curled slightly, her eyes shimmering with a lively essence that elevated her presence and grace to new heights. AI Ran nodded in agreement with Iri's earlier sentiment. "Indeed, it's quite lovely. Kato, you should smile more. It would make you much more endearing." Kato Megumi tilted her head, looking at AI Ran with curiosity. "Is that truly what you think?" AI Ran-san? "Absolutely. Well then, I shall make an effort to smile more in the future." With that, Kato Megumi lifted her coffee cup from the table and took a delicate sip, the steam softening her features slightly. "Ah." Kazuki no Oka Shiyu's leg trembled even faster. "I suggest we hurry and purchase some ingredients. Are you not feeling hungry?" Zomura Iri regarded Kazuki no Oka Shiyu with a perplexed expression. Iri sensed something was amiss with this woman today. Just as she was about to inquire, AI Ran's voice interjected. "It's nearly noon. We really ought to go shopping." He was beginning to question his own existence. What exactly was he doing? The host of Dragon Ball was not within the surveillance range, yet he found himself acting as an impromptu male lead. How had matters devolved to this point? It was entirely illogical. Tokyo Anki Ryu had just finished revising his manuscript. He nodded in satisfaction. This was a labor of love that he had poured his heart and soul into. Surely, it would create a significant stir within the community. He clicked to upload, then pulled out his phone to check on the progress of the club. Suddenly, he found himself momentarily stunned by the screen. There, displayed prominently, was the photograph of Kato smiling with her face partially covered. Just moments ago, Iri had uploaded it as material for the group chat. "This is my fateful encounter from that day," Anki Ryu exclaimed, pacing excitedly in his room, then carefully saving the photo. "Wait a minute, why was Kato so joyful in my absence today? I should have joined the club activity," Anki Ryu murmured to himself. "What on earth transpired? I am so eager to know." Suddenly, that faint green glow reappeared. This time, the light did not dissipate immediately, and its hue seemed even more vibrant than before. Anki Ryu remained oblivious to the glow, continuing to gaze at the image on his phone with a sense of wonder. Meanwhile, AI Ran, who was at the checkout, suddenly turned to glance at the three girls from the gaming club. What was the source of their ominous aura re-emerging? Chapter 50. The monster that feeds on obsession. Tokyo Anki Ryu's residence was entirely enveloped in the green light. Its barrier transformed the dwelling and the outside world into two completely isolated realms. Anki Raya stared vacantly at Kato Megumi's photo on his phone, and beside him sat a green-skinned creature resembling a toad. Ha ha ha. Love unfulfilled, desires unattained, thoughts unreciprocated. Humans are forever ensnared by their obsessions. The more elusive the desire, the more profound the fixation. You agree, do you not, my host? Anki Raya numbly nodded, as if his very soul had departed from his body. That is splendid. It is precisely for this reason that I chose you from the vast sea of humanity. The two-star dragon proudly stroked its ample belly. You are indeed my most perfect host. You possess a powerful obsession, yearning to transition from a player into a creator, desiring the very woman before you. Correct? Anki Raya continued to nod. You are already doing remarkably well, and I have savored the other two women's obsessions as well. They were truly delectable. You can utilize these to fulfill your aspirations, which is splendid. However, recently, a certain delicacy vanished for reasons unknown, and the remaining energy is insufficient for my complete revival. Do you comprehend? This time, Anki Raya exhibited no reaction, seemingly lost in contemplation of the two-star dragon's words. The two-star dragon remained patient, waiting until Anki Raya nodded once more before leaning closer, continuing to seduce him. What if you and I were to merge? In that case, you could not only obtain everything you desire, but also revel in the ecstasy derived from the anguished cries of humanity. Just like us evil dragons. At this moment, Anki Raya's previously numb expression morphed into one of rage, his body trembling violently. The two-star dragon sighed. It seemed the timing was not yet ripe. Thanks to Anki Raya's sudden surge of intense obsession, an opportunity for manifestation had arisen. Yet, at this juncture, the power was insufficient. The two-star dragon placed its massive hand upon Anki Raya's head. An evil force surged rapidly into his being, soon calming him down. I was too hasty, my host. Nevertheless, I understand you better than anyone else in this world. You will inevitably choose to merge with me. You are a remarkable individual, capable of disregarding the feelings of others to achieve your dreams. Able to abandon your own dignity, even deceiving yourself. What a splendid quality. You and I are both creatures that feed on obsession, are we not? Let us await the unfolding of events with bated breath. As the voice of the two-star dragon faded into the ether, it transformed into a dark yellow dragon ball, merging once more with the body of an Ailan. Be cautious of that long-tailed human. He poses a significant threat to us. However, the woman by his side seems to emanate the aura of a three-star dragon. Seek an opportunity to engage with her. The voice of the two-star dragon dissipated along with the green luminescence, and the barrier outside shattered like a mirror. Ailan jolted awake, bewildered, and surveyed his surroundings. How strange. Did I just fall asleep? His gaze shifted to his phone, revealing the time to be 10 a.m. He exclaimed, "Oh no, I'm going to be late for work. If I'm tardy again, I might get fired." Upon returning to the apartment after grocery shopping, the only capable cook, Katake, was busy preparing lunch in the kitchen. While Kasumiga Kakashiyu assisted her, Ailan and Riri, having been deemed more of a hindrance than help, were relegated to the living room. Riri popped a chip into her mouth. She leaned towards Ailan and inquired, "Hentai Ailan, you've been lost in thought since earlier. Are you concocting any nefarious schemes? What wicked thoughts could I possibly have? I haven't done anything at all." Ailan retorted, her contemplation interrupted, casting a disdainful glance at the blonde, hands on hips, sunder a girl before her. At such a young age, you possess your own airport. Your family must be quite affluent. Although Riri and Yukino were of similar stature. Ailan would describe Yukino with the term unique, whereas Riri, well, let us just say she was a classic case of double standards inherent to Saiyans. Riri crossed her arms and took a step back. Yet unwilling to concede in spirit to Ailan, she revealed her small fangs and glared fiercely at her. What with that look? Ailan shrugged, disinterested in continuing the banter with Riri, and deftly shifted the topic. Anyway, aren't you supposed to be working on your manuscript? You just received the photos you wanted. That I prefer to draw at home. I always feel awkward outside. Riri replied to this remark. Ailan twitched involuntarily. Yet you didn't feel awkward when you drew that half-naked portrait of me last week, and you were grinning like a maniac. After consuming another chip, Riri's spirits lifted considerably. You bought so many snacks. Can you finish them all by yourself? I'll help you devour some today. All right, feel free to indulge in the snacks. But allow me some peace for a moment. Ailan leaned back and closed her eyes. Humph. Seeing AI Ran concede, Iri Riri triumphantly snorted, despite her overall weakness and countless skirmishes against Kasumiga Kakashiyu. She always managed to hold the upper hand against AI Ran. With a resigned sigh, and now free from Iri Riri's distractions, AI Ran resumed her focus, and Ailan's presence had vanished from this world. The members of the gaming club radiated an ominous aura, allowing AI Ran to swiftly detect them regardless of distance. However, since earlier, she had been unable to sense his presence, as if he had completely disappeared from existence. Several times, AI Ran contemplated heading to Tokyo to investigate. Katake and Sawamura Iri Riri exuded an even more potent malevolence. This phenomenon was absent in Kasumiga Kakashiyu, likely due to AI Ran's prior involvement. Faced with this peculiar situation, AI Ran initially wished to inquire further with the Kaishin, but that thought was swiftly dismissed. She had come to realize that the words of this third-rate deity were hardly reliable. First, she claimed that the Dragon Balls needed romance to be purified, yet a man appeared among the hosts. Subsequently, regarding the Yukino Shida Yukino incident, she asserted that merely staying quiet for a year would suffice. Yet soon after, a 3-star dragon emerged. Then, she insisted that the 2-star dragon could not be killed until it was fully revived, only for Kasumiga Kakashiyu's life energy to drastically deplete, nearly leading to her demise. It was as if her mouth had been blessed with a gift of falsehoods. Cherish life, indeed, and steer clear of unreliable deities that one's work must rely on oneself. Suddenly, an Ailan's presence re-emerged within AI Ran's perception. Chapter 51. Truly, your saintly K and Ailan's aura exhibited no remarkable changes. Nevertheless, AI Ran sensed an ominous undertone. Her perception of energy had become almost perfect, and if nothing had transpired, it was inconceivable that she would be unable to sense him. What had transpired with an Ailan? AI Ran pondered, but her thoughts were interrupted as Kasumiga Kakashiyu and Iri Riri, for reasons unbeknownst to her, resumed their verbal sparring. With no choice, AI Ran opened her eyes to find the two confronting each other not far from her. Kasumiga Kakashiyu, arms crossed, looked down at Iri Riri. Leveraging her height advantage, have you still not produced a draft by now? Did you truly join this club with the intention of completing Shining Girl? Don't call my name, you black-clad, corpulent woman. Have you completed much yourself? Of course, Kasumiga Kakashiyu replied with an arrogant laugh. The initial draft for the protagonist section is already finished, and Lun Yikuan has given his approval. Your tasks are the priority now. Lun Yikuan? Iri Riri looked at Kasumiga Kakashiyu with confusion. It was evident that this black-clad woman was acting strangely today. Is there something wrong with my statement? Kasumiga Kakashiyu retorted, seating herself on the sofa, precisely where Iri Riri had been moments before. AI Ran subtly shifted aside, hoping their clash would not affect the innocent, wondering why they were so close. TSK, Kasumiga Kakashiyu continued to fix her gaze on Iri Riri, her foot involuntarily beginning to shake. I assure you, I will not delay progress. Besides, Kata just started learning programming today. It takes time to get the hang of it. Indeed, Iri Riri had yet to put pen to paper, and in her anxiousness, she quickly found herself at a disadvantage in the battle of wills. Nevertheless, Iri Riri stubbornly glared at Kasumiga Kakashiyu, unwilling to back down. This black-clad woman had clearly taken something to provoke her. She hadn't instigated anything, merely sitting on the sofa and munching on chips. Moreover, Lin Yu was not even here today to AI Ran watch the two engage in their verbal duel with exasperation. As expected, Iri Riri could only gain the upper hand against AI Ran, but when facing Kasumiga Kakashiyu, she would falter in just a few exchanges at that moment. Katake quietly entered the living room. Kasumiga Kaka-senpai. Sawamura-san, AI Rankuin, lunch is ready. Engrossed in their sharp-tongued exchange, Iri Riri and Kasumiga Kakashiyu were startled by this sudden announcement. Momentarily recalling Katake's presence, Kasumiga Kakashiyu waved her hand with enthusiasm, arrogantly declaring, I shall let you off this time, gold-haired underdog. Iri Riri bared her small fangs. You're merely a Kasumiga Kakashiyu. Clearly, you were ground into the floor. Despite this, the interruption by Katake halted Kasumiga Kakashiyu's retort. And a sensible person would have seized the opportunity to escape with some self-awareness, but Iri Riri refused to concede defeat before Kasumiga Kakashiyu. Katake placed the food on the table. Commenting lightly, the relationship between Kasumiga Kaka-senpai and Sawamura-san seems quite good. Who has a good relationship with her? Iri Riri retorted, turning her face away in a huff. All right, let us eat. AI Ran-san. Could you help me bring the dishes from the kitchen? There is quite a lot, and it's a bit heavy. Sure, I'm feeling hungry too. Having long reached a point of impatience, Aaron hastily made his way towards the kitchen. However, halfway there, he suddenly sensed something amiss. Why did Kato's tone just now make it seem as though she were the mistress of this household? After dinner, Shiyu of the Kasumagakaka family began to refine the narrative for the heroine's storyline. She also intended to incorporate elements of childhood friends and younger classmates. While the storyline she had originally valued most, the senpai line, had been discarded, were it not for the fact that the operational costs of the club were entirely funded by Aaron. Shiyu might have considered focusing solely on the heroine's arc. The so-called side stories seemed utterly insignificant, barely qualifying as mere embellishments. After all, the planner was indifferent as if spurred on by Shiyu's inspiration. Arari began to diligently engage in her drawing. It must be said that the Arari in work mode was a completely different person from before. Her serene demeanor compelled Aaron to steal a few more glances. What a wonderful girl! Yet she was regrettably given to excessive chatter in order to familiarize herself with the mechanics of Gal game. Kato decided to start playing a game, with nothing better to do. Aaron stood behind her, observing as Kato immersed herself in the gameplay. The apartment fell into a long-forgotten silence. An hour later. I love you all. Hitomi-kun. We love you too. Yukimi-chan, Kasumi-chan, Kato-chan, Yoko-chan, Yura-chan, Rika, Ai-chan. Let us live happily together from now on. Beneath the full moon, on a beach illuminated by a crackling bonfire, a young man made a lifelong promise while holding hands with 7 uniquely beautiful girls. Happy end. Aaron blinked, still struggling to process what had just transpired. He then turned his gaze towards Kato, rubbed his eyes, and looked back at the game screen. This was indeed the most challenging harem ending to achieve in a game aimed at all ages. Isn't there something off about this? Suddenly, Arari, who had crept up behind Aaron, burst into laughter and patted him on the shoulder. What could possibly be wrong? Look, it's just that your gaming skills are too low. Bad and Kun. Kato cleared the game. Not you. So what is there to be proud of? Ignoring the golden-haired underdog, Aaron incredulously asked Kato, Kato, is this really your first time playing a Gal game? Well, Kato replied calmly, if I recall correctly. This should indeed be my first time playing such a game. To achieve a perfect harem route on your first try? Perhaps she was not entirely a blank slate, but could it be that Kato was actually the reincarnation of a legendary figure? After all, the male protagonist in the game was also named Hitomi. No, it should be Asuna reincarnated. Her skills were simply too impressive. Perhaps it was true that only women could truly understand a woman's heart. The moment the thought crossed his mind, Aaron immediately dismissed it. No, typically those who create Gal games are middle-aged men without girlfriends. Ha. Does Aaron-kun think that all the members of our club are just a bunch of middle-aged men without girlfriends? Shiyu teased Aaron, her eyes sparkling with a peculiar light. Chapter 52. Aki's inspiration. Shiyu herself was uncertain as to what was happening to her. Before lunch, merely seeing Arari sitting next to Aaron made her feel inexplicably vexed. Witnessing Aaron and Arari bantering and praising Kato's gaming skills only heightened her agitation, prompting her to interrupt their conversation. Though she was convinced she did not harbor feelings for Aaron, she could not fathom why she felt uneasy seeing him interact with other girls. Could this be the bridge effect? Because Aaron had saved her, was she experiencing such feelings? Shiyu found herself in a state of confusion. Realizing he had misspoken, Aaron looked at Shiyu apologetically. Our club must be an exception. Everyone here is such lovely girls. Shiyu elongated her response before redirecting her focus to the scriptwriting. She dared not continue conversing with Aaron. If everything happening now was merely due to the bridge effect, then Shiyu shouldn't feel so tense. But what if it wasn't? She couldn't bear to think further. Time passed slowly. As spring drew to a close, the arrival of the evening sun came earlier than one might expect. After finishing a drawing, Arari stretched. It's almost 5, she said, glancing at the time before addressing everyone. Let's go out for dinner tonight. I've completed the initial draft of the heroine's design, and I can take my time with the rest. But I still need to gather materials for the outdoor scenes. Aaron cast a puzzled glance at Arari, then turned to indicate Shiyu, who, as the scriptwriter, knew best what scenes were necessary. Such a simple truth was evident even to someone as inexperienced as Aaron. Arari understood this too, but she would never dare to ask Shiyu for help. Fortunately, Shiyu, sipping on her honey pomelo, promptly answered Arari's question. She was more than willing to assist with any work that could expedite the game's progress. The nighttime scenes primarily involved 2 segments. the male and female leads going shopping together, with all settings taking place in a mall, specifically in the elevator and clothing sections of the game. Of course, considering Aki's preferences, it would be best to include a fitting room scenario as well. As she spoke, she did not hide her disdainful expression. Men always seem to favor those so-called benefit narratives. Her gaze shifted to Aaron, and she hesitated for a moment. All right, there are indeed some foolish ones who don't care for such things. She recalled Aaron's comments on benefit narratives from last Saturday, a smirk unconsciously forming on her lips. Then let us hurry to the mall, and we can also solve dinner in the process. I'm starving, Ari exclaimed, patting her small belly eagerly. Didn't you munch on snacks all afternoon? How could you still be hungry? Aaron remarked, as if discovering a new continent. Ari, perhaps part Saiyan. With a triumphant expression, Ari retorted, Humph, how surprising. For girls, desserts and main courses are stored in different stomachs. Hentai Aaron, if you keep this up, you'll never find a girlfriend. All right, let us head out then. Aaron let out a sigh and walked towards the door. It seemed he had misjudged the situation, with Ari behaving as she was. There was no way she could possibly carry the blood of a Saiyan. Accompanying girls on shopping excursions was a torturous endeavor. Even Goku and Vegeta, having attained the status of Super Saiyans, struggled to handle such situations with ease. Aaron found himself even more ill-equipped. Ari and Shiyu animatedly discussed which scenes to depict in the game, while Aaron and Kato, the two outsiders, sat on a nearby bench. The bench could barely accommodate two, and Kato remained composed while Aaron had already dozed off. Inhaling the faint scent of acacia blossoms emanating from Kato, Aaron felt himself relax effortlessly. He leaned his head to the side, not quite touching Kato, yet to outsiders, it appeared as though he was leaning against her. At that moment, Ari happened to catch sight of this scene. She quickly grabbed her camera, capturing the moment, the physical contact between the leads on their first date. This was a rare find indeed. Shiyu followed the direction of the camera, and upon seeing Aaron and Kato, her breath hitched, and her pupils dilated rapidly. Sorry, I must have fallen asleep. I hope I didn't touch you. Kato replied calmly. No, not at all. In fact, whenever Aaron-kun gets close to me, he instinctively moves away. Ari fiddled with her camera, feeling that today's haul was bountiful in every sense. The photos are done. I'll send them to the group. Wait a moment. The chat group was inundated with messages at a breakneck speed, causing the phone notification sounds to ring incessantly. In an instant, it displayed a staggering 99 notifications. As the diverse chimes of 4 individuals melded into a cacophony reminiscent of a miniature concert, drawing the curious gaze of passers-by and leaving many feeling quite embarrassed. Kasumigakaka Shiyu pinched the bridge of her nose. Thoroughly exasperated with this hopelessly incompetent young lady. I told you to wait. Will fast fingers earn you an award? Just compress the files and upload them. Yamazaki Ari also recognized her blunder. Yet accepting a lecture from Kasumigakaka was utterly out of the question. She stubbornly lowered her head, remaining silent. Kasumigakaka chose not to continue. She sensed her previous words had been rather heavy-handed. However, that earlier scene, Kasumigakaka Shiyu exhaled softly, repeatedly reminding herself not to dwell on it. As it was merely a case of the suspension bridge effect, aware of the awkward atmosphere, Kata Megumi intervened. All right, since today's shooting is complete, let us head back. Yes, let's return. I still need to sift through this pile of photos for the most suitable material. In Tokyo, after a long day of work, Aki Tomoya returned home, dragging his weary-bodied. No sooner had he settled before his computer than his phone erupted with a flurry of text notifications. What on earth is Ari up to? Aki quickly scanned the group photos and realized that even in his absence, everyone had diligently participated in the club activities. Suddenly, a particular photo caught Aki's eye. In it, Ari rested her eyes against Kata Megumi's shoulder, while Megumi wore a serene smile, seemingly savoring the moment. What is happening here? Ari, she's supposed to be my leading lady, Aki Tomoya exclaimed, leaping from his chair in shock. Chapter 53. Wishes fulfilled in the dead of night. Ari had just finished her training and was soaring back towards her apartment. The training location had shifted to a deserted island overseas. As Ari felt somewhat embarrassed about unleashing energy blasts daily near Tokyo, with a combat power exceeding 18,000, the potency of her energy blast rivaled that of a hydrogen bomb crafted by humans. If she were to inadvertently slip, Japan might once again experience a recreation reminiscent of events from over 70 years ago. Perhaps I should take the opportunity to suggest to the gaming club that our next activity be held at Aki Tomoya's home. The absence of the main character isn't a problem, after all. Eri mused as she flew. She was indeed not adept at socializing, especially not with 3 women. Abruptly, Eri sensed something unusual. Kasumi ga Kakashiyu had inexplicably left the apartment and was wandering aimlessly through the streets. What on earth is this woman doing? Eri murmured, hastening her speed. Kasumi ga Kakashiyu had suffered from insomnia once more. Perhaps one day, I will become truly deranged, she thought wryly, continuing to walk forward, as if this motion alone could dispel her inner turmoil. Such insomnia had first manifested when the sales of Love Metronome were lackluster and subjected to scrutiny. Subsequently, Aki Tomoya engaged in lengthy verbal battles online with detractors of the book through his social media account, passionately advocating for what he deemed a worthy read. These actions resurrected Kasumi ga Kakashiyu's Love Metronome and ensnared her heart. She believed Aki Tomoya to be the one who understood her, from his fervent endorsements of Love Metronome. She could sense his sincerity. I am indeed a capricious person, Kasumi ga Kakashiyu whispered to herself. Aki Tomoya, with his cunning nature, was no less capricious. She identified with the character Sheo in Love Metronome, naively casting Aki Tomoya as her romantic lead. She transformed her inner struggles into caprice, unwittingly venting her frustrations onto Aki Tomoya, and then justified her capriciousness as a reason to remain by his side, presuming he would inherently grasp her intentions. Thus, this cycle continued. Unfortunately, the truth was that Aki Tomoya could not comprehend her. Everything aligned with Eri's words. He was merely a figment of her imagination. Kasumi ga Kakashiyu was convinced that Aki Tomoya had indeed seen her distress message that day. The system indicated it had been read. How could it deceive her? He had fled. During her illness, Kasumi ga Kakashiyu suddenly realized that such caprice resembled a compromise to remain near Aki Tomoya. This was not what she desired. She yearned for someone to decipher the true self hidden behind her capriciousness. That evening, in her moment of despair, Eri had silently appeared at her bedside. Reflecting on this, Kasumi ga Kakashiyu softly murmured, I've acted capriciously once more. Indeed, in the days following Eri's embrace, she had first shared her capriciousness regarding Aki Tomoya with another boy. Each time Eri came to her side in the dead of night, Aki Tomoya gradually faded from her heart. Yet, this was also incorrect. Kasumi ga Kakashiyu reaffirmed this conviction deep within her soul, regardless of whether it was the suspension bridge effect. If she could so easily transfer her affections to another, what did that say about her prior self? Moreover, this was unfair to Eri. Though Eri appeared emotionally oblivious, she would certainly remain unaware unless Kasumi ga Kaka mentioned it. Taking a deep breath, the chill of late spring filled Kasumi ga Kakashiyu's lungs. I must return and strive to craft a perfect script. This is my debt to Aki Tomoya. By this time next year, I will have graduated, and I shall depart without any lingering regrets. Des for Eri. Upon thinking of that name, Kasumi ga Kakashiyu halted her steps. She owed Eri as well. Without him that night, she surely would not have endured. Compared to physical suffering, the emotional torment that night was unbearable. Eri's presence not only healed her physical ailments, but also mended her wounded spirit. Yet, she had then unwittingly shifted her emotions onto him. Though Eri may wish for me not to know, I cannot act as if nothing has transpired. I must take action, or else, a gust of cold wind swept by, prompting Kasumi ga Kakashiyu to instinctively wrap her arms around herself. Tears streamed down her cheeks unconsciously. She stood there foolishly by the roadside when suddenly, the blaring of a horn broke the silence. A large truck had lost control. The driver desperately slammed on the brakes, yet Kasumi ga Kakashiyu remained within the danger zone. Clearly, this truck was not the one that transported people to other worlds. As that one never stopped, Kasumi ga Kakashiyu's face drained of color as she closed her eyes in despair, her mind consumed by a singular thought. How I longed to feel that warmth once more. The blaring horn persisted. Although the truck's speed had lessened, it would not halt before colliding with Kasumi ga Kakashiyu. The driver, in a state of hopelessness, shut his eyes. Tonight, it seemed, would claim a life. Ultimately, the truck came to a stop. And the sound of impact never came. The driver hurriedly leaped from the vehicle, shouting, "What the hell?" before scrambling back inside and speeding away. Meanwhile, Kasumi ga Kakashiyu had vanished from sight. Separation line. Hey, woman, what are you doing out here at this hour? Eri held Kasumi ga Kakashiyu in midair, gazing at her with a bemused expression. What is it with literary girls these days? Yukino Yukino was obsessed with cats and had to bring them along every weekend. While Kasumi ga Kakashiyu was even stranger for wandering the streets alone at night. Kasumi ga Kakashiyu, eyes closed, clung tightly to Eri's neck. Yes, this warmth, this sensation. Am I dead? I never imagined death would grant me my final wish. Dead? You're not dead, so your last wish was simply to find someone to hold you. Such a trivial desire doesn't warrant death, does it? Is it possible that I am still alive? Kasumigakaka Shiyu slowly opened her eyes, only to discover that she was suspended in midair. However, unlike Yukino Shida Yukino, she did not exhibit any signs of fear. Instead, she tightened her grip. Hey, Ainran-kun, who exactly are you? Chapter 54. Please make sure to save me in the air. Kasumigakaka Shiyu clung to Ayn Rand like a koala gripping a tree trunk. Ayn Rand was flying slowly because Shiyu sat upright, her chest naturally thrusting forward, further constricting her already limited field of vision. Kasumigakaka-senpai, could you please not hold on like this? I can't see ahead at all. This is quite dangerous. Upon hearing Ayn Rand's words, Shiyu tightened her embrace around Ayn Rand's neck even more. The softness enveloping Ayn Rand rendered her momentarily speechless. She did not wish for Ayn Rand to witness her eyes brimming with tears. Why is it you who saved me once again? Shiyu's voice was barely a whisper. Ayn Rand was momentarily taken aback. Had her midnight intrusion into Shiyu's room been discovered? After all, we do know each other, don't we? I couldn't just stand by and watch you get into trouble. Perhaps it would be best if you didn't speak. Shiyu blushed and let out a soft whimper, finally realizing just how embarrassing her current position was. Each time Ayn Rand spoke, warm, moist breaths brushed against her chest, as if penetrating her clothing and reaching her heart, which had been racing since the moment they met. Kasumigakaka-senpai, I truly cannot see ahead. Ayn Rand struggled slightly, trying to control the distance between her face and Shiyu's chest. Goodness, I was nearly smothered. Laboriously managing the direction, Ayn Rand eventually flew into the apartment. Upon reaching the sofa, Ayn Rand spoke softly. Kasumigakaka-senpai, you may loosen your legs now. There were still 2 people asleep in the bedroom, and even in her own home. Ayn Rand experienced once again the sensation of being a thief. Kasumigakaka Shiyu slowly released her tightly intertwined legs, feeling the softness of the sofa beneath her. The solid ground beneath her feet did not provide her with much comfort. Only a faint sense of loss lingered in her heart. Ayn Rand gradually bent down, gently laying her on the sofa, her body almost draped beside Shiyu. The heavy breaths of the two shattered the tranquility of the living room. Ayn Rand was breathless from being restrained, while Shiyu sought to calm her increasingly rapid heartbeat. Kasumigakaka-senpai, you can let go of my hand now. Holding on to my neck isn't a solution. Shiyu, her face flushed, quickly released her grip. Turning her head to avoid Ayn Rand's gazed eye in the darkness, the tears at the corners of her eyes shimmered, yet Ayn Rand keenly caught sight of them and gently wiped Shiyu's tears away with her fingers. Embarrassment, frustration, sorrow, and gratitude. Countless emotions constricted in Kasumigakaka Shiyu's throat. Just before she could part her lips, Ayn Rand hastily distanced herself from Shiyu. You should rest early, Kasumigakaka-senpai. Everything will eventually pass. That moment, Ayn Rand suppressed her embarrassment, wishing she could burrow herself into a 3-bedroom apartment to escape. What had she just done? Striving to maintain a calm tone, Ayn Rand softly added, I'll head back to my room for some rest. You should also get some sleep. With that, she swiftly made her way to her own room. Watching Ayn Rand's retreating figure, Kasumigakaka Shiyu stood still for quite some time, realizing that she was becoming increasingly unable to escape Ayn Rand's warmth. Back in her bedroom, Irie and Katu were still asleep. Kasumigakaka Shiyu tiptoed quietly into her own covers. Ainran-kun, allow me to be willful just once more. If possible, please save me. You must. With such thoughts, Kasumigakaka Shiyu gradually drifted into slumber. Meanwhile, on the other side, Katu, who had been resting on her side, slowly opened her eyes. Kasumigakaka Shiyu seemed to regain her former radiance, as she spent the entire morning nestled on the sofa, working on the 3rd volume of the Love Metronome. She had previously felt ready to write the 3rd volume, but when it came time to put pen to paper, the results were still less than satisfactory. However, things were different now. Irie, a fellow fan of the Love Metronome, wisely refrained from interrupting her, retreating to her room to paint. Kasumigakaka Shiyu hummed an unknown tune, her legs restlessly shaking, with the rhythmic tapping of the computer keyboard. A smile finally graced her face. As for the script of Shining Girl, everyone had temporarily forgotten about it in the afternoon. Just like the previous week, Ayn Rand accompanied them to Chiba City Station. Irie shot Ayn Rand a disgruntled glare. Her request for material that morning had been rejected once again. The next time we meet, I will definitely take you to eat a dish you have never tried before. Don't forget our agreement for you to model for me. That morning, after a futile attempt to pester Ayn Rand, Irie had made a wager. If she could find a dish that satisfied Ailan, he would serve as her model for half a day. Ailan cast a dismissive glance her way. Thinking it absurd, I've traveled far and wide. What exquisite cuisines haven't I encountered? You think a single meal will get me to pose for your artwork? Find it first, then we'll talk. I'll take my leave now. You three can wait for the train. Hey, Ailan, are you really going to leave us three delicate girls here to wait for the train? That is quite unchivalrous. Tisich, I have never claimed to be a gentleman. Facing Irie's accusation, Ailan waved her hand dismissively and turned to leave. Wait, Kasumiga Kakashiyu suddenly called out to Ailan. Once I finish writing the third volume of the Love Metronome, can you take a look at it? Ailan-kun? Ailan raised an eyebrow. You want me, a semi-literate, to read a book? A romance novel? No less? Isn't it just about me hugging you a couple of times? Is this really how you want to play with my heart? Instinctively, Ailan wanted to refuse, but as he met Kasumiga Kakashiyu's eager gaze, the words caught in his throat. After a moment of hesitation, Ailan awkwardly turned his head. If the book is interesting, I suppose I could take a look. Kasumiga Kakashiyu's voice brightened instantly at that moment. Ailan shot a meaningful glance at both Katu and Kasumiga Kakashiyu. I'll be off now. Stay safe. Seeing Ailan's serious demeanor, Kata nodded in understanding. They were now in the know. Ailan had divulged everything to them. However, Kasumiga Kakashiyu chose to remain, still indebted to Anri. Katu, for reasons unknown, had no intention of leaving the club either. As for Irie, Ailan cast a glance at the golden-haired girl who was looking around in boredom and sighed. Let her be. This child doesn't seem particularly bright. It's better for her to maintain her innocent and romantic demeanor. Chapter 55. The official entrance of Iroha Sayaka the next day after school. Yukino closed her eyes, gently sipping a cup of red tea. After a moment, she opened one eye and glanced at Ailan beside her. I never imagined that you, Ailan-kun, would start reading romance novels. Ailan calmly set down the novel in her hands, stating, This is a work by Senpai Kaze no Oka. She recommended it to me. The writing is quite impressive, though I must admit that I am unfamiliar with most of the words. Nonetheless, it is certainly preferable to those dull textbooks. Today, Ailan's plan was to immerse herself in novels within the clubroom, a means of evading the torment of being coerced into studying by Yukino. At that moment, Yukino picked up the Love Metronome, glanced at it a few times, and casually placed it into Ailan's backpack. Then, with the familiarity of routine, she produced a Chinese exam paper, stating, Ningen-kun, before you indulge in your novel. You should complete this exam paper first. Why must it be this way? Ailan lamented, resting her head on the table. This marked the failure of her initial plan for the day. Yahalo. Yui Yugahama arrived. Brimming with energy, she inserted herself between Ailan and Yukino, causing Ailan to shuffle closer to Hikigaya Hachiman. Yuki, yesterday, Yumiko mentioned that girls' cosmetics must indeed be of the expensive variety. Yukino interrupted, Yugahama-san, you are too close. Isn't that better for fostering relationships? Ailan observed the two girls, feeling a pang of envy. Meanwhile, Hikigaya Hachiman appeared delighted, relieved that a savior had finally arrived. He had almost reached his limit with the ongoing romantic tension emanating from the presence of Ailan and Yukino. Ailan shot Hachiman a silent, incredulous glance, conveying a Morse code message. What is there for you to be happy about? Our situations are hardly different. Think about it. Yugahama and Yukino are getting cozy. What does that make us? Upon deciphering Ailan's gaze, Hikigaya's expression shifted momentarily. However, he quickly regained his composure, casting Ailan a flushed glare. Oh, has Hikigaya finally woken up? Ailan regarded Hikigaya with a playful smirk. Ultimately, she could not allow Yugahama to continue being so brazen. So she resolved to take action. Yukino, what about my guidance? Yugahama-san, I still need to help Ningen-kun with his studies. Would you kindly move to the side? Thus, Yukino switched places with Yugahama, positioning Yugahama by the window while Yukino found herself sandwiched in between. Yukino felt the warmth emanating from Yugahama on her left, which was somewhat uncomfortable, yet there was little she could do about it. Consequently, Ailan's second plan of the day also fell through. Observing Ailan's distracted demeanor, Yukino gently remarked, Ningen-kun, your grades are severely hindering the club's progress. If this continues, I will have to tutor you at your home in the evenings. Yukino tone was calm, yet her face flamed with embarrassment. Considering the implications of such a statement in a public setting, Ailan retorted defiantly, what about that silly Yugahama-san? How are her grades? Ha! They are quite acceptable. I always manage to pass. What? Aaron looked at Yugahama in disbelief. She could actually pass? So what should you do? The ever-resilient Ningen-kun. Yukino Shida leaned slightly closer to Aaron, exuding an air of pressure. Fine, my grades are poor, that I will focus on completing the exam paper. Please, do not mention that nickname again. Aaron grimaced, propping her chin on one hand while twirling a pencil with the other. In the past, being alone with Yukino Shida felt akin to sitting beside a tranquil lake, with a gentle breeze imparting a sense of relaxation from the depths of one's heart. Yet now, with the presence of the somewhat boisterous Hikigaya and the lively Yugahama, that lake appeared to pulsate with vitality, rippling like the delicate touch of a dragonfly. Nevertheless, this could not alter the fundamental nature of their peaceful, everyday existence. It marked the beginning of Aaron's gradual integration into the world. Thus, she found herself inexplicably content with her current state. Ichika Ayaka was making her way towards the service club. Having learned a few days prior that a certain upperclassman was a member, however, she was unsure of the route to the club. After inquiring among fellow students, none could provide an answer, leading her to seek guidance from the faculty office. Her remarkable initiative was her greatest asset to certain iron-fisted, single female teacher, perpetually clad in a lab coat, became intrigued upon hearing this. She promptly escorted the girl outside, inquiring whether she had a request for the service club. I wish to express my gratitude to a senior in the service club for their assistance. Senior? Hikigaya. No, it is Aaron Senpai. Hiratsuka Shizen was somewhat taken aback. Could that guy really help a junior? Could it be due to a romantic involvement? The thought made Hiratsuka feel disgruntled. She was still single. Why were all these youngsters falling in love? She had heard that Hikigaya had recently been getting along well with Yugahama, and she was determined to find an opportunity to disrupt their budding romance. They absolutely could not be allowed to find happiness before her. With that thought, Hiratsuka let out a laugh filled with resentment, causing Ichika to quickly distance herself from the teacher. One could never know. Associating with such a bitter single woman might jeopardize one's chances of marriage in the future. Hey, Yukino Shida, I'm coming in. As usual, Hiratsuka barged through the door of the service club. Yukino Shida sighed, having lost interest in reminding this utterly forgetful teacher. Hiratsuka-sensei, have you come today with any requests for us? I primarily came for this little one, Hiratsuka said, shifting slightly to the side, prompting Ichika to introduce herself. Hello, seniors. I am Ichika Ayaka, a first-year student. Aaron, this girl wishes to thank you for your previous assistance. Hiratsuka emphasized the word thank, while subtly scrutinizing Yukino Shida. However, Yukino Shida merely regarded Ichika with a calm expression before nudging the nearly dozing Aaron. Ningen-kun. Wake up. Someone is here to see you. What? Aaron looked up, bewildered. Ichika scanned the members of the service club. Aside from the strikingly beautiful Yukino Shida, she had not heard of the others, deeming them less significant. Thus, she focused her attention on Yukino Shida, only to feel a sinking sensation in her heart. The flawless beauty of Yukino Shida was intimidating, and she seemed to possess both elegance and intelligence. Her academic prowess would likely be formidable as well. Well then, Ichika-san, please have a seat so we can converse. That Yukino Shida's cool voice reached her ears, causing Ichika to instinctively shrink back. Chapter 56. Katake is upset after Hiratsuka Shizen brought Ichika Ayaka to the service club's classroom. She promptly departed. Although she served as the club's advisor, she adhered to a policy of hands-off management. Ichika settled across from Aaron, addressing him. Senpai, thank you for your assistance previously. Assistance? When did this happen? Do we know each other? Aaron gazed at Ichika in confusion. Having no recollection of her, it was 2 Sundays ago, near Chiba Station. Aaron lowered his head, reminiscing for a moment. So it was you back then. I appreciate your gratitude. There is no need to dwell on it. It was likely not a pleasant memory for you. Aaron waved his hand dismissively and returned to studying the Chinese exam paper before him. Noticing Aaron's nonchalant demeanor, Ichika hesitated before continuing. Actually, I have a request I would like to ask of everyone. Yukino Shida handed her a disposable cup filled with red tea. Very well, Ichika-san. What is your request? Thank you. I wish to make some genuine friends at school. Meanwhile, Hikigaya Hachiman internally scoffed. Wouldn't it be better for you to seek out the popular kids for that kind of thing? They often find it difficult to decline the requests of others. Speaking of which, your attire suggests you are quite the social butterfly. Such a beautiful girl is typically in high demand. Why would you choose to join our club, where everyone struggles with social interactions? Yukino Shida. Yukino cleared her throat twice, saying, Ahem, is that so? Could you elaborate on the type of friends you are seeking? Upon hearing this, AI Ran tilted her head, looking at Yukino Shida with an expression of utter disbelief. Please, don't force yourself any longer. This task is clearly beyond your capabilities, Da. It seems it is my time to shine, Yui Yugahama declared, hands on her hips, beaming with pride. Allow me to introduce you to Yumiko and the others. They are all wonderful people, Hikigaya Hachiman interjected. When it comes to making friends, perhaps those in the same grade would be more suitable. Actually, older students could work too. Issei AI quickly countered. She then turned her gaze towards Yukino Shida Yukino, asking, could you assist me with this? Yukino Shida Yukino pondered for a moment before nodding. Very well, Issei-san, we shall accept your request. Tokyo Tenoki High School Sawamura Spencer Arari felt somewhat fatigued, having stifled several yawns during her afternoon classes. If not for her desire to maintain the image of a perfect young lady, she would have long since succumbed to exhaustion. It was no wonder, as she had been tirelessly working on her game design since Saturday to prevent any delays due to issues with the original artwork. She had not indulged in gaming at all, going to bed only after 4 in the morning today. To be honest, merely arriving at school on time felt miraculous. Fortunately, her investment of time and energy yielded commendable results. After countless drafts, she had finally illustrated the character she envisioned as the protagonist of the game. For her, this was a satisfactory piece of work, although still a mere rough draft. The protagonist's demeanor and the serene essence captured therein aligned well with the descriptions found in Kashiwaoka Shiyu's writings and the requests conveyed by Aki Tomoya. After patiently waiting to ensure the second floor of the teaching building was devoid of any occupants, she dashed to the multimedia classroom, where she found Aki Tomoya and Kashiwaoka Shiyu already present. The two were seated on opposite sides of the classroom, engrossed in their books. What a poor sense of time, she thought. You were the one who excitedly called us to view the protagonist's design. Yet you arrived a good 10 minutes late. Kashiwaoka Shiyu, hearing the noise, closed her book and complained casually. Who was excited? You, Kashiwaoka Shiyu Arari fumed, feeling irritated. Come on now, we are all members of the same club. Let us not get too worked up. Suddenly startled by a voice behind her, Arari jumped back, nearly dropping her laptop. Turning around, she saw Kata Megumi, who wore a cheerful and meddlesome expression. When did you get there? I didn't notice at all. At this moment, Aki Tomoya spoke up. Indeed, let us start by looking at your masterpiece, Arari. It should be a fantastic piece of original art. Arari nodded, placing her laptop on a desk and switching to the artwork she had designed. Presenting it to them, she was confident that Tomoya would be pleased. So, what do you think? Arari asked, crossing her arms and trying to appear nonchalant. It looks wonderful. She appears to be an endearing character that instantly evokes affection. I believe many would adore her as the protagonist. You truly are remarkable, Arari. Kata Megumi was the first to offer an affirmative evaluation, her gaze shifting from the screen. Although it was merely a rough draft, it was already a vast improvement over what she had presented at AI Rant's home. Kashiwaoka Shiyu, without directly expressing her admiration, adjusted her long hair, the unspoken praise evident in her demeanor. Arari understood this was typical of Shiyu's character. She felt a rush of satisfaction, but then realized her reaction resembled that of a child overwhelmed with joy from parental praise. Swiftly, she suppressed her exuberance, clearing her throat and shifting her focus to Aki Tomoya, who was still intently gazing at the laptop screen. Tomoya, what do you think? I think it's fantastic. Arari's artistry remains impeccable, but Arari's brows furrowed, her earlier excitement gradually waning. Do not misunderstand. The protagonist you have drawn is flawless, utterly without flaws, and as an outsider, I cannot point out a single imperfection. Aki Tomoya's anxiety was palpable. This time, unlike 2 weeks prior when he had rejected Kashiwaoka Shiyu's script, Arari's artwork was indeed perfect. Yet observing Arari's expression grow increasingly cold, Tomoya gritted his teeth to voice his thoughts. However, this original artwork fails to resonate with me on an emotional level that it does not align with the image of the game's protagonist that I wish to convey to players. Kashiwaoka Shiyu wore a bemused smile, quietly returning to her original seat. Kata Megumi followed suit, leaving Aki Tomoya and Arari to continue their discussion regarding the artwork. Arari took a deep breath. The positive sentiments previously bestowed upon her by Kata and Shiyu had vanished. She suppressed her displeasure and attempted to remain calm, asking Aki Tomoya, could you specify what the issue is? I'm sorry, error-y, but I cannot pinpoint exactly what is lacking. Aki Tomoya shook his head, avoiding Erori's gaze, focusing once more on the laptop screen. However, this character design does not evoke any feelings for me. It lacks the heart-stirring sensation I felt when I encountered Katu on the slope. It was a moment of serendipitous connection. Tomoya, Kata Megumi, seated in the corner of the classroom with Kashuoka Shiyu, suddenly stood up, her serious expression starkly contrasting her earlier demeanor. My name is Kata Megumi, not Kanata. Kanata. No, Keo. Aki Tomoya appeared momentarily startled by Kata Megumi's seriousness. Instinctively retreating a step, after a moment's hesitation, Kata Megumi's voice returned to the multimedia classroom. Apologies, Aki, but I'm not feeling well today, so I will take my leave. With that, she picked up her bag and exited. Aki Tomoya's expression turned forlorn, his hands clenched on the desk. In the next moment, he stood up. I need to apologize. Just as he prepared to leave, Kashuoka Shiyu slowly spoke up. Wait, Tomoya-kun, have you forgotten something? Our primary task today is to finalize the protagonist's rough draft with Erori, and also to discuss the club's budget issues, right? Even with AI Rant's funding, you still need to present a reasonable budget plan. But with Katu, the protagonist, absent, we should wait until everyone is present next time. When is next time? Kashuoka Shiyu casually flipped a page of the book resting on her lap, her gaze unwavering. Our time is already quite limited. Nearly 2 months have passed since you first conceived the idea of creating a game, yet there has been little progress on many crucial matters. Was your initial intention in establishing this club truly to create a game? Zayazikyu Shiyu's words were devoid of any semblance of compassion, not merely due to her eagerness to conclude the game and settle the debts owed to Anchi Luni, but rather influenced by AI Rant's portrayal of the capabilities of the second star. The astute Zayazikyu Shiyu formulated further conjectures. Was that so-called evil dragon subtly alluding to Anchi Luni, perpetually hindering his ability to complete the game while dangling Kato, Lily, and herself in a state of uncertainty? In response to Zayazikyu Shiyu's inquiry, Anchi Luni fervently proclaimed, Of course, I yearn to share the emotions I harvested that day with everyone. The game serves as the finest vessel to convey that sentiment. And my dedication to this cause is indisputable, such a commendable spirit. So, I implore you, since the inception of our club, how far have we progressed toward your aspirations? Are we merely 1/10 of the way there? This, Anchi Luni found himself momentarily speechless, beads of perspiration forming on his forehead. Zayazikyu Shiyu sighed. There were numerous matters within the club that could not be scrutinized deeply, as they would yield no answers she sought. Let us not dwell on this. Returning to our initial topic, we must finalize the first draft today and address the club's funding. Then I shall fetch Kato, and we can all. There is no need for that. Lily and I are the primary creators, and for now, we need not trouble Kato. That I believe it is better for her to enjoy a moment of solitude. Persuaded, Anchi Luni resumed his seat. Conceding, understood. Let us discuss the club's funding. Lily was not inclined to revisit the discussions on the original artwork. She found Anchi Luni's previous statements utterly incomprehensible. She had not been present during the fateful encounter between Luni and Kato. And even if she had been, it would be impossible to glean the inner workings of his mind. That it was akin to the clients encountered previously, who perpetually declared that the current version was unsatisfactory and insisted on awaiting the next iteration. Should it truly be, as the adage suggests, that after perusing numerous versions, the original remains the most favorable? The crux of the matter was that those clients provided the funding. What was she currently engaged in? Creating a narrative of her unrequited love, depicting her childhood friend's fateful encounter with another woman? At that moment, Lily felt a wave of self-disgust wash over her. Yet, in this regard, Zayazikyu Shiyu was no better. After all, she was the one penning the script. No, that was incorrect. It seemed that Zayazikyu Shiyu had already lost affection for Luni. Otherwise, she would not have. With this thought, Lily cast a puzzled glance at Zayazikyu Shiyu. What had transpired during this period? Realizing that now was not the time to ponder such matters, Lily inhaled deeply, calming her mindset and softening her tone. I am merely an illustrator, not a psychologist. I cannot deduce the correct conclusions from your ambiguous words, Luni. Thus, please refrain from burdening me with the task of speculating. Provide me with specific artistic directions or constructive suggestions. For instance, regarding this artwork, are you dissatisfied with the protagonist's facial structure, the size of her eyes, the proportions of her figure, or perhaps her attire? Once you clarify these points, we shall discuss the original artwork. Upon hearing Lily's words, Zaizikiu Shiyu subtly curved her lips in a slight smile, then reopened her book, laying it upon her fully encased thigh. Then let us first address the issue of the club's funding. AI Ran previously offered a budget of 1 million yen and provided us with a venue for our weekend gatherings along with other expenses, and we must also meticulously calculate the costs and confirm with him when the game will be completed, how it will be marketed, and how profits will be distributed post-sale. While Lily and I might overlook financial discussions out of respect for our past relationship, AI Ran and Kato bear no such obligation. And I hope you comprehend this point, Lunny. Upon hearing AI Ran's name, Anchi Lunny's pent-up frustration bubbled to the surface. Suppressing his emotions, he turned to Zaizikiu Shiyu Senpai. Then, how much will it cost to produce this game? Zaizikiu Shiyu felt her composure slipping away. Lunny, have you truly not contemplated these matters at all? At that moment, my sole focus was on hastily producing the game, leaving little time for such considerations. The urgency to create the game is commendable, yet funding is paramount. The narrative and original drafts are the responsibility of Lily and me. Even Kato could learn programming, but background music, voice acting, and game optimization are beyond our capabilities. Enthusiasm alone is insufficient. Hence AI Ran's involvement is crucial in resolving these core issues. I have roughly calculated that if we are to complete the game before summer vacation, we require at least 5 million yen. Furthermore, the longer we delay, the higher the costs will soar. I too am preparing for examinations. I can assist you only until summer vacation, after which I will be powerless. 5 million. Summer vacation is a mere 2 months away. From a producer's perspective, consider these issues more thoroughly. Lunny, creating a game is not merely a whimsical endeavor. This weekend, I expect an accurate budget for the club's funding. I cannot allow AI Ran's financial contributions to be endlessly funneled into a bottomless pit due to your personal aspirations. Ignoring Anchi Lunny's astonishment and lamentations, Zaizikiu Shiyu exited the classroom. Lily gently bit her lower lip and followed suit. Leaving Anchi Lunny alone in the classroom, murmuring to himself, how did it suddenly come to this? It has only been a week since I last saw everyone. Why has everything changed so drastically? Anchi Lunny felt a surge of panic as events spiraled beyond his control. Clenching the table tightly, he growled, the third dimension is truly a wretched and horrid game. At that moment, a voice echoed in his mind. Have you finally realized? Would you consider merging with me? This way, everything you desire shall be within your grasp. Our Dragon Balls are treasures that grant the wishes of others. Anchi Lunny shook his head in defiance. Retorting, I have not yet failed. Is that so? The second star fell silent, yet the fusion had commenced, unbeknownst to Anchi Lunny. Chapter 58. The Saiyan does not wish to interfere in others' romantic affairs in a Tokyo restaurant. The proprietor's voice erupted in a furious reprimand. Anchi, if you continue to daydream, you might as well pack up and leave. You've already messed up several orders today. Anchi Lunny shrank back, bowing deeply to the owner. I apologize, boss. Please do not fire me. I still need to save up for the newly released game. The owner sighed, exasperated. Very well. It's almost time to clock out. Tidy up and prepare to leave. Work hard tomorrow. And remember not to be late again. Yes, thank you, boss. Anchi Lunny wiped the sweat from his brow. He had indeed been lost in thought all day that Kato's angry departure from the multimedia classroom had dealt him quite a blow. The female protagonist in a gal game would never treat the male protagonist in such a manner. Reality is truly a damned and dreadful game. Muttering under his breath, Anchi Lunny began to gather his belongings. Across the street, in a coffee shop, AI Ran sat by the window, pondering, what on earth is happening? I can no longer sense Anchi Lunny's presence. Downing the last of her coffee, AI Ran grimaced. It was indeed bitter. This beverage, devoid of sugar, was akin to dishwater. Henny AI Ran. You brought me to Lunny's workplace just to spy here. Lily, clad in a green tracksuit, lightly kicked AI Ran's calf in displeasure. Presently, Lily appeared to be a different person entirely. Sporting thick black-framed glasses, she wore a slightly worn yet impeccably clean green tracksuit. Although she struggled with the fit of this outfit from her middle school days, it remained one of her favorite loungewear choices. AI Ran glanced at Lily, exasperated. I was not spying. I told you I was headed to Anchi's workplace, yet you insisted on dragging me here. I'm currently wearing this outfit. How am I supposed to face anyone? Furthermore, I currently have no desire to meet him. Takamura Eri put a small piece of mousse cake into her mouth. Desserts possess the remarkable ability to uplift one's spirits, and Airy effortlessly demonstrated this to AI Ran. At the moment the cake touched her lips, Airy's previously morose expression instantly transformed into one of delight. Once the presence of Anki Roan disappeared, AI Ran's thoughts immediately turned to Airy, considering their childhood bond. Airy undoubtedly knew where Anki Roan was employed. However, she was taken aback by Airy's choice of attire, and it appeared that something had transpired between Airy and Anki Roan. Could it be related to the sudden disappearance of Anki Roan's aura? With this thought in mind, AI Ran tentatively inquired, "Did you have a quarrel with Anki-san, or has something else occurred?" AI Ran had a fair understanding of Airy's temperament. Unless prompted, this golden-haired tsundere would never voice her feelings. After all, Airy had just helped her, and it pertained to Dragon Ball. It would be prudent to show some concern. The original artwork, the character design I prepared for the protagonist on my day off, was rejected, and to this day, I remain unclear about the reasons for its denial. Airy lowered her head, her dazzling golden twin tails cascading down at her sides. Yes, she savored the dessert. She recounted the events that transpired in the multimedia classroom. Using a narrative tone, even showing AI Ran the character design on her phone midway through, by the end of her recounting, Airy pursed her lips slightly, reminiscing about her childhood friendship with Anki Roan, and felt a pang of sympathy, wanting to defend him a little. As for Roan, he has been working quite hard lately. At least he still holds the position of producer, overseeing game planning and storyline design. AI Ran pondered for a moment, casting a glance at Airy, and replied, "I see. Perhaps that is the case that I do not know Anki-san very well. However, since you have made such a judgment, it is likely that your thoughts are indeed correct." This was a falsehood. Anki Roan has indeed gone to FARD as a producer. He should have adequately prepared for the initial stages. He ought to have a clear understanding of the protagonist's image and character. Yet, why is it that when faced with the artist, he is unable to articulate even the most basic requirements? As the person in charge, he holds the authority to approve or reject all content. But in exercising that power, he also bears the obligations of a producer. Anki Roan is neither your benefactor nor your financial backer. Why do you deny your own efforts and force yourself to accommodate someone so ineffectual, who merely spouts empty words? Speaking of which, I am the true financial backer. These were the thoughts that AI Ran wished to express, but given the expectations that the other party held for Anki Roan, the original intent behind the formation of their game club was ultimately a matter of mutual consent. Moreover, it seemed there were no clues related to Dragon Ball within this context. Thus, AI Ran concluded that this was a matter of their relationship, not something she should unnecessarily concern herself with. It would be best to remain a silent confidant, a tree hole where secrets would not be divulged. Nonetheless, AI Ran still found the situation rather frustrating. After listening to Airy's account and grasping the sequence of events, even as an outsider, AI Ran felt an inexplicable sense of frustration welling up within her. That moment, she noticed Anki Roan exiting the restaurant across the way. "Airy, it's getting late. I have a few matters to attend to. Let's conclude our discussion for today. Thank you for your assistance. I'll treat you to something delicious this Saturday." But I still want to sit here for a while. In response to the glimmer of hope in Airy's eyes, AI Ran chose to turn a blind eye. "That's so? Then you can rest here for a while. I shall take my leave. However, it's nearly dark, and it may not be safe for you to remain outside alone. It's best to head home early." Rising to leave, AI Ran hesitated for a moment before saying, "Airy, although you may be somewhat foolish, I believe the party at fault in this matter is not you. Regardless of your intentions, you must learn to articulate your refusal to unreasonable requests." Who's foolish? Upon hearing the response she longed for, Airy's mood lightened, and her tsundere nature resurfaced. AI Ran smiled at her before departing the CAF. On the other side, as Anki Roan stepped out of the restaurant, the voice of Urshing Long echoed in his mind. "Anki, I sense a place filled with a vast amount of negative energy. We must hurry there. This time, don't make me go to some mortuary. That's just creepy." Anki Roan was somewhat reluctant, after seeing the photo of Kato and AI Ran that day. He had reached an agreement with Urshing Long in his anger. Yet, that same night, Urshing Long had tricked him into visiting a mortuary, leaving Anki with lingering unease. And now, here we go again. No way. I sense great greed emanating from that direction. Where would the dead find greed? We are collaborators now. Once I revive them, I will undoubtedly create a true two-dimensional world for you and that girl named Kato. You must trust me. Chapter 59. Kasa no Oka and Eri after AI Rant's departure. Eri sat alone in the CAF, contemplating AI Rant's earlier words. Yet, as she pondered, all she could muster for herself was a bitter smile. AI Ran was absolutely correct. One must use words to refuse unreasonable requests, but the one making the request was Anki Ron. Eri was well aware of his feelings for Kato K, the I.Asa Gal game player, who only pursued the childhood friend route. Eri had been observing Anki Ron's choices all along. She understood precisely under what circumstances such choices were made. Anki Ron had always chosen his classmates, and Kato K was the only one who fit that image within the game club. In fact, the development of this game also served as a veiled confession of Anki Ron's feelings for Kato K, as the daughter of a diplomat. Eri's emotional intelligence had always been high. She simply preferred to live life carefree. Thus, she was aware of all of this. Yet, even so, she chose to become involved, hoping to restore her relationship with Anki Ron to that of their elementary school days. Or perhaps even closer, as lovers. Such is the nature of a young girl's infatuation. At that moment, Eri suddenly noticed a figure clad in black stockings passing by her side. She hurriedly dashed out of the CF to call out to her. Kasa no Okayuta. Kasa no Okayuta turned around, and upon recognizing Eri, revealed a teasing smile. Oh, what a surprise to see you here, Takamura Spencer Eri. She likely surmised that Eri was seeking her out, as her earlier comments within the club may have been a thunderclap to Eri, shattering her perceptions of their relationships. Therefore, Kasa no Okayuta had intentionally avoided Eri after school, only to unexpectedly encounter her here. You've been acting strangely lately. Are you all right? I'm fine. My work is progressing well. I just enjoyed some afternoon tea and dessert. Today has been quite pleasant. Huh? Eri was taken aback, her twin tails shaking slightly. Gritting her teeth, Eri resolved to be straightforward, as she was not adept at beating around the bush. What did you mean by what you said in the club this afternoon? Literally. What do you mean literally? Kasa no Okayuta couldn't help but facepalm, lamenting that Eri was indeed the type to require clarity in communication. Eri pouted, and at that moment, Kasa no Okayuta seemed less peculiar, resembling the impression Eri had of her all along. Still quite irritating. What a vexing demeanor you have. No worries. Kasa no Okayuta waved her hand dismissively and continued. What's wrong? Did I say something inappropriate in the club? My sole thought is to expedite the completion of the game. Really? Eri's face displayed disbelief. People can change, Takamura-san. The memories within Kasa no Okayuta's eyes receded like a tide. Her gaze was no longer constrained. A separation of 3 days warrants a fresh perspective. The matters between us have long since passed, and it is time for you to update your fixed perceptions. Huh? Lily furrowed her brows. When I initially joined this club, I did entertain thoughts of developing a deeper relationship with Ryukun. However, I later realized that what I truly needed was never him. What I desire now is simply to complete this game with a sense of fulfillment, and no need for Runya. Lily gazed incredulously at Shiyu Kazanaku, cautiously voicing her burning question. Kazanaku, have you given up? Yes, I relinquished my pursuit just last week. Although Sawamura-sen may be a fool, I had made my intentions abundantly clear since this afternoon. Last week, Lily murmured to herself. The most compelling reason for giving up on Runya would be that one has found someone they like. Last week, Kazanaku was ill at home and had not attended school, while Anki Runya was also home for 3 days. Initially, Lily speculated that there might have been something between the two. But soon she discovered that they had not been in contact at all. They spent the weekend at Aaron's house. Has Kazanaku developed feelings for Aaron? Indeed, this would explain many of the peculiar occurrences from the weekend. Kazanaku, you have feelings for Hentai Aaron? Upon hearing Aaron's name, a flicker of infatuation crossed Shiyu Kazanaku's eyes, but it was swiftly suppressed. She still had debts to settle. It was not yet the time to broach this matter. As it would be unfair to Aaron-kun that I wouldn't call it love, merely that I find Aaron-kun quite intriguing. I do harbor some fondness for him. Not quite in love yet. Lily sensed that the situation was more complex than it appeared. The fact that Shiyu Kazanaku had admitted to having feelings was significant enough to substantiate the truth. Having been rivals for so long, discovering that her opponent had developed feelings for another, especially one who had just shared coffee with her, left Lily in a whirlwind of emotions. Aaron is actually quite admirable, and his physique is impressive as well. Moreover, during our quarrels, he often concedes to me. With one less rival, I should be feeling elated. Shiyu Kazanaku folded her arms, revealing a cryptic smile. There was a reason for her to share this matter with Lily. Everyone appreciates something good, but when that something good pertains to emotions, particularly amidst a rivalry with Yukino Shida Yukino, one cannot afford to be unprepared. For reasons unknown, Lily felt her perception of Kazanaku deteriorating, especially upon witnessing the unmasked smile of happiness at the corners of her lips, which struck her as a display of triumph. Shiyu Kazanaku waved her hand at Lily. Farewell, Sawamura-san. See you at school tomorrow. With that, she departed with a light step. With one less rival, I should be feeling elated. Watching Shiyu Kazanaku's retreating figure, Lily repeated the same words in her mind. Anki Runya followed the instructions of Ursay Ryu to arrive at a large arcade. Despite being labeled an arcade, aside from a few game machines at the entrance, the interior was neatly arranged with various pachinko gambling machines, where a number of middle-aged individuals sat vacantly before the bullet gambling machines, mechanically inserting glass balls and pulling levers. Anki Runya stood at the entrance, his expression somewhat grim. Is this the greed you speak of? Of course, what a delightful aroma. Every individual within radiates an abundance of greed. Human desire serves as the medium through which I absorb energy. It's simply perfect. You expect me, a high school student, to enter this place. This is even more outrageous than your previous suggestion to visit the morgue. Anki Runya exclaimed in frustration, for as an otaku, he could distinguish between an arcade and a gambling den. Why the rush? I haven't asked you to gamble. Ursay Ryu shared a profound connection with Anki Runya, allowing him to sense his thoughts. There are various machines over there, aren't there? Just find one to play for a while, and let me quietly absorb energy, all right? You must understand. Only when I am fully revived can your wishes be granted. Just a few hours will suffice. Anki Runya, with a grim expression, struggled for some time before finally sighing and walking into the arcade. Chapter 60. Rainy night. After exchanging some coins, Anki Runya took a seat at a game machine. Anxiously scanning his surroundings, praying not to encounter anyone he knew. As a devoted otaku, he had already gained notoriety for indiscriminately promoting manga and games at Toyoshiki High School. The thought of being spotted in such a gambling establishment by acquaintances was simply unbearable. Act natural, Anki, your furtive demeanor will raise suspicions. Anki Runya retorted with irritation. Easier said than done. Hee, don't worry. It's merely energy absorption. These people won't come to any harm. Ursay Ryu spoke casually. As he was adept at concealing himself, until his full resurrection, he would never engage in large-scale slaughter that could expose him. After hearing Ursay Ryu's words, Anki Runya adjusted his black-rimmed glasses and inserted a coin into the game machine. Beginning to play to an hour later, the previously clear night sky began to drizzle. Ursay Ryu's voice echoed in Anki Runya's mind once more. Excellent, excellent. These greed-filled humans have indeed provided me with substantial energy. We can depart now, Anki. Noticing that those from whom Ursay Ryu siphoned energy exhibited no abnormalities, Anki Runya sighed in relief. Standing up, he lowered his head and hurriedly merged into the crowd outside, making his way home. Along the way, Anki Runya curiously inquired, how much longer until your resurrection? Soon. Ursay Ryu replied dismissively before lapsing into silence. Across the street, atop a building opposite the arcade, Aaron held a straight umbrella. Frowning as he intently observed Anki Runya's retreating figure, lost in thought. On the other side, Lily steadied her bicycle, standing alone at the entrance of a grocery store. The sky was overcast. With a persistent drizzle, it wasn't torrential rain, but neither was it light enough to return home without trepidation. How long will this last? It's already dark. Lily turned to glance into the grocery store. Unfortunately, while the shop boasted a wide array of products, it did not sell umbrellas. Had I not spoken with Kazanaku Shiyu, I might have been home by now. Lowering her head, Lily felt a tinge of fear facing the rainy night alone. Sawamura-san, I didn't expect we would meet again so soon. Lily lifted her gaze, surprised to exclaim. Hentai Aaron? Come on, let me walk you home. Huh? Weren't you looking for Runya? What are you doing here? How did I end up here? I sensed your presence and couldn't help but check on you, only to find you standing here motionless. I just happened to pass by. Come on, the rain won't let up anytime soon. And you'll catch a chill standing here. Lily hesitated. This is akin to sharing an umbrella. Isn't it? If someone from school sees us, it would be disastrous. Of course, Aaron was unaware of Lily's thoughts. He simply opened the umbrella and moved closer to her. Wait. Lily called out. hastily undoing her signature twin tails, her golden hair cascading down like silk, enhancing her proud and lively demeanor with a touch of gentle warmth amidst the rain. She then retrieved a hat from her backpack and donned it, a usual disguise for her outings to purchase notebooks. Taking a deep breath, Lily turned to Ailan and declared, "We're ready now. Let us go." Ailan instantly grasped her intent, looking at her in exasperation. "This girl's noble demeanor is quite burdensome, but don't worry. You now give off a completely different vibe. Let us hurry. It's getting late." Upon hearing Ailan's words, Lily felt a sense of relief. She glanced around to ensure no one was present, then hurriedly pushed her bicycle and slipped under Ailan's umbrella. "Ailan, thank you. It feels a bit chilly today. Standing here for so long has made me somewhat hungry. I can't wait to get home for a meal." Ailan rolled her eyes at Lily, retorting, "Did you not just indulge in dessert at the CAF over an hour ago?" Flustered, Lily blushed and argued, "I told you before, girls possess two stomachs, one dedicated solely to desserts." Yes. Ailan dismissed Lily's flawed logic. "Lead the way. I have no idea where you live." Outside the umbrella, a gentle drizzle fell, while beneath its canopy, a dry refuge existed. Driven by the innate human desire for warmth, Lily instinctively inched closer to the only source of heat nearby. Narrowing the gap between her and Ailan, the disparity in their heights was stark. Ailan towered over 1.8 meters, whereas Lily stood at a mere 158 centimeters. Even if Ailan held the umbrella upright, Lily would still be exposed to the rain. Aware of this, Ailan lowered the umbrella slightly. Lily turned her head and, in a haughty tone, said, "I never expected hentai Ailan to have such a considerate side. What can I say? Zemu classmate is simply too short. I can't just let you get drenched." Ailan replied, "How infuriating. I take back what I just said. Hentai Ailan, you are utterly inconsiderate. It is not my fault I'm not tall. You should drink more milk and go out more often. I do drink milk, but I just don't grow. What can I do?" The hint of frustration in Lily's voice prompted Ailan to glance down at her rather modest assets. B79.9, as expected of you. In Ailan's previous life, his impression of Lily was limited to her golden hair and her proud demeanor, along with this regrettable detail. Contemplating this, Ailan spoke with a hint of sympathy. "Don't lose heart. Perhaps you might still grow." However, as Ailan looked down, he inadvertently met Lily's fierce gaze, which transformed her expression into that of a ferocious little golden retriever. Hentai Ailan. "Where are you looking?" Ailan was taken aback, not realizing his small action had been noticed by Lily. Nonetheless, he maintained his composure and replied nonchalantly, "Don't misunderstand. I was merely admiring your hair. I think you look better without the twin tails." Zemu classmate. Lily's eyes sparkled. No girl would turn down a compliment about her beauty. Yet, not wanting Ailan to see her delight, she turned her head away, a hint of a smile playing on her lips. Chapter 61. Lily ascended, and then, in the tranquil night, only the sound of raindrops pattering against the umbrella could be heard. Beneath it, Ailan and Lily engaged in light conversation as they neared home. Lily pondered for a moment before suddenly asking, "Hentai Ailan, has something happened between you and Kasumigakaka Shiyu recently?" Certainly, numerous events had transpired, such as Ailan sneaking into Kasumigakaka Shiyu's bedroom at midnight and being discovered, not to mention that he had already embraced her twice. In contrast, his interactions with Yukino had been limited to hand-holding and shoulder resting. As she was a rather reserved individual, despite their mutual feelings, both were striving to maintain the current distance until their relationship was clearly defined. Unlike Yukino, Kasumigakaka Shiyu was akin to a blazing fire. Once she acknowledged her feelings, she preferred to take the initiative. Reflecting on Lily's inquiry, Ailan unconsciously recalled all that had transpired between him and Kasumigakaka Shiyu the previous week. Her pain, strength, acceptance, warmth, and tears vividly replayed in his mind. After a moment of contemplation, Ailan finally spoke. "Last week, I happened to help Kasumigakaka classmate a few times, so now we are somewhat acquainted." Ailan felt a tinge of uncertainty. Puffed. Lily suddenly laughed. Though Ailan is a hentai, he can indeed be quite gentle at times. Gentle? Ailan found himself at a loss, questioning when he, a Saiyan, had ever possessed such a trait. Before a grand mansion, Lily halted, placing her hands behind her back as she addressed Ailan. "All right, I've arrived home. Thank you." Not at all. I merely escorted you back. Besides, did you not help me locate Aki today? Lily shook her head. No, that's not what I meant. What you said to me at the CAF today really eased my mind. I was beginning to doubt myself and truly needed the strength of affirmation. So, thank you. And don't forget our wager. I will definitely find a culinary delight that will astonish you. Just wait patiently to be my model. With that, Lily haughtily huffed, then briskly walked into her own yard. Seeing her proud demeanor brought a smile to AI Rant's face, after which he sought a spot to soar back to Chiba City. Mom, I'm home. The voice of Zhe Mu Xiaobai he drew near. Laced with concern, did Lily get caught in the rain? You forgot your umbrella when you went out earlier. No, a friend escorted me back just now. I'm off to take a shower. All right, dinner will be ready shortly. Come eat as soon as you're done washing up. Zhe Mu Xiaobai he watched her daughter return to her room, her gaze lingering on Lily's attire and hair with growing curiosity. A friend brought her back? Dressed like that. She hurried out, only to return disguised. It seemed that the one who accompanied her home was not a female friend from school, but perhaps it was Ryuya? After dinner, Lily picked up the original manuscript of the heroine and scrutinized it for a long time. She gently bit her lower lip. With Kasumiga Kakashiyu stepping back, this should be good news. Although Ryuya appeared to have a fondness for Kata Megumi, it was merely due to that so-called fateful encounter. They were complete strangers before. How could there be any emotional foundation? This was indeed the perfect moment. A chance to resolve the conflicts of their elementary school days and pave the way for a good ending with childhood friends. Having made up her mind, she retrieved her phone and sent a message to Aki Ria via line. Are you there, Ria? Oh, I'm here, Lily. What is up at this late hour? Must we really have Kadu as the heroine in our game? If I were to design a heroine based on my own image, after all, I know myself best, I would be quite confident in creating an original piece that would satisfy you. After sending this message, which was akin to a confession, Lily hesitated for a long while before finally pressing send. This time, Aki Ria did not respond immediately. Lily understood and was willing to wait patiently. She had wrestled with her thoughts over that brief message for quite some time, perhaps ever since elementary school. Li's decision to send this message was likely inspired by AI Rant's encouragement to reject unreasonable demands. Indeed, for Li, being asked to design an original piece with Kadu as the heroine was an unreasonable request. Alternatively, she might have been motivated by the decisive manner in which Kasumiga Kakashiyu had pursued her true feelings when that woman in black stockings found her real love. It truly earned Li's admiration. After a considerable wait, Aki Ria finally replied. Lily took a deep breath and opened line. Li, you still don't understand. What the two-dimensional world seeks is that fleeting moment of emotion. If the original character design of the heroine is altered, it would be impossible to convey our creative passion to the readers. If we were to do that, I wouldn't deserve to call myself a fan of the two-dimensional world. Why can't you understand? In a flurry, Lily hastily sent a text message, her mind swirling with uncertainty. Was an Yi genuinely incapable of comprehending her words, or was he merely feigning ignorance? Nevertheless, her affections for him ultimately prevailed, and she chose to believe that his apparent obtuseness stemmed solely from his deep immersion in the world of anime. It was you who failed to understand. Lily, on the other end of the line, sensing Lily's denial of her feelings for the two-dimensional realm, and Yi became somewhat flustered and in a moment of emotional upheaval. He inadvertently broached a topic they had both long sought to avoid. The world of anime is undeniably pure. The thrill of that initial infatuation must be conveyed to players in its most authentic form. In this regard, Lily had not yet attained the requisite purity, which was why their connection had been severed in their youth. Lily opened her mouth to explain but was struck by the realization that Yi was not physically present beside her at that moment. Her heart felt as though it had been pierced by a dagger, heavy and agonizing. She acknowledged that the matter was indeed her fault, yet hearing it articulated in an Yi tone caused her heart to ache profoundly. Let us reconcile, Yi. With tears streaming down her face, Lily sent this message via line. Had we not already reconciled? The past is behind us. All that matters now is that we collaborate wholeheartedly to bring this game to fruition. This message was the proverbial last straw that broke the camel's back. Lily could no longer deceive herself. Yi had certainly comprehended the meaning behind her previous message, struggling to maintain her composure. She typed the final words with trembling hands, only to succumb to a fit of uncontrollable sobs. I understand now, Yi. I will devote myself entirely to assisting you in creating this game. Chapter 62. A series of spectacles is about to unfold. The time had come for the Friday lunchtime break. I in the service club, Only AI Ran and Yukino Shida Yukino were present. While Yuabahama Yui had taken Issei Kawaii and Hikigaya Hachiman to befriend Miura Yumiko. However, it seemed that Issei Kawaii's current target was none other than Hayama. She had even introduced Issei Kawaii to Miura Yumiko as a potential friend, bringing along the usually socially anxious Hikigaya Hachiman, which was quite exhilarating to contemplate. Internally rolling her eyes, AI Ran stifled a yawn and grabbed the bread before her. What's the matter? You look utterly devoid of energy. Yukino Shida Yukino, sitting beside AI Ran with her bento, skillfully offered her a portion of the lunch she had prepared. Huh, do I have one? After accepting the bento, AI Ran yawned once more. This marks the fourth yawn since you entered this clubroom. Is something troubling you? At present, there were no apparent issues, although she had indeed been lacking in rest lately. AI Ran opened her bento box to reveal small sandwiches neatly arranged inside. She casually tossed a piece into her mouth, unable to suppress the wagging of her tail in delight. Now that they had returned to this slice of life setting, Yukino Shida Yukino found it impractical to prepare daily meals for AI Ran, as bringing such a copious amount of bento to school would be rather excessive. Naturally, considering Yukino Shida Yukino's stamina, it was unrealistic for her to prepare meals sufficient to satisfy a Saiyans appetite every day. Nevertheless, she remained committed to preparing a snack for AI Ran each noon. As for the other two Saiyans, they need not worry about such matters. Goku's wife, Chi-Chi, was a disciple of the Turtle School, having reached the top 8 in the World Martial Arts Tournament, with her stamina. Cooking for one Saiyan, let alone 3, posed no challenge at AS for Vegeta. His wife happened to be the world's wealthiest individual, with dozens of chefs at their disposal. AI Ran savored the treats prepared by Yukino Shida Yukino, her thoughts drifting back to the previous nights. From Monday to Thursday, AI Ran had kept a watchful eye on an Ailan Yi in Tokyo. However, after 4 consecutive days of surveillance, an Ailan Yi had exhibited no unusual behavior. Although he would visit the arcade to play some games after work each day, that hardly seemed alarming. After all, he was a self-proclaimed otaku. Yuan Rinkuin, next week we will begin our hands-on internship. Our family's construction company is part of the school-organized tour. My sister mentioned that on that day, she hopes to have a meal with you. Yukino Shida Yukino blushed slightly, her voice tinged with shyness and a hint of concern. While it was her sister who wished to meet AI Ran, it was, after all, her family's company, and their mother would likely be present too. After shoving the last piece of sandwich into her mouth, AI Ran turned to Yukino Shida Yukino. Oh, no problem. I'll stick by your side during the internship. Yukino Shida Yukino smiled faintly. Indeed, no matter the circumstances, Yuan Rinkuin was always so dependable. Sakamura Spencer Ing Lily, a hidden otaku and creator of popular 18 doujin works, was well known in the doujin creation circle under the name of Kashiwagi Eri. Despite not yet having graduated, she had already stepped halfway into society, receiving numerous paid illustration commissions. Logically speaking, a professional illustrator of her caliber should be able to quickly rebound from any emotional setbacks. However, she was currently grappling with the cruel rejection from the person she had harbored feelings for over many years. After resting at home for 3 full days, she gradually sorted through her turbulent thoughts, allowing herself to find a semblance of calm. Now, she was situated in the multimedia classroom, the temporary base for the Game Doujin Club. Ing Lily, it's already Friday. Have you thought of any good character designs for the female protagonist? Not at all. My mind feels as dry as chewed-up sugarcane pulp, utterly devoid of inspiration. Just kill me already. Ing Lily replied coldly, gazing at an Ailan Yi with his hopeful expression. An Ailan Yi understood why Ing Lily was treating him this way, but some matters were best left unsaid. They still needed her assistance at this stage. He mechanically turned his head, casting a pleading glance at the other two, hoping they would alleviate the awkward atmosphere. Kasumigakaka Shiwa shrugged, indicating her inability to help. What a joke. I'm about to see AI Ran. How could I possibly focus on your issue? Kasumigakaka Shiwa's breath had become slightly labored. She had spent the week in torment, similar to someone addicted to petting cats. As she continued to absorb AI Ran's energy, she was even contemplating heading directly to Chiba that very evening. Observing this, Ailan Yi pondered for a moment before offering a comforting word. Ing Lily, it's all right. No one in the club will rush you, so there's no need to put such pressure on yourself. We can slow down the process and wait for your artwork. However, these words conveyed an entirely different meaning to Ing Lily. No one will rush me. Who was it that just questioned my progress on the artwork? No need to pressure myself. Slow down the process for my artwork. If it weren't for the fact that you so inexplicably dismissed my artwork last time, If it weren't for how you feigned ignorance after confessing to me that night, would I be in this state of turmoil now? Bang! Lily shot an Ailan a furious glare, her last vestiges of affection for him slowly eroding away. Yet, upon witnessing an Ailan's instinctive retreat, she chose not to voice her true feelings. Instead, she swallowed her anger and, after giving an Ailan one last scowl, crossed her arms and turned her gaze to the window. Kasumigakaka Shiwa observed the clearly distressed Lily, her brow furrowing in contemplation. As a novelist, she understood the frustrations inherent in the creative process. Empathizing with Lily, however, it was evident that Lily's current emotional state transcended mere irritation, prompting her to recall their unexpected encounter at the CAF on Monday and leading her to form a suspicion. Luan Yikuan, Kasumigakaka Shiwa began, drawing the attention of the club's members toward herself. Let us set aside the issue of artwork for now. I previously sent you the initial draft of the game via line. Have you had a chance to review it? And Ailan, still reeling from Lily's earlier outburst, took a moment before responding in a flustered manner. I saw it, of course. Really? What do you think? Are there any aspects that require revision? The narrative crafted by the esteemed teacher, Kasumi Shiko, remains as captivating as ever. However, I cannot shake the feeling that it does not quite resonate with my expectations. Shiyu Kazunoko lowered her gaze in silence. Unlike 2 weeks ago, she refrained from questioning Ryunanki about the specific shortcomings of the plot this time, as it seemed unnecessary now. Upon hearing this, the originally distant gaze of Erori Spencer Sawamura shifted from the window back to Anki. Once again, that familiar phrase echoed, one that did not align with her anticipations. Erori felt a hint of amusement. She turned to Shiyu Kazunoko, remarking, "Indeed, your decision to withdraw was the right one." Chapter 63. Severing the bonds. After a moment of contemplation, Ryunanki ascended to the podium in the multimedia classroom, adjusting his black-framed glasses with his index finger before declaring loudly, "After some consideration, we shall forego our stay at Erori's house this week. I have already notified him in the group chat." Shiyu Kazunoko's expression immediately darkened, and she questioned softly, "Why?" In pursuit of discovering the direction for our game and rekindling the emotions felt on the day I encountered Kato, I wish to invite Kato to my home to play games together and subsequently enjoy an outing. Anki explained. A date? Shiyu Kazunoko shot an unfriendly look at Anki. "Why should our collective activity be cancelled for your personal rendezvous?" Kato Megumi also regarded Anki with surprise. She opened her mouth to say something, but Anki's next words interrupted her. "No, it is a club activity aimed at gathering materials." Anki corrected Shiyu's interpretation. "Is it just a material gathering for two?" Erori's tone had softened considerably, yet it still brimmed with tension. "Erori, you were tasked with designing the original illustrations, while Shiyu is under pressure to complete her manuscript. Considering the workload of both, you were temporarily excused from this activity," Anki stated earnestly. "Very well. Continue," Shiyu Kazunoko indicated with an impassive expression, urging Anki to proceed. In order to simulate the scenarios that appear in the game, I hope to treat Kato as the female lead, to visit shops, hold hands, exchange gifts, enjoy desserts, essentially, to engage in a mundane yet delightful material gathering. Interesting and ordinary are not inherently contradictory. What I seek is the affectionate bond between the male and female protagonists, an everyday joy derived simply from their presence together. I aspire to present these commonplace moments through words and exquisite original illustrations, believing that such a game will resonate deeply with players. With the passionate speech concluded, Kato Megumi, seated at the back of the media room, stood up and spoke in a calm tone. "I apologize, Anki, but while I agreed to be the female lead for this doujin club, I find myself disinterested in the activities you proposed. If we are not gathering this weekend, I shall study at home, as my academic performance has been slipping, and I ought to dedicate some time to my studies." With that, Kato picked up her backpack. "Kato," Anki hurriedly approached the back of the multimedia classroom, attempting to stop her. At that moment, Shiyu Kazunoko interposed herself before him, stating, "According to your reasoning, Ryunkun, can such simple, ordinary romantic interactions truly be engaging?" "Indeed," Anki affirmed with resolve, though his gaze continually strayed towards Kato. Noticing that she seemed disinclined to leave immediately, he redirected his attention to Shiyu Kazunoko. "If it were the best-selling author, Kasumi Shiko, she would undoubtedly craft vivid characters and enthralling tales. That I have faith in you." Faced with Anki's expectations, Shiyu Kazunoko closed her eyes, crossed her arms, and pondered quietly, refraining from an immediate response. For her, the only connection she had with Anki was the debt she owed him, a debt that, once settled, would sever their ties. Her current focus was on contemplating the feasibility of such a script. Aerie watched this scene unfold, filled with a sense of deja vu. It reminded her of an ordinary afternoon before the club's inception when Anki had appeared before her without warning. Join me in creating a game, Aerie. If it's you, I am certain you can produce the most exhilarating original illustrations. You are the finest illustrator I know, and I believe in your talent. With unwavering determination and enthusiasm, he rallied the team, offering encouragement under the guise of faith, yet she realized that he had not been present during their collective journey. I believe in you. I believe in you. She pondered whether she was merely a cheerleader or a game producer. Why had she ever agreed to assist him in creating a game? What was the initial sentiment that had driven her to join the club? Was it the satisfaction of being needed by Anki, a sense of pride in her own abilities, or perhaps a sense of responsibility to be of service? It appeared none of those were the case. Rather, it seemed she was simply drawn to this childhood friend and captivated by the fervor in his eyes. Ultimately, did he genuinely aspire to create an extraordinary game, rather than one he merely perceived as remarkable? Or, to put it more bluntly, a game based on himself and Kato. Recently, Anki had been working diligently, taking on the role of producer, overseeing game planning and plot design. Aerie suddenly recalled something she had said to Ailan at the CAF. She felt foolish. He had already found the leading lady of his life, using the pretext of game creation and material gathering to indulge in hand-holding and dating. Meanwhile, she had realized this long ago, yet had continued to deceive herself. In a wonder, Ailan had rushed off after comforting her. To him, she must have appeared as nothing more than a fool. Aerie, why are you crying? Anki noticed Aerie's unusual demeanor. It's nothing. Haha. I just thought of something amusing, Aerie replied, wiping her tears with a tissue. At that moment, she finally awakened from her slumber, having already committed to the agreement, even if unforeseen circumstances arose. No matter how unpleasant, they must fulfill the other's needs. This was the baseline of Aerie's professional ethics. Anki, I will diligently complete the original illustrations for the female lead as you requested. Farewell, Anki. Let this draft serve as compensation for our childhood incident. Once the illustrations are finished, we shall settle our debts and part ways. Shiyu Kazunoko opened her eyes, witnessing Aerie's entire reaction from start to finish. With a gentle sigh, she addressed Anki, saying, Ryunkuen. I understand. I shall gradually revise according to your requested direction. Yes, I entrust this to you, Senpai. In the following days, she would carefully contemplate and reach out to discuss before putting pen to paper. Indeed, the affirmations from Aerie and Shiyu Kazunoko instantly lifted Anki's spirits. He felt certain he could create a game that would captivate everyone's hearts. At that moment, Kato Megumi, who had already reached the classroom door, remarked coolly, Anki, I'm heading home now. I apologize for declining your invitation, but I will support Aerie's work. For now, I shall take my leave. Upon finishing her words, she vanished from an Ailan's sight like a drifting cloud. Chapter 64. They're gathering here. Part 1. The final outcome of the game club's meeting on Friday was, regrettably, one of discontent. Following the departure of Kat Megumi, Ailan remained enveloped in silence, lost in his thoughts. Ultimately, he failed to produce a reasonable budget for game development as planned, which left Kasa no Okayutaha feeling profoundly disappointed. However, she refrained from voicing her sentiments, merely letting out a sigh before bidding a subdued farewell and hastily departing. As for Lily, she found herself wandering the streets alone. Often, when one is engulfed in disappointment, hesitation, and indecision, there arises an instinctive yearning for someone to confide in. Yet, to her astonishment, Lily discovered she had no one to share her thoughts with. The name Ailan unexpectedly flitted through her mind. Is this week's gathering cancelled? Lily pondered, her head bowed. The thought of the impending weekend invoked an inexplicable sense of emptiness within her heart. The very essence of belonging had vanished, leaving her with an overwhelming void. As if she were traversing a bustling yet eerily silent monochrome street, the world had lost its color, the crowd no longer resonated with joy, and this place, devoid of certain elements, felt akin to a desolate wasteland. She longed to escape from these distressing emotions that made her want to weep, not wanting to entertain them even once. Driven by an urgent desire to flee, Lily sent a text to her mother and then entered the station. Boarding a train bound for Chiba. An hour later, she arrived in Chiba. Instead of heading directly to Ailan's home, she found herself drawn to the mall, where she had previously taken photos with the game club members. Hesitating once again, I can't even claim to be friends with Ailan. What would it mean to seek him out like this? After a moment's reflection, She decided, well, since I'm here, I might as well buy some fruit and snacks as a gift and spend the night playing games with AI Ran. Resolute, Lily purchased some apples and packed a few snacks before making her way to AI Ran's apartment. Unbeknownst to her, the sky, now shrouded in dark clouds, suddenly erupted with a clap of thunder. The late spring weather was as elusive as a young girl's emotions. The deafening sound startled Lily, causing her to freeze in place, her eyes betraying her mounting fear. Raindrops, no larger than peas, began to plummet from the sky. At first, it was a gentle patter, but within mere moments, it transformed into a torrential downpour. The rain cascaded down like a waterfall, crashing against the ground with a relentless rhythm. Pedestrians hurried past, some clutching briefcases, others wielding umbrellas. Lily too dashed among them, cradling the gift intended for AI Ran, her hair completely soaked, her shoes beginning to take on water, the relentless rain obscuring her vision. In a moment of distraction, she stumbled over a slightly raised portion of the pavement. Ouch! The apples from her fruit bag scattered across the ground. Slowly, Lily rose to her feet, feeling a sharp pain in her knee and the outer side of her arm. Despite her discomfort, she gritted her teeth and retrieved her scattered apples one by one. The passers-by around her averted their gazes, instinctively creating distance to avoid any unnecessary complications. As she resumed her journey toward AI Ran's apartment, tears finally streamed down her cheeks, a release of pain and frustration she had long suppressed. Upon reaching AI Ran's doorstep, she adjusted her hair, which had clung to her cheek, inhaled deeply, wiped her face with her damp sleeve, and donned her usual proud demeanor before gently pressing the doorbell. After a moment's wait, no one answered, so she pressed the bell again and waited in silence, yet still received no response. Is he not home? Or has he fallen asleep? She set her belongings down and took out her phone, hoping to contact AI Ran via line. But alas, it had just taken on water. Undeterred, she pressed the doorbell once more, her head slowly bowing in front of the unyielding door. Fool, fool, fool. Her murmured lament, tinged with a hint of tears, was directed at AI Ran, or perhaps at herself. She leaned against the wall, gradually sinking to the ground. Resting her head on her knees, her sobs becoming increasingly choked. As the thunder roared more frequently, the rain outside intensified. At that moment, AI Ran hovered over an Ailan's residence. Earlier that afternoon, he had received a text from an Ailan announcing the cancellation of this week's gathering. How could this be? Saturdays were the only opportunities to engage closely with the Dragon Ball host. Frustrated, AI Ran glared at an Ailan's home, contemplating launching a powerful energy blast to send both an Ailan and his house skyward. That would surely conclude the Dragon Ball purification task. Unfortunately, murder was strictly prohibited. The Kaishin of Time had warned him that taking a life would result in immediate damnation. With a resigned sigh, AI Ran propped his chin on his hand. Suddenly, a thunderclap echoed, and rain began to pour down. Forget it. It's raining. There's no change at an Ailan's place today. I might as well head home. AI Ran wiped his face with his hand. A Saiyan's hair remains unchanged after adulthood, so even in the downpour, there was no need to adjust it. A few shakes upon returning home would suffice. Time to take a shower and get some well-deserved rest. Attending classes by day and working by night. What kind of life is this? With that thought, AI Ran sped toward Chiba. A few minutes later, AI Ran returned to his apartment. As the elevator doors opened, he stepped out only to find a curled-up figure before his door. Zitsuan. Upon approaching, AI Ran was taken aback and gently called out Lily's name. The sound of her name. Lily slowly lifted her head from where it had been nestled between her legs, her red eyes overflowing with tears the moment she saw AI Ran. Meeting her gaze, AI Ran's heart ached intensely. AI Ran. Lily struggled to stand, but having squatted for too long, she stumbled toward AI Ran. He quickly caught her as she fell into his embrace. Feeling her frailty, chill, and dampness, he noticed the fruits and snacks discarded nearby, as well as the injuries on her body, though he was still unclear about what had transpired. He instinctively began to gently pat her back. I'm sorry, Zitsuan. You've been waiting for a long time. Haven to you. AI Ran's tone softened as he looked at the pitiful sight of Lily. Chapter 65. They're Gathering Here, Part 2. Filled with anticipation to confide in someone, she was met instead with unexpected dismay and the heartache of waiting. The loneliness and pain surging through her body found unreserved release the moment she laid eyes on AI Ran. The restraint she had maintained shattered completely, akin to a dam overwhelmed by floodwaters, rendered utterly ineffective. Zitsuan, let's go inside. Seeing the drenched and disheveled girl in his arms gradually cease her sobs, AI Ran slowly loosened his hold. Yet, Lily did not let go. She merely nodded slightly. After initially releasing her emotions, she found herself at a loss regarding how to navigate the current situation. Her long-established Sundara nature began to resurface. Taking control of her thoughts. Why did I suddenly leap into AI Rant's arms? How undignified. So terribly undignified. Am I an idiot? Zitsuin. If you hold me like this, I can't open the door. AI Ran. Bemused, raised his hands in surrender. What on earth is happening tonight? Upon hearing those words, Lily hesitated for a moment before slowly releasing her grip. She lowered her head, biting her lip, and silently took a few steps back. Without needing a mirror, she was acutely aware that her face was likely flushed, as she could feel a high temperature radiating from it. AI Ran casually picked up the items Lily had brought, opened the door, and said, "Please, come in. I'm sorry for the intrusion." Lily murmured softly, her head down as she stepped into AI Ran's home. AI Ran followed her inside and closed the door behind them. The sounds of rain and the occasional rumble of thunder were effectively muffled outside, creating a serene atmosphere within. In this comforting environment, Lily found herself grappling with a newfound wave of anxiety. Upon reaching the living room, she stood there, momentarily frozen and at a loss for what to do. She was drenched from the rain, and her earlier fall had left her covered in mud. "Please, make yourself comfortable, classmate Sichuan," AI Ran said, placing the items on the coffee table that he noticed that Lily's knee-high socks were torn, with a hint of blood seeping through. "I'm not clean. I might dirty your sofa." "It's nothing to worry about. We can clean up later," AI Ran replied casually, retrieving a first aid kit from beneath the TV cabinet and approaching Lily. Inside were bandages and antiseptics, as AI Ran often kept these on hand due to his frequent injuries while training. "Wait," AI Ran. Lily shrank back slightly, fully aware of his intentions yet overwhelmed by a strong sense of embarrassment. "I am fine. You don't need to bother helping me." "What? I wasn't planning on helping you," AI Ran said, looking bewildered at Lily. "Isn't it customary for boys in anime to assist girls with these things?" For some reason, Lily felt a significant wave of relaxation wash over her, her tone gradually shifting back to her usual tsundere demeanor. She even recalled a comic she had drawn earlier, depicting a queen who had fallen from grace and was rescued by a knight. As their bond deepened, the knight, acutely aware of the vast disparity between their statuses, hesitated to take the next step. The proud queen, growing impatient, compelled her knight to kneel before her bed. The knight could only grasp her foot, leading to an array of risky scenarios. As this thought crossed her mind, Lily trembled slightly, a mix of fear and anticipation flooding her senses. However, AI Ran merely placed the first aid kit before her and then sat at a distance. "Hentai AI Ran, why are you not the slightest bit gentlemanly?" Lily muttered under her breath, unbuttoning the top button of her shirt in a bid to ease her discomfort, before proceeding to tend to her wounds. "You can't treat your injuries like that." AI Ran sighed in exasperation upon witnessing Lily's clumsy attempts and quickly intervened. "You foolish Lily, let me help you. You're the foolish one, and stop calling me by my name." Lily retorted, her protest interrupted by a soft whimper as AI Ran gently grasped her foot and placed it on his thigh. "I'm going to start treating your wounds now. Please bear with it." Watching AI Ran sit cross-legged beside her, carefully tending to her leg injury, Lily's mind went blank, her thoughts ceasing as she gazed at the man before her. She couldn't help but envision herself as the queen from the story. No, Lily, you must pull yourself together. Don't let your mind be clouded with these frivolous thoughts. Yet, this sensation felt unfamiliar and exhilarating. Lily pressed her hand against her chest, a powerful emotion bubbling to the surface. Yet she suppressed it with all her might. "Hentai AI Ran. Is it alright if I come over every weekend? I want you to be my model." "Foolish Lily, don't forget our wager. Until you find a dish that satisfies me." "Such matters are off the table." AI Ran meticulously applied a waterproof bandage, lifting his gaze to meeting Lily's anxious eyes. Suddenly, the atmosphere became palpably awkward. "You should go take a shower." "Huh? What do you mean? You're soaked, and your clothes are torn. If you don't shower, you'll catch a cold. By the way, don't you feel uncomfortable like this?" AI Ran shotting Lily a pointed look before continuing. "After you shower, change into my clothes. You can't wear that for now. Lily replied bashfully, her face flushed as she hurried toward the bathroom. Just then, AI Ran's phone lit up. He picked it up to find a friend request from Kasumiga Kakashiya. Their only prior means of communication had been through the gaming club group. Why did she suddenly add me as a friend? AI Ran's contacts included only Yukino Shida Yukino, Hikigaya Hachiman, and Yugahama Yui. After a moment's deliberation, he accepted the request. Ailan, I would like to come over tomorrow. Why? Isn't there no club activity this week? But after facing such an incident, I feel a bit scared being alone. And besides, you've done this and that for me. Don't you think you should take responsibility? Staring at the message from Kasumigakaka Shiya, Ailan was momentarily taken aback. What have I done? Wasn't it to save someone? Chapter 66. They Gather Here, Part 2. This is hentai Ailan's clothing. Lily immediately envisioned the lewd act of burying her head within it and inhaling deeply. Her face turned crimson. No. Lily, you must maintain your composure. You can't let your mind be tainted with such thoughts in a boy's home. Taking a deep breath, Lily calmly began to remove her skirt, followed by her shirt, and then lifted her legs to discard her panties, finally shedding her bra. Neatly folding each piece, she set them aside on the hanger before stepping beneath the shower head, the warm water enveloping her entire body. How delightful. I was freezing from the rain earlier. She had come to chat with hentai Ailan today, so why had he taken care of her? How strange. Engaged in self-reflection, Lily closed her eyes. After finishing her shower, she emerged from the bathroom and re-entered the living room. So, what brought you here today? Didn't Anki-san say that the weekend's club activities were cancelled? Ailan handed Lily a cup of hot tea. Watching her with curiosity as he settled onto the sofa. Well, I was worried you might starve at home. I noticed last week that you can't cook at all, can you? Lily's face flushed as she realized she didn't know how to express her feelings to Ailan. Ailan, too, found himself momentarily stunned, having encountered Lily in a way that was entirely different from his usual impressions. Her golden hair, unbound and cascading over her shoulders, framed her freshly washed face, which bore a rosy hue. The white men's shirt she wore hung loosely on her petite frame, accentuating her small stature. Wait, does it look like Lily isn't wearing any underwear? Ailan felt his face heat up, quickly averting his gaze as he coughed softly. I'll go find something to eat. You haven't had any meals, have you? Although I'm not a great cook, I do have plenty of bento from the convenience store. With that, Ailan rose and headed toward the kitchen. The tension of being alone together was palpable. Thank you, Lily said. Watching Ailan's retreating figure, the television was broadcasting a variety show. Yet she found herself utterly unable to focus. Although she had endeavored to appear composed since emerging from the bathroom, the tumult within her mind was known only to herself. Presently, she was in the company of a male friend after having taken a shower at his residence. Clad in his clothing, while the sky outside had completely darkened, the rain outside showed no signs of abating, and the thunder continued to rumble, instilling a sense of foreboding. She had sent a message to her mother earlier that evening, yet she still had not received a reply. Did her mother not worry about her at all? Lily found herself lost in a whirlwind of thoughts, her mind drifting that a dizzying sensation began to cloud her consciousness. And she felt an overwhelming urge to sleep. As a creator of works depicting humiliation, Lily's mind suddenly sparked to life. This scenario felt oddly familiar. Could it be? She cast her gaze upon the half-consumed cup of hot tea before her. No way could it truly be. Sitting on the sofa, she observed Ailan busily moving about in the kitchen. Hentai Ailan. You truly are a pervert. After that, her awareness faded entirely. Hey, silly Lily? Ailan sensed a disturbance in Lily's breathing. Hastily rushing over to check on her, seeing her with her eyes half closed and breathing rapidly, Ailan quickly placed his hand on her forehead, as so hot. Without further hesitation, he lifted Lily and carried her to the guest bedroom. Throughout this process, he carefully controlled his strength, directing it into Lily's body. As Ailan's pure life energy flowed into her, her complexion grew rosier, beads of sweat beginning to appear on her forehead. Gradually, her breathing steadied. Ailan sighed as he watched Lily recover, pondering the bizarre turn of events. He then quietly exited the room, closing the door behind him. Lily, dazed, opened her eyes to see Ailan's departing figure. Instinctively murmuring, "Hentai." Ailan, you naughty boy. Even now, she remained lost in her own thoughts, before succumbing to sleep once more. The next morning, Ailan sat languidly on the sofa, watching television with a sense of ennui. He still had not fully processed the events of the previous night. Lily had come in from the rain, developed a fever, and fallen asleep, all in one breath. Ailan was left utterly bewildered. Indeed, it seemed that everyone in this gaming club was simply incompatible with him. He rested his chin on his hand in resignation. That moment, the doorbell rang unexpectedly. It's only 7 o'clock. Who could possibly be looking for me at this hour? Ailan sprang up from the sofa and opened the apartment door. Upon seeing the visitor, he exclaimed in surprise, "Kazana Kashiyu, it's you? What's the matter? You seem quite taken aback to see me. Am I not welcome?" Kazana Kashiyu spoke with a teasing tone, though her demeanor did not reflect the calmness of her words. It had been a week, and she was in dire need of replenishing her energy from Ailan. Suddenly, her gaze fell upon a pair of women's leather shoes placed at the entrance. Kazana Kashiyu's pupils dilated sharply, and then she feigned nonchalance, asking, "Ailan-kun, do you have a guest?" "Yes. Lily came over for some reason last night and is currently resting." Lily, Kazana Kashiyu let out a quiet sigh of relief, though she was unaware of the reason for Lily's visit. It was indeed Lily, so there was no need for concern. "Was there? Please, come in, Kazanaka-senpai." Ailan stepped aside, closing the apartment door after she entered. As the door shut, Kazana Kashiyu suddenly lunged into Ailan's embrace. The moment they made contact, Ailan froze, momentarily at a loss for thought, and was subsequently pinned to the ground by Kazana Kashiyu. "What is happening? Are humans truly this terrifying? How could someone bring me down?" Ailan felt his brain teetering on the brink of overload. He, who was not particularly adept at thinking, had no idea how to respond at that moment. Ailan-kun, Ailan-kun. Kazana Kashiyu called out his name, her cheeks flushed, as if on the verge of awakening some extraordinary attribute. Just as Ailan was left bewildered, a sudden shriek echoed from the guest room. "Hentai Ailan, what did you do to me last night?" Simultaneously, the door to Ailan's apartment was knocked upon once more. Katamegumi stood outside, carrying 2 large bags of groceries, looking quite lively. Ailan's heart sank. "Can anyone tell me what in the world is going on?" Chapter 67, Ailan. "I wish to escape, yet I find myself trapped." Kazana Kashiyu was teetering on the brink of a breakdown. Ailan was utterly stunned, with dangers looming both in front and behind. There was even a golden retriever in the guest room. What kind of harem comedy was this? Moreover, the Kazana Kashiyu in his arms clearly seemed to be losing her grip on reality, awakening the attributes of a Yandra. Kazana Kashiyu's body, lacking in exercise, could not possibly overpower Ailan, who was a Saiyan. Yet, strength arises from the mind. Without the will to resist, one naturally loses the power to fight back. Perhaps it was the shock of Kazana Kashiyu's actions, or perhaps a desire not to harm her, or for some other reason altogether. Ailan resolved to speak calmly. "Shiu, Kazanaka-senpai, please calm down. I need to open the door. Something may have happened with Lily. Can you let go?" The girl with long black hair straddling Ailan was filled with a burning desire. Her crimson eyes shimmering with mist and infatuation, a flame within her heart yearning for release. What could she do to keep Ailan-kun by her side forever? Should she devour him now? No, the timing was not right yet. She needed to endure. Suppressing the fire within, Kazana Kashiyu slowly climbed off Ailan, taking several rapid breaths as the flush on her face began to fade. She then walked briskly toward the living room. At that moment, Ailan stood up and opened the door. "Kadu, good morning, Ailan-kun. I apologize for coming over unannounced." Katamegumi, bags of groceries in hand, regarded Ailan with a calm expression before continuing. "I accidentally heard some strange noises coming from inside. Is everything all right?" It's nothing. Kazanaka-senpai just came over. "Please, come in." Ailan felt uneasy under Katamegumi's gaze and slightly moved aside to allow her passage. This action felt oddly familiar, as though he had just performed it a few minutes prior. Katamegumi's attire struck Ailan as reminiscent: a white beret, softly flowing bangs, a red top, and a fluffy white lace skirt. Her white stockings reached the perfect length, creating a teasing glimpse of her alluring realm. "Isn't this the limited edition outfit of Saint Megumi?" Noticing Ailan's gaze, Katamegumi tilted her head in a puzzled expression. "Ailan-kun, why are you staring at my outfit? Is it not to your liking?" "Not at all, Kata-san. You look beautiful in that ensemble. It suits you perfectly." Ailan silently apologized to Anri Ryuka in his mind. "Wait, why did I say again?" Ailan suddenly realized. "Kata-san, please come in." Coincidentally, Silly Lily and Kazanaka-senpai are also here. With that, Ailan took the 2 bags of groceries from Kata's hands and led the way inside. "Silly Lily?" Kato silently contemplated the title before uttering, "Excuse me," and followed Ailan inside. Upon returning to the living room, Lily and Kazanaka Kashiyu resumed their verbal sparring, with her arms crossed and a proud expression. Kazanaka Kashiyu gazed at Lily and remarked, "A faux noble like you actually spent the night at a boy's house. Mind your own business." Lily retorted, revealing her two sharp canines and baring her teeth at Kasumiga Kakashiyu. Ailan chose to ignore the two engaged in their verbal duel and headed straight for the kitchen. He had grown accustomed to their antics. During the previous fortnight, whenever they were together, they spent nearly half the time bickering. Noticing Ailan's presence, Lily suddenly fell silent, staring at him vacantly. Earlier, in the room, she had assessed her state. Although her clothes were disheveled, she felt no discomfort. Had she been feverish last night? Calming herself, Lily analyzed her situation. How had she ended up in that room last night? She drew the curtains, allowing the gentle sunlight to filter into the room. Suddenly, a realization struck her. Ailan must have carried her to the room, and she had worn that outfit last night. It was fine, absolutely fine. Ailan was still quite the gentleman. What era was this? It was merely a hug, forcing herself to forget the blush-inducing incident from last night. Lily took a deep breath, changed into her clothes, and exited the room. In the living room, she encountered her rival, Kasumiga Kakashiyu. Returning to the present, Lily watched as Ailan walked past her, and her cheeks involuntarily flushed. She lowered her head and stepped back a couple of paces, instinctively covering her chest with her hands. She felt as if something tangible had struck her chest, leaving her momentarily breathless, her heart racing. It must have been her recent illness that rendered her somewhat weakened. She reassured herself. Hentai, Ailan. Thank you for taking care of me. Her voice was barely a whisper, audible only to Kasumiga Kakashiyu beside her. Initially, she had intended to express her gratitude more eloquently, but the words had been reduced to this stuttering sentence. Kasumiga Kakashiyu observed the scene with a look of suspicion directed at Lily. Just then, Kato Megumi, who had followed Ailan into the living room, spoke up. Oh, so, Zawumura-san spent the night at Ailan-kun's place last night. Ah, Lily jumped at the sudden voice. Upon realizing it was Kato Megumi, she relaxed momentarily, only to feel nervous again. I intended to gather material from Hentai Ailan last night, but by the way. Why are both of you here today? How clever of me. Lily praised herself in her mind, feeling she had mastered the art of turning the tables, much like her mother. TCH, Kasumiga Kakashiyu grumbled as she plopped down onto the sofa. I am here for material too. I've already written half of the third volume of Love Metronome, but I'm unsure about certain plot points since I've never been in love and don't know how to write it. So, I hoped Ailan would help me gather material. To better participate in club activities, I was considering playing more gal games. Perhaps it would aid my writing. Among the people I know, it seems Ailan has played the most games. So I came here for material as well, Kato Megumi stated thoughtfully, her demeanor calm. Kasumiga Kakashiyu couldn't help but shake her leg, shifting her gaze to Ailan. Since we're all here for material, how about we go out for a bit today? Ailan, what do you think? I really don't want to be your research subject. Ailan resolved to take action, upholding the dignity of Saiyans. Chapter 68, A Mutual Obligation in a Seldom Visited Park in Chiba. Lily held a graphics tablet, addressing Ailan and Kato. The female protagonist experience is about to commence, so let us hurry. Kasumiga Kakashiyu's voice floated behind her, light and airy. Truly, you are the quintessential otaku artist. It's rare for you to venture out, akin to a dog freed from its leash. Hey, keep your voice down. Lily nervously glanced around, knowing her identity must remain concealed. Otherwise, it would lead to social oblivion. Upon confirming the absence of onlookers, she shot an indignant glare at Kasumiga Kakashiyu. Next time, I'll model a comic after you. And aren't you always cooped up at home? Why are you criticizing me? I'm different. I frequently venture out for research. Only those who keenly observe life can craft words that truly resonate. However, Kasumiga Kakashiyu turned to Ailan behind her. Today is the first time I'm collecting material with a male. Humph. Ailan sulkily turned his head away. Standing beside him, Kato Megumi offered a serene smile. Ailan, don't be upset. I'll make you dinner for the next couple of days as compensation. Yes, the dignity of a Saiyan is worth perhaps 10 meals. Kasumiga Kakashiyu, dissatisfied, settled beside Lily. Kato Megumi and Lily were focused on creating a game, prioritizing their research activities, leaving the love metronome for tomorrow. Ailan was notably displeased. He had reviewed Kato Megumi's female protagonist experience plan no less than 10 times, and no matter how one looked at it, it conveyed a singular message: food. Kato Megumi's plan could be succinctly summarized in one sentence: the romantic journey of a shy boy and an innocent girl. While one might argue Kato Megumi was naive, he couldn't fathom how he was considered shy. Saiyans are anything but timid. Of course, it seemed Kato Megumi was not particularly naive either. With an expression of calm, Kato Megumi looked at AI Ran. AI Rankun. Let us hold hands, Dada. The exceedingly brave Saiyan took a half-step back, eyeing Kato Megumi in confusion. Kato-san, was that scene in the script? Well, I've always struggled to elicit a satisfactory expression from Lily. So I thought I'd try this. It might yield results. AI Rankun, shall we hold hands? We're almost done with the first task of the female protagonist experience. Meanwhile, Kasumiga Kakashiyu fixed her gaze intently on AI Ran and Kato Megumi walking ahead. Her eyes narrowed, her red pupils appearing particularly menacing. She had read Kato Megumi's female protagonist experience plan and was well aware of its hidden motives. Yet, the thought of being able to gather material alone with AI Ran tomorrow made her endure. However, Lily instinctively lagged half a step behind Kasumiga Kakashiyu, her survival instincts kicking in, trembling at the palpable tension radiating from her. This woman truly unhinged. Kasumiga Kakashiyu. Will you explode suddenly? Why would I explode? Kasumiga Kakashiyu's legs trembled, her frustration evident. Lily gestured forward with her chin, remaining silent, fearful that a careless word might ignite Kasumiga Kakashiyu's fury. Does a woman sin? Don't you think they've been holding hands for too long? Lily shrank her neck, noting that Kasumiga Kakashiyu's reference to her was increasingly peculiar. I also think they've held hands for too long. For some reason, a twinge of bitterness welled up within her, making her glance at the couple in the distance taking photos feel somewhat irksome. Those in relationships should just explode. Turning her head back, Lily noticed Kasumiga Kakashiyu's hair swaying in the breeze. Her expression darkening. Kasumiga Kakashiyu, if you wish to hold hands, just go for it. AI Ran still has a hand free. Lily's words dripped with acidity. She was utterly perplexed about her own intentions. It's easy for you to say. Today is your research activity with Kato. Tomorrow it's my turn. Who would have thought that this shameless woman, who so easily flirted, would show such a side? Shameless? Have you ever seen such a beautiful shameless woman? Kasa no Okashiyu found her attention drawn to Irie, temporarily diverting her gaze from AI Ran and Katakei. No matter how beautiful one may be, it cannot disguise the essence of a rogue doe. So Irie is merely putting on a brave front, secretly acknowledging that I am indeed somewhat more beautiful than she. The desire for beauty is an inherent trait of women. They could discuss this topic for a century without growing weary. Irie, unwilling to concede, retorted, "Humph, you are exceedingly vain, merely a plump woman who favors black. The only thing you can rely on is your immodest figure. Indeed, the less one possesses, the more one cares about it." Kasa no Okashiyu placed her notebook on her lap and pointed at a certain part of Irie, saying, "Look, even middle schoolers have developed beyond you." Kasa no Okashiyu, I'll show you. After a playful scuffle, Kasa no Okashiyu shifted her gaze back to AI Ran, clicking her tongue in discontent. She sighed softly and murmured in an almost inaudible tone, "Why is it not ready yet? Kasa no Okashiyu, what are you planning to do about Anki Ron?" Irie's address for her childhood friend had changed. Kasa no Okashiyu did not turn around, simply responding coolly, "How would I know? The previous draft was rejected, and I can't procure a satisfactory project proposal, making it impossible to restart the copywriting process. Then I am even more helpless, right now. I can only sketch some character designs for the female roles. Without a script, I am at a loss for what to draw." Irie lifted her head, exhaling softly. The sunlight made her hair gleam more vividly, clinging to her cheeks and rendering her somewhat ethereal. "What? We're not calling him Roan anymore. Have you begun to address your childhood friend by his name directly, after all that had transpired?" "I have started to let go a little. However, I still wish to excel in this game. If I can succeed this time, perhaps." Kasa no Okashiyu did not catch the latter part of Irie's words. As her focus was entirely consumed by AI Ran and Katakei, she was on the verge of losing control. Irie suddenly chuckled. "If I succeed in this game, will it mean I can finally settle everything from my childhood? The best form of forgetting is to have no debts left between us." Chapter 69. The complete disappearance of Anki Ron in the evening. Upon returning to the apartment, AI Ran lay flat on the sofa like a fish that cannot flip over. He had spent the entire afternoon learning how to hold the hand of a naive girl, which was far more exhausting than training. Irie took Katakei back to the guest room, carefully scrutinizing her face as she made final adjustments to several completed CG illustrations. This afternoon, From the most basic prototype of the female protagonist to various states of the protagonist and male lead in different endings. Irie had poured her all into the illustrations. Once the modifications are complete, I'll upload them to the group. This way, my task will be finished before the copy is released, and I can temporarily avoid participating in club activities at school. In the living room, Kasa no Okashiyu took a cushion and sat beside Ailan, softly asking, "Are you tired? If possible, please refrain from speaking to me right now." Ailan's head was completely buried in the sofa cushion. His voice muffled. Just like before the emergence of the three-star dragon, Ailan had been feeling an inexplicable sense of crisis recently. Thus, every night, he monitored Anki-ron for several hours, spending the rest of his time in frenzied training. He had even contemplated requesting a time chamber from Cain. After all, Cain was the deity of time, surely possessing what was available to the gods of Earth. However, after enduring so many days of intense training, he could not help but feel somewhat fatigued. Suddenly, Ailan felt a pair of hands resting on his shoulders, applying slow yet rhythmic pressure. It felt wonderfully soothing, nearly prompting a moan to escape him. Was it Kasa no Okashiyu? Ailan found himself conflicted, uncertain whether he should lift his head. After all that had transpired today, even a fool could discern Kasa no Okashiyu's feelings. Yet, the image of Yukino Shida Yukino suddenly surfaced in his mind. "Say, Ailan-kun, have you been keeping up with the love metronome?" Kasa no Okashiyu's voice interrupted Ailan's thoughts. "Well, although I struggled a bit, I managed to finish reading the first and second volumes. The character Sayaka was created based on you. Wasn't she? Indeed, Ailan-kun, you noticed that?" Kasa no Okashiyu replied, her facial features softening. There was a time when Love Metronome faced the prospect of cancellation. During that period, I felt as though I had been invalidated, which was both painful and despairing. Later, Anki-ron, who fervently supported and promoted the work, appeared before me. In that moment, I truly believed I had found someone who understood me. However, the events that followed proved me wrong. Our relationship was merely that of author and reader. To him, I was simply Kasashiko. With her thoughts pulled back from that night, Kasa no Okashiyu continued. "Speaking of which, I haven't properly thanked you, Ailan-kun. Without your presence during those days, I cannot fathom how I would have endured those nights. Thank you for being by my side, Ailan-kun." The living room fell into silence, punctuated only by the faint sound of snoring. Ailan had unknowingly turned his face away and fallen asleep with his eyes closed. Ailan-kun. Kasa no Okashiyu gazed adoringly at Ailan's face. Slowly leaning down. Irie let out a long breath, finally finished drawing. "Kata, what do you think?" "I think it's perfect, especially the background of this good end." Katake gazed at the image before her, where the female lead's eyes were gently closed, embracing the male lead with deep affection. I didn't expect that. Without seeing the specific illustrations, you could create such a stunning original work. Zawamura. Irie looked at Katake with a puzzled expression. Although her demeanor remained unchanged and her tone was still composed, Irie sensed an underlying hint of regret in her words. "Oh well, perhaps I'm overthinking it. Since the female protagonist has approved, I shall upload these drawings to the group now. In Tokyo, Anki-ron was engrossed in the latest issue of Shonen Jump. There is hardly anything good in this issue. It's all rehashed material. So dull. Indeed, there are so few truly pure 2D authors in this world." Just then, his phone buzzed. Frustrated, he tossed the Shonen Jump aside and glanced at his phone. Irie has already completed 5 original illustrations so quickly. After a cursory glance, Anki-ron nodded in satisfaction. "The quality seems quite good. It appears I must hasten to prepare the project proposal. We must ensure that the game capable of moving everyone is released soon." "What are you so happy about, Anki-ron? Don't suddenly speak. It's quite startling." The 2-star dragon disregarded Anki-ron's complaint, continuing, "Your female protagonist has been in Chiba since this morning, and the other 2 delightful characters are there as well. Look, doesn't the male lead in this photo resemble your investor?" "What are you talking about? Kata wouldn't be in Chiba. Didn't she say she was going to study at home yesterday?" "A girl like Kata wouldn't lie to me. I can sense the location of anyone who has absorbed my energy. She is currently in Chiba, at your investor's home." "Impossible. No way." Anki-ron crouched down, clutching his head. 2-star dragon, when will you ever be revived? Didn't you promise to create a perfect 2D world for Katu and me? The energy absorbed is far from sufficient. At this rate, your female protagonist might already have a child, and I might still be unable to revive." As he spoke, the 2-star dragon let out a deep sigh. It could constantly perceive the thoughts of Akiruna. who had previously considered himself merely a backup option, that if he were to successfully create a game and unite with the female protagonist, he would no longer need to cooperate with the dragon in absorbing negative energy. Of course, should that endeavor falter, he could resort to the power of the evil dragon to fabricate a perfect two-dimensional world to be with his beloved protagonist. Truly, an ideal host. However, it seemed the time was ripe. Indeed, once more stirred, Aki Runa's eyes reddened as he whispered fiercely, "Two-star dragon, tell me, how can you resurrect quickly? I require that perfect world, as long as you accept me, my host, as you open your heart to me. You shall gain all the powers of our dragon pearl, thus fulfilling a wish. Very well. I cannot bear to continue with this trifling three-dimensional game any longer. As you wish." A vibrant green light enveloped Aki Runa's room in an instant. In Chiba City, lying on the sofa, Ailan furrowed his brow in his unconscious state. Shortly thereafter, a pair of delicate hands tenderly smoothed his furrowed brow. Chapter 70. A direct approach in love. Knock. Knock, knock. Aki Runa's room was shrouded in darkness. Despite it being daytime, the curtains were drawn tightly, and the dim space was filled with a murky green mist, creating an inexplicably eerie chill, with the sound of knocking. The foreboding atmosphere dissipated, and the room returned to its usual state of merely having the curtains drawn. Dressed in pajamas, Aki Runa shuffled to the door in his slippers, the soles creaking unpleasantly against the wooden floor. The door swung open. "Runa, I thought I heard something odd. What is happening in there?" Aki Runa's parents gazed at him with urgent expressions, having knocked for nearly 10 minutes. If he did not open the door soon, they would have to call the police. "Nothing is wrong. I just stumbled and hit my head. It's nothing. You two should go back to sleep. Have you been working too hard lately? I told you not to indulge in the two-dimensional world any longer. Yet you refuse to listen. Look at this mess in your room." Aki Runa's father trailed off abruptly. A wave of green mist enveloped them, and within mere seconds, they began to dissolve, ultimately vanishing into nothingness. "Truly, damn humans, I was considering letting you off lightly. Yet here you are, chattering away." Aki Runa coldly regarded the two garments left on the floor before retreating back into his room. The door clicked shut behind him, and he stood silently with his head bowed. After a few seconds, he slightly lifted his gaze. The calm expression he had worn moments before had vanished without a trace, replaced by eyes bloodshot with madness and terror behind his black-framed glasses. He grinned, the corners of his mouth twisting into a sinister and malevolent curve. "Ha. I have finally resurrected. Alas, this body is still too frail. I am not yet a match for that long-tailed human. However, is the woman beside him the host of the three-star dragon? If we join forces, we should be able to eliminate him. It seems I must hasten my pace. I can hardly wait to hear the wails of humanity in this world." Outside, the glow of headlights filtered through the cracks in the curtains, casting a faint light upon his malevolent, frenzied visage. Yet, the shadow of Aki Runa resembled that of a large toad. Simultaneously, peculiar changes began to unfold in various corners of the world. In the Yukinoshita family's ancestral home, Yukinoshita Yono abruptly sat up in bed, gasping for breath while clutching her chest. "What is this heat?" In the adjacent room, Yukino's expression briefly glimmered with a pale blue light, only to vanish almost instantly. "Damn monkey, how dare you supply so much positive energy to the host? Just wait. I shall surely kill you." On Sunday, Ailan and Kasumiga Kakashiwa arrived at a CAF. As per their agreement, they were to gather material for the Love Metronome project today. With a rustle, sunlight streamed through the window, illuminating Ailan's face as he turned a page of the manuscript. He had to admit, Kasumiga Kakashiwa's literary prowess was remarkable, captivating Ailan to the point of distraction. As his throat grew dry, he lifted a cup of red tea to his lips, savoring the gentle bitterness and warmth that coaxed him to squint in comfort. Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed Kasumiga Kakashiwa watching him with an anxious expression. "What do you think of this third volume?" Ailan. "It's quite good, compared to the first two volumes. The best aspect of this one is the protagonist's character development, transforming from a reclusive otaku into a strong, independent individual, someone truly worthy of Miss Sayaka." Upon hearing Ailan's assessment, a smile blossomed on Kasumiga Kakashiwa's face. As if she had reaped the fruits of victory, the praise from this individual brought her immense happiness, surpassing even the joy she felt when her novel sold 500,000 copies. Time flew by in their solitude, and she wished for it to slow down. Lifting her coffee cup to her lips, she took a delicate sip, using the moment to discreetly observe Ailan's face, perhaps due to an elevated sense of evolution. The boy's skin was flawless, his handsome features exuding a fresh aura. His slightly fierce gaze was undeniably captivating, Kasumiga Kakashiwa's eyelashes fluttered slightly, and a few previously unresolvable thoughts suddenly found clarity in that moment. What if she confessed and AI Rankuin rejected her? What about Yukino Shida Yukino? What if they quarreled and broke up later? What if Aki Runa estates were not settled? There were indeed many concerns. But true affection was such that it did not arise from a desire for romance. It was a spontaneous fondness, developed through careful consideration, yet tangled in apprehension due to the depth of her feelings. But at that moment, Kasumiga Kakashiwa suddenly cast aside all her worries, disregarding the chaotic reasons. To love for a day was to experience a day of tenderness. She thought to herself, I say. Kasumiga Kakashiwa gently set down her coffee, producing a soft clinked AI Rankuin. AI Ran's gaze remained fixed on the manuscript, not yet lifting his head. The atmosphere fell into a sudden hush before Kasumiga Kakashiwa spoke, her voice soft and gentle. Her smile radiant and relaxed. If one day you find yourself considering a girlfriend, would you think about me? This was the most courageous moment of Kasumiga Kakashiwa's life. In the past, she had merely been a master of words. AI Ran looked up in shock, his expression one of astonishment as he gazed at Kasumiga Kakashiwa. You need not feel burdened or conflicted. I do not consider this a confession, so there is no need for a response. Kasumiga Kakashiwa steadied her emotions, striving to appear composed and unruffled. I have always believed that a confession is not a call to arms, but rather the sound of victory's bell. Now I recognize that you cannot provide the answer I seek, be it due to your duties or Miss Yukino Shida. However, AI Rankuin, what I wish to convey to you is that I like you. Speaking these words today is not an ultimatum, but rather an expression of my feelings. Just last Saturday night, I realized I like you. So, I will wait for you. Wait for you to complete your tasks. Wait for you to untangle your thoughts, and wait for you to feel ready for a relationship. At that time, I hope you will seriously consider me, alright? Aaron opened his mouth, only to suddenly realize that his throat was parched. Chapter 71. Lord Kaioshin, I wish to enter the hyperbolic time chamber. Aaron remained silent for a few seconds before speaking. Sister Xiaojue, could you perhaps call me by my name in the future? No, Sister Xiaojue. Xiaojue Shiyu cast a displeased glance at Aaron, refusing to speak, silently protesting against Aaron's form of address. Ultimately, Aaron sighed. Shiyu, you need not be so humble, truly. Then you shall feel guilty. Contrary to Aaron's expectations, Xiaojue Shiyu interrupted him and mischievously blinked her eyes. I want you to feel indebted to me. That way, I will have an advantage in the future. Although she had only encountered Yukino Shida Yukino once, she understood deeply how formidable her opponent was, both in beauty and demeanor, aside from a hint of barrenness across from her. Xiaojue Shiyu could find no faults in her. She also realized that Yukino Shida Yukino undoubtedly did not have a definitive relationship with this man. By taking the initiative, and with a strategy of retreating to advance. How cunning, Shiyu. She mused to herself while feeling a tinge of pride. However, that pride quickly dissipated, replaced by a sense of melancholy. It seemed that Kata Megumi also had some, and even that golden retriever seemed to regard Aaron with a somewhat peculiar gaze these past few days. The rivals were simply too numerous. Yet, what could she do? It was her own affection that complicated matters. This was the nature of love. Regrettably, the time they had spent together was still far too brief. Otherwise, Xiaojue Shiyu felt certain she could win Aaron over. But there is plenty of time ahead, is there not? After a few moments of silence, Aaron spoke again, striving to ensure that the atmosphere between them did not become awkward. I will certainly give this matter due consideration, and at the appropriate moment, I will provide you with a definitive answer, one that is unwavering. Aaron's tone was earnest. At this moment, standing before him was not merely Xiaojue Shiyu, but also Yukino Shida Yukino, and even, in short, regardless of whom it concerned, he was currently unable to provide a response. The threat of the evil dragon loomed ever present. Moreover, his current combat power was a mere 18,000. Even the remnant 3-star dragon that had appeared last time boasted a combat power exceeding 100,000. His survival had been nothing short of a stroke of luck. Well then, Aaron-kun, let us continue our gathering for today. The next method of gathering is through an embrace. I wish to truly experience the sensation of an embrace. After all, in the books, the male and female leads are about to embrace for the first time. Xiaojue Shiyu gazed at Aaron with an innocent expression, though the amusement in her eyes was utterly uncontainable. Aaron. The next moment, Xiaojue Shiyu leaped into Aaron's embrace, revealing an expression of rapture. In the afternoon, Aaron once again accompanied the members of the gaming club to the station. Xiaojue Shiyu looked at Aaron with satisfaction, Throughout the day, she had accumulated enough Ailan energy to last her until the following Saturday. Katamegumi seemed to harbor some concerns today. Although she still wore a blank expression, the hint of worry on her face was perceptible even to Ailan, ever since she had stepped out this morning and returned in the afternoon. She had maintained that demeanor. As for Ailan, she too lacked her usual vibrancy, simply lowering her head in silence. So much had transpired over this weekend. The current tasks had been completed, and now she found herself alone in Ailan's apartment. Inevitably reflecting upon that Friday night, a warm current surged within her heart, only to be forcefully suppressed by Ailan. Ailan waved goodbye to the three, saying, "Then we shall meet again next Saturday. Farewell." That moment, the train arrived. The three girls, each with their own thoughts, waved goodbye to Ailan and boarded the train back to Tokyo. Chiba, Yukino-shita residence. Yukino was playfully teasing Pururu. "Pururu, what do you suppose Sarakuen is doing right now? Has he been eating well these past few days?" "Miss Yukino-shita, the boss has surely been doing well. Didn't he message you the other night? The gaming club members came over, also." Mentioning the gaming club caused Yukino's expression to falter slightly. Shajue Shiyu, Sawamura Ailan, Katamegumi. These were all exceptional girls with unique qualities. It felt rather unsettling for Sarakuen to be with them every day. What if, though Sarakuen was not fond of interacting with strangers, he never refused those he was familiar with? Suddenly, a figure flew in through the window. Upon recognizing the visitor, Yukino exclaimed in surprise, "Soken." Suddenly, she realized her voice had risen a bit too high. Hastily lowering it to ask, "Why have you come here all of a sudden?" "It's nothing much. I planned to leave for a couple of days, so I wanted to inform you." Upon seeing Yukino in person, Ailan felt a wave of unease wash over him. Yukino noticed Ailan's unusual demeanor and quickly stood up to grasp his hand. "Why the sudden departure?" "It's nothing. I merely wish to train for a couple of days. Rest assured, I will definitely return in time for the practical training." Separation line. Late at night, Ailan returned to the apartment, sitting on the sofa with a serious expression. Since yesterday, that faint sense of impending danger had intensified. Something was bound to happen soon. He had yet to grow strong enough that he uttered the secret phrase he shared with the Kaishin of time. "I have returned." Immediately, Kane's ethereal form appeared before him. "Little Ailan, why did you suddenly call for me? Is something wrong?" Ailan nodded. "Indeed, Lord Kaishin of time, do you possess something like the hyperbolic time chamber? You mentioned it last time in the icy world. Why do you suddenly wish to use the hyperbolic time chamber? Isn't it lonely training alone? I've been feeling somewhat unfocused lately. If I do not train, I may find myself unable to cope with the challenges ahead." "I see. That's acceptable. However, I need to prepare for it, as using the hyperbolic time chamber requires transporting you to Kinto. How long will it take to prepare?" "It can be ready by tomorrow morning." "Very well. I appreciate your assistance, Lord Kaishin. Please prepare some senza beans for me as well. I must make my own preparations here. Once you are ready, I will set off immediately." When she had a request, Shazai's tone softened considerably. "I hope she continues to maintain this demeanor." Ailan. Meanwhile, Yukino, who typically adhered to a regular schedule, found herself unusually awake past 11, feeling a sense of unrest. The fragrance emanating from Sarakuen today. Which girl from the club did it belong to? It seems that next weekend, he can no longer be left alone in the apartment. Chapter 72. The two-star dragon in action. If one were to say that every individual possesses a treasure from birth, then Kaza no Okashiya's treasure might very well be a pen, Anki Ron's could be his eloquence, Ailan should be his extraordinary stamina, and Katake's might be her perpetually inscrutable expression. As for Sawamura Ailan, her treasure could perhaps be a paintbrush. To encapsulate a person with a single object may seem inadequate, yet in another sense, it reflects a unique character that instantly brings them to mind. Ailan set down her paintbrush and stretched languidly. The moment she returned home in the afternoon, she began to paint, for inspiration is fleeting and must be captured immediately. Before her lay a portrait strikingly reminiscent of Ailan. Of course, it depicted him in a semi-nude state. However, in the painting, Ailan was cradling a girl with hair the same color as Aries and a princess carry. Naturally, the girl's bosom, like Aries, was rather modest. As Ailan gazed at her creation, she couldn't help but blush. Last Friday, she had sought out Ailan to vent her frustrations. Surely, hentai Ailan would patiently listen to her woes, as he never argued with her and always yielded to her. Regrettably, in the end, she had said nothing to him. Stifling a yawn, Ailan rested her head on the painting that Ailan. "I will prepare a dish that will astonish you, and then you shall be my exclusive model." Eri whispered softly, her voice dwindling until she drifted off to sleep. Eri's parents returned home in the stillness of the night. The first thing Sawamura Sayuri did upon arriving was to rush to her daughter's room, enveloping the slumbering Eri, who was resting her head on the desk. "Eri, wake up. Mommy's home." "Ah, if you've returned, then go rest. What is this sudden pounce upon me?" Eri, roused from her slumber, pushed aside her overly affectionate elder and gestured in refusal of contact. "TSK, Eri is as unyielding as ever. Clearly, you're delighted that Mommy is back. How was your time at your friend's house these past few days?" Sayuri ambled over to Eri's bedside, noticing the painting concealed beneath her daughter's cover. "It was all right. Overall, quite enjoyable," Eri replied, slightly furrowing her brow. She had been happy until just before noon on Saturday. However, thinking back to the main character of yesterday's gathering, Eri pouted in dissatisfaction. Most notably, today, Ailan had spent the entire day with that black-stockinged, plump woman. At that moment, she suddenly noticed Sayuri's gaze lingering on the painting. Eri's face flushed, and she hurriedly flipped the painting over. Was the male figure in that painting a clubmate of her daughter? A friend of the opposite sex? A boyfriend? Could it be that Eri was awakening to something? After pondering for a moment, Sayuri unexpectedly exclaimed, "He is quite handsome. Isn't? Not at all. That guy's gaze is decidedly fierce." Eri blurted out, but halfway through, she realized her slip and hastily shut her mouth. It was as if her opponent had made a move, and she instinctively chose to evade, only to discover midway that her adversary merely feigned a strike to coax her into revealing a vulnerability. She sensed the trap too late, exposing far too much, and the outcome was evident. Sayuri had obtained the answer she sought and instantly perked up. "Who is he? From the same school? Do you have a photo?" "He's not what you imagine." The barrage of questions made the flush on Eri's face creep to the back of her ears, and she could no longer withstand it, shoving Sayuri out of the room. Her previously calm heart was once again thrown into disarray by Sayuri's words, recalling the recent physical contact between them and the fantasy of princess and knight induced by the drowsy red tea. She seized a cushion from her bed, pressing it tightly against her face, unable to suppress the smile tugging at her lips. It seemed she would likely have trouble sleeping tonight. Meanwhile, in Tokyo's 21st district, a series of piercing screams echoed through a shadowy alley. After a moment, a figure emerged slowly from within. Anki Roan adjusted his glasses, satisfaction evident on his face. "Indeed, while they are all inferior beings, their energy is quite pure. It won't be long before I can restore my strength." As the most cunning among the evil dragons, he had spent the entire day devising a perfect plan to eliminate Ailan. Directly approaching the 3-star dragon would be unwise. Not only was he no match for Ailan, but even if he aided the 3-star dragon in revival, he might end up being devoured himself. It is well known that among evil dragons, mutual consumption is the most efficient means of enhancing strength. I am still far too weak. In my current state, I lack sufficient leverage to collaborate with the 3-star dragon. Once I eliminate that human, I can effortlessly consume the 3-star dragon alongside him. Then this world will belong solely to me. Anki Roan muttered to himself, his head bowed in contemplation. I long to play games, to watch anime, to create that game. Suddenly, he slapped himself hard across the face. "Damn it, otaku. Has the two-dimensional world seeped into your subconscious? A mere day without gaming has triggered withdrawal symptoms." With that, he turned aside to spit out the blood from his mouth. Digging into his pocket, he pulled out his phone and sent a message in the club's group chat that Ailan. "This Friday afternoon, our gaming club would like to visit your school. Would that be all right? I feel that the architectural layout of Funazuki High School may not be particularly suitable as a backdrop for our game." I end the group chat. Ailan's reply came swiftly. "Sure, I'll mention it to you, Kinoshita. And we can consider it a collective activity for our service club." Upon reading this message, the 2-star dragon grinned wickedly. "The events are indeed unfolding as I anticipated. With 5 days remaining, as long as I absorb enough humans, I will regain my peak strength in no time. Then, I will kill you and subsequently devour the 3-star dragon." On the other side, Ailan also set down his phone. "This time, I shall train in the room of spirit in time for 2 days, repeatedly inflicting heavy injuries and then recovering with Senza beans. Surely, I will become a Super Saiyan. After all, I am a high-class warrior with a battle power of 500 at birth. My talent must surely surpass that of a certain Saiyan with a mere battle power of 2 at birth." Chapter 73. What to do if I can't transform into a Super Saiyan? In another dimension, in Kent City, Ailan obediently followed behind Kyan. What a jest. Upon arriving in Kent City, he had already sensed over a dozen formidable energies. Even the diminutive Kaioshin before him emanated an instinctual aura of pressure, although he could not yet perceive the divine energy. The sense of intimidation was palpably real. It is worth noting that even that useless Kaioshin from Universe 7 managed to escape from Majin Buu. So he must undoubtedly be far stronger than I am now. With this thought, AI Ran's desire for strength intensified. Little Ran, the room of spirit and time here is the best in the universe. Not only can you freely adjust the gravity from 10 times to 500 times, but I also have complete control over the flow of time inside. How about it? Isn't that impressive? The Kaioshin of time hopped energetically ahead of AI Ran, pride evident in her tone. Indeed, AI Ran nodded. The room of spirit and time in Kent City was leagues beyond the one on Earth. After walking for a while, Kaian halted before a small structure resembling a yurt. We're here. Little Ran, you can freely adjust the gravity inside, and I've set the time flow for you. 1 year inside equates to 12 hours outside. This way, you can compress your training time into just 1 day. And for the remaining day, I have prepared a surprise for you. Thank you ever so much, O Lord of the Kaioshin. You are indeed my very first employee. And I am truly grateful. All I ask is that you perform your duties diligently. However, today, my dear Sharon seems a tad less endearing. I much preferred your former, more stubborn demeanor. What kind of masochistic remark is this? AI Ran silently scoffed to herself. Do not dare to defame the divine in your thoughts. Cain playfully winked at AI Ran. Speaking of which, you might be the true masochist here, apart from a few zealots of training. Everyone else keeps their distance from him. Training is commendable, yet it is dreadfully monotonous, a torment both mentally and physically that few ordinary beings can endure. Humph, do not underestimate the Saiyans. We are a warrior race. After all, where are my sins of beans? Here you are, 300 sins of beans, all prepared. Then I shall enter forth. With that, AI Ran opened the door and stepped inside. As she crossed the threshold, a chill swept over her. The air here is astonishingly thin. Never mind, I must seize this opportunity to become a true Super Saiyan. Meanwhile, in Tokyo, within an underground casino, the usually bustling establishment now lay eerily deserted, clothing strewn haphazardly across the floor. Ailan, hands buried in his pockets, approached the central gambling table. Indeed, it is the avaricious humans who are the most delectable. Wouldn't you agree, my dear lady? Ailan remarked with a sinister smirk as he bent down to gaze at a scantily clad woman. Please do not kill me. Whatever you desire, even my body, I am willing to offer. Just spare my life. The woman, utterly terrified, prostrated herself repeatedly, pleading for Ailan's mercy. Yet, in the blink of an eye, she was enveloped by a wisp of azure smoke, vanishing entirely, leaving behind only a pile of tattered rags. Ugh! Ailan spat contemptuously upon the remnants of her clothing. How audacious of a three-dimensional woman to attempt to seduce me. However, in the next moment, Ailan struck himself sharply across the face. Damn it! This wretched recluse continues to linger. This cannot persist. I must erase his subconscious entirely. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, Ailan donned a calm, malevolent smile and strode toward the casino's entrance. Just another 10,000 humans would suffice. Once I absorb that many, I shall regain my full form. Yet today, I have not sensed the presence of that long-tailed human. Should I take this chance to seek out the 3-star dragon? No, that would be rather unsafe. It could very well be a trap. And even if he isn't present, I am no match for the 3-star dragon. It would be prudent to wait until I have fully recovered. Patience, I must exercise. Only a few days remain. The days of training seem to fly by. AI Ran has spent over 20 months within the hyperbolic time chamber, progressing from an initial gravity of 20 times to now adapting to 300 times gravity, enduring numerous near-death experiences. His foundational combat power has surpassed 3 million. It is time to commence the transformation into a Super Saiyan. Taking a deep breath, AI Ran brought his knees together, placing his hands firmly on his waist, and began to channel all his energy. He felt the golden energy within him and concentrated it upon his back. As AI Ran's energy surged, a tempest suddenly erupted within the hyperbolic time chamber. After an extended period, he had not achieved the anticipated Super Saiyan transformation, instead finding himself in a state akin to Vegeta's while battling the fully formed Frieza. His energy was abundant, yet he could not elevate it further. As for transformation, that was an even more distant prospect. How could this be? AI Ran sat cross-legged, absently shoving a piece of meat charred to a crisp into his mouth, his tail twitching restlessly in his agitation. What could be the reason? AI Ran pondered the transformation processes of Kakarot and Vegeta. Kakarot, priding himself as a benevolent Saiyan, transformed into a Super Saiyan in a fit of rage. His success offered no reference for Ailan. He did not consider himself a benevolent Saiyan. The number of ants that Son Goku has crushed in his lifetime might not even match the lives Ailan has taken. And what of Vegeta? Vegeta transformed out of an overwhelming disdain for his own weakness. This too seemed of little relevance to Ailan, who lacked the pride and self-esteem that characterized Vegeta. How then does one achieve the Super Saiyan transformation? Ailan's tail swished increasingly faster. What am I lacking? Surely, the S cells are sufficient. Could it be that lineage plays a role? Yet even lower-class warriors like Son Goku can transform. Grabbing another piece of the charred meat, Ailan couldn't help but grimace. It was utterly inedible. My culinary skills are abysmal. Even roasted vegetables would be more palatable than this meat. Over a year has passed. I long for the desserts made by Yukino Shida and the meals prepared by Kato. Why did I suddenly think of Kato? Chapter 74. Not pure enough outside the hyperbolic time chamber. Kane stood alongside an elderly gentleman at the entrance, waiting patiently. Ailan had been inside for 24 hours. The elder cast an irritable glance at the door. Kane, why has he not emerged yet? I have many matters to attend to, O Lord of the Old Kaishin. What urgent affairs could you possibly have? Surely, you are not in haste to return home to peruse those Risku magazines. Kane shot the elder a scathing look. How dare you unjustly tarnish my reputation as an elderly man? At that moment, the door to the hyperbolic time chamber swung open. A disheveled Ailan, appearing quite unwell, stepped out slowly. Once again, a failure. Over the past 2 months, Ailan had exhausted every conceivable method, but could not transform into a Super Saiyan. His foundational combat power had exceeded 5 million, yet he remained unable to cross that threshold. Lord of the Time Kaishin. Ailan gazed at Kane in confusion. She had been waiting for him. Ahem, young man, why do you not greet me? Old Kaishin, Ailan wondered, was this fellow not sealed away by Beerus? Why is he here? Ahem. Kane cleared her throat. Young Sharan, do not defame the divine in your thoughts. This venerable old Kaishin hails from a distant time. The gift I wish to present you requires the cooperation of the old Kaishin. You must show him the respect he deserves. Ailan, increasingly perplexed, thought to himself that he had never heard of this lecherous old man possessing anything of value. Suddenly, a thought struck Ailan. He quickly adopted a flattering tone, addressing the old Kaishin. Old Kaishin, do you possess the ability to enhance others' combat power through your supernatural abilities? Humph, at least you possess some insight. But your appearance is quite displeasing to me. I shall take my leave. Wait, Kane hastily interjected, shooting frantic glances at the old Kaishin. Kane sighed. Old Kaishin, he is currently my only employee. I implore you to assist us. As we previously agreed, yes, I have little fondness for him. My abilities are quite taxing, unless, old Kaishin, there are countless fascinating treasures on the earth where I currently reside. I could bring some for you another day. Ailan offered the old Kaishin a knowing expression. Instantly, the old Kaishin revealed a fleeting, lascivious smile, only to retract it quickly. Ahem, you are quite impressive. Follow me. As the old Kaishin spoke, he began to walk toward a grassy area. You have yet to transform into a Super Saiyan, correct? Indeed, I feel that my talent has reached its limits. No matter how hard I strive, I cannot breach that barrier. Upon the mention of this matter, Ailan's expression fell. Your potential has yet to reach its zenith. There remains a long journey ahead. Do you understand why you are unable to transform? I do not know. Can the great old Kai enlighten me? Because you lack purity. The old Kai halted his steps and turned to gaze intently into Ailan's eyes. You are unlike the Saiyans I have encountered before, whether they were malevolent or benevolent. Without exception, they possessed a heart of purity. Yet from you, I sense none of that. As he spoke, the old Kai gestured towards the grass beside them. Sit down. I shall assist you once more with my powers. Though even so, the enhancement will be limited. Reflect on the reasons you seek strength and ponder who you truly are. Only then will you succeed in transforming. Ailan obediently settled on the ground. The old Kai then began to perform a peculiar dance around him. Ailan's thoughts began to drift. What does the old Kai mean by lacking purity? Is it because I am not a true Saiyan? Ailan lowered his head. It is true. Although many memories have faded, in his previous life, he was a lazy individual, oblivious to the world around him. During his school days, he spent each day engrossed in anime and video games. Later, as he entered society, after facing some setbacks, he completely abandoned himself, isolating himself at home. If Yukino Shida Yukino, Kasumigakaka Shiwa, Katamegumi. And Sawamura Spencer Arari were to stand before him then, he would undoubtedly feel ashamed and hide away. Since regaining his memories, Ailan has continued to adhere to the thought patterns of his former Saiyan self, as if all those past experiences were mere illusions. Yet, in truth, he was simply afraid. In this life, he feared becoming the coward he was in his past. Surely, his previous self also feared the existence of his current self as a killing machine. Suddenly, Ailan felt as though he heard the voices of several individuals. Ein Apekuin, Ailan, Hentai Ailan classmate. Upon hearing these four voices, Ailan instinctively smiled. Indeed, he still desired to be a person of purity. Tokyo, under the night's illumination, remained as tranquil as ever. However, the mass disappearance of individuals had plunged many into a state of panic. In just one day and night, 4,000 people had vanished completely from this world. Anki Rina wandered alone through a residential area and soon spotted Kata Megumi's home. Though martial law had yet to be declared, the streets were eerily deserted. Kata Megumi had taken a shower and climbed into her bed. She opened her phone to reveal a new background. A photo of Ailan nearly resting on her shoulder while he slept in the mall. Ailan, Kata Megumi murmured. Though her interactions with Ailan were infrequent, he was the only one who, since childhood, had consistently remembered her name upon learning it. Even now, if she were to quietly slip away, Ailan would surely notice immediately. Was it due to his peculiar abilities? Kata Megumi dismissed this thought, recalling how Ailan often forgot her in the beginning, even on Sundays, as long as she approached him slightly. Ailan, while gathering material with Kasamigakaka, would sense her presence. Fortunately, she had hidden in a secluded corner then. If possible, I wish for you to always keep an eye on me. Kata Megumi sighed softly and switched off the lights in her bedroom. Not far from her house, Anki Rina's gaze gradually shifted away from Kata Megumi's room. All right, have you seen enough? We must move to our next destination. Time is running short. Anki Rina cursed as he turned to leave. Damn otaku, even in death, this body is preoccupied with watching anime, playing games, and chasing women. Once my strength is restored, I shall eradicate your subconscious entirely. Chapter 75. The field study commences on Wednesday morning. Yukino Shida Yukino, adorned in a flowing white dress, stepped out of her apartment as punctually as ever. Today marked the day of their field study, rendering school uniforms unnecessary. She gazed at the closed door of Ailan's home and sighed. Ein Apekuin, why haven't you shown up yet? As she approached the elevator, she spotted a familiar figure leaning against the wall by the elevator entrance. Hey, Yukino Shida, you're as punctual as ever today. Yukino Shida Yukino paused for a moment, then smiled slightly. When did you return? Just now. Did I not say that wherever you go today, I shall be by your side? As Yukino Shida Yukino walked alongside him, Ailan took the initiative to grasp her hand. Let us go. Today, Ein Apekuin appears different, seemingly in high spirits. Yes, during my recent training, I came to understand a few things, and my strength has significantly increased. I should now possess enough power to protect you all. You all? Yukino Shida Yukino gazed at Ailan with curiosity, keenly aware of the implication in his earlier words. Ailan, feeling somewhat guilty, averted his gaze. Including everyone from the game club, is that so? Yukino Shida Yukino lowered her head, tightening her grip on Ailan's hand slightly. Noticing the pressure of her grip, Ailan smiled and led her to the balcony outside the apartment. Shall we fly to school today? As Yukino Shida Yukino regained her composure, Ailan had already lifted her into his embrace and soared into the sky. She lightly punched his chest. Ein Apekuin, please possess some common sense. I am wearing a dress. Should I go change? Fear not. Beneath this sky, it is only us. Ailan looked down at Yukino Shida Yukino in his arms, a glimmer of light dancing in his eyes. You look quite lovely today. It would be a shame to change into something else. Lovely? Yukino Shida Yukino was taken aback, instinctively glancing at her dress, her cheeks slightly flushed. Girls always care about how others perceive them, especially in the presence of those they cherish. Naturally, Yukino Shida Yukino was no exception. After a moment, she lifted her head, still in Ailan's embrace, causing her heart to race uncontrollably. It felt like ages since their last hug. Yet she maintained a composed facade and said lightly, Ein Apekuin is actually complimenting someone today. So, in your eyes, I am only lovely today. Is that it? You have always been lovely. Ailan gazed earnestly at Yukino Shida Yukino. Why have you suddenly started calling my name? Yukino Shida Yukino's already flushed cheeks deepened in hue. Even her ears tinged with a rosy glow. She instinctively wished to shy away, only to realize she was currently in AI Rant's embrace. Yukino, during this training session, I feel as though I have discovered my true essence. True essence. Yukino Shida Yukino gently wrapped her arms around AI Ran's neck. In that moment, AI Ran's gaze was calm as he expressed his thoughts. Not fixating on Yukino Shida Yukino. Though each person may have their own understanding of true essence, be it family, lovers, particularly close friends, or even oneself, true mutual understanding remains elusive. There are many things in this world that words cannot convey. Especially after experiencing peculiar events. AI Ran took a deep breath, reminiscing about her 2 lifetimes. However, living in this world inevitably brings certain individuals into one's life, from encounters to acquaintances, and ultimately to a profound understanding and love. Throughout this journey, each person's strengths and weaknesses are laid bare, rendering any need for one party to humbly please the other unnecessary. Regardless of what transpires, this mutual understanding remains unscathed. Perhaps, this is what I perceive as true essence. The smile gracing Yukino Shida Yukino's lips was unmistakably vivid. Now, the impression of the Monkey King in my heart has significantly elevated. Presently, Yukino Shida Yukino felt a surge of happiness. No matter what occurs, this mutual understanding shall not be disrupted. She recalled the moments spent together in the snowy realm. Although the Monkey King often appeared rather dim-witted, he would always arrive promptly whenever she was in need. Additionally, during moments of awkwardness, he would gracefully provide her an escape that he knew what she liked, and she was aware of his preferences. After this practical experience, the Golden Week would follow, and they could enjoy a barbecue at her place. As she had previously purchased a rather sizable grill online, preparing such a dinner, her stamina should suffice. That would be simply splendid. If only they could add hot pot to the mix. This exclamation was the most delightful phrase AI Ran had heard in the past 2 years. Lately, her meals had been rather mundane. Yet, in the next moment, Yukino Shida Yukino uttered a remark that plunged AI Ran from elation to despair. So, Monkey King, could you inform me of the whereabouts of these so-called individuals surrounding you? In Tokyo, within the courtyard of a local gang, a squad of armed officers surrounded a masked man. Don't move. Raise your hands. We suspect you are involved in the recent cases of missing persons. Please accompany us. How unfortunate. I am rather pressed for time, considering I have a grand banquet to attend in 2 days. As he spoke, he advanced forward. In the next instant, a cloud of blue smoke enveloped all the officers. They did not even have time to scream before disappearing from this world. These humans are truly insipid. I can sense no negative energy whatsoever. The man removed his mask, revealing himself to be the recently rampant predator. Anki Runa. A human's aura has resurfaced, right beside the 3-star dragon? Yet, it seems considerably weakened. However, my strength has not met expectations either. Anki Runa furrowed his brows. Closing his eyes, he had been unable to resist the allure of gaming the previous night and had played until morning. It seems caution is imperative in the coming days. I must avoid causing a widespread commotion and conceal my location. Chapter 76. Only love can purify the Dragon Balls. Several buses halted at the entrance of SBU High School. Given that this was a school event, students were not permitted to roam freely. As AI Ran and Yukino Shida Yukino appeared, all eyes gravitated toward them. The two were actually holding hands. The school's renowned beauty had been claimed by the most notorious delinquent. Whispers erupted throughout the crowd. However, the expressions of the two in question remained utterly unchanged. Standing amidst the throng, Hikigaya Hachiman muttered under his breath. Are these two no longer satisfied with showcasing their affection in the clubroom? Now they're flaunting it before the entire grade. Hey Hachiman, are AI Ran and Yukino coming over? By the way, who is AI Ran teaming up with today? I have no idea, but AI Ran always appears rather fierce. I doubt anyone dares to team up with him, replied Hazuki Ayaka, poking her fingers together. Hachiman, why don't we call AI Ran over to join our group? No need. Hikigaya Hachiman pointed towards AI Ran, who was heading towards the gathering point for Class J. AI Ran likely has someone in mind. Besides, I have no desire to consume dog food. Oh, Hachiman, you're really not concerned about our club members at all. Not at all. I already promised to be in your group, didn't I? Upon saying this, Hikigaya Hachiman's face flushed, and he quickly turned away, only to find Hazuki Ayaka gazing at him with innocent curiosity. God, did I just deplete all my future luck today? At the assembly point for Class J, Ailan surveyed his surroundings. As expected of the prestigious international class, it was predominantly filled with girls. Suddenly, a thought struck him. Yukino, where's your teammate? Yukino fell silent. Ailan scratched his head. Could it be? No one invited you? And you, the Monkey King infiltrating from Class F into Class J? Ailan blinked. Aren't you my only teammate? A faint smile graced Yukino's lips as she softly replied, likewise. Around them, the students of Class J instinctively took a few steps back. What is happening with these two? It feels as though remaining in their vicinity would be suffocating. Hikigaya Hachiman observed this scene from a distance, his expression revealing that he had anticipated this outcome. Hiratsuka Shizun strolled over leisurely, a cigarette dangling from her lips. She glanced at Ailan, who was amidst the Class J group, saying nothing but merely clearing her throat. Ahem. All right. Everyone can board the bus now. The disheveled students, upon receiving instructions, began to pair off under the guidance of their teachers, boarding the already warmed-up bus. Wake up, Monkey King. We've arrived at our destination. Your drool is about to drip onto me. Stop it, Yukino. I'm eating right now. Still half asleep. Ailan smacked his lips and drowsily rubbed against Yukino's shoulder. His breath brushed against her pale neck, causing Yukino to flush instantly. Suppressing her discomfort, she gently nudged Ailan. Monkey King, wake up. Have we arrived? Yes, you fell asleep as soon as you got on the bus. We are now at the construction company where Yukino's family works. Ailan snapped back to reality, quickly sitting upright. I apologize for resting on your shoulder for so long. Are you all right? No problem. During this time, I've been preparing dinner for the Monkey King, and my physical condition seems to have improved quite a bit. Let's go. My sister is waiting for us in the company lobby. Okay. Ailan nodded, following closely behind Yukino. Yukino, Ailan, I'm over here. As they stepped through the company's entrance, Ailan immediately heard Yoshino's voice. Yoshino approached Ailan, gently tapping his face. Little Ailan. We meet again. Ailan felt somewhat uncomfortable with Yoshino's enthusiasm. Although her smile was always radiant, her presence exuded an aura of chilling coldness. To be honest, you and the 3-star dragon are a perfect match. This time, Ailan did not shy away, merely furrowing his brow slightly and greeting her. Hello, Miss Yoshino. Why so formal? Just call me Yoshino-ne. As she spoke, Yanai leaned in, attempting to drape her arm around Aaron's neck. Exuding an air of familiarity, Aaron instinctively recoiled slightly. My apologies, but I truly find myself disinclined towards close contact with those I am not well acquainted with, for reasons unbeknownst to him. Aaron felt an irresistible urge to maintain a certain distance from Yanai. Moreover, Aaron's brows knitted ever tighter. Today, the aura emanating from Yanai seemed entirely different from their last encounter. Although she did not exude any malevolent energy, Aaron sensed an unsettling dissonance. Could it be another wicked dragon? Aaron pondered, his certainty wavering. He couldn't help but recall what Cain had previously told him. Little Aaron, the Dragon Balls can only be purified through love. At this thought, Aaron involuntarily shivered. The host of the 2-star ball is a man, and the current host of the Dragon Balls is Yukino's sister? Surely not. Is there any task more burdensome than this? Little Aaron is indeed rather aloof, not charming in the slightest in such circumstances. How could an elder sister confidently entrust little Yukino to you? Sister. At that moment, Yukino interjected, interrupting Yanai. Today is the day for our practical training. I believe it would be more beneficial for you to take us on a tour of the company. Ah, I see, Yanai replied, propping her chin on her hand and smiling as she nodded. That works. Coincidentally, Mother is waiting for you upstairs. Upon hearing this, Yukino's complexion paled slightly, and her previously calm eyes grew vulnerable. She lowered her head and murmured, I understand. Her gaze then shifted to Aaron, forcing a faint smile. Indeed, Mother is still at the company today. However, Aaron, with a serious expression, was meticulously adjusting his attire, even smoothing the fur on his tail. As for his hair, well, Saiyan hairstyles require no maintenance. Then, Aaron regarded Yukino with a solemn expression. Since we are to meet your mother so soon, should I return and don my formal attire? Uffed, Yukino burst into laughter at Aaron's comment. Come on, Ape King, you look quite handsome in your current outfit. It would be better not to wear that cosplay-like formal suit. Chapter 77. My parents probably work for a demolition company. Yanai looked at Aaron with a look of astonishment. Could such a simple statement truly calm her sister? Why don't you accompany me for a tour of the company first? After all, practical training is your primary task today. Mother is currently in a meeting. We'll have lunch together at noon. Yukino nodded gently. Yanai led the way, providing a detailed introduction about the company to Yukino, who listened intently. Contributing to the family like her sister and gaining their mother's recognition had always been her dream. Aaron followed behind, having little interest in the topics exchanged between the sisters. His sole concern was the peculiar aura surrounding Yanai. Aaron stroked his tail, silently calling out to Cain, "God of time, this is Aaron. Can you hear me?" Before long, Cain's voice echoed in his mind, albeit with a rather impatient tone. "Little Aaron, why are you calling me again? I'm quite busy right now. There are important tasks at hand." "Busy? I've been in Kent for 2 days and haven't seen you engaged in any work." At that moment, another voice chimed in. "East Wind, God of Time, hurry up. Your card play is far too slow. Are we still playing or not?" Lord God, is your important task playing mahjong?" Aaron pondered, uncertainty clouding his mind. Though Cain had never been particularly reliable, she had indeed provided Aaron with considerable assistance during his recent trip to Kent, showing some semblance of divinity. Yet now, cough, these are trivial details. "Little Aaron, what do you need from me?" "Oh, right. Could you check the aura of the woman next to Yukino? I feel something is amiss." "Yukino?" Cain's teasing voice floated back. "Little Aaron, have you finally awakened? I knew it. The Dragon Balls can only be purified through love. And this task is undoubtedly the most suited for a Saiyan. Hurry and check for me." Aaron's face flushed slightly, and he muttered indignantly in his heart. It seems Cain's reliability was merely an illusion. She remains the same mediocre deity. I sense it. She should be the host of the 4-star ball. Aaron's heart sank. He had no desire to become entangled with Yanai, especially considering she was Yukino's sister. Was he really to tell Yukino, "To purify the Dragon Balls, I must pursue your sister"? God of Time, hurry. Time is of the essence. Play your cards. A voice of impatience interrupted Aaron's thoughts. He opened his mouth, ready to decline this task, but Cain's voice rang out once more. "Little Aaron, I'm participating in the once-in-a-century God of Time mahjong tournament, so don't contact me for a while. By the way, it cost me quite a bit for you to train in Kent, so from now on, I'll be assessing your KPIs. I'll hang up now. Make sure to work hard." With that, Cain abruptly severed the connection with Aaron. Aaron quickly grasped his tail, fervently calling out in his mind, "Lord God, Cain, mediocre deity." Yet this time, no one responded. Damn. At noon, Yanai brought Aaron and Yukino after their company tour to a French restaurant. It was only at this moment that Aaron, who had been distracted all morning, finally snapped back to reality. "French cuisine," Aaron murmured to himself. Yanai leaned closer to Aaron, her brow furrowed in curiosity. "Little Aaron, do you not like French food?" Sensing the subtle fragrance emanating from Yanai, Aaron discreetly shifted closer to Yukino. However, the scent from Yanai bore a resemblance to that of Edelweiss. Aaron sighed resignedly before responding. "It's not that." At this juncture, Yukino interjected. "What the Ape King means is that the portions of French cuisine are too small to satisfy his appetite." "That's true. After all, I have witnessed little Aaron's enormous appetite." Yanai remarked that don't worry, after dining with Mother, we can have a small gathering ourselves. Aaron shook his head. "No need to trouble yourselves. This afternoon, we'll just join our classmates for activities." Once inside the restaurant, Aaron quickly identified his target. It was a woman clad in a kimono, her hair elegantly styled in an elaborate updo, appearing quite youthful. The resemblance among the 3 women was striking, almost as if they were clones. Is Yukino's genetic lineage truly that powerful? Of course, aside from looks, Yukino paled slightly in comparison to the other 2. Nonetheless, from a genetic perspective, she certainly had a promising future ahead. Yanai briskly approached Yukino's mother, introducing her. "Mother, this is the little Aaron I mentioned to you before, and this is little Yukino. Friends, Mother." Yukino slowly approached Yukino's mother, gently addressing her. Her demeanor was quite reserved. Yukino's mother nodded and then turned her gaze towards Aaron, offering a warm smile. "I have heard your name from Yanai. Please take a seat. There's no need for formality. Today, I am simply here as Yukino's mother, to meet her friends. Just treat me as an ordinary elder." Aaron nodded, and the 4 of them took their seats at a table by the window. "Is there anything you wish to eat?" Madame Yukino's tone was gentle, akin to that of a mother tenderly caring for her beloved child. Attending to her daughter's friend, I am not particularly finicky about food. I am quite content with something casual. After nodding, Madame Yukinoshita summoned the waiter, and once the order was placed, she casually inquired as if engaging in small talk. I heard from Yonai that you are a foreigner? What do your parents do? Aaron blinked, taken aback. He had never known his parents throughout his life. His earliest memory was awakening in a cultivation pod. For the following decade and more, he had not given this matter a moment's thought. After all, Saiyans of the 99th rank do not place much value on familial bonds. As for his previous life, he had meandered through over 20 years, seemingly never pondering what his parents did. He had merely taken, until he was struck by a truck. However, since Madame Yukinoshita had asked, he resolved to respond earnestly. After a brief moment of contemplation, Aaron uncertainly replied, if I must say. My parents were likely involved in demolition work during their lifetimes. Chapter 78. Yukinoshita. Madame Yukinoshita was momentarily taken aback, then softly uttered, I apologize. I did not realize your parents had. It's nothing. In fact, I have no impression of them. The atmosphere grew somewhat awkward. Fortunately, at that moment, the waiter presented the first dish. All right, let's eat. I'm starving. Yonai suddenly exclaimed with unrestrained exuberance. I took you all around the company this morning, so hurry up and eat. Aaron, could you refrain from calling me Little Aaron, Miss Yukinoshita? Aaron protested. The Supreme Kai of Time referred to him as Little Ryran, and now another Little Aaron had emerged. He was tempted to grasp their collars and demand clarification on what was little. Moreover, due to the affiliation with the 4-star ball concerning Yonai, Aaron was already troubled to the point of losing his appetite. For a Saiyan, the inability to eat was akin to receiving devastating news. Oh, are there 3 Yukinoshitas here? Who is Little Aaron speaking to? Yonai teased, lifting her spoon and looking at Aaron with a knowing smile, choosing to ignore his earlier protest. Miss Yonai, Aaron tentatively called out. Sister. Yukinoshita. Yukino furrowed her brow, glancing at Yonai. Hi, I shall remain silent. But it seems little Yukino is quite concerned about her friend. Isn't that right, Little Aaron? Yukinoshita. Yonai deliberately elongated the phrase friend. Sister, please do not be so familiar. You are not particularly close to Aaron. Oh. Observing this interaction, Madame Yukinoshita timely tapped the table. All right, everyone, let us eat. Yonai, Yukino, and Aaron, stop fooling around and enjoy your meal. Yonai widened her eyes, looking incredulously at her mother as if she had misheard. But soon after, she revealed a relieved smile, one that vanished in an instant, leaving no one fully able to discern it on the other side. Yukinoshita. Yukino also bore an expression of disbelief. What is mother thinking? Only Aaron obediently placed food into his mouth, unable to help but note how small the piece of meat was. Subsequently, lunch proceeded in an unremarkable manner. Madame Yukinoshita and Yukinoshita Yonai maintained cheerful demeanors. Complemented by Yonai's exceptional social skills, the atmosphere remained pleasant, leading Aaron to find this gathering rather agreeable. However, Yukino's expression remained perpetually frosty. She had witnessed this so-called social maneuvering countless times. She despised this sensation. The inauthenticity suffocated her. Naturally, she was aware that this was precisely why she could never attain the same level of importance within the family as her sister. This is quite delicious. Yukino, do try it. Aaron placed a piece of dessert onto Yukinoshita. Yukino's plate, his face conveying a look of earnest persuasion. As she tasted the dessert, Yukino's expression softened, akin to melting ice, revealing a hint of serene joy. Indeed, she preferred being in the company of Rengoku. Such a true companion. Rengoku, at times, is capable of uttering profoundly meaningful words. After the meal, Aaron and Yukino took their leave. They were to visit another location in the afternoon, as it was a school-organized event, and it would be impractical for everyone to wait for just the two of them. Once the two departed, Madame Yukinoshita's smile gradually faded, and Yonai's earlier vivacity evaporated entirely. If Aaron were present, he would have certainly noticed. At this moment, Yonai appeared even colder than when she first met Yukino. Madame Yukinoshita softly remarked, Yukino's friend seems rather pleasant. Have they formally begun dating? It seems not yet. Yukinoshita. Yonai returned to her previous demeanor, as if the earlier chill had never existed. Observing her daughter's transformation, Madame Yukinoshita sighed inwardly. I can see that Yukino has genuinely developed feelings for that boy, which is quite wonderful. At this moment, her once dominant persona of a formidable woman dissipated, enveloped in a subtle melancholy. I have always been a stubborn person. which is why I unilaterally arranged Yukino's future, from her studying abroad to her entrance into Subu High. I initially believed that given Yukino's nature, she might never fall for anyone, but today, that boy's appearance surprised and comforted me. Actually, if you too wish, mother, Yukino Shida Yonai interjected, interrupting her mother. I am different from my sister. The Yukino Shida family requires my contributions. My sister's temperament is not suited for managing the company. It is best for her to remain as she is. Is that so? Madame Yukino Shida sighed once more. A profound sense of helplessness washing over her. Born into such a family, one experiences both fortune and misfortune. The weight of familial obligations and inexplicable pressures can be suffocating. Yukino is fortunate, for her sister has stepped forward to shoulder everything. The price is that Yonai dons a mask of insincerity, destined to seek a son-in-law who can bolster the Yukino Shida family, much like herself. As for love, it is indeed a beautiful yet elusive thing. Chapter 79. The reunion of 4 women on Friday. After school in the service club, Aaron had yet to arrive. Having ranked last in the previous examination, he was promptly dragged into a small room by Hiratsuka Shizuku for a grueling remedial session. Hikigaya Hachiman and Yugahama Yui instinctively retreated to a corner. The clubroom, though as quiet as usual, was steeped in an oppressive atmosphere today. They both endeavored to restrain themselves from fleeing. The typically lively Yugahama Yui swallowed hard. Stealing a glance at the 4 women within the room, Yukino poured cups of red tea for the guests before settling by the window, engrossed in a book titled The Rhythm of Love. Opposite her, Kasumigakaka Shiwe scrutinized Yukino while her voluptuous thighs trembled rapidly, a sign of her displeasure. When faced with situations that stirred her feelings of conflict or irritation, she would vent her frustration in this manner. Arari sat beside Kasumigakaka Shiwa, her twin tails drooping, exuding an air of despondency. Kata Megumi casually sipped her tea, appearing remarkably unfazed. Suddenly, Kasumigakaka Shiwa felt a heavy sensation in her heart. Damn it. Why does it feel like someone has reached their breaking point? And what is with this overwhelming aura of the main heroine? Observing the serene expression of Yukino as she read her novel, Kasumigakaka Shiyu suddenly experienced an odd sensation. Neru is mine. No matter what schemes you devise, I shall not yield, nor shall you dare to snatch him away. Perhaps this is the sentiment that Kasumigakaka was sensing. Tsuke, did Rin contact you at all? How much longer until he arrives? How would I know? He hasn't reached out to me in ages. If it weren't for Kato informing me today, I wouldn't have realized he's been absent from school for a week. Rin rolled her eyes at Kasumigakaka Shiyu. I can tell you're in a bad mood, but what do you want from me? She had known Kasumigakaka Shiyu for quite some time, ever since she entered the halls of Toinazuki, constantly being compared to this black-haired girl who had dominated the school for a year. No one relishes such comparisons. After all, they are not of the same ilk this moment. Seeing Kasumigakaka Shiyu initiate a conversation, Rin had long since discerned that this plump woman was merely masking her own discomfort and embarrassment by engaging her in dialogue. Speaking of which, Rin felt rather awkward herself, especially when recalling last Friday night. Rin hasn't attended school for a week. Yes, he is probably just playing video games at home, not that it's anything new. Rin slumped over her desk, groaning weakly. Suddenly, Kato spoke up. Henry contacted me via line this afternoon, mentioning he would arrive later, but did not specify a time. Just then, Yukino closed her novel after finishing the last page. It's alright, we can leave school a bit later tonight. Neru has already requested permission from the headmaster. She then turned her gaze towards Kasumigakaka Shiyu. Kasumigakaka-senpai, your novel is truly remarkable, particularly in the portrayal of the protagonist's emotions. No wonder you have sold 500,000 copies as a light novel author. I eagerly anticipate the 3rd volume. The corners of Kasumigakaka Shiyu's mouth lifted. This was her forte. The 3rd volume was nearing completion and would be published after the Golden Week. All thanks to the assistance of Irie. She implied much, yet Yukino Shida merely nodded seriously. Just moments ago, Yukino Shida had confirmed a fact. On Sunday, the scent emanating from Neru was identical to that of the present Kasumigakaka Shiyu. Although Neru had a somewhat peculiar personality, he never turned a blind eye to those in need, especially when it pertained to someone he worked with. Oh, Kasumigakaka Shiyu understood the implications of Yukino Shida's words regarding work, recognizing the deeper meaning behind them. However, placing her finger on her lips, Kasumigakaka Shiyu revealed a knowing smile. I look forward to Irie and Yukino Shida becoming the first readers of the 3rd volume of Love Metronome. even though Irie has already seen my draft. Yukino Shida Yukino did not comprehend the significance of this draft, merely nodding in acknowledgement, saying softly, of course, although unaware of the current status between Yukino Shida and Irie. Kasumiga Kakashiyu was confident that she was ahead in this race. At that moment, Kato suddenly placed her disposable teacup on the table. By the way, Yukino Shida, this black tea is truly delightful. No wonder Irie praises your skills so highly. Could you teach me? Of course. Kato, your culinary skills are already quite good. You should learn this quickly. Yukino Shida Yukino never refused reasonable requests. Observing Yukino Shida engage in a discussion about tea and culinary arts, Rin's twin tails drooped even lower. She scanned the room, noting that apart from the unfamiliar Hikigaya Hachiman and Yuobin Yui, her own domestic skills were utterly lacking. Even that plump black-haired woman could manage some tasks in the kitchen. Is there really a 60-year-old prince? Yes. And he nearly had the queen grant him a posthumous title. Of course, there are also 16-year-old princesses, like her, the charming Sawamura Spencer Irie. She was utterly helpless, relying on others for sustenance. Completely inept apart from studying and drawing. Unpleasant, quite unpleasant. Hentai Irie, why have you not yet arrived at this clubroom? Irie emerged from the office with a troubled expression. Hiratsuka-sensei had received a phone call after school and left in a hurry, leaving him alone to complete 3 exam papers. Now, the sun was nearly setting. Outside the school, a pale green barrier suddenly enveloped the entire establishment. Henry stood at the school gate with his hands in his pockets. Splendid. Everyone is gathered. That human's combat prowess remains abysmally low. None of you can escape now. After tonight, this world will return to its rightful state. With that, he strode purposefully toward the direction of the 3-star dragon he sensed. Meanwhile, Irie had arrived at the classroom door, about to push it open when he suddenly halted. Has the 2-star dragon already resurrected? Chapter 80. An indoor hellscape, an outdoor battlefield. After hesitating for a moment, Irie decided against opening the door to the servant club's classroom. Although it sounded as if Rin were protesting vehemently from the outside, the immediate priority was to deal with the 2-star dragon before him. With this thought, Irie leaped down from the corridor and headed out of the teaching building. 10 minutes earlier, after Yukino Shida and Kato concluded their discussion on tea ceremony, the clubroom fell into silence once more. In truth, the only link between the servant club and the gaming club was Irie. Without his presence, the already unfamiliar members would not suddenly grow closer. Moreover, the presence of a certain individual complicated their relationships further. Rin had been frowning since earlier, and after much hesitation, she gently nudged Kasumiga Kakashiyu. Have you really shown Hentai Irie the draft of the 3rd volume? Of course, Kasumiga Kakashiyu replied without even lifting her head. Her attention fully focused on the notebook before her. The screen displayed a blank page, save for a title, You, which had just been written for the 3rd volume, while inspiration for the 4th had yet to strike. Then why not start a new book? How could it be so? Rin's frown deepened. This draft is so important. Kasumiga Kakashiyu, looking at Rin's incredulous expression, burst into laughter. No matter how important, it has nothing to do with you. Does it, Rin? At this moment, Yukino Shida began to piece things together. It seemed that Kato had reacted quite strongly to this draft earlier as well. Though her expression remained calm, Yukino Shida keenly felt the emotional fluctuations in Kato's demeanor at that time. The disparity in information seemed to have caused her to overlook something significant. Realizing this, Yukino Shida asked with some confusion, does this draft hold any special significance for you? Kasumiga Kaka-senpai? Kasumiga Kakashiyu appeared taken aback. Did Irie not tell you later? Yukino Shida, even more puzzled, was utterly at a loss with Kasumiga Kakashiyu's next words. It's nothing much. I merely confessed to Irie while showing him that draft, and at that time, he did not refuse. The confession is indeed genuine. The absence of rejection is equally true. However, Kasumiga Kakashiya has obscured some crucial information. As long as she can defeat Yukino Shida Yukino, it would be preferable for her to take the initiative to leave Ainrankun. She is more than capable of employing the most unscrupulous of tactics. Such is the nature of love. There can only be one victor. The winner takes all, while the loser is left with nothing. Kasumiga Kakashiya has grown somewhat indifferent to these considerations. Yukino Shida Yukino is utterly stunned, unsure of how to articulate her current feelings. Is it disbelief, or is it anger? Meanwhile, Katamegumi, who was diligently working on her assignments, momentarily halted her actions, though she quickly resumed her studies. In the corner of the classroom, Hikigaya Hachiman and Yuobin Yui gaped in astonishment, unable to close their mouths. What on earth is happening? We need to go home. Just as the situation was on the verge of spiraling out of control, Arari suddenly slammed her hand on the desk and stood up. She shouted towards Kasumiga Kakashiya. Kasu. Me. Ga? Oka? Sure. Yeah. Ah, you shameless liar. If what you said were true, you would have been boasting about it to me long ago. Arari relentlessly refuted Kasumiga Kakashiya. That moment, she was completely unaware of her own thoughts. However, even if what Kasumiga Kakashiya claimed is true, she must twist the situation into a falsehood. Instinct triumphed over all. At this moment, both decorum and friendship were cast aside. Yet, after this outburst, Yukino's expression noticeably improved. Meanwhile, Ayn Rand, oblivious to the events unfolding in the clubroom, encountered Anki Ryun on the playground. Anki greeted Ayn Rand politely. It's been a while, Ayn Rand-kun. Not far away, Ayn Rand had already entered a state of combat readiness. Something feels off about this Anki Ryun. The immense aura emanating from him is far beyond what a mere human could possess. In Ayn Rand's assessment, Anki Ryun's combat power now rivaled that of his former superior, Frisia. A power level of 120 million. No, it must be more. Anki Ryun now resembles Son Goku upon his first transformation into a Super Saiyan. Yet, this is still insufficient. You are not Anki Ryun. You are the two-star dragon. Before he could finish his thought, Ayn Rand took action. He was neither Vegeta nor Goku, and the identity of the person before him was irrelevant. He simply needed to subdue him. Without hesitation, Ayn Rand launched a punch aimed at Anki Ryun's face. Simultaneously, Anki Ryun responded with a punch of his own. Bang! The collision of fists produced a tremendous roar, causing the ground to tremble violently. Due to the sonic boom, all the glass in the school shattered. Inside the service club, screams erupted. Everyone gazed in shock out the window. Yukino, disregarding the tremors of the classroom, struggled to reach the window. Is that Ryun? Arari also arrived at the window, her expression akin to witnessing a ghost. Regardless of whether it is Ryun or not, we must hurry downstairs. This place is unsafe. Kasumiga Kakashiya looked worriedly at Ayn Rand, who was engaged in battle on the playground, and uttered what she believed to be the most prudent advice. Upon hearing this, Hikigaya Hachiman flung open the service club door and shouted, "Everyone, come out quickly." He then pulled the terrified Yuabin Yui to her feet. The scenes from an anime were unfolding in reality, and Hikigaya Hachiman felt as though he might lose his sanity. However, there was no time to dwell on that. Survival was paramount. Even with prior experience, Yukino's face paled once more. We need to move further away. The battle involving the Monkey King will have extensive repercussions. Let us flee to a safer distance. On the playground, Ayn Rand realized this issue as well. This battle must not be prolonged, nor can it take place on the ground. With this in mind, Ayn Rand delivered a silent punch to Anki Ryun's abdomen. The immense force propelled him skyward. How is this possible? I have always sensed that your energy was inferior to mine. You are indeed not Anki Ryun. Ayn Rand's intent to kill had ignited. He was all too familiar with the scent of blood emanating from this Anki Ryun. How many lives has this fiend claimed in recent days? A furious roar erupted as Ayn Rand was enveloped in a golden light. How can this be? Anki Ryun clutched his head, disbelief etched across his features. In his perception, Ayn Rand's energy had now surpassed his by several multiples. Chapter 81. The resurrected three-star dragon Kintu. The old Kaioshin hesitated for a moment before discarding a hand of 80. 000, I'm all in, Kaion shouted as he laid all his cards on the table. Old Kaioshin, hurry and pay up. You've been shooting off your mouth all day. Hey, you're over 1,000 years younger than me. Show some respect for your elders. The old Kaioshin reluctantly withdrew a beautiful chip from the drawer of the mahjong table and said slowly, speaking of which, your little employee is set to die today. And you heartlessly severed all ties with him. Isn't that a bit excessive? If he dies, I can simply retrieve him from King Yama. It's not the first time I've done this. Kaion snatched the chip from old Kaioshin's hand and continued. Some things come at a cost. Helping him become a Super Saiyan has already significantly altered the timeline, not to mention that he isn't even the original Super Saiyan. However, I believe that the current Shaowan can definitely become a competent time patroller, even if his approach is rather peculiar. What is peculiar about it? Old Kaioshin glared at Kaion. What is strange about falling for a girl he liked before losing his memory? Only a Saiyan who understands love can generate positive energy. If it comes to that, let him come work for me. There are hardly any Saiyans left in the 7th universe. Dream on. Do you think I want Shaowan to work for you? You just want him to bring you some adult magazines from Earth. You shameless fiend. You're never allowed to get close to share one again. You've already corrupted him after chatting for just a few hours. If you're not going to give it, then don't. Let us just play mahjong. Humph. The golden light slowly dissipated. Ailan, now transformed into a Super Saiyan, gradually appeared before Anki Ryun. The figure of a Super Saiyan materialized. With golden hair and blue eyes, bolts of lightning flickered around him. Ailan clenched his fists, feeling an overwhelming surge of power within him. This is the Super Saiyan beyond Super Saiyan 2. After 2 years of training in the hyperbolic time chamber, and with a final awakening of potential triggered by the old Kaishin, he had finally learned to transform into a Super Saiyan. Although he surely could not compare to Vegeta during the Buu saga, nor even to Gohan upon his first transformation to Super Saiyan 2, it was more than sufficient to handle the current situation. No, it's imperative to conclude this battle swiftly. The bloodlust that accompanies the transformation into a Super Saiyan is overwhelming. Ailan murmured to himself, then fixed his gaze on the terrified Anki Ryun. Roar, is it possible that even the evil dragon can experience fear? Ailan unconsciously revealed a cruel smile. Tear him apart, tear him apart, tear him apart. Suddenly, Ailan shook his head vigorously, dispelling the thought of shredding him from his mind. Do you truly believe you can defeat me? No matter how powerful a human may be, they are merely my sustenance. Anki Ryun's initial panic began to fade, and a thick, dark mist began to rise from behind him. Poison. Ailan was well aware of the abilities of the two-star dragon and would not foolishly charge forward. Aaron raised a hand, unleashing a powerful wave of energy that erupted from his palm. As it traversed through the green mist, a portion of this energy was absorbed, yet the remainder struck an Ailan with considerable force, accompanied by a piercing scream. An Ailan plummeted from the sky. Although his body was enveloped in the scent of charred flesh, he did not perish immediately. Aaron extended a finger, targeting the entirety of an Ailan's green-tinged visage, and energy began to coalesce slowly. Preparing to deliver a final blow, for this body belonged to an Ailan. There was no need for him to endure further suffering. At that moment, an unexpected event transpired. An Ailan's figure abruptly vanished from Aaron's sight. Meanwhile, Yukino, who had nearly reached the school gates, found herself frozen once again, along with the others, immobilized in place by ice. However, this time, the freeze did not yield significant results. The individuals merely felt numb. Near Yukino, the three-star dragon gasped violently. Damn Saiyan. Damn monkey. Just a hair's breadth away from being purified. But alas, the three-star dragon turned to Yukino, a sinister smile gracing his face. Humans are far too susceptible to fear. Negative energy flows endlessly. Wouldn't you agree, my host? Yukino struggled to turn her head, disregarding him entirely. What manner of monster is this? Inori was so frightened that her words stumbled. Although Kato Megumi and Kasumiga Kakashiwa were aware of certain truths, witnessing the malevolent dragon in person still left them pale with fear. As for Yugahama and Hachiman Hikigaya, their trepidation was palpable. Seeing Yukino ignore him, the three-star dragon, unfazed, continued to gaze at the sky. While your fear is quite delectable, there is something else that would suit my palate even more. As his words fell, a dim dragon ball emerged from the three-star dragoness form, shooting a pale blue beam towards the direction where an Ailan had fallen. With the resonance of the two dragon balls, an Ailan instantaneously appeared before the three-star dragon. Grasping an Ailan by the throat, the three-star dragon smirked mockingly. Oh, is this not the two-star dragon? Did you not claim to be the strongest among evil dragons? How is it that you find yourself in this state now? Lingy, Inori exclaimed in astonishment. However, an Ailan paid her no heed. Instead pleading with the three-star dragon, do not consume me. Let us join forces to eliminate that human. Otherwise, you too shall perish. Your strength has recovered swiftly. You must have devoured many humans, but such power in your hands is a waste. Fear not, you shall enjoy the lamentations of humanity within my body henceforth. With one hand, the three-star dragon plunged into an Ailan's chest, stirring within before extracting a dragon ball. Luin, Inori was utterly bewildered. Unable to comprehend the implications of their exchange, what did it mean to devour humans? What did it mean to kill that person together? The concept eluded her entirely. Damn three-star dragon. You too shall be slain by that human. After struggling to utter those words, an Ailan's form began to shatter like glass, ultimately disintegrating into dust. To die, yet still so verbose. However, By consuming you, I shall be fully revived. The 3-star dragon tilted his head back, swallowing the 2-star Dragon Ball. With a gulp, a terrifying power surged forth from his being. Ha ha ha. This is the sensation. What a marvelous feeling of complete revival. And next, the 3-star dragon turned his gaze towards the sky. There, Yukino and the others lay sprawled on the ground, and Ailan was thoroughly enraged. The blue of his pupils gradually faded, ultimately turning white. Each hair on his golden tail stood on end. 3-star dragon, I shall slay you. Chapter 82. The day before Golden Week, TBU High was obliterated. As Ailan hurtled towards him, the 3-star dragon chuckled ominously. Heh, Saiyan monkey. I told you I would slay you. With that, he flapped his wings and, in the next instant, appeared directly before Ailan. So swift. A sense of dread washed over Ailan, and before he could react, a heavy punch landed squarely in his abdomen, causing him to spew forth blood. The 3-star dragon, grinning maliciously, seized Ailan by the head, lifting him effortlessly. How does it feel, Saiyan monkey? Do you have any last words before you meet your end? Last words? Go to hell. With a swift motion, Ailan kicked the 3-star dragon in the face, quickly distancing himself. Following this, a blast of energy shot from his hand, striking the 3-star dragon's head, but the impact merely caused the dragon to sway slightly. Gazing at the unscathed 3-star dragon emerging from the explosion, Ailan furrowed his brow. It appeared that Kane had been correct. The 3-star dragon in his prime was undeniably stronger than Super Saiyan 3. This meant the 3-star dragon was at least 4 times stronger than Ailan, who was acutely aware that his so-called Super Saiyan 2 state was merely a pale imitation. What should I do in this situation? Ailan found himself in a state of indecision. The 3-star dragon twisted his neck, revealing a disdainful grin. Futile resistance. With that, he charged at Ailan with ferocious speed. Although Ailan had fully focused his mind, his body failed to respond in time, and the rapidly approaching fist expanded in his vision before pain struck his brain. Moments later, a searing agony coursed through his abdomen, and with a thunderous crash, Ailan plummeted from the sky, crashing heavily into the school building. Amidst the terrifying cacophony, the remaining structures of TBU High crumbled to the ground. Yuan, Ailan, Hentai Ailan Cohen. Yukino, and the others cried out in unison. The next moment, Ailan leaped from the rubble, gasping for breath. Damn it. This accursed school is finally gone. Who would have thought that a single battle would fulfill my lifelong dream? Thick blood streamed from his nostrils. His nasal bones fractured, even piercing the skin and exposing themselves. Ailan gasped heavily, as though his lungs had been crushed. Lacking sufficient oxygen, his vision began to blur. The disparity in power was simply too vast. Transforming into a great ape, instinctively, Ailan recalled his old tactics. No, that wouldn't suffice. The great ape form only amplified his base power tenfold. His training was still inadequate. Aspiring to become a golden great ape or Super Saiyan 4 was nothing more than a fool's dream. The 3-star dragon hovered in the air, exuding an air of nonchalance. Heh, does it hurt? Saiyan monkey, do you wish to beg for mercy? With such a significant power gap, he saw no need to indulge in a game of cat and mouse with this monkey. Ailan, irritated, spat out the blood pooling in his mouth. Damn it. To suffer twice at the hands of the same person, the 3-star dragon, reveling in Ailan's silence, felt a surge of pride, just a hair's breadth away. Had it not been for the appearance of the 2-star dragon today, he would have been purified. Enduring Ailan's positive energy daily was driving the 3-star dragon to madness. However, at this moment, he cast a silent glance at Ailan. His gaze akin to that of one observing a mere insect, ready to be crushed at any moment. Forget it. The amusement has waned. A monkey that cannot even beg for mercy hardly stirs any interest. I believe it's time for you to descend into the abyss. After I end your existence, I shall relish in the slow torment of humanity. That should prove far more entertaining. Raising his right hand towards Ailan, a blue energy sphere materialized within his grasp. That Ailan's pupils dilated, the sensation of death intensifying. Boom! As the energy sphere descended, an explosion illuminated the sky. Once the smoke cleared, Ailan, along with the towering educational edifice of Subu High, had vanished from sight, leaving behind a gaping pit several meters deep. Witnessing this scene, Yukino nearly fainted. Others mirrored her shock. Kasumiga Kakashiya even bit her lip until it bled. Ha ha ha. That wretched monkey is finally dead. The world is now mine. Sangsing Long clutched his forehead and erupted in laughter. Suddenly, he noticed through his fingers the seething hatred reflected in the eyes of Yukino and her companions. Fear not. I shall ensure that you reunite with me in hell. What an exhilarating performance this has been. As he spoke, Sangsing gathered another sphere of energy in his hand at that moment. Hikigaya, Hachiman, and Yui Yobari finally embraced, their eyes tightly shut in despair. Yet, Yukino Shida Yukino and several members of the gaming club did not retreat. Despite their faces paling from fear, they fixed their vengeful gazes upon Sangsing. Suddenly, Aaron's figure appeared behind Sangsing, and the injuries he bore had completely vanished. In an instant, he had restrained Sangsing arms. Sangsing struggled vehemently, demanding, "How could you possibly be alive? Moreover, how have your wounds healed?" Aaron remained silent. He needed to summon all his strength to momentarily confine Sangsing. Fortunately, he had learned instant transmission from Kyan and brought back a few magic beans. Otherwise, he would have truly been reduced to ashes. Of course, the outcome that awaited him would not be much better. Aaron shifted his gaze to the individuals lying on the ground and uttered 2 words. His voice was soft, yet its meaning was unmistakable: that I'm sorry. Upon finishing, the energy within Aaron surged, enveloping the two in a colossal sphere of light. Are you going to self-destruct? Sangsing strained even harder against his bonds. Fortunately, you are not Majin Bu. Otherwise, I might have hesitated to use this tactic. Aaron's tone was calm. This was not the first time he faced death. He was nearly experienced at it. With a sigh, Aaron silently implored, "Third-rate deity, remember to fish me out from Yama. Otherwise, if I reincarnate, it will be too late." It was uncertain whether that third-rate deity could hear him. After completing all this, Aaron mustered all his strength and soared into the higher skies with Sangsing, then unleashed all his power in one breath. Ah! Damn monkey. In a pitiful wail, Sangsing gradually disintegrated, leaving only 2 pristine Dragon Balls to descend slowly from the heavens. As for Aaron, he had completely transformed into a white stone. The moment he touched the ground, he shattered into countless fragments. Aaron. Yukino Shida Yukino could no longer hold on. After calling out Aaron's name, she succumbed to unconsciousness. Kasumiga Kakashiya and Kata Megumi crawled desperately towards Aaron's shattered remains. Lily stood frozen in shock, tears streaming uncontrollably, her expression vacant. At the same time, a boy with green-framed glasses and pink hair hovered in midair. "Ah, these aliens truly know how to create trouble for others. You must understand that altering the memories of so many humans with superpowers is exhausting, even for me." He then turned his gaze towards Yukino Shida Yukino and the others. "Forget it. Their memories need not be tampered with. They likely do not wish to forget that alien named Aaron.as for that school. Never mind. It doesn't matter. After all, the memories altered will just be a gas explosion. I should head home and rest. I've been tormented by Ren all day." Chapter 83. Aaron's journey in hell. At this moment, the ruler of hell, Yama, was swiftly reviewing the documents before him. After a brief pause, he directed his attention to a white soul at the opposite end of the desk and spoke. You haven't committed many heinous acts in your life. However, your excessive indulgence in self-pleasure constitutes a crime of lewdness. You may reside in the pillar of embrace hell for 2 years before reincarnating." The white soul appeared somewhat discontented. "Lord Yama, I have not committed any evil deeds. Why must I be subjected to such punishment?" "Impudence, I have adjudicated you strictly according to the laws of hell. Should you continue to disobey, your sentence shall be extended by 3 years. With that, Yama waved his hand, and a little blue demon clad in formal attire escorted the white soul away. Continue. The recent surge of vengeful spirits on Earth has made my work increasingly burdensome. Just then, a little demon dressed in formal wear and flushed with excitement appeared before Yama, raising his head and exclaiming, "Lord Yama, I have successfully sent that Saiyan to hell. He is currently in the Sea of Blood. Is that so? That individual has been specifically noted for special attention. He must truly experience the services we provide in hell." "Understood. Yes, Lord Yama." On both sides of the serpentine path lay endless yellow clouds. Beneath those clouds was hell. In the bubbling sea of blood, Aaron had only his head above the surface, a halo resting atop. "Ah, the temperature of the Sea of Blood is quite pleasant. It's far more comfortable than taking a warm bath on Earth. Indeed, Lord Aaron, this is our hell's most renowned therapeutic hot spring. After his training, Lord Yama would often choose to soak here." Upon hearing Aaron's remarks, a little demon hurriedly presented a wooden basin filled with a stack of eggs, neatly arranged. "These are freshly boiled eggs from the Sea of Blood, sourced from our hell's famed roosters. Each rooster takes over 2 years of nurturing to produce just a few eggs. Would you care to try?" Aaron skillfully cracked an egg and tossed it into his mouth. This egg is exquisite. I'm glad you like it. The little demon wiped the sweat from his brow, as being near the scorching sea of blood was unbearably hot. This morning, he had received Yama's orders to ensure that this Saiyan was treated exceptionally well. Failure to do so would result in immediate dismissal. Although uncertain of Ailan's significance as a Saiyan, he knew he must execute his boss's orders without fail. The struggles of a worker, moments later. Ailan leaped from the water, shaking his body that if I stay in any longer, I might faint. What other activities do you have planned? We do, said the little demon, producing an unopened knife from behind. The next activity after the Sea of Blood Hell involves the Blade Hell project, where you will be continuously scraped with this knife against your skin until extensive redness appears. This is a necessary follow-up to the Sea of Blood Hell. It's quite ferocious. Ailan stroked his chin, contemplating for a moment before leaning over the shore. Come on, let's get started. Yes, we also have prepared the Feast Hell for you, along with an 18-layer Hell sightseeing tour. Oh, the force is still too light. A bit harder, please. Understood. The little devil wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, his strength greater this time. Subsequently, Ailan went on to experience various torturous attractions in hell, for instance, in the fiery inferno. Alcohol was applied to his back and then ignited. Immediately afterward, a rather robust demon began to relentlessly slap Ailan's back with its large hands, inflicting both heat and agony. Ailan's moans were enough to make even the female demons in hell blush with embarrassment. Then there was the gluttonous hell, where hundreds of green-faced, sharp-toothed little devils persistently brought roasted meat before Ailan, forcing him to consume it all. The mountain-high pile of meat seemed designed to suffocate this Saiyan. Truly, this was hell. It was utterly terrifying. In this realm, there was neither day nor night. Ailan had lost track of how long he had been there. Nevertheless, he had experienced every attraction hell had to offer, including a visit to the garden filled with dolls that in over 20 years, his former boss, Frisia, would be hung from a tree here to enjoy opera every day. After all this, Ailan lay on a patch of grass, a blade of foxtail grass in his mouth. How boring. Has that third-rate deity's mahjong tournament ended yet? Why hasn't anyone come to fetch me? As soon as Ailan finished speaking, Cain appeared right before him. Little Ran. I'm here. Huh? Why do you show up immediately whenever I mention you? You don't have some kind of peeping habit, do you? Ailan regarded Cain with a look of suspicion. How can you accuse me of sullying one's reputation? It is merely my duty to monitor the work status of my employees. Can that be considered peeping? Otherwise, how would I know your progress? Wait, I sense something amiss in your words. Monitoring at all times? What precisely does that entail? You're not spying on me while I bathe, are you? Cain feigned innocence, raising her hands. Not exactly. I've merely seen you flying with a girl, being pinned down by another girl, and forced into hand-holding. With each utterance, the blush on Ailan's face deepened. Finally, he could no longer contain himself. Stop, stop, stop. You third-rate deity. No more spying on me. Otherwise, I'll quit this job and stay in hell instead. Uffed. Had I not greeted King Yen, you would have been left as nothing but a soul, discarded like a rag into the soul purification device to cleanse all memory and sin, only to be reincarnated. But then, what about your little girlfriend? Cain put on a cute facade, but it was clear Ailan could not sense her charm. Humph. Hurry and send me back to Earth. I died once for this job. And now you're spying on me. What a heartless enterprise this is. Well, it's not the first time you've died. They say practice makes perfect, and besides, this is your third time, Cain said, conjuring a wand from her hand and lightly tapping Ailan on the forehead. Immediately, a brilliant white light erupted from Ailan. When the radiance dissipated, the halo above his head vanished as well. All right, little Ran. You have been resurrected. You did splendidly this time, purifying 2 Dragon Balls so swiftly. You must continue to work hard. With that, Cain vanished once more, hurrying back to her mahjong game. Wait, aren't you going to send me directly back to Earth? Even if you've learned to teleport, you must tell me which direction Earth is in. Yet, Ailan was met only with silence. Chapter 84. Just how brave is Lily? Another day's dusk settled in. Ailan's home was eerily quiet, save for the incessant chopping sounds emanating from the kitchen. Yukino Shida Yukino and Kasumagakaka Shiwa sat dazed on the living room sofa, maintaining this position for an entire day. Since the previous night, Lily had secluded herself in Ailan's bedroom, and when Kato Megumi called her for lunch, there was no response. The air in the apartment was stifling, almost suffocating. After a while, Kasumi Kakashiwa's hoarse voice broke the silence. Did you really say AI Ran might come back? She gazed quietly at Yukino Shida Yukino, but her eyes were void of hope. Yukino Shida Yukino hesitated, then said, I'm not certain. She longed to provide both herself and Kasumiga Kakashiwa with a definitive answer, yet reason suggested it was unlikely. Despite the incredible power of the Saiyan, he had turned to ash before her eyes. The notion of resurrection seemed far-fetched. Their only hope lay in AI Ran's divine boss delivering a miracle ikiti that moment. Kasumiga Kakashiwa lost control of her emotions. Didn't you say AI Rankuin might return? Why are you uncertain now? I truly don't know. Yukino Shida Yukino erupted. But I absolutely refuse to believe the Saiyan has perished. Her outburst faltered, and she continued in a fragmented manner. I believe AI Rankin still has a chance. Lowering her voice, Yukino Shida Yukino realized she should not vent her frustrations on Kasumiga Kakashiwa. This was neither fair nor aligned with what AI Ran would have expected from her. Kasumiga Kakashiwa seemed to have lost all strength, lying sideways on the sofa, her face resting where AI Ran had laid just a week prior. In the kitchen, Kato Megumi paused momentarily at the sound. Biting her lip before resuming her task, a single tear rolling down her cheek. In AI Ran's bedroom, Lily woke again from her dreams. The quilt still held AI Ran's scent. She tightened her grip on his school uniform, glanced at the ceiling, and then closed her eyes once more. This must all be a dream. Once I awaken, hentai AI Ran will be back, right? She buried her head deeper into the blanket, her body curling up gradually. At that moment, AI Ran's figure suddenly appeared on the bedroom ceiling. Before he could react, he had already free-fallen onto the bed. Taking in the familiar room, AI Ran could not help but complain, damn. That third-rate deity made me return on my own. I spun around the universe for ages just to find Earth. Almost died again. It was too perilous. That planet nearly collided with a comet and was about to explode. Just as I sensed my lingering essence on Earth, I barely managed to teleport back. Feeling a shiver of fear, AI Ran patted his chest, only to suddenly realize two smooth arms were wrapped around his neck. Huh? Lily, what are you doing in my room? Though invisible, AI Ran could still sense her presence. Hentai AI Ran. You really came back? Lily's voice brimmed with excitement, her grip tightening around him. Yes, I'm back. Could you let go of me? What are you doing in my room so late at night? Has reading too many doujinshi finally made you go weird? Having narrowly escaped death, AI Ran was still reeling from the experience. Being embraced by Lily felt like an overwhelming series of shocks he could barely process. Upon hearing AI Ran's words, Lily fell silent. Was she truly just dreaming? After all, hentai Aaron would never speak to her in such a tone. Yet, this dream felt so achingly real, his warmth, his voice, his scent. Lily slowly leaned in closer. Yes, since it is a dream, there is no need to dwell on such matters any longer. In the next moment, she pressed her lips against Aaron's nose. Well, given that the lights were off, Lily was entirely relying on sound to locate Aaron, and her initial attempt ended in failure. However, Aaron was left dumbfounded. What are you doing? Lily? Less chatter. Do you dare to resist in my dream? Mere hentai Aaron. Lily removed her arms from around Aaron's neck, then mounted him, her hands firmly cradling his face. Another kiss. This time, it struck true. The warm sensation on his lips left Aaron slightly disoriented. They were so close. Lily's heavy breaths echoed in his ears. Wait, Lily. Aaron turned his face away, but Lily immediately pursued him. Wait for what? In my dream, everything must obey me. You wait a moment. Don't. Why are you sticking out your tongue? Aaron was utterly bewildered. Were all women on Earth so assertive? First, it was Kasumiga Kakashiyu, and now it was Itsu and Lily. Gradually, Lily seemed to sense that something was amiss. This dream was far too vivid. She quickly sat up and pinched her thigh hard. In the next moment, hentai Aaron. How could you? Taking advantage of the situation, Aaron leaped off the bed, choosing to ignore Lily's retaliation. I'm heading out. It seems Yukino and the others are outside. That Lily. There's a difference between drawing a comic and reality. You. Lily yanked the blanket towards herself and shouted, you get out. All right. Aaron hastily opened the bedroom door. At that moment, Yukino and the other two girls, alerted by the noise, were already standing at the entrance. Aaron gave a sheepish smile. Hey, I'm back. Gyoken. Yukino jumped into Aaron's arms, exclaiming excitedly. Seeing that there was no more space in Aaron's embrace, Kasumiga Kakashiu tightly grasped the hem of his shirt. Kata Megumi chuckled softly. Welcome back. Aaron-kun, sorry to have worried you all. I'm back? Aaron let out a gentle sigh of relief. Indeed, he preferred this world as his emotions gradually settled. Yukino extricated herself from Aaron's embrace that I in front of Kasumiga Kakashiu and Kata Megumi. She felt exceedingly bashful to this moment. Kata Megumi tilted her head, looking at Aaron with a puzzled expression. Aaron-kun, we just heard Lily's scream. What happened? Well, I just transported into the room and startled Lily. Which is why she screamed. That's all there is to it. Aaron, feeling guilty, turned his head away. Kasumiga Kakashiu crossed her arms, her gaze piercing as she looked at Aaron. Oh, is that so? Chapter 85. The Longest Night. Lily's transformation outside the bedroom. The voices of Aaron and Yukino gradually faded away. Lily slowly peeked out from under the covers. Tears welled up in her eyes. This is truly wonderful. Just as Yukino said, hentai Aaron really hasn't